be your medicine and medicine be your food. That's it, man. Everything in moderation, and then you'll have a nice time with it. You know? Yeah, man. I like to pride myself that I can cook anywhere, man. Anywhere. I remember, I knew I was kind of like into the cooking thing when I used to go to my like invites to barbecues, and I used to I end up taking over the barbecue, guys. I'm taking over the barbecue, you know what I mean? Because like I said, it's fun. Cooking is fun. Heat management, yeah, and to see this thing go from raw to soft texture that you can actually eat it, the heat's kept in, the flavours are oozing out.
Creativity.
Yeah, go on.
Creativity. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. It is.
You can do the same dish differently every time.
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. If you've got the ingredients all laid down in front of you, you can do that dish different every time, yeah. And again, that would be down to, again, the heat as well. Heat determines the outcome. Time. Heat and time. My dad said I was a good cook. That's when I knew I was going somewhere.
Hey, but you know, one thing, right, Jen, right, that I found out. I started experimenting with MSG, right? And when I first started fucking with it, it was making shit delicious. Like fucking, it made my dishes fucking awesome, right? But then, after a while of using it, I've kind of now got this taste for MSG where every time
I don't know what that is, by the way, Branch. I don't know what that is.
It's kind of it's a salt, right?
It's almost like a combination of salt and sugar, isn't it?
Well, it's a different type of salt. So it's sodium is okay. So salt is NaCl, right? Sodium chloride. MSG is a different salt. So it's sodium mixed with not chlorine, but with something else, right? It's a glutamate. It's mixed with a glutamate, right? And then when it dissociates, it creates the same salt particle, which is or the same salt ion, which is Na plus, and then a glutamate ion. And the glutamate is what you're tasting, and it fucks with your taste buds in a different way than any of the other four tastes. So it's almost like a fifth flavor.
You don't really need MSG though. You can just add either bouillon or something else.
Right. But what happened is this, dude. I started using it. I enjoyed it and shit. But now I've got to this point where I can taste it anytime a restaurant puts it in my food, and I stopped using it in my food because I've just developed a taste for it. And I don't like food that has a taste for it anymore. It's weird.
Who remembers that chef who was a footballer, then he became a chef, and he had this program where he'd go around to all the restaurants in the UK and help them clean out the restaurant and then turn them around because they were losing money, and then he went to America as well. Do you know the guy I'm talking about? British guy.
Jen, how long was you? When did you leave Britain?
1999.
Okay, like you was just a little bit after me then. I never heard of that show.
Right. Do you know what I'm talking about? Do you know what I'm talking about? The chef. British. He was a footballer. He became a chef, right? And you know, very famous. He got the 3 stars. You know, the 3 stars from France. You know, his restaurants. I can't remember his name. He even did. An episode in Brixton Prison as well. In Brixton Prison in central London.
It must have been Brixton ain't central London, but it must have been it must have been during 99, 98. Because I don't remember.
Yeah, and the 2000s. It's pretty good.
Hey, Branch. From what if I remember correctly, I think they actually like the real MSG comes from it's like seaweed. I think it's like a salt from seaweed. And what's special about it is that it tricks your body into thinking it's eating meat.
Yes, yes. That man is speaking the truth because that's why the Japanese eat seaweed. Seaweed is a daily consumption.
Yeah,
In
I
Japan,
feel
even I
that.
eat seaweed. I'm eating seaweed as we speak. I'm eating seaweed now as you're talking. So yeah.
Yeah, it's very good for you because you get like if you're getting seaweed, it's extremely good for you because you're getting lots of iodine, like the best kind. So
Yeah.
it's super good for you. Like makes you vital, kind of like a baby.
Yeah.
But
I won't
but
say for me it's not a daily consumption, but it's definitely
there's
a weekly and at least
yeah
3 to 4 times a week. I bet.
Well,
Definitely.
what I'm trying to say though is that if you start using it and you start developing a taste for it, right? Afterwards, you recognize the taste so much that you don't like it when you get food from a restaurant that has it inside because now you're like these cunts are using MSG, and
What you feel like they're cheating?
you can taste it. It has a it
well the American ones don't. Okay, so that MSG is not the same MSG. It's like the difference between the natural and the manufactured. It's a chemical version.
right. I mean,
It's not.
it's basically
Yeah.
tricking your brain into tasting proteins, right? So when you eat meat, it's not really tricking your brain into tasting proteins. The proteins do most proteins actually give off a little bit of MSG, but it does affect the same taste buds. It actually is just a different taste. You know what I mean? Like you have sweet, salty. What is the other one? Sour. What's the last one? Sweet, salty, sour,
Bitter. Bitter.
and bitter. Right.
It's up. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
so umami is the fifth taste, right? And what MSG does is it fucks with your umami receptors.
The Japanese love all that. They love all that here in Japan.
Dude, I love cooking, man. Cooking is fucking. It's not only delicious, but like, it's fun.
When you stay in a traditional Japanese hotel called a ryokan is called ryokan. They actually lay out all your when it's bedtime. They come in and lay out all your food on. But prior to that, if you're having your meal in your room, they come in with 2 or 3 of them coming in, sitting at the table, and you're just amazed at the amount of small dishes that are coming in. You think, oh, just 2 or 3, but it ends up like 20. But it's all small bits, small amounts, small portions.
I
Small
so want to
portions,
go to Japan.
moderation, and yeah, every kind
Yeah,
of nutrition you need is there
if
on that
there's if
table.
there's any country I want to go to, bro, it's Japan, dude.
Yeah.
Um,
And then
I
it
gotta
comes
say,
with sake,
I gotta
which
say,
is
dude,
like
the best
rice
shit,
wine or
Jin, the best shit I ever took in my life, right,
yeah.
was in Japan. Like I had a stopover, and I took a shit. I only had a small stopover. I took a shit and then bought some Kit Kats. But that shit was fucking great.
Yeah. You know what happened? The food you ate prior to that had to leave because the good food came in. That's what happened now.
For reals,
So the
dude. Like,
crap that you ate prior to the
bro,
Japanese food,
this is
you
how
had
good
some shit
that shit.
beforehand. Japanese
This
food
is how
comes in,
good.
cleans him out.
Seriously, this is how good that shit in Japan was, right? Like, when I walked into the bathroom stall, it recognized me walking into the bathroom stall, right? And then like it automatically
Yeah, I knew you were
put
going to say
almost like a condom around the seat, right? And it just went.
that.
You know what I'm talking about, right? Jen? It goes.
Yeah,
It puts a condom
yeah.
around. And then like you sit down, you take a shit. You're like, all right, this is clean. It's got a nice new condom on it. Um, and then you get done shitting, and there's all these buttons, right? And so while you're shitting, you're fucking with the buttons, and you realize that oh my god, one of them heats up the seat. You can't read anything on it, but you realize one of them heats up the seat, and then like you accidentally push one of them, and it shoots a little bit of water up your ass. So you press it again to stop it, and it's just fucking a great shit. It's entertaining while you're shitting, and like
Yeah. That's what we got at home. I've got those toilets. That's what we got here in our house. These toilets, we got those in the house now. Yeah.
Hey, Jen, let's start a business, Jen, selling that shit in America. Let's do it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they're slowly becoming desirable toilets. You know what I mean? Because people are beginning to realise you can have fun whilst you're having a shit.
Well, it's not just that. Like, Americans are the laziest motherfuckers in the world. So having a toilet that would actually, wash your anus, and do all that shit, and put a condom around it, all that crap. I mean, I don't understand why it's not been a thing already.
Yeah, because you know why? Because at the end of the day, it's a bit much, though. To be quite honest, you just want to go in and do your business and get out. You know what I mean? But there are people who go there, sit down, read a magazine whilst they're having a
Jen,
poo.
if it's a bit much,
What kind of person is having a poo and reading a magazine whilst he's stinking out the toilet? I mean, come on.
Jen, here's my question to you then. If it's a bit much, why is it that Tokyo Airport has them in the terminals?
Oh no, because that's the way it is in Japan. They want to give the customer the best possible experience. That's what it's all about here, you see. So when you buy the toilets, to buy a plain one, you will get looks. When you just buy a plain toilet, you just flush and go, which is what I wanted. But my wife wanted all the singing and dancing, bloody toilet. So there you go.
Do they have the Indian style toilets in Japan? Like in India, they got the squatties where you got.
Yeah. That's still around. Yeah.
They still have those.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So
that's where you go in. You go in, right? There is no toilet seat. It's a long hole in the ground.
Yeah.
And then where you place your feet is tiled. There's a tiled area left and right where you place your feet.
Right.
And
There's nothing. Also, there's nothing to hold on to. So if you're not practiced with squatting,
yeah, you're well fucked. Because there's no handles to hold on to. You got to squat down, make sure your poo is landing and it doesn't land inside your trousers and your pants and all that. Fuck's sake, what a nightmare that is. Yeah, but they're slowly phasing those out. They're actually, in the 20 years that I've been here, they have been steadily phasing those out.
Yeah. The worst shit I remember going to India, right, is that first of all, right, you're born in like for me, I was born in England, right? So I'm not used to the food, so you're gonna have diarrhea, and then you got to go squatty potty, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna have some accidents, bro. It's gonna happen.
Yeah. Well, for me, I've been an African. I had the African diet, the British diet. Okay, so that there saw me in good stead. We ate French food, Italian food. So by the time I started traveling the world, I mean, I started traveling the world in the 70s with my parents anyway. I never had any problems with diarrhea except for Morocco. Right? That's when I had diarrhea. I was on my motorbike with my girlfriend at the time, Carol, her name was Carol, and we went from England to Morocco, Western Sahara and back. A 3-week journey. And as soon as I left Spain, we got onto the ferry through Gibraltar into Rabat, Morocco. I was doing very well because I knew in Morocco now, I said to myself, I've got to make sure I buy bottled water. And I did that, right? But when you go to the restaurants now, they're washing the salads and whatever in their local water, and that's where I got the bug. So I had diarrhea for 3 days.
Yeah.
So
you know what? I actually have.
You see me in the photographs, right? You see me in my photographs smiling. Shortly after that shot, I went for a shit. Literally. It was like that.
Like what I told you about with the shits in India, that was when I was a kid, right? But when I was older and I was traveling for work and shit, right? Like I've had completely different type of experience. Like when I land in a new country, right? For some reason, my appetite is just gone. It's like I don't feel like eating nothing, dude. Like even when I went back to England, where like I missed the food for fucking forever.
Yeah.
I was there and I was like, I don't really feel like eating anything. It's just, I just lose my appetite.
Yeah, no. That doesn't happen to me. That doesn't happen to me at all because like I said, if you love cooking, then you're going to be more adventurous.
No, trust me,
Than
bro.
the-
I love
than the
food,
average.
man. I ain't no skinny motherfucker, man. I love my food, but when I travel, I need some time to. I don't know for what fucking reason. Um, but it's just I don't feel like eating. I'm just not hungry and
No,
weird. It's weird as fuck.
I'm always in anticipation. That's the main thing. The main thing of my trip is to taste the food, because through the food you understand the culture a little bit more. You know.
Well,
That's
okay,
what
so
it is.
so like Jen, right? You may understand this, right? Like, you have these restaurants, right? Where like, um, you go to the restaurant and there's like it's not it's just some chick and she's like cooking the food in a hot pot for you and then putting it in a bowl and you eat it. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, so like the second day after I got to China, we went to one of those things, right? And I'm chilling with these people from work, and this chick's cooking, and she's super nice. I'm sitting right next to her on this round table, right? And she keeps putting food in my bowl. Everybody else is eating it, and I'm the biggest motherfucker in the room. I should be eating the most, right?
Oh yeah.
But I've lost my appetite, and I can't eat it. So I'm shoving it down my throat to make her feel better because I feel rude not to eat the food she just put in my little bowl.
Exactly.
And then I kind of had to just stop. And then she's like, do you not like my food? She looked at me like, oh, fucking, like, it made me feel bad as fuck. And I was like, no. And she probably didn't understand a word I said because, I don't think she understood English. But, um, it was just like, I wasn't trying to be rude. I just lose my appetite.
Yeah. I had that situation in the Philippines, but I had the reverse of you. They were laughing at me because of the way I was devouring my food with my family there, but I was literally the fastest eater there.
Oh,
The
shit.
fastest eater in the restaurant. So they were laughing at me, you know, as they brought the food over. They said, the food is good. I said, I gave them the double thumbs up. Yeah. Keep it coming. Yeah, man.
So, dude, like, I'm so used to
Like a
asking.
samurai with a knife and fork.
I'm so used to asking for like food extra spicy, right?
Yeah.
And I did that shit in the Philippines. It fucking burnt.
Yeah, right. I was going to say to you, man, I never do that. I never ask for extra spicy.
Like in America or England, you gotta always ask for shit extra spicy. I did the same shit there, right? And holy fuck, took one bite, it lit my fucking mouth. I was like, all right, no fucking Philippines. They like this shit is spicy too. I got it. Yeah.
Literally sweating all over your dinner.
You know what, Jen, man? I love the Philippines. Like, I really think that was probably the best country I've ever visited.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to agree with you there. I'm going to say that it's so easy to live there. Yeah, I do like the Philippines. I could live there quite easily. Yeah, I swam with crocodiles.
I'll be honest with you.
Lovely,
The reason
people.
why,
Yeah.
Jen, for me is people are genuinely nice.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not the fake. It's not the fake. I'm doing this because it's my job type of nice. They're just doing it. That's just who they are. I mean, you got assholes there too, but it's pretty rare. They're just nice fucking people. They have very nice belief system. A lot of them are very Catholic, but outside of I don't mind people being Catholic. They're just good people.
The only problem with Philippines is military rule there. So if you go against the grain, you can be shot dead.
I don't mind that. I mean, it's not like I'm gonna do shit to fuck up the situation. Like, I'm not bad. Are you gonna do something to get shot dead?
I don't know. I mean, some of the, look, like, if you don't wear a mask, it's a curfew, blah, blah, blah. I mean, I'm not going to follow that, am I?
Well, dude, you know
I'm not
what?
gonna be shot there.
The Philippines is a small fucking a network of islands,
Yeah.
and if COVID gets spread, if yeah, I just said it, but if that disease gets spread there, It's a lot more detrimental for them.
Look, it's there. Look, it was there, and the leader said anyone who doesn't follow the protocol is going to be shot. You'll be shot.
I think that's
If
fine.
you're out, yeah, no, it was there. Definitely said you'd be shot if you're
I'm,
out.
I'm actually I'm actually
Yeah.
cool with that. I'm totally cool with that, Jen, because again, it's a small network of islands, and
Yeah.
it can spread really fast. They can't even get resources together fast enough. So, one person not following rules could fuck it up for a bunch of people and cause
No,
a bunch of.
that's wrong because in the Philippines you can get almost anything you want. They've got it all, and it's cheaper than anywhere else, right? And not only that, the food is excellent. Everything's nice. They're not running out of supplies of anything. It's just that
You know what?
the leaders are military. It's military rule, which is not good.
The Philippines, yeah, okay. So outside of the whole, I'm not sure why we're on this whole topic of disease and crap. Let's get off it. The one thing I found about the Philippines is it's super clean.
Yeah.
Well,
It is,
I was in Manila and in Makati, right? Most of the time in Makati. Makati was super fucking clean. Such a nice place.
Oh yeah. I'd like to go back there. Yeah, easy. I could easily live in the Philippines. Easily, man. Yeah. Really thoroughly enjoyed it there. The women were so nice. They just couldn't do enough for me. That was the thing.
Right?
That's what I noticed. They just couldn't do enough.
I'm thinking about like when I went there back in the days, I went there for software shit, right? And I've got some ideas for software that I want to implement, and I'm thinking about just getting a team there, which is weird, right? Because I'm Indian and I should do it in India, but like I would rather do it in the Philippines for some weird reason. I'm such a weirdo. And yeah, like you said, man, the women are extremely
Hey, Branch, are you one of those? Are you one of those like black Indians?
well, what does that mean?
I don't know. You said you're Indian.
Yeah, I'm not one of the black Indians. Well,
You're not.
what is
I
a
always okay. Are you telling me you're not black?
wait? What is a black Indian?
I don't know. Just like a black person that's also an Indian.
Like when you say Indian, you talk about American Indian or India?
Like India. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean there are some Indians that are very black.
Dude, I'm just asking. Are you Indian? Like from India?
Yeah,
You're not. You're not black at all.
no.
No,
Oh man, I just fucked my head a little bit. All right,
Why you thought I was black?
dude. I thought you were black forever.
Why? Like, do I sound fucking black?
Yeah.
I mean,
It does. You do.
I mean,
Yeah.
you know how you just try to like imagine what people look like by their voice, you know?
That's right. That's right.
Interesting that you thought I was
Yeah,
black.
you do sound like a black guy. That's
All right.
But from Britain, yeah, you do. You don't sound Indian. You don't have the English Indian.
Well,
you don't have that accent.
dude, and you I've heard you like use the N word like quite a few times too. Like you definitely try to come off as a black person sometimes.
Oh no, dude! Like I've been Riggs. Here's the thing, dude. It's like I personally don't understand why people are afraid to use it, and people use that word on me, right? So I don't feel fucking bad to use it back. And any black motherfucker that comes and confronts me about it, fuck them. I can use any fucking word I want. And as an Indian person, we were fucking called niggas too.
I've used the N word on my brothers and sisters, especially my brothers, from time to time over the years. But it's not many. It doesn't number in the hundreds at all. That's for sure. It's very rare, but I do use it occasionally.
You know what's funny?
Listen, you dumb nigga. You're not really playing the game. When things
Yeah,
go
but Jen, you know what? In England, right? the word nigger ain't even that bad. Like nobody sees it like people in America do. In America, it has a whole different connotation towards it, and I didn't know that when I
I
came
beg to
here.
differ there, mate. I beg to differ there. I beg to differ there. In England,
Well,
if you call a black guy a nigger, you're going to be in trouble. Period. No
no,
doubt about it.
Jen, there's a whole different level, bro. At least like when I was in England, maybe it's different now, right? Because of movies and shit. But when I was in England, I'm talking like 20 plus years ago, right? Um, when I moved to America, I didn't realize how bad of a word it was, and so I used it somewhat freely because my friends did, and most of my friends were Indians, right? And so one day we're hanging out with me and our friends and with a bunch of black people, right? And like and I used it, right? But I didn't use it like I can't remember how I used it, but I just called people nigger, right? Or someone a nigger, I don't know. And then like nobody really gave a fuck. And I was thinking my cousin at the time, and my cousin was like, "Bro, you can't use that word in front of black people." And I was like, "What?" And then my older cousin, who was my age, was like, "Shut the fuck up, man. He didn't use it in a bad way. Nobody gave a fuck."
Yeah, let me tell you something. If you went to Holston, Neasden, Brixton, yeah, and you used the N word, you'd find yourself in trouble. You'd probably be spitting out your
I don't
teeth
think
and
so, bro. I don't.
bits of plastic,
Listen,
shoe
look,
leather, and whatever.
you know what? I will say this, right? I'll say this, yeah. Because you is black, right?
I am black.
You is black. You is black, yeah.
I is black. That's right.
Just fuck her. But Jen, right? What the fuck do you think they called us?
Yeah, look. I grew up in the '60s. I had to overcome racism myself. That's why I am the way I am today. I had to overcome racism, but my saving grace, so I didn't become a racist, was because the white hippies. I have to say that word there.
But
The
Jen,
white
Jen, Jen,
hippies.
Jen.
And let me finish, please. The white hippies from the '60s and the '70s were looking after me and doing things for me that made me think, wow, what a wonderful world I'm living in. Even though there's people that didn't like me for my colour, here's a person I don't know from Adam and Eve, but yet they're helping me in the youth club, they're helping me, they're educating me, these hippies, and I hung on to that, and I became a youth worker through that. Because of the hippies, I wanted to become a youth worker, and I had the opportunity to do that because of the hippies, you see. So
Jen,
even though
Jen,
the racism was there and I battled it, I didn't become a person who hated white people. No, because I've got
Jen.
white friends.
This came down to Rig saying I use the N word openly, right? I think my point is simply this, Jen. Like brown people were called niggers just as much as black people were.
Oh
Right?
yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, of course.
So I don't see why like, and I personally don't think it's a bad word to use. I don't think any word should have that racial
If
connotation,
it's
right?
used in a
Um,
negative connotation, if it's used
right.
if it's used in a
Anything,
joking way, you dumb nigger
any
from another
word
nigger.
used
That's fine.
negatively, and
So,
but you know, I don't like this whole thing about how white people aren't allowed to use it, right? It's weird. It's the only word that we have which has such racial connotations towards it. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, because it was a bad word, you know. In the Greeks, you're called a magro in Greek. He's a magro.
Is that what they call Turks?
That's what they call black guys in Greek. Magro.
Greasy wops. That's the Italians. I remember saying that to a few of
Yeah,
my friends.
greasy wops. The spick. The spick for the Spanish. You chink for the Chinese. You nip for the Japanese. Nipponese. All right, so they're all there. We've all got their. They've all got their kind of like derogatory terminology that we can use for the races. But the Greeks used to call me a mavro. Hey, mavro, right? Because I used to go to the Greeks to have my hair cut. The guy's name was Sadilios. Sadilios, the Greek. I used to cut my hair. You know, he said he never knew a black guy could talk so much. He goes, yeah. How many black guys you come into your barber? None, only me, right? So that makes me special, doesn't it? Okay, discounts.
yeah,
Hitting for the discount, man. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. I used to go to my black brothers and sisters, you know, to have my haircut. You know, the Jamaican.
Well, what do you guys think about purebreds? Like people that know they're purebred from a certain country. I mean, it's becoming a rare type of people. You know what I'm saying?
What about them?
Like to find a purebred.
Yeah, just go to Africa, man. Plenty of Africans there.
No, I mean like
Go to India. Loads of
like a purebred British person that was actually
that's not.
does that even exist?
That's non-existent. Non-existent.
Yeah, I was just about to say.
Purebred British. There's none. Zero.
well, I mean, isn't it interesting how we don't even like it's so been outside of our concession of shit that when we think about, you know, the native English people, right? That
Yeah.
we're very quick to say that who gives a fuck? They're all dead.
They're what?
They're all dead. Like what? Like
They're non-existent.
native
lineage.
English. The native.
Yeah, there isn't any. That's right.
Yeah, it's obviously it was like mostly Scandinavians, and then obviously after the Italians came with the
Hold
Romans,
on. What I'm talking about is a native.
it's like there's none of that left anymore. So
Right. Right.
So there were no native Brits.
and obviously quite a lot of French in there as well. It's just the mix.
You got a mix. You got Rome, French, a German.
Russia,
Look at the royal family.
Scandinavia.
German blood in the royal family. Come on. The Windsors.
Okay. Look. What I'm trying to say is this, right? Look, back in the days, right, Britain used to be part of the major continent, right? And in those days, there was the first human that was born in Britain, and there was an entire.
I would say the original British were like the Druids and the maybe the Celtic.
Not the Celtic, but the Druids is close. But it's like nobody in England gives a fuck about them anymore. At least in America, right? Like, you know, the native Indians. No matter.
What you would consider the true American.
No, pretty much. I would consider native Indians as the true Americans. Well, who would you consider the true Americans?
No, I would probably agree with that.
But like in that way, and in Canada they've got a different name for them, but it's the same shit. You know what I mean? We don't really have that in England, do we? We don't have like a native England, a native English person.
Yeah, what is that?
Exactly, nobody knows.
What am I?
Like what you said, the Druids is probably the closest thing to a native Briton that anybody knows. Like it's been fucking eradicated from history who the natives of England were.
We gave Rome a little bit of a run for their money, but
Well, why do people not question that? Like, if you think about it, why am I questioning this? And when I ask you, you don't know how to answer it. Like, who were the first?
I know. Where is the history?
I mean, we say the Druids, but I'm pretty sure the Druids came
after other people.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta understand, like, like England itself is an island, so the chance of like England having its native people being born there and, you know, evolving there is small. They did come from somewhere.
Yeah, it's more like a stop-off point for other nations.
Right, and you know, back in the time where the first fucking human came to England and his wife and started fucking and making kids and shit, England was probably a lot closer to Europe, or was connected to Europe at that time.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I think wouldn't it be an interesting documentary, right? To figure out where the first Briton, where the first, what's his name, Britannian came from. I'd watch it. Would you watch it?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
Of
sure.
course. Of course I would.
All right, let's start a GoFundMe, and I'll put Jin in charge of making the fucking movie because I can't be fucked. Jin, you ready to make the movie?
Oh, yeah.
I think in order for us to make the movie, though, we will need to travel to several different countries first. You know, maybe definitely have to go to the Philippines. Stay there for a little bit. That should be where we all hang out, first of all, to come together with ideas. And then, using the money we raise, we can go about actually making a documentary. What do you think, Jen?
Yeah, I think it would be a good documentary. Yeah.
I would. I think
It'd be very interesting to see the reaction of the people when we want to actually present it to the world. That would be the first thing. Because I'm sure we're going to meet with a lot of resistance.
well,
Oh, I don't think that's really the important thing. It's actually trying to dig down and actually find out, like that question, like what Branch said, like what was the original British? Like that is the interesting thing about it, isn't it?
Yeah.
What was it?
I personally think there was an effort made to eradicate all evidence of it. And I mean,
Possibly.
yeah, and I think that it makes sense.
But you could have that from loads of different nations across the world.
Well, back in the days, that's what people used to do, right? They used to take over countries and then eradicate all,
All the history, all the culture, everything. The
right?
identity.
Because they didn't want
Basic.
anybody to ever fuck with them again. And they realized that, hey, if we eradicate all this shit, the kids of these people's kids won't retaliate because they will have no fucking reason to do that. What would you retaliate against if your history was already wiped out? Like,
How would it affect me? It's just what happened before me, isn't it?
Yeah.
It might just be nice to know, but it's not really going to bother me, is it?
Jim Jam.
Might
Here's
be
the
nice to know.
Jim Jam. Like, what would happen, yeah, if like you figured out the original Britons or Britannians,
Yeah, the Brits.
the original Brits. How would you feel if they came from France?
I'd say that's probably not too. That's not going far back enough, because
France is the closest country, right?
yeah, but you also had Vikings coming here, so that's Russia, that's Scandinavia.
But if we talk about the original,
It's a mix of so many. Like, there's definitely French in there.
But
with the 100 Years' War, that was all with France, wasn't it, in England?
Yeah,
so
that's right.
Jim Jam. Here's the problem, right? Like, if you think about, like, let's say you pull back.
So it wouldn't be actually. Oh, what you mean? The originals that settled there would have been from France.
That's correct.
I don't know. I still
Scandinavia and
yeah, I'd say Scandinavia beforehand.
yeah.
All right. Let's make a bet. I think that the original Brits were French. For France.
Well, the oldest evidence we have for Neolithic people in the UK is the Beaker people, and they're related to what's called the corded ware culture.
I knew Foolish would know about this. Foolish knows about everything.
Archaeology a bit more than most.
So Foolish, like this would have been when the continents were connected. Or was Britain always an island?
Well, Do you mean when there wasn't an English channel?
Yeah,
Right.
when Doggerland. Do you know about Doggerland?
Is that what they called it? The land when the English channel wasn't there?
When it
Was
it's a period
land
of
and not.
history where the mainland UK mainland Britain was joined to sort of the Netherlands down to sort of France,
Was
and a
it
large portion
Netherlands
of the
or was
North
it?
a large portion of the North Sea
Right.
was also land, and it was called Doggerland. That's why we still have Dogger
Wait.
Bank out in the North Sea.
Polish, are you trying to say Scotland was connected to the Netherlands, and then London or Southeast England was connected to France?
No, I'm saying that sort of East Anglia was kind of connected out through to the Netherlands and southern Denmark, or Friesland, and the channel wasn't really in the state that we see it now. So there was a major river
That's
system
right.
that ran
Got it.
through
Polish, what year was that?
Oh, bloody.
probably about 6,000 BCE.
Okay,
Yeah.
so humans were around.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean that was. I mean we keep dredging up loads of really good archaeological evidence out of the North Sea.
So
Stone tools, other
basically,
bits and
what
bobs.
happened was, we used to be part of, like, there was a bunch of French motherfuckers that were on that side. There was a bunch of Netherlands motherfuckers, and everybody was just one country. And then somehow something happened to split fucking England up, and it just floated away.
But the question you've also got to ask is who were the original people that inhabited France? Because they could have come from Italy or somewhere else before that. So are they
Africa.
actually French or are they actually Italian or are they?
True,
What I
true.
would do is I would go and look at corded ware culture and the preceding cultures that we identify that come before that.
Like
Most of it comes from Central Europe migrating east to west.
So somehow, right, what happened is, like, you had Lucy, right? And Lucy in Africa was, was fucking a whole bunch of guys and shit, just getting gangbanged on the daily, right? And
That's why they call it the Lucy train.
yeah, but somehow, well, maybe not her. Her daughters were, or somewhere down the line, they popped out a kid that wasn't as black.
Well, now you're talking
Albino.
about Australopithecus africanus, aren't you?
But didn't all people come from that
No, he's
bitch?
talking about albinos.
No, he's talking about Lucy. Lucy is an Australopithecus
I mean,
africanus.
foolish. You know what?
Yeah,
I haven't read up enough about this, yeah. But, like, because I actually think I may be totally wrong. And now that I say it, I'm pretty sure I'm wrong about the fact that all humans came from Lucy, because when
You're wrong.
That's what they said.
when we go back
No,
and
you're
look at
talking now about
reverse humans,
mitochondrial Eve,
yeah,
which
Yeah.
it's
which
totally
isn't
wrong
Lucy.
because there's Neanderthal, and
Okay.
then there's what is it? There's Neanderthal backgrounds people, and then there's the other one,
Homo heidelbergensis.
right?
You've also
Homo
got
sapiens.
Cro-Magnon, Java Man as well. There's a whole load of cousins that we have.
And
Homo erectus.
the weird shit is we all look alike, but, like, they are separate things.
Well, we don't really know what people like the Denisovans look like because we just have some finger bones.
Don't know
Isn't it funny though how, like, we all fucking have the same type of hands? Wouldn't it have been fucking great if, like, Chinese people had different hands from us?
How does your brain work, bro?
Do you know the major difference between Neanderthal and Homo sapiens sapien morphology? It's not the hands; it's the shoulders.
Hmm.
That was our advantage.
and
We
again-
could
and
throw
again,
shit. We
that's-
could throw
that's-
shit much better.
That's if you believe that evolution is time, because we don't really know. It's not so
Well,
bad.
evolution is a fact. Change in allele frequency within a population over time is an established fact.
Foolish. Let me ask you a
Well,
question.
yeah, I mean, people are getting taller. Apparently.
Well, Jen, I personally think the reason we're getting taller is because of the food we eat. And you know what? This actually comes from direct shit that's actually happened to me, right? Like, in England, Indian people are pretty short. Like, Indian people are just generally short, and You know, my brother and me moved at the same time, and my brother remained short. I came here, drank
Yeah, that's
drank the American fucking milk, ate the American fucking food, and I shut up like a motherfucker in that 1 year, right?
But are you Northern Indian? Are you Dravidian? Are you Tamil origin? Because that affects your size. So if you're from Northern India, you have
I'm
a higher average
I'm
height.
I'm about a foot taller than anybody else in my family.
Yeah, my kids are well, quarter Dutch, quarter Maori, and they're massive.
Well, regardless of that, what I'm trying to say, foolish, is that like maybe not a foot. That was exaggerating, but I'm a lot taller, right? Um, I really do think it has a lot to do with the food you eat.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of protein you get does help. That's
Well, I
definitely
think
true. If you look,
the amount
if
of
you look at
fucking
if you
growth
look at if you
hormones.
look at the average height of British people in the 18th century compared to now, the average height in England in the 18th century was about 5'6". When
I'm
I
not.
when
I'm
I
not.
when I was a child, I was average height. Now I'm about 3 inches shorter than average
I'm
height,
not
about
saying that
5'12".
foolish. What I'm saying is that like in America, there's a lot more growth hormone and shit like that thrown into the food, and I think that's what made me taller.
Oh, they've genetically modified you.
No, I think just drinking that growth hormone fucking milk, eating the growth hormone fucking fruit is,
Drinking Miracle Grow.
is why I'm taller than like anybody else. I'm the tallest person um, out of anyone in my family for generations, right? Outside of all my cousins and shit, my cousins in America are generally a lot taller than my cousins in England or India. When I go
Are
back,
they taller than you? Are
yeah,
they taller than you?
yeah, my cousins in America are taller than me, all the same height. I'm just a little bit above 6 foot, and my cousins are like 6'2", 6'1". They're tall motherfuckers, right? Some of them, not all of them. At least the American ones are. Not all of them too, though. I do have a short American cousin.
No, I mean I'm 5'9", 5'10", and my eldest son is about 6'2", now, and he's still got another three,
I,
four
I
years of growth.
personally think that our heights have a lot to do with the type of food we eat. Like even if you look at like um,
Well, Japan's a great example of that.
it is.
Yeah,
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 because Japan used to be a pescatarian culture. Eating meat was considered to be a bit gross, and it
yeah.
wasn't until the Americans arrived in the late 18th century, early 19th century, sorry, that all of a sudden the emperor started adopting eating meat, and then it became acceptable for the rest of the culture to eat meat. And that had a
Yes,
huge impact on the average height of Japanese people because they were short motherfuckers.
I don't think so, bro. Because like that same shit happened to us as Indians, right? Like um, a lot of Indians don't eat meat, and like I have my cousins that eat meat and don't eat meat, and
No, but in
I
Japan, meat
wouldn't I
eating,
wouldn't say there's a big
they
difference.
protest to eating horse meat, so they eat meat here, man.
No, I just know I've got cousins that are pure veg, right? Like they'll drink milk and cheese, but they won't eat or eggs. They'll eat eggs, but that's about it, right?
They'll eat deer, but they won't eat sheep.
No, they'll eat
You know,
eggs. Eggs is like the
that surprises me.
closest thing to meat.
Jin's talking about the Japanese, not the Indians.
Yeah, the Japanese, yeah.
Why is deer not considered meat? I don't. You know what? That it really pisses me off, right? When people say that this type of animal is
Sacred.
is not as cool as that type of animal. I don't like it. Like, why is it okay? Why is it halal to eat fish? And it's 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 not a. I understand you can't gut a fucking fish. You can't cut its neck. Um, actually,
You
no.
have to gut fish, otherwise they're very bad for you.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
but I don't know, dude. But like in the Muslim religion, like all fish is halal. regardless of how you kill
Yeah,
it.
but you have to eat. You have to gut it. You can't eat the guts. Come on, man. Yeah,
No, wait.
Alright.
I didn't mean to say gut. I meant to say, you know, the way they kill it.
You
Like,
need to drain the blood of the animal. That is one of the
yeah,
requirements in
Yes,
halal.
right.
that's correct. Yeah.
And that requirement is not around for fish.
Because fish don't really
Yeah,
have
but there's
blood.
not that much blood in fish. You see, there's not that much blood to
There's a
drain
lot
off
of
it.
blood. I mean, like,
Depending
you
on
know,
the fish you catch.
yeah.
You know?
I mean, a lot of people, they'll, you know, slit the fucking gills to bleed the fish out and shit like. I don't know, dude. It's like I just find it weird. Like, I'm not saying that my
I
religion's the
caught
best.
fish. I never did that.
Indian people
Chop the
do
head
it a
off.
lot.
Chop the head
Indian
off. Chop the
people,
tail off. Open the stomach. Gut it. Then follow the knife all the way down. Spread it out. Bone it and then grill it. Man, come on, man. No,
yeah.
not much
Well,
blood.
you tend to start off by gutting before you top and tail.
Indian
Yeah.
people,
Well,
I don't know about in Japan, but in UK that's how we do it.
I'm just saying though, Indian people do this shit too, right? Where they say, you know, this one animal is better than another animal and that type of shit. I don't like that. I think that
I don't really see that, but go on.
well some
Unless you're talking about religious prescriptions, you know, not eating pork is quite a
Or are you
common
talking
one.
about cats and dogs?
well, yeah, it's not even that. Like some people believe that
Pets.
Indians think that cows are fucking holy and shit, all that crap.
that's
Which
right.
means
Yeah,
that they
in
put
India. In
right. But
India, the cows
I mean
sacred.
honestly, I don't see it that way, and if people do see it that way, I don't like that. I think that every animal is just as special as us, and I don't think there's a difference.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Equally as unique.
Right.
Yeah.
I
That's
mean,
why in China they have equality and they eat pretty much everything.
like honestly, like
So what about insects?
I think insects too, bro. Like they live a short
Oh,
life.
yeah.
They live a short life, but it's still a life.
That's right.
Not all
And they
insects
job
have a
to
short
do,
life.
And they have a job to do. And they have
Yeah,
the job
some
to do
insects
on
live
this
a
earth.
long life. Look at the water bear. The water bear can live millions of years.
That's not an insect.
What is it?
It's part of a tardigrade. It's called the tardigrade, and I can't remember the exact entomology of it.
Well, thank you, foolish. But you know what I
But
meant.
it's not. But it's not an insect.
Okay, good job. But you know what I meant though. It what like what?
They're also really, really small, so you wouldn't get really much sustenance off a tardigrade. In fact, I think you need a microscope.
I could eat a lot of them. I could eat like a whole bunch of them, and they'll be delicious. I want to make a water bear burger.
Yeah, but they're like microscopic, Branch.
I think it'll be delicious.
Well, go and make one. Let us know.
I will.
We wait for the results.
And I'll flavor it with Worcestershire sauce.
Why Worcestershire? Isn't it Worcestershire?
Saucy boy.
I just said it because I knew people would fucking fuck with the pronunciation.
Are you going to go to Leicester Square after that?
Yeah, so, well, you gotta remember Foolish, right? Foolish. I am brown, right? So, like, have you ever been to Leicester?
Yeah.
It's pretty much brown city. Like,
No,
when
it's not.
Yeah, it fucking is.
No, it's not.
Oh, okay. The football team.
You got 25,000. You got 25,000 nurses in a nursing university in Leicester. That's why I used to go there because it was good shagging.
Bro, like every time, I guess there's maybe different parts of Leicester, right? But like I remember, like when you take the what was it, 21 exit. I never used to drive, but I remember we used to take the 21 exit, and then like you go up that one road, and there's like this A to Z tire place, that area, and all around it. Just straight fucking Indians. It's like India City, bro. You don't see white people, you only see brown people.
It's got like an area like a bit like Southall. I used to live in Southall in West London.
Yeah, a lot of Indians in Southall. A lot of Indians.
Like you didn't see Leicester like that. Like I used to always see Leicester as being like brown city, like just straight browns. No?
No, I mean it's not like going to Luton. Luton's way more
Right,
sort of
but
Asian than
maybe I just
Leicester is.
realized that like there's different parts of Leicester. Maybe I'll be like, maybe the northwest part of Leicester is all Indian, and the rest of it's not. So maybe we're. But I always thought all of Leicester was just fucking Indians.
No, I used to go to Leicester quite a lot.
Yeah, no, it's not.
But
The
admittedly,
Indians
I
are
mean, to be
everywhere.
fair, that was back in 95, 96, somewhere around there.
Yeah,
Early
that's
Yeah.
94.
exactly the time frame I'm talking about. I moved
Yeah.
out in '96.
Yeah. So one of my best mates lived in Nottingham, so I used to go out to Nottingham, and then we used to go out clubbing in Leicester.
Yeah, I never really went out in Leicester. But I went to like a pub. When
Oh
I,
man, did you realise it's got the highest per capita men to women imbalance in pretty much the UK during university time?
Leicester?
Yeah, it's fucking awesome. It's like about 4 girls to every guy. You missed a trick there, bro.
That's so weird, bro. Because like no, but here's what I actually, you know what, it totally makes sense, especially
We
for
used to go uni student hunting. That was what we went up there for.
yeah, especially for Indians, dude. Because like I said, there was a lot of Indians there, right? And like girls were a lot more likely to stay at home and do university. And like Indian boys were somewhat allowed to, go to university or whatever because people in Leicester were a little bit backwards. At least like in the '90s, right? So I can see that. For Indian people, I didn't know about all the other races.
I mean, I think the place I've lived where probably there is the biggest single imbalance would either be Tulse Hill down in South London, and that's near Brixton,
I think it's different
or
though. Foolish.
or
You know
Southall.
what's interesting, right? Is though back in the days when you talk about it being brownie, right, or brownish peoples, those were different type of being brown than now.
Yeah, I mean, no one said "fam" and "are you coming up my ends" back in my day.
Well, I think there were more like a lot of the browns that were there back in the days um, were from India.
Yeah, second, third generations. I mean, a lot of them came over in obviously the 60s and early 70s
I
with
don't know
the
about
huge
yeah.
influx.
I haven't been to England for a bit, but I think that now what brown means in England is more of uh, a Muslim thing.
No, not at all, mate.
No,
Just
Nah.
Asian.
Yeah, I mean, we'll say Asian, or we'll say Jamaican or West Indian, African. Still pretty normal.
I
I mean,
heard
I
you
don't know,
mention
Jim
Luton
Jam.
as
I don't
well.
know. Yeah, I don't know where you come from, but
Well, I used to work in Luton quite a bit, and there's actually quite a lot of Eastern Europeans there now as well. So
yeah.
well, you know
it's
what
quite
else?
a mixing pot of quite a lot of nations. So
I always found it funny, yeah, when like British people used to say like go back home and shit like that, right? Because like the reason why a lot of the brownies came to England was because after the war, there wasn't enough men to fuck the girls. So they called a whole bunch of guys over to say, "Hey, our girls need some dick. Can you Indian guys come over? We'll sponsor you." So a lot of the Indians that
Jamaican.
well no the Indians is in like brown people from India. A lot of the reason why they are in England is because they came to fuck the girls.
Yeah, this is why I'm going to leave the chat now, Branch, because I'm going to go down this fucking route. It's just pathetic.
All right.
Down there.
Foolish. You know what? I do apologize. I don't want to make you feel bad. I'll change. I will quit this
No,
subject.
it's a stupid thing to say,
All
Branch.
right. Well, that's why my
And
brain.
it's the type of thing that can provoke incredibly wrong reactions in the type of people that we're talking about.
Yeah.
And
Well.
and that is just silly, because what you're doing is then you're helping them with their stupid fucking arguments and
Okay.
division.
Well, I do
And
apologize.
that's not why people were brought over here. And that basically, and you know that, so you're being intentionally, in my view, intentionally deceptive.
I don't know. I think people know that Branch is a bit of a comedian, so
Come on,
yeah,
Branch.
you take
This
it with
is
a
not
pinch of
the
salt.
this is not the call center you're looking for, bro.
Well, it's not just that, but I do apologize, foolish, and I think
Not the call centre.
today, out of every other day, I have tried to be very, if you want, friendly with you, so that we don't get into an argument. And if me not talking about this subject again is what is needed to make you stay, I'm totally cool with it.
Yeah, I appreciate
Just try
that.
something else, dude. Just try something else. Maybe it's getting a little too whatever.
I think we should, like, me and Jin, we had a good conversation about the shape of toilets.
Yes, especially on the spaceship, on the
I
ISS at $23 million.
I
for a
personally
toilet.
think it's not just that, but Jin, I personally think that, the whole, when shops in America and Great Britain started running out of toilet paper, that wouldn't have been a problem if we had, connected a couple of pipes and had a bidet system.
Yeah, be there, yeah.
I personally think it's a lot more hygienic.
Well, of course. A lot more hygienic and cleaner than throwing it out the window onto passers-by.
Well, it's like if you let's say somehow you accidentally got bird poop on your face, right? You wouldn't just use a tissue and smudge it off, right? You'd use some water to actually wash it off. And like,
Depending on where you are.
and that's why I think that, what we do on our, buttocks regions, where we just kind of wipe it off, without any water, shouldn't we feel like we need to actually wash it a little bit better?
Do you remember, have you ever been pooed on by a bird and remembering the impact and the sound? Yeah? You know when you've been hit by a bird poo, because you feel the impact on your shoulder or on your head. You know, it's like a stone hitting you from a great height.
Yeah, but it makes that noise. It's like noise. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that slapping kind of like impact noise. Splat. Yeah. I know. I've been hit by bird shit a few times.
It's supposed to be good luck.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
I'll
good
tell you a
luck.
funny story about that.
Yeah, go on.
When my mum was pregnant with my brother, she was obviously in hospital. She was a smoker, so she hadn't been able to have a cigarette for ages. And after obviously she'd given birth to my brother, she finally came outside, sparked up a cigarette. What happened? Bird shat on the cigarette.
What a
How about
shock.
that?
What a
Like first
shock.
cigarette in like months.
Yeah. She should have took that as a sign. Stop smoking.
Yeah, it is the sign, isn't it?
Yeah, of course it is.
Nah, man, like, my worst experience with bird poop was like, I went to a bar, right? And I went there with workmates. And for some reason, I don't think I was at work. Like, I was working from home. Sometimes we just go work at the bar, right? So I think that was one of those days where we just all called in, like, working from home. And we just went to the bar to work. And a bird shot at me while I was doing it on my sleeve, right? I guess I didn't realize, I didn't see it. And then in the morning, I was hungover, so I just put the same shirt on and went to work. And I had bird poop on my fucking sleeve, right? And then, like, I had a meeting with some dude, or he came to my desk or some shit, and he's like, "Bro, is that bird poop on your fucking shoulder?" And I was like, I looked at it, I was like, "Holy fuck!" I was like, "Oh shit, yeah." I went outside to smoke, and maybe it happened while I went outside to smoke, and it was fucking in the morning. So he goes, "Yep, the early bird catches the worm." And I was like, "Yeah, you're totally right. Birds don't poop in the morning, do they? They poop at night." I was so embarrassed, dude. That's like probably the most embarrassing shit ever.
Yeah, my experience was after a football game in Regent's Park, and then we all got changed after the game, and we were on our way and we're walking through the park, and everyone's laughing joyfully and that, and suddenly you heard that noise, you know what I mean? It landed on my bloody shoulder. Everyone fell about laughing, you know, because I was always taking my clothes seriously at the time, you know, and they just pissed about laughing, man.
You know what's
Could only
funny
be
about
fish.
you know what's funny about Trafalgar Square, right? Like, people don't get shot on in Trafalgar Square.
Yeah, that's funny. That true, isn't it? Yeah. Too busy feeding, aren't they?
They must go shit. They must know. You know what? Maybe the birds are smart enough to know that if we shit around this area, less people come. So
Yeah.
they shit. Isn't that weird though, right? Like there's so many fucking pigeons, but like I've never been shattered on. I don't know anyone that's ever been shattered on in
There you
Trafalgar.
go. True.
And like the floor in Trafalgar Square isn't just fucking full of shit.
No, that's
Floor, it's
right.
regular floor.
Not covered, is it? But
Yeah.
Nelson's column was covered. There was a complaint. That's why they stopped the feeding of the pigeons in Trafalgar Square, because Nelson column got peppered to death.
I think pigeons are smart enough to know that don't shit where you get fed.
Yeah, but yeah, they had to stop it in the end. That's why you don't see that going on so often now.
Oh, they don't do Trafalgar Square anymore?
Not like it used to be. It's nothing like it used to be. Yeah, because people were complaining. The cleaning bill was way too much, because not only was it Nelson's column, the arts gallery building would be peppered to death. You
I
know
have
what I mean?
no
Because
idea
of
what
everywhere.
Nelson's column is. What the fuck is Nelson?
Sorry.
What's Nelson's column?
Well, Nelson's column is the actual Trafalgar Square where Lord Nelson is standing on the bell at the top. That's Nelson's column.
In the middle,
That in the middle. That's Nelson's column.
with the
Yeah.
four tigers,
And
the four lions.
that's where you get your pictures taken, where the four lions are Nelson's
I,
column.
they're not. They're, yeah, the four lions. Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
he got peppered to death with bird shit. And then the bill Westminster Council used to complain because the bill for cleaning out was like humongous, and they said we got to stop this thing because it was just costing a lot of money. But not just Nelson's column, all the buildings surrounding that area would be peppered with bird shit, and they'd be living there and hanging around. They had to stop it. It wasn't good. So that's why they stopped it in the end. No more feeding the pigeons. Stop that.
Have you seen it where like some birds seem to have it in for just one car? You got one car in the car park that's just been peppered.
Yeah, the
Like,
car
they don't
became the
like
toilet.
that guy.
That car's the toilet, yeah. The Carsey. That's the Carsey, man.
That BMW there, that
Yeah.
the most expensive car in the car park.
Yeah, man, yeah.
But yeah, how did we get onto the topic of bird shit?
That would be Branch, of course. He branched off, didn't he?
Hey, dude.
I was wondering how you got onto it.
I think this is a good conversation, though. Yeah. I think it may. We were.
It's a little bit shitty.
I know, but we were talking about taking shits in Tokyo. So it was a
Well,
natural.
you were, because you said you had something to eat, and then you had a good shit, you said. Basically.
That's not how we came onto bird shit, though. How did we get onto bird shit?
Don't worry about it.
Now, I kind of want to know.
He has to know.
It's there somewhere. I just can't be fucked to recall it. I mean, if we really want to recall it, right? We started talking about bird shit the moment that Foolish left. And Foolish left because I
You
started.
were lying. Yeah, you started lying.
No, I didn't start lying. I started talking about a subject Foolish didn't like.
You were lying about the women being fucked in India and all this and that, you know?
No, I started talking about. I started talking about the fact that.
Well, it was kind of a half truth.
Yeah, no, it's absolute truth. Like, the British people did ask for volunteers from India to come move to America, and that's part of how my family came to America. I mean, to England, is because of that. So it's not like I was lying.
No, look, the Indians came to Britain because it was part of the Commonwealth, weren't they? So they had a right to come to England. That's it. And they came looking for work. Is what
No.
they
There's the
came.
rest of the truth.
Bro, again, a lot of this
I
shit.
grew up during that period, remember? I grew up during that period, so I know.
Okay, well, again, like Foolish said, this is not a good conversation to actually talk about because it'll make a lot of people.
No, it's a good conversation. If you want to talk about Indians immigrating to England, England had the welfare system, so they, you're going to be put up. You're going to have your money coming in. That's why they came. And once one Indian got in, that individual had the right to have his or her family, extended family, to come over, and that's how Indians ended up all over Britain. Every facet: Newcastle, Leeds, Manchester, Luton, London, Wales, all over the place. All right, we know it's clearly obvious.
Jen,
I actually teach that here.
Jen, after the war, right?
Yeah, there was a shortage of men in England. It's very true.
What was there an influx from any other country?
That's bullshit. That is what there was a shortage of men, so they needed Indian men to come over. What are you talking about? That's crap.
They may. What I'm saying is they may have called people from other countries too, but I know for sure that.
Nah, that's bullshit. That's BS. BS, mate.
All right, Jen. Again,
I thought they were brought in mainly for jobs because there was a lack of jobs.
Exactly what it was. Jobs. Exactly. Because the British worker would not work for the low pay. It was too low. They thought that was after the war and the amount of work they'd put into.
dude, do you know how fucking lazy Indian people are? We're the shittest workers in the world. We'll do your fucking.
Yeah, but if you're going to get a house, if you're going to get a council
bro. Here's the thing, man. Indian people are really good at doing taxes, writing programs and shit like that. But manual labor is shit we're not good at, bro.
Yeah, I know, because recently there's a bridge that collapsed not so long, a few days ago. So
right, we can design the bridge.
So it's the joke over there.
Indian people may be able to design the bridge and do the engineering behind it, but building the bridge
they can't even do that properly. They couldn't even do that properly. What are you talking about?
Gene, I sense a little bit of racism from you, bro.
No, it's fact. The amount of accidents that you Indians have had over there in India, it's a joke.
Yeah.
It's
I mean, I actually find it interesting how the biggest corporations on this planet right now, right, have Indian CEOs. Almost all of them.
I don't know. Well, I don't know how they wangled that. I mean, don't get me wrong. India is lying to the world with the satellites that they've got, Chandra 1 and Chandra 2. Yeah. And then there's a Chandra 3 they're busy constructing now. So they're good liars. Yeah.
I was actually really sad when India's probe to the moon didn't land. I was so sad when it didn't. Like, not so much because like I wanted India to grow and shit like that, but I just felt like there was this like if it had landed, right, there would have been this whole generation of kids that would have really found science as, something to strive for, and it would have just been better for humanity. Like, I don't like the way that today's society looks at people that are in the scientific fields as not cool. I think it should be the coolest profession. Like, why is it so much cooler to, have a job like an actor than to be the best scientist in the world?
Because they can act like the best scientists in the world.
Yeah, but I mean, I still feel like, we don't give intelligence enough credit still. I mean, for some reason, we still see cool as an antipart to intelligence. Like, usually, being cool.
I think at school that it's like that, but as soon as you leave school, it's the opposite, really.
I don't think so. I mean, like, even in the corporate world, right? You will see it divided, completely divided.
Wow.
It's just a weird balance. But I mean, even in the corporate world, there's a definite delineation between the cool motherfuckers and the geeks, if you want. Like Jen.
Yeah, what are you saying?
You teach English, right?
Yeah.
So you must know a lot of other teachers who provide tuition to kids, right?
Yes, I have them come here, so they actually come to my school to learn.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're actually in a school?
Yeah, Gin's English school, and then there are other schools that I attend on invite. Yeah.
I mean, I think the point I was trying to get at was like, if you, within your school or within the group of teachers that you're cool with, is there a line between the science teachers, mathematics teachers, the teachers of sciences, and how cool they are compared to, the teachers of other subjects, such as, economics and history
Oh
and
yeah. That exists. Of course, that does. Yeah, it does exist.
right.
You know, you
So
see as it happens around the world, people who are not so versed in the sciences look up to them because they're the all-knowing. Yeah, that happens. Of course course it does.
Oh no, I didn't mean it that way. I was talking
What do you
about
mean?
a straight cool factor, like the
Like the drama teacher is cooler than the science teacher.
right.
Well,
Like
yeah.
as a child who's aspiring to be someone, would they rather want to be the history teacher who's cool, or the nerdy chemistry teacher?
I don't even think history teachers are cool.
That's true, dude. I've
Yeah.
never had a history. History is
PE
like
teacher, maybe.
history is probably the worst. Well, who's a cool teacher? Like, you know who's
PE.
who's a cool teacher? Woodwork. Maybe that's because I just like woodwork.
Yeah, I reckon it's just down to the individual there, the actual teacher's character himself. If he's a flamboyant, he's always out there trying to, appeal and connect with the kids. He's going to be seen as cool. If he's an, autocratic, authoritarian type, then they're not going to like him. So I just think
Like
that's
your
the
PE
same
teacher,
anywhere.
your PE teacher, right? Did you think your PE
Yeah.
teacher was cool?
Yeah, I thought he was cool because he was very talented. He could play the football or the rugby.
We used to
and he
call
was a history teacher.
we used
So
to
my-
call
my-
our PE teacher Mr. Willyhead.
Yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't
Yeah,
get away with that with my teacher. But he was pretty funny though. But yeah, as soon as you done saying like that was it, you were sent round the field 10 laps.
Yeah, and if you didn't buck up your ideas, you're getting the cane. In our school, you were getting the cane. So yeah.
Hey, you know what though, man? I totally fucked my PE teacher up one day. Like we used to play rugby, right? And sometimes the PE teacher wants to play on the losing side just to even the score up, right? And like he came running towards me, right? Like how the PE teacher would normally do it. Like, don't fuck with me because I'm the PE teacher. And I just fucking just dove at his fucking legs and took him down. He hit his fucking head on the ground. Motherfucker was dazed for like a minute. Fucking great, dude.
Yeah, we had in my school we had Mr. Brandon, football teacher that was going bald, and then whenever he headed the ball, because he always used to slap the hair back on his head because it would all fall off to one side, and he'd have to slap it back on and carry on playing against it. That used to make us laugh a lot. But he was a proper shit off footballer, Mr. Brandon. Then we had Mr. Breeze, who was a basketball player, and he was pretty good. And then we had Mr. Atkins. He was the cricket teacher, and he was very snobbish compared to the other two PE teachers. Then we had two history teachers, Mr. Livingston, who was Scottish. Who was Scottish, right? History teacher, and Mr. Smith, who was a history teacher, Englishman, but they were both rugby players, and they were always battling each other. So there was the five PE teachers in my life.
You had that many fucking teachers just for PE? I mean,
yeah.
How many kids were in your year?
Fuck it. I mean, that's something that it's hard. I mean, we had 11, 12 classes.
Oh shit!
So it was a big school. Sir Williams Collins Comprehensive School for Boys. So there were no girls at our school. Not my brothers. Yeah.
Dude, mine was only like we had 80 boys and 80 girls. And
we were a big school, massive school. We were a big school.
Ours was like we had a boys' school on the top of the hill and a girls' school at the bottom of the hill.
Oh, I feel sorry for you guys. I had a mixed school. That was good.
It was weird. When I came to America, though, it was mixed, and that shit was fucking weird because now you
not having to wear a uniform and shit.
Yeah, that was actually one of the weirdest things is because now you actually gotta think about what the fuck you're gonna wear.
Yeah, you gotta start buying clothes now.
Right, and honestly, I kind of felt like wearing uniform was actually a peace of mind. You don't have to think about that shit.
Yeah, that's how I was. I had school uniform right up until the 6th year. Then you could dress as you wanted, and then I was into my dad's wardrobe because my dad wasn't wearing the clothes, so I could wear his suits.
Dude, we had uniform even.
I was known as a snob. and my dad's briefcase as well. I was being called a snob by the time I got to the 6th year. You know, I mean, I look pretty good at the pool table. I look pretty good at the pool table. 3-piece suit.
You used to take a fucking briefcase to school?
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Yeah,
So
you'd
you definitely
have got bullied for that.
definitely did not.
I got bullied for that. I got slaughtered for that. But I carried on.
Bro, you tried
I had a 3-piece suit.
that shit. You tried that shit in London, dude. You're gonna get.
I was in London when I did that.
What part of
I
London?
grew up in London, man. That's
What
where I
part?
was born.
What part of London?
I grew up. I was born in Islington, living in the Isle of Dogs for the early part of the 60s, and by 67 we moved to Camden Town.
No. Where did you live when you used to fucking take a briefcase to school?
Yeah, Camden Town.
Camden. Actually,
Yeah.
that's north, right? Straight north.
That's North London. It's not. It's only like let's have a look, from central London, 5 miles, 6 miles at the most.
It's like zone 4, zone 4-ish, zone 4 or 5, right?
Yeah. If we're talking about the zones now, yeah. But yeah, man, Camden Town, man. You know, Dingwalls, London Docks. You know.
I remember that because there used to be this.
North of Regent's Park.
There used to be this song about Camden Town, and that used to be one of
Woods.
There was a song.
London Town, my own town. Yeah, that was by Light of the World back in the 80s.
It was like an enormous song, right? That was on top of the pops and shit.
Yeah, it was a big hit by Light of the World. Look it up, London Town by Light of the World.
Yeah, that's probably what I'm thinking about. That's why I know about Camden Town.
Yeah, because it was all there, mentioning all the street names and that. Brilliant track that was. But yeah, man.
Yeah. I'll tell you a funny story about my PE teacher. I can remember getting into the changing rooms, and I can't remember what I was talking about saying with the lads from the last lesson, and I'd hardly got dressed, and everyone else is like half dressed, and the PE teacher comes up to me and goes, "James, don't say this to many boys, but can you take your trousers off, please?"
What? No.
Just basically telling me like I'm taking too long talking and not getting ready.
Yeah, cool.
But yeah, he had a good
I must have heard that wrong. I heard you say he asked you to take your trousers off.
That's right.
Yeah, because I hadn't been getting changed for the lesson.
Oh, I see what you said. Okay.
Yeah, he was talking about the exciting thing that happened.
I know for some reason I was thinking that you guys were done doing PE. You're talking about before you guys.
No. This is at the start of the lesson, getting into the changing rooms, getting ready to go out on the field.
Well,
we had 2 PE kits as well. We had the all white for the summer, and then when the winter kicked in, it was blue with black shorts and socks and plimsolls.
Yeah, and there was fucking like so annoying, dude. How like they have this whole like uniform even for fucking your PE kit.
Yeah, of course. You had to be all white in the summer. It was all white. But then
you got a rugby kit. You got a rugby kit and you got a PE kit, right?
Yeah.
It was funny actually because well, I don't know if it happened at your school, but at my school, if people used to try and get out of doing the lesson if they didn't want to do PE. They'd be like, "Yeah, I didn't bring in my kit." Well, the PE teacher would just be like, "Right, well, you see that lost and found box over there? Find what fits you, and you're coming out."
Yeah,
well,
that's right. You look at right state.
Oh my god, dude. The weirdest shit, bro. The weirdest shit, right? That would not even go down nowadays. Or maybe it still goes down in England. But what I remember in primary school was if you forgot your kit in primary school, you do that shit in your underwear.
Yes.
I remember they used to try and threaten that, but no, they'd just be like, right.
Yeah, man.
They'd say that here's a lost and found, like, put something on that fits you. Like,
you're a little bit younger than us, bro.
Yeah, but in elementary school, if you forgot your PE kit, you'd be doing it in your underpants.
I hope that shit don't go down anymore.
Well, yeah, it didn't when I was at primary school anyway. They just made you use something out of the lost and found.
Yeah, the same. At secondary school, it was the same thing. They had a locker. They had a locker with various kits and that. Go in there, get yourself kitted up, and hurry up. That's what they used to say. But I always had my kit. I loved PE, so I never had that problem. But you know the kids who didn't want to do it, like I said, sir, I forgot my kit. Yeah, go over there, get over there to that locker.
Yeah, it used to be so annoying, especially for football, because I love football. And if I didn't bring my football boots, trying to find a pair of fucking boots that fit you, man.
Oh, you never get the right pair there. Fuck that.
You know
and
what?
The old-fashioned one as well, from World War II.
Yeah, ancient archaic boots.
Yeah.
What used to be cool for our school, right, was like, if I didn't want to go to fucking PE class, right, what I would do, I just wouldn't turn up, and nobody would really realize, right? I would just walk home, or go to the train station, get a train home, right? But basically just fuck off. But then some shit happened in England where there was like I think it was a shooting, but I forgot the name of it. There's some bullshit went down in England, right? And we were like one of the first schools to get electronic registers. And once they got that motherfucker, as soon as you don't go to PE, the teacher gets a little alarm, automatically makes the fucking bitch at the front desk call your parents if you don't fucking turn up at class. It was the worst shit in the fucking world, right? And what really made it bad, right, was it got done the year before I was in the last year of school, right? And I was the youngest motherfucker in the class, one of the youngest motherfuckers in the class, right? And like my friends, a lot of my good friends were the oldest motherfuckers. Now the oldest motherfuckers were 16, so they get an override, because once you're 16, they can't call your parents if you tell them not to, right?
Yeah.
And then I was still fucking 15, so all my fucking friends and shit, they could fuck off, and I couldn't, because my dumbass was born right
in August.
Yeah, right outside
in
the
August.
September thing. Yeah, so you have to. Yeah, right.
Yeah, see, I never had no electric register, but what they did do, probably like 2 years before I left, was they brought in a registration for the end of day, which could trip you up, because like normally you could just like bunk the lesson. Say like you had a detention with a certain teacher, you could just bunk that lesson, and then they don't think you're in that day, and then it's fine. But they might lurk around at your like at the end of the day where you have end registration. Like they didn't. That's what they implemented in the last 2 years, where you have register at the end of the day. So they'd just be waiting around like just to see if you were in. So that could trip people up. But then you could also just bunk that. But then they know, because if you were in the morning, they'd be like, why weren't you in the end of day registration?
Yeah, they were very clever, because that same thing happened in our school. Because you had to be. They did two registrations. They used to take the register twice a day. Yeah, because kids used to bunk off after lunch. After lunch, they'd be gone.
You know what happened to me though? When I moved to America, right? I went to high school here for a year, right? And over here it's completely different, right? So like, I can't remember if it was electronic or not. It was kind of electronic. It was weirdly done, but like, I used to bunk off a lot more in America than I did in England, right?
Wow, really?
Yeah, and like I got fucking straight A's in America. In England, I did pretty good. I got all my GCSEs, but it was split between A's and B's and C's, right? In America, I got straight fucking A's. And like, I got caught once outside of school by one of my teachers, right? And she didn't grass me up, because like, they know that fucking I was getting straight A's, so it didn't really matter me not being at school, right? But the weirdest shit is when you get your fucking, and when I moved to America, I moved by myself, and I was staying with my aunt, right? And so like, we got my report card, and it's straight A's. But when you look at the number of absences, because next to your grade they put the number of absences, right? It was like 5, 6, 1, 2, 3. It was all over the fucking place.
Yeah, I was never absent at my school. not once, man. Never missed a day. I used to stay after school, especially for my favorite subjects, which was metalwork and woodwork, right? Because you're building tools and equipment, and I wanted to finish and get on to the next one. So the teacher would always be there because they'd be working overtime, marking the work. Okay, so he used to offer anybody who wants to come after school to carry on with their project, you're perfectly welcome because I'm going to be. I go, all right, sir, I'll be there. And I used to go there after school two or three times a week. So I was always at school, man. I used to love that. I never missed a day. Never missed a day.
Yeah, I don't need bunk lesson just to avoid detention. Like quite a few of the people I used to hang around with did want to bunk the whole day, and that was too boring for me. I enjoyed school too much.
No, I do like.
Me too.
I used to when I moved to America, I was staying with my cousin, right? And so we used to all drive to work. We used to drive to school together. And then as soon as I got to school, I used to get out of his car, jump in my friend's car, and we used to fuck back out of school.
Do you remember the "We Don't Need No Education"?
Jen,
Pink Floyd.
Don't get it twisted, Jen. I still did my school work and shit. I just didn't go to school.
Okay. All right.
Like,
yeah. Well, I know you said you got straight A's, right?
Yeah.
Well, prior to that song being a hit.
I'll tell you this, man. Jen. Like in America, we got this whole fucking concept of valedictorians, and like the best fucker in the school is the valedictorian, right? And the guy who got they didn't give me. I got the highest GPA in my class, right?
Right.
But they didn't give me fucking valedictorian because
why not?
Because I didn't have the whole 4 years of high school behind me. I only did 1 year of high school.
Right.
And so the guy who actually got valedictorian,
they got you on a technicality.
Yeah. So the guy who got valedictorian was like, you know what? I ain't gonna take it if he doesn't get it because he deserves it. And so I didn't get it. He didn't get it. Some other bitch got it.
All right. Fucking hell, yeah. Well, in our school, you have to wear your uniform. You have to wear it properly. Okay. In our school, they're very strict on that. And the girls' skirts had to come just above the knee. Fine. But hairstyles, because at the time I was at school, punk was creeping in. Punk styles, okay? And there were kids
we didn't have the knee fucking thing, bro.
You remember punk rock? Do you remember punk rock?
Yeah, but the knee thing, I don't remember the knee thing.
No, skirts had to be just above the knee. Couldn't be any more. Yeah, no. In schools, not my school, but like at St. Richard of Chichester, Marylebone girls school for girls, and various other schools.
You might be right, bro. Now that I think about
these are girls' schools that I'm mentioning. The reason why I know them is because we used to go there at lunchtime and say hello to the girls. Right.
Yeah, now that I think about it, most girls' schools they didn't. You know who used to do it? The sixth form girls used to have the. Anyways, go ahead.
No, strict rule with the uniform that it had to be just above the knee. If it was any shorter, they'd be sent home and they'd have to change. No jewelry and everything else, right?
Yeah.
But there was this thing about hairstyles, okay? A couple of kids came in with their punk hairstyles, right? And the teacher sent them home. With that, the parents came down the next day, had it out with the teacher, fucking noise and everything else. Then they went to the newspaper, the Sun. They went to the Sun newspaper. So our school was in the newspaper because a kid got suspended because of his hairstyle, and then the school was wrong, and they had to reinstate the kid. And from that day onwards, they could never talk about hairstyles. Right?
That's true.
So you could go in with pink hair, orange hair, whatever you want.
No way. I actually remember people getting suspended for having blue hair and that at my school.
Yeah, that's right. But the parents of the kids who got suspended got sent home. They were back the next day like a shot. Boom, shouting and screaming, banging on the door. Headmaster, the teacher. Yeah. Then they went up to the newspapers, local newspapers. It got to the Sun, and when it got to the Sun, everybody's reading that. Not only for page 3, but other things, But yeah, man, it was
the Sun
because
the
rules had to change.
Dude, the Sun was funny as fuck. It was like it was news, but it wasn't like it was like fun news.
Yeah. It was in there. Our school was in the Sun on a few occasions. Our school,
I was on the news.
Notorious
I was on
for-
the news. Like I remember being on the news a couple of times. Well, one time.
You
our
actually
school was
remind
notorious because it was a violent school. We used to go around to other schools and just beat the hell out of them.
You know,
War on the streets of Camden.
that's the thing. That's the thing, though, right? In London, right? Like being on the
Yeah.
news, because it's such a small island. It's like it's a possibility of happening, right?
Yeah.
And that's kind of what I miss about England, which is everybody is on the same page, especially back in those days. We only had 4 channels. Your entertainment was like 4 channels, and Channel 5 just came in.
Yeah, that was after my time. When I was at school, it was only BBC One, BBC Two, ITV, and then if you're lucky and you could set your antenna right, you might get Granada TV or Yorkshire Television if you were
old
they were
mother.
way up north.
But I mean, for me, it was always Channel 1 to 4, and then like Channel 5 just got in, I think.
Yeah, Channel 4 came in the, I would have to say in the 80s for us. Maybe late. Yeah, it would have to be the 80s, but prior to that, it was.
Well, then it
BBC
came in
One.
during, dude. You don't think I was alive during the 80s?
Yeah, I was born in the 60s, so we're talking about 61. BBC One, BBC Two, ITV. That was it. And like I said, if you could wangle your, rotate your antenna in such a way,
Right.
that's the antenna that's on the TV box, so it's not outside, right? If you could move it slightly, you might get Granada TV or Yorkshire Television.
It was fucking great though, right? Like if we find something good to watch, then then you would go adjust the television. Like even though we had remotes, at least back in when I was there,
we never had remote. We never had the remote. I was the remote.
or you just had a long stick.
You are Indians are lazy.
Because honestly, during my days, we had a remote downstairs, but the TV I had in my room, I didn't have a remote, and I actually got my TV. I got my TV myself. Like somebody threw it out on the road when I was walking to school, and I lifted that motherfucker and brought it home. Fucking it worked, right?
Yeah.
But that's the only reason I had a TV in my room, because kids with TVs in the room back in my days was unheard of.
Very rare, very rare.
Yeah, even rare for my day.
Right.
Yeah, we didn't have a TV.
But I think my parents were like, if this motherfucker somehow carried this, and like I had a long walk to my fucking home, right, from the train station. I had to stop like 5 or 6 times on the way because it was heavy, but I did bring it home.
Wow.
I do remember having a black and white telly though, where it was like a dial.
Yeah,
That's right. That's what we had. Yeah.
And
it might have been a Philips TV or a PYE TV. They were the ones push button.
Did you guys have Amigas?
Sorry?
Amigas.
No.
Amiga
Doesn't ring a bell.
500s.
No, doesn't ring a bell.
No.
The main brands at the time was Philips, right? And PYE. Now, if you had the money, you might be able to afford the Sony Trinitron in the 60s and basically late 60s, 70s. The Trinitrons was kicking it big time.
Oh no, when I said Amiga, I meant a computer, right? But yeah, I know what you're saying.
Amiga, no, I never had a computer.
Did you guys ever have to hit the top of your television?
Oh, we used to kick it all over the place, man.
Like when the picture goes fucking weird, you have to hit it.
Yeah. That happened regularly, man. And then that would sort it out, and then suddenly the TV would behave itself. I think,
Can you imagine that shit today in today's science and crap, right?
It's because the TV is a Glober.
No, but think about it, bro. Like, imagine today if we had to hit our laptops to make that shit look right. That's how shit used to be for us, bro. Like, the picture used to get all twisty and shit, or used to start fucking flipping on itself. You just give it a good hit on the side, sort it.
Not only that, I used to venture into the back, look at the valves, and I could see that something wasn't lighting up. So I said to my daddy, look at this, daddy. Because you remove like 6 screws. I said, daddy, look at this. Look, this is not lighting up. What's wrong? That's why the TV's not working. So he'd remove it and he'd send me to the shop to go and get that valve. And it was like, if you can imagine, it's a glass tube-like thing with wires going through it, like an oblong-shaped light bulb, basically. So I'd run off to the shops. I said, "Have you got one of these?" Out of breath, You got one of these? Because couldn't wait to get back to watch the cartoons. Yeah, right. Okay, thanks very much. And then my dad would put it in, and then the picture would come on, but now it's jumping. Now the screen's jumping. You know when it won't stay settled.
That's when you give it a good hit on the side, and it's
moving up and down. Fucking nightmare TV, honestly. Yeah, we had no end of troubles with the bloody TV, no end, honestly.
Or just somebody was talking. I think Jim Jam was talking about moving the fucking arrow around to get the right spot.
Yeah.
You remember, like, I used to do that shit at night to watch Eurotrash. Eurotrash was like the best show to watch when I was a kid.
Well after my time. Eurotrash. By this time, I'd had a good TV, and I'm into my Sonys by then. Panasonics and the like.
I don't remember getting a good TV.
Right. Let me tell you a story. Right. Let me tell you a story, and this is a massive clue to NASA not really going to the moon. As little as it is, this story is going to be. Short and little. And it's this.
I bet you it's not short.
When I was doing the research into the moon landings, I was watching a documentary that was showing us mission control. And you see them with their white shirts and black ties, some of them with cigarettes in their mouths, hanging around, looking at the monitors. And you think, what the fuck are all these TV monitors? What the hell are they looking at, right? But guess what the monitors were? They were all Sony, right? And I thought, fucking Sony TV monitors, 1969. I thought to myself, how comes the Americans, if they can put a rocket up into space, fucking hell, surely they can make their own TVs, right?
The Koreans, bro. You don't want to fuck with the Koreans.
Yeah, but do you get what I'm getting to here?
That is so.
I didn't realize it. Remember, I believe that they went to the moon
that's a good point.
1969. Let me finish this point out. 1969, they went to the moon. Yeah, Mission Control were using Sony TV monitors. I didn't find that out until 2003. 2002, 2003 was when I made that discovery. Okay, that's when I read. That's when I discovered that it hadn't gone to the moon. Okay, 2002, 2003.
What?
But the shock was, why Sony? I thought, how did they get the contract? And then I said, this is definite proof that America didn't go to the fucking moon.
You know what, man? I got to a point in my life, right, where I didn't like Sony anymore, and I enjoyed Samsung and shit like that.
That's now. That's this era.
No, but I recently just bought a Sony TV, and it's the shit. Probably the best TV I've ever had.
What if
I had a Sony video recorder? Brilliant.
Sony said to NASA that we'll give you 53 monitors and TVs if you show our logo at least once.
I would tell them I'll do it. You know what I'll do, Dawn, right? Like, I would say, why 53 times? I want to only show it 52 times.
Well, you've got 3 extras. You can take them home to your kids.
I don't give a fuck. They're not going to tell me how many times I'm going to show it, so I would ask for one less.
No, I'm saying all the monitors in the whole control room.
Yeah.
Sony gave them to them for free so that they can get free advertising, maybe.
Yeah, you see, I didn't know that. I couldn't believe that the Americans who were sending a rocket to the moon had Sony TVs. Why couldn't they just build their own TVs?
You know what's fucking hilarious, right? Like the Cowboy Stadium, right? One of the most, because you guys aren't from England, but like I'm from America, but it's like one of the most expensive fucking stadiums to be built in America, right? It's like $1 billion stadium, and it's got the biggest television in the world, right? At least back when it was released. I think it's still the biggest television in the world. But the funniest shit, because my company, they were using my software, right? My company software, at least, and I was trying to get that shit to work too, right? I don't want to big myself up, but I was there a lot, right? Back in the days, that television had a Mitsubishi sign. right? It was a Mitsubishi television. And then
Okay,
before the fucking stadium opened, Sony bought the rights just to put their name on the television, and it
Wow.
became the Sony television. So
There you
literally,
go.
the TV was just a fucking TV, and whoever paid the most amount of money could put their name underneath it.
Ah, what a load of crap that was. There you go. You see what I mean? What a game they're playing. And by the way, Mitsubishi means 3 diamonds. Mitsu means 3. Hitotsu, Futatsu, Mitsu. Hitotsu is 1. Futatsu, 2. Mitsu, 3. 3 diamonds, it means. Mitsubishi. Bishi is diamond in Japanese, in English.
Well, I thought san was 3.
Yeah, Ichni san, but when you're counting objects, there's a different counting system. Like, for example, if you're counting paper, you would say ichimai, nimai, sanmai, which refers to anything flat, stamps and stuff, yeah? If you're talking about fruits, oranges and that, you'd say iko, niko, sanko, yeah?
That's
You see what I mean, yeah? Yeah. Then if you're talking about pencils, which are long pencils, and things that are long, you'd say ippon, nihon, sanbon, yonhon, and so on. Okay? That's
Or
why.
you could,
So
if you're talking about things that are long, you could just say my dick.
And then I get a roundhouse kick to the head for being rude. from the old lady in the shop. You know?
Yeah.
She give me a roundhouse with a reverse back fist. Sending me on
Question
my way.
mark K.
Yeah. But yeah. So Mitsubishi means, Mitsu means 3. Mitsubishi, 3 diamond brand.
A bit like in England, we said baker's dozen for 12 or just 12.
Right. And do you know the brand name Mazda, the manufacturer, Mazda? Do you know that?
Yeah, Mazda in Japanese means zoom zoom.
It's actually, the actual pronunciation in Japanese, because it's a Japanese brand, is Matsuda. Matsuda is what it's called, but nobody wants to say that in the West. Matsuda, so they had to change it to Mazda. Okay? There you go.
But what's it mean?
Oh, I don't know what it means. I don't know what Matsuda.
You know what we should do, right? You know what we should do, right?
Because it's the name of someone. It's someone's name. It's the surname of a human. You know, the owner and manufacturer, the founder of the company. So
what we should do is this: we should start a company, right? And before we start the company, we should put copyrights on the name of the company. And nobody's allowed to say the name of the company. Right? And then the biggest thing ever is nobody would ever know the name of the company. So it'll be a company without a name. And I think that it would actually work because people will be like, that company that we don't know will be the first company that doesn't have a name. Or nobody actually knows the name.
You know there are not a lot of like numbered companies, right? That don't have names.
No, but I mean that, you know, our name to fame would be the fact that we are the company that doesn't actually have a name.
the company with no name. The no name company.
You know, a huge brand in Canada, it's like a subsidiary of one of the biggest like, grocers in the country. Their company is No Name.
The biggest
it's actually NONAME, right?
Yeah, it's no space name.
Yeah,
That's
what
the name.
I mean is,
I know what you mean. What I'm saying.
Dude, let's do it, bro. And then percent will teach the sign language shit on the side. Well, I remember last time we talked about the sign language thing.
Man, we got to get on that. That's a moneymaker.
Nah, bro, I thought about it. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Still making that infernal racket percentage. That infernal racket is persistent and unceasing. It's following you wherever you go.
Yo, Branch, do you hear like some weird sound when I'm talking?
Percent,
aside from my voice?
Percent. You know, with the whole thing we talked about with the language.
Hold up, Branch. I'm asking you a quick question. Do you
What?
hear like a weird sound when I'm talking aside from my
Yeah,
voice?
yeah.
Like in the background.
Yeah, it's like a
Yes.
vacuum cleaner or some shit.
Yeah, it sounds
There
like
you
you're
go. There you go.
sounds
I
like
don't
you're
hear it.
Got a
exhausting fridge.
racket going on.
Probably my computer having a mind of its own. I
Oh,
swear
I
it's
thought you were
through
gonna
that.
say that was your girlfriend.
Yeah, maybe.
Same
the mic-
difference,
it sounds
right?
Like the mic is right by the fan. We can hear the fan cooling the computer down.
Have you
Don't
guys seen?
disturb me while I'm cleaning my room.
Have you guys seen that show? Years and Years.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Like it's pretty recent. You don't have to remember too far back.
Oh, okay. Then I'm talking about another program then.
Probably one of the best shows.
The one I was thinking about is All Our Years. That's what I was thinking about. All Our Years. That's
Yeah, no,
way
years
back.
and years, bro. HBO show.
Oh yeah, HBO. No,
Great fucking show, bro. I think it was during Trump time when it came out because that's where it starts. That's where the timeline starts.
Yeah.
But what Percent's noise reminded me of was some chick goes on a date with some dude, right? And then she opens a drawer to get some condoms, and fucking she sees an attachment to a robot to suck his dick, and that's the noise that I thought Percent's
Yeah. Okay.
shit was.
I'd love it. I would love it though. Brands. I'd love it. Yeah, because this server is not yours, and we have got people listening on the YouTube, and there might be kids listening. You never know. To try and refrain from that kind of talk if you can. Yeah, because you do that a lot, and I think you lower the tone of the server when you do that because you do it a lot. I mean, once in a couple of days, in a month, fine, but when you're doing it every other minute and 10 minutes, it's like you're taking the fucking piss. So I'm telling you now, stop that.
Jen,
You're taking the fucking mick out this server.
all right, Jen. I do agree with what you're saying.
Thank you very much. So that's it. Then enough said.
But
nothing else needs to be said.
There's
nothing else needs to be said.
Jen, hold on. I'm still
No,
talking.
you're
Jen,
supposed to
Yo,
hang
Branch,
on.
say less.
You're
That's
supposed to act
Jen,
accordingly.
Jen,
There's nothing
Jen.
else to be said. There is
Right,
no
okay.
buts. There is no gin. Shut your mouth and do as I ask you to do. I
Jen.
said it politely. Shut your fucking mouth
Okay,
and then carry
okay.
on.
All right,
Carry on. I will not allow you to even address
Jen,
that point. I
what-
will not allow you. Sorry.
All
Sorry,
right, I'm
mate.
gonna make it totally
I'm
different.
gonna fucking
I'm gonna
pull you
make
up on that every
No,
step
no.
of the way.
all right. Order, guys.
Okay.
Right,
So
stop that
Jen, what I
fucking
was
shit.
gonna say, Jen, was this, right? I get what you're saying, and I appreciate what you're saying, and I do need to be told that type of stuff now and then. But by you saying I do that very often, I haven't talked in
You
this room
do
for
that
2
very
weeks.
often, Brad.
I
That's what
have
I'm fucking
not
telling you.
talked. I have not talked in this room for 2 weeks, so you can't see I do this.
I can
shit
say that,
very often.
Branch.
You
Whenever you are
do
on,
often bring up like profane
whenever
shit.
you're on, Branch, it degrades to this shit. It does. Whenever you are on, if it's not sex, it's profanity. Fuck this, fuck that. Shut the fuck up. Speak the Queen's English if you are capable, and keep it
Jen,
clean. It is
Jen.
not your server. Thank
Jen.
you.
Yo, I think what it is that like it happens when he's drunk, or when Branch you're drinking a little bit, you know.
Yeah.
Fucking annoying, yeah.
Right, and,
But-
and Jen,
Believe you me,
When you're not, you're fine. So just try to like rein it in
I
when
mean,
you're.
sometimes
Be flushed down
it's
the
a
loo like a tampon.
sometimes it's a breath of fresh air just to have a bit of like
Jen,
not serious.
Jen,
But-
here's the thing, Jen. Right, look. When I do get that way, I do appreciate this negative feedback. I think negative feedback is the best.
Not negative again. Speak properly. It's actually positive feedback because you're being a cunt. You're being negative. That is why.
Okay.
So get that straight.
Okay,
It's not
okay,
negative
Jen.
feedback, you silly cunt.
Jen.
It's positive
Jen.
feedback. In respect to the server that's not mine or yours for that matter. So don't
Okay,
even use the word
okay,
negative.
okay,
You're still
Jen.
being a cunt now.
Yo,
Negative
Jen.
is you're trolling.
No,
Shut up.
Jen.
Like I said, shut
Jen,
up
Jen,
and move
Jen,
on.
relax.
Jen. There's
Move
two.
on, son.
There are
Move
two ways.
on.
There's one of two ways this conversation is gonna go, right? The
Yeah, it's
first
gonna
way
go,
is
look, if
the
it was
first.
for real,
If
if it's for real,
Jen,
you'd be
Jen,
calling the
hold on.
ambulance. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Jen,
Literally.
the first way this conversation
Yeah.
could go is that we end up having decent conversation. The second way
Well, we do,
is
but then
I
she
will
breaks into this
push your
shitty
Hold up.
button.
Okay.
in the
No more
guts.
I
interrupting, guys.
will, Jen.
Both you
Here's
guys
the
stop
thing,
interrupting each other,
Jen.
okay?
Jen, there's
Go
one
ahead,
of
Brian.
two ways this conversation can go, right? We can either talk decently, or I'll push your buttons so hard that I will make you act like a crazy fucker.
No,
And I
you
will
wouldn't
do
be
it.
able to do that. You wouldn't be able
I've
to do
done
that,
that to you in
Branch.
the
At
past.
the end of the day,
I've
Branch, you don't
Jen,
need to be showing yourself
trust me,
up,
Jen.
Branch.
Jen,
You end up getting
I am
muted,
not.
Branch.
I
So
am
don't
not
worry.
so drunk right
There is such a thing called mute, Branch. So you'd be muted anyway.
I know.
But I don't digress
I'm
to that.
just Jen.
I was polite at the beginning. Branch, look, Branch. If you know that if I was in London with you, if I had to tell you to shut your mouth, you would shut it, Branch. You know
Well,
that.
Jen,
Jen,
you're not in
Big as you
London.
are 6 foot.
You're not in London, and
you
neither
would
is
shut
Branch.
up, right? You know that. Okay?
Hold
Right,
up. Okay,
Branch,
Jin.
you would
Jin.
shut up. The only
Let me say
reason
something,
is I'm
Jin.
not there with you in person.
Jin, relax. Let me say something.
Kumbaya.
So Jin, you were like positive with your feedback, and you were like telling him to speak like, you know, properly and stuff like that, and respectfully. You were polite, yes. And then you became a hypocrite after, because you lost your cool and you stopped speaking.
You know what? Because he's not acknowledging. He's telling me he's acknowledging by not acknowledging.
Hey,
I know,
Jen,
but that doesn't mean you stoop to his
like
level,
right now,
or like,
Jen.
you know. Hold up,
Well, I'm
Branch.
not stupid
Wait,
to his
percent,
level.
I know,
let me-
but let me just say
let me
that
get
doesn't
this
mean
out.
that when you lose, when I know. Hold up. Let me just say this,
percent,
guys.
1 second.
Hold up. Let me say this, and then you guys, you know, can go back to
Okay,
not
I'm next.
interrupting each other.
I'm next, Jen. You better
Okay.
shut up, Jen.
So just because he's not receptive,
Jen, I'm
Jen,
next.
just because he's not receptive doesn't mean you kind of, you know, you mimic that which you're rebuking. You know,
All right, Jen.
you're better than that.
Well, I'm not really mimicking it, am I?
Jen,
You were, because you called him a cunt.
Jen.
You said shut the fuck up and stuff like that. You said speak the Queen English and shut the fuck up, which is
Jen,
like contradictory.
Which is something
All
that
right,
I often use,
all
so
right.
I
Let's
can
get
be
back to the
excused.
bird shit,
I
shall we?
often use that language.
Branch, I agree with his criticism that when you're drunk, you get a little bit rowdy. So just, you know, check yourself when you're sipping.
I am next to talk.
And let's move forward.
I'm next to talk.
Go ahead, Branch.
Okay, Jen, the problem I have with what you said is that just like always, you're lying.
Always. See, there's a problem.
You're lying. You are lying about not.
Thing is, he had a problem with what you said.
Right,
So
but what I'm saying, Jen, you're lying about how you feel about the situation. Everything you've said today is actually a lie. I cannot trust anything you've fucking said.
Well, I don't care about that.
Can
Really,
you stop?
because
Can you stop?
That's a
You
you
know what?
problem.
Are
That's a
you?
you problem.
Are
I'm not
you?
going to digress into this thing.
No,
That's a you
hold on, Jen.
If you
Jen,
don't believe what I say, that's
are
fine,
you
Branch. I
even
can
a
accept
flat earther?
that.
Are you even a flat earther? I don't even think you're a flat earther, are you?
I'm not even going to
Branch,
answer that
yeah.
question.
Branch, come on, man.
I'm not even going to answer that
Like,
Let's not.
you're
Go on now.
entertaining up until the point where you're not up entertaining anymore. Do you know what I mean?
No, it's pretty funny because he said he was gonna try and pressing his buttons, and now Jin's laughing. So
This motherfucker.
Jen, how would your wife feel about you acting this way?
My wife knows exactly how I am. She knows.
So she actually married a dumb fuck knowingly.
Really? Is that what you think? Yeah.
you can take that, Jin.
Hey, Branch, guess
At
what?
home,
You
at
just
home
broke
chat.
a rule.
Here you go, Branch. There you go.
No,
All right,
I think that me and Jen are on the level.
Hey, Jin, did he break a rule? Yes or no?
Oh, he broke a rule.
It's up to Jin if he broke a rule or
Threw
not.
my wife into it.
Wait, Riggs, hold on, Riggs.
Hold on, I'm
You
talking
are
to
mod.
Jin.
Are
Did
you
he break
a
a rule,
mod?
Jin?
Are you a
He
mod?
broke a rule. Of course he
Are
did.
you a mod now?
Of course he did.
Are you a mod?
I am a mod.
Who the fuck did that?
He broke a rule there. He overstepped the mark.
Yeah, dude.
Oh my god!
All right,
Riggs,
Branch.
you really
No more talking about his wife. All right, that was really
Yeah,
funny. But
that was
yeah,
super.
that's, you know,
But you must also understand that I told you guys what the fuck I was gonna do before I did it.
I wasn't here for that,
And
but
Jim
I
agreed to
it's
it.
probably true. It's
Yeah.
probably true. I like
Anyway.
Branch because his humor, like, he's really a highbrow humor. Like, you got to be, like, it's really lowbrow humor, but to get it, you have to be fucking smart. Like, only the smart people laugh.
No, bro.
Yeah, but then you gotta know when to reel it in, though. That's the thing.
My humor is generally not funny.
Sometimes
It's really
not
good.
in good taste. Sometimes it's not in good taste, especially if
Jen,
you've for a few hours.
Jen, listen. The
Fantasy all the way.
you know, honestly, Jen, the reason why I like my humor is because I get it.
Well, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
I don't give a fuck if you get it.
Yeah, I don't care either.
I get it. I understand what's funny, and I laugh.
Yeah, but while it does make sense, stick to your J job, because
I don't have a day job.
even though it makes sense, it doesn't make dollars.
I quit my day job a long time ago, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I'm ever gonna go back for a day job.
So what are you doing now for cash?
Although you know what? Today I was talking to who was it? Fucking Foolish. And he really made me feel like I want a day job again.
What was he telling you? That these are your your most
when he
productive
got
years
upset
and
with
stuff?
what you were talking about.
Well, he was talking about tech and shit and how he's got access to this hardware and all that crap. And I was like, I remember those days when I had access to the fucking best hardware and fucking all that shit. And then I was like, I kind of missed that shit.
Every other word's a swear word with this geezer. Fucking and then shit. And then can't you just speak English?
Jen,
without any
here's the
Can
thing.
you not do that, Branch?
Here's the thing, Jen. Look,
Branch, can you not do that? Though? Can you not speak without actually swearing? Can
listen,
you not do that,
listen. When somebody distinguishes between different languages, right?
Everything
Within
is
a
swear
community, what you're doing is causing segregation, right?
Every other word is a swear word.
Listen,
But Jen, you have to be able to read
what I'm saying
the
is
intonation.
If,
he wasn't
if I
saying
decide
it
to talk,
in a bad way.
It's boring.
Jen, it's not
in England.
that is
If it's
boring.
listen,
It's
segregation of
people
if it was in England with the people I associated with, it's
Jen, it's segregation of people through language.
I understand, but also he's not saying it negatively. It's just like the intonation is positive. So
it's even if it's not negatively.
I understand.
It's overkill. That's the word I'm going to use.
For you.
It's overkill. Calm down, will ya? Can we have a bit of English with less swearing, if you can? If you're capable, yeah?
No.
Because I can talk fucking this, fucking that, fucking this all day long. But it's not good, is it? It's not good.
Well, Jen, you're like 80 years old, and
I'm 60.
Branch, as a favor to me and the rest of the listeners in this server, can you try to rein it in, just so we could be on the same level?
We've got standards, man.
Wait. I'm sorry. Percent. Are you asking me, Percent?
Yes.
To stop talking in the language that I'm used to fucking expressing myself with.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah.
Temporarily.
In order to conversate in a method more in line with how Jen is used to talking.
No, not because Jen is used to talking like that. Just for the sake of unity, and for the sake of moving the conversation forward temporarily. Be on your best behavior.
Okay. Well, Percent. What I would say to that is that when we consider what language actually is, and the use of certain words to express yourself that may be considered swear words, right, is what is actually causing an entire divide in our society. Like, if you consider what's happening today, right, people that don't use swear words are considered, good fucking citizens and shit.
No, we don't.
But now if you go to jail now, people that use swear words are now the people that seem to be the good jailers. As in,
have you been to jail to know that? Have you been to jail to know that?
Yes, I have.
Well, that may be, Jen. I mean, Branch. I'm not I'm just asking you. In the end, the choice is yours. because you know, using like just swearing for the sake of swearing, not necessarily like being negative, isn't against the rules of the server. So the choice is yours. I'm just saying to push the conversation forward. I'm asking you.
Yeah, I thought
Like, be on your
you were
best
going to
behavior.
go into an interesting topic of how the origin of swear words and how they were labelled as curse words. Like,
Well, I would actually say that I would be completely fine with not using profanity if Jin had asked me nicely.
I asked you nicely, right at the very beginning. Very beginning. If you go back and listen to what I said, it was politely and calm and nice. But then you started giving it.
That's true. He did.
Yeah.
All right, Jin. Based on
Go
that,
back and listen to the way I approached it. Go back and listen.
Jin. Based on that, I will
No,
refrain.
don't get me wrong, Branch, hang on. Just before you say something, and it's not the first time that I've had to ask you to do that. It's not the first time, is it, Branch? That's the other thing.
All right, Jin.
I'm asking you for the first time.
I will.
You
I will
obviously haven't learned your
refrain.
lesson. Oh.
I will refrain, Jin, from using profanity. Right? If you refrain from talking so fucking much, you talk so much, right? That honestly, what you
You're right.
listen, it's totally fine to talk at a given point. What you do, Jin, is you make people forget their train of thought by fucking talking so much bullshit.
Yeah, I think you'll find that when you rewind any of the previous segments to the Earth Awakening as to where I've been speaking, I think you're going to find that my input is minimal compared to others who are here on this server, even today and prior. I don't overrun the server. I don't talk more than I should. The only time I may speak is when no one else is here. But when you've got the percentage, Jeremy, Geo, and others, Rakia, and all the others are here, they tend to speak a lot, and I'm the one I'm just adding my bits in. I think that's what you're going to find, and I can stake my life on that.
But is that a good thing, Jin?
And
I don't think that's a good thing. I think we enjoy your participation and we want more of it. You shouldn't pride yourself on being minimal.
Yeah. I try to minimize it so that everybody gets a chance. And I think if Branch was to go back and have a look,
I mean,
you'd be surprised at how little.
Jin, you know what? Understanding that you're being a very minimalist right now, you know, I'm glad that I haven't met the Maximus Jin, because that would be a miracle.
Yeah,
we haven't met Brute
Panda
yet.
server where I explode there. Then you'll hear Jin in full swing. Go there. Go to Gem Pandas when I'm in there. Then no one gets a chance there.
Genius Maximus.
Jin.
But here on this server here, I realize that I have to back off, and there are more learned persons than myself. So I'm actually learning and listening to the styles that are being used. And where they've missed the point where I think I didn't cover that, I bring that in quickly.
Well, I actually think, Jin, what happens to you is the general consensus of this server is not so much for you to win or do that type of if you want winning of conversations that usually occurs in 24/7, which actually puts you in a different mind state than you normally are in 24/7.
No, 24/7. It's not about winning. It's in Gem Pandas where it's about winning. In 24/7, it's about trying to get the individual to realize the ridiculousness and the hideousness of the things that they are pushing forward. And
Jin,
hang on a second, please.
What I was going to say is you interrupted me.
Hang on a second. You're interrupting
here. You're interrupting,
so I can't even.
I was saying some shit, Jin,
and I won't get it out.
The only reason
get it out.
Branch, he was talking. Please let him finish.
No, percent.
Branch, I will mute you. Please let him finish. Then it's your turn.
Percent. I was talking. He interrupted me.
You're going to turn it into a shit show now.
No, let him finish what you were saying. He was getting his full train of thought out.
My last point is this: I try to get them to understand that they are missing and ignoring the evidence that's being laid down in front of them, the proof that the globe doesn't exist, and yet here's the evidence of the flat Earth. I now yield to the right dishonorable gentleman.
Jin.
You're a class act, Jin.
Unfortunately, Jin.
You hear what he said there, Branch?
Here's what I'm. Jin,
He
here's
said,
the
"I
problem.
yield to the right the right
Here's
honorable
the
gentleman."
problem, Jin. I was talking and you interrupted me.
All right,
So
go ahead.
the entire time while you was interrupting me, I was thinking about
Branch,
what
branch,
to say
branch,
next. I was
branch,
thinking about what to say next,
branch,
remembering
branch,
what my point was, Jin, while you
branch,
interrupted me.
branch.
As you would do normally.
So, Jin,
Branch,
honestly, I didn't hear
branch,
anything you said, Jin.
Okay.
branch,
Hold up.
He's a
Go ahead,
wind-up.
Branch. Make your point, if you recall it.
branch,
I was
branch,
remembering my point, right? And then
branch,
Jim Jam started
Yo,
saying my
branch.
Jim
name.
Jam, stop that, man.
Jim Jam.
It was funny in the beginning. Don't do it too much.
Yeah, but what happened was this.
branch.
I remember I had something to say, and then Jim Jam, he started talking.
I'm
The
sorry,
moment he,
bro.
the moment he started talking, right, I started thinking about the Hutchinson effect. And
The what sound effect?
the Hutchinson shit that Jim Jam was talking about. And then because of that, I forgot the entire conversation that me and Jin were having.
Is that a good thing? It might be a good thing.
Yeah, because I think it's a good thing because
Yeah, all I wanted was just a little clean up on the English. That's all. That's all we want.
I think it's a good thing because what I was originally saying about the fact that Jin comes in this room with different demeanor than he does in 24/7, which is why I actually feel like I can't trigger the way I could trigger in 24/7.
My demeanour is no different to the 24/7 as it is in the Gem
Well,
Panda
it's
server,
not. It's
as
not.
it is in Brendan, as it is in the debate platter, and here. Because, but the thing is, I have to be careful of my mannerisms. Sometimes I can exceed my emotions, and someone says, "Jim, you've got to give them a chance to speak." And I listen to that, and I back off immediately, and I don't say a word until they finish, and then maybe I get a chance.
Well,
That's
Jin,
how
you
that
gotta,
is. But I'm aware of it.
you gotta understand. In Gem Panda server, I'm never gonna go against you because in Gem Panda server, I actually hate the Globers.
Well, there you go. Then.
Right.
I think they hate themselves a little bit.
I know, and that's probably why they're in the room in the first place. You know what, percent?
So
I had this whole conversation with Captain Bullshit about people hating themselves as to why people act the way they do in Gem Panda server. But side conversation altogether, but what you just said totally fitted in with that. Jin.
Yeah.
I stopped trying to trigger you because I realized that your mind state when you're in this room is not triggerable because you're relaxed, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, right. That's when you need to then decide if you want to have a real conversation or not.
I mean, having a real conversation. I mean,
I know it's tricky.
Dawn, me and you, we talked about me acting less like a troll, but having a real conversation about flat Earth, right?
Not necessarily flat Earth, anything. I know it's tricky. I just
No,
brought it up again. I was just saying, you know what I mean?
Me and Jim Jam were having fucking real conversations.
Yeah, man, you were doing all right until you tried getting under Jin's skin.
Yeah, I mean, like, no, when
there's only so much profanity someone can take in a conversation in one day, in a couple of hours.
it's not that. When you consider what real conversation actually is, and for me to have real conversation, I'm one of those people, right, where I mirror the other person's personality. So if you're cool to me, I'll be cool to you. If you talk to me in a way, that you just talk to me of. Mirror other people's fucking personalities. That's what I do.
So you have no personality of your own?
Yeah,
No, I do have my own personality, but what I'm trying to say is, if we're having a conversation, and we're both
Yeah, I wouldn't say
very
it's
chill. We're
personality. I know
both
what you
very
mean.
chill, right?
I would say
Then
demeanor.
we'll have a chill conversation.
Yeah.
And it's not even just demeanor. It's the empathetic side of your conversation. So even if it's chill, if it's negative chill, I'll be negative chill. It's positive chill, then we'll be positive chilling. But I will mirror it. That's what most empaths do.
No, you just got to be yourself. That's all. But you know, if someone's saying, "Hang on, you're using a bit too much foul language," you got to think, "Oh yeah, that might be right," because not everybody can stomach foul language. Every other word, all right, every other
No,
word is a foul language.
that's
And that,
that's
you know,
not
it
even what
becomes
I'm
a bit of a,
Jen.
it becomes a bit of a bore and a bit of an annoyance after a while. You know,
Jen,
it does.
Jen, you wasn't upset about my language, though, was you?
Well, it was getting to be a bit much. That's why I said that.
No,
You
it
need to
wasn't.
tone it
No, it
down.
wasn't. You was upset.
It was.
You was upset about the tone of conversation, not the
No,
word.
just the profanity, man. You can speak. You were having a good conversation. Just drop the profanity. You're using words that are not necessary, which are lowering the tone of the server and lowering the tone of your conversation,
All right.
lowering your standards.
Okay.
That's
Well,
what's going on here, man.
Yeah, I
here's
don't think it was
Do
so
you
much
have
the
standards?
person.
Question: do you not have standards?
I don't
Are
I
think it
you
was so
always
much
going to
the
be in the
person.
gutter?
I
Be
personally
living in the
think,
gutter all your life? Is that right?
Jen,
That's what you sound
I
like.
personally think, right, using somebody's vocab to decipher, what level of standards they have is an atrocious way of someone to be, right?
No, you got to
Don't
be
ever
civil.
judge, do not ever judge someone based on their language, right? You're
No,
almost
I'm going to
reading,
do that.
you're
Actually, if I
almost you're judging the motherfucker by the book, aren't you?
there you go, there you
I
go,
think
there
it
you
was
go,
more so.
Judging, you're
I think it
judging
was.
there
him
you
by the
go.
cover of the book.
I think it was
I'm
more so when
judging
you
it by
were
this. I'm
bringing up
judging it
like,
by this branch.
right,
Server's not yours, right? Someone said you're using a bit too much profanity. Can you calm it down? It's not the first time that this particular person has told you and asked you to keep it down and tone it down
I
because
will.
it lowers the tone of the server and it also lowers your standard. You're making yourself look silly. And then when you make
Right,
yourself look silly, people won't take you
Jen.
seriously.
see, for
That's
me, it
Jen,
all.
was
Jen,
more so all
here's
the.
the thing. Here's the thing, Jen. Look, I personally think, right, that language itself does not
Because when you started talking
decipher,
about sex and stuff,
does
that's when
not
it got a bit weird.
decipher. Jim Jam. Please don't interrupt, bro.
Sorry, mate.
Language doesn't decipher somebody's, if you want, level of societal
That's not what I'm on about. We're not
presence,
on
and that
about that.
is what you're
You're
saying.
misunderstanding
That's
again, Brad. You're
absolutely
misunderstanding.
what you're saying. You're saying don't lower myself. You're basically trying to say
Yeah, because you're amongst
you're
people
basically
here.
trying to say
Oh,
that
Mr. Bennett.
because I
You know,
use
look at this.
bad words, I'm slightly lower
Too
than you in
much.
society.
Too much. You use bad words too much. We all use bad words from time to time, but you're an extremist on that. Every other word is a bad word. It does get monotonous and it gets a bit silly.
Hey,
Okay?
Jen,
Can we not
Jen,
do that?
Jen,
Thank you very much.
Jen. One of the funniest things, right, that I found, right?
Branch, it's like it gets monogamous. You're like
I know,
married
I
to
know,
bad
but
words.
percent. This is actually extremely relevant, right? Like, as you move up in a company, right, you're gonna start interacting with people that are higher up in the company, vice presidents, people at the C level, shit like that.
Of course.
And the 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 initial weird side of it is when you're chilling at a bar, just chilling with them, and they start talking very foul mouthed, right? And you look at them like, whoa, I never expected that from you.
Yeah.
But in reality, that's just conversation. That's how people fucking talk. He will, like, okay,
No, actually, when they like speak regular with you, that means that you're like, kind of in with them. They don't have to act weird with you and not an outsider.
exactly.
So it's
But
good.
and it's interesting, right? It's like if they feel open enough just to use regular language, or how they don't, if you want, have the constraints of societal fucking inclinations of certain words, and they just talk normally, right?
Mhm. Yeah, they don't care about appearances.
Right. Then that's a thing, isn't it? I think you were saying the same thing. And bro,
Yeah, no. And you'll find that like the more successful, I want to say, like the higher level people are, the less they care about like, appearances, and the more they'll just like be kind of themselves.
but it is interesting because we don't use those type of words. With people you consider under you,
Yeah, of course.
right? And it's not you. It's a weird way of thinking about it, right? It's out of respect.
Yeah, I don't consider
both of
anybody
them is,
under me as such stuff.
both of
I
them are
don't
signs
walk
of
around
respect.
thinking,
Just
I do
different.
not walk around this earth thinking people are under me. I never do that, ever.
No, hey, I'm not saying.
No, it's not that they're under you, Jin. But like, imagine you're speaking to children. You're gonna speak differently than if
No,
you're speaking with your boy.
okay.
Of
Hold on.
course.
When I said
Being a
under
responsible
me,
parent, yeah.
when I said under me, right? I didn't mean like under me in a mind state. I meant under me in a managerial state, right?
That's
Like,
right, exactly. That's what I'm talking
right.
about, yeah.
So I would not use this type of language that I use with you guys, with people that I'm either a manager of or a manager of their manager of, right? I probably would use it with people I'm a manager of.
So you're saying you can be.
Maybe not with the people that they're managing. And that's out of respect. I wouldn't use this type of
It's taking
language.
a long time for you to understand what we're saying anyway. It's taking you an awful long time to appreciate the way I put it earlier. You're just using a little bit too much profanity. Can we reel it in just a little bit? That's all we're asking. And it should have been nothing said. Yeah,
Jane,
of course.
my
It shouldn't have been this
my
30
point,
minutes wrangling, still
my
throwing
point-
out
I was
some
gonna
words
say-
here and there
He's
to
just
try and get it. But that's why I say I know you're a troll, bro.
dancing
I
round.
called you that before, bro.
Jen, what I'm trying to say is,
from time to time.
Jen, the
Time to
fact
time,
that,
you
the
have that
fact that
troll
I
element.
do use this type of language with you guys means that I look at you at my level. Right? That's why I use this language.
Whatever. Yeah, but I don't go around fucking this, fucking that, effing this. And by the way, tomorrow's Tuesday. Fucking hell, is it? Yeah, fuck's sake. Let's have
Like,
a
would
nice
you
Tomorrow's
expect,
actually Monday.
you know what I mean?
It's actually Sunday.
tomorrow?
it's actually Sunday, yeah.
Today is Monday.
No, it's
yeah?
past 12 everywhere you are.
True.
So today is Sunday. Today is
Yeah.
Sunday.
No,
It'll
it's
be
not.
Monday
It's
tomorrow.
not.
Is it?
It's
For
not
fuck's sake,
Sunday.
I'm gonna go
There's no Australians on yet, so it's still Sunday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Jim Jam got where I was.
Sunday. Yeah, Sunday still.
Listen,
Fucking hell.
here's the thing, right? It's always Sunday somewhere.
Yeah.
It's always
Maybe
Sunday.
in New
Somewhere.
Zealand, it might be Monday. in
Not
New
even
Zealand.
true, Rich. What is that? What does that even mean?
It's definitely always someday somewhere.
Yeah.
For example,
I
couple
thought you
days,
said Sunday.
2 days from here now is Sunday in Mars.
Hey, Jeremy, you are not allowed to talk while I'm talking, bro.
What happened to being empathetic?
And it's Sunday
Well,
also. It's
Jeremy,
Sunday
chill.
also.
Here's the problem: is that like, if Jeremy talks while I'm talking, how am I supposed to be able to respect him?
What?
Happy Sunday, guys.
You stop talking
Happy
so you can hear
Happy
what you say.
Sunday,
Happy
my
Sunday.
man. Yeah, happy Sunday.
Hey, is it time for Branch to take a little break and let the room take over, or no?
I don't think so. I
Yeah,
think
why not?
it's all right.
Don't think so.
No.
Let's have another direction.
I don't know. What do you think, Branch?
You got these guys all fired up, Brand.
I think you've had a solid maybe like 3 hours or 4 hours or some shit.
Yeah, he's had a good run. He's had a good run.
Had a good run, man.
Oh, hold on.
You didn't get in trouble or anything.
Well,
That's a fucking success.
Rick. What I was trying to say is this: I think you should have never been given mod rights.
Oh, okay. That's fine. I don't think you should have come out of your mom's womb, but you know.
I mean, Rick, you
You should have just stayed in there like the pussy you are.
Rick, Rick,
Anatomically, it doesn't make sense, but it's still funny.
Wah, wah.
Rick, the reason I say that, right, Rick, is this, yeah?
Yeah.
Like, you know, you and oftentimes say that you think I'm the best flat earther. I mean, globe earther, right?
Yeah.
And
You are.
I oftenly say that you are the best flat earther. You cannot be the best flat earther in my eyes if you're a mod.
Oh, okay.
That's why I don't think you should be a
Why?
mod.
I don't debate though. I don't debate. So
It doesn't matter, bro.
Yeah.
Once you're on that mod level, you can no longer be best flat earther.
Why not? Why not?
I think you're onto something, man. I think you've got a point.
Because the best flat earther ever, right, is always got to be down at the level of people.
Yeah.
but that's
The same way Jesus Christ was born regular people, right? Jesus Christ wasn't born in a family of kings.
Yeah.
Born to regular people. That's why I think the best flat earther should be
So-
a regular person.
So do you want to be a mod then, Branch? Is that what you're saying?
Oh fuck no.
Okay.
I would
Riggs, you're not even comparable to Jesus Christ, man. Come on, bro. Step your game up.
Jeremy,
I don't know, man. I'm
could-
not here to judge.
I could be Rick, here's the problem.
Yeah.
Right? If I was a mod in this room, yeah? If I was given that power to start with, you know, by the power of Grayskull, I would overtake Jeremy.
Damn it. What do you think about that, Jeremy?
Branch is a menace to society.
Well, Jeremy, do you know what the power of Grayskull is?
You go into convenience stores, they say, hurry up and buy.
No, Jeremy, you don't remember the power of Grayskull?
Yeah, I had the Grayskull Castle.
Okay. What is it?
The green shit, it flipped open.
What was the name of the show?
He-Man. Come on,
Are you serious,
He-Man.
Branch? I had the Castle of Grayskull. You don't think I know the name of the show?
Yeah, come on.
Jeremy's
favorite
not
was-
even a mod here. He's like basically Jesus Christ on this server.
All right, okay.
Branch, your favorite show is She-Ra.
Oh no, wait.
I remember Zero.
She-Ra was cool, right? But then, I was about to say Chitara came into the conversation, but Chitara was the kid in that other show. And
I think you
She-Ra
both
was a
think it was
cat
like
in
teacher.
Thundercats.
yeah,
I
but
think
wasn't she like the kid cat? But there was another girl. that
No,
was
she was the.
Not to be
That-
confused with Shannara from the Shannara Chronicle.
Okay, so Chitara was the hot one? Because I thought okay, I'm getting confused because like I thought Chitara, there was two kids in Thundercats, and I thought it was Chitara and wasn't it two kids?
What about the squad cat?
Who cares? The point is, Jeremy cannot be overtaken.
Anybody remember the SWAT cats? Remember them with with their aircrafts and that, and the nice guitar licks.
Listen,
What's up?
what you said is on point, but you're also fucking up the conversation by doing it.
No, percent. That guy
What's
went for like 2 hours last night after you left, bro. Holy
Who?
shit.
Who?
Greg.
Oh.
Hey Jeremy, dude, I'm gonna hit you up in the DMs, bro.
Yeah, Greg has stamina.
I think I
Where it
need
goes down.
some help from you, Jeremy. Like,
Did you celebrate the Festival of Light, the Diwali? Apparently, it went all toxic in India. Apparently,
Why?
The fireworks being set off.
Oh.
I actually
It got
felt.
toxic.
Yeah, I did, bro. I did the whole visit the families and crap.
Happy Diwali, bro.
Thanks.
Happy Diwali. Upper Diwali.
Diwali was like 2 days ago, and yesterday was like our New Year.
That's right.
Isn't Diwali the New Year celebration?
I mean, Diwali's kind of like Christmas. and then like because it's like a religious day, right? And then you got the New Year afterwards, which is kind of like.
Do you have to put out some milk or some food for your deity or not? Yeah.
On Diwali, like you do that every time you pray, though, right? It's not like you have to do it specially.
All right.
Every time you pray, you always do some kind of
Offering.
sacrifice.
Yeah. Some kind of offering, yeah. The reason I know about the Diwali festival was because the pharmacist that was on the Archway Road, Highgate, I assisted him in preparing a fitness center under the pharmacy, which I was an instructor at for about 8 months. Yeah.
Other peoples in
So he was an Indian.
other people in Japan, are they strictly atheists, or do they have do they believe in their old crap, like the old?
Well, if you come to Japan now, you're going to meet people who are into Buddhism more so, and then you've got Christianity, then you've got the Islam, and then the Shinto is there as well. So when you go out into
Hey,
the
how
sticks,
many how many Christians do you have?
Well, in Japan, I don't know the percentage. I haven't looked at that to give you one, but it's there though. There is a good number. I think it's a larger number of Christians than there are Islams, for example, or Muslims. So that's there. But the Shinto religion, you meet that out in the sticks. As you move out, the Shinto is abound. Even the cities.
You know, one thing my grand told me about Buddhism, right? That's never faded in my mind, right? Was she was like, look at Buddha. Everybody in India, when he was in India and he tried to tell people about what he felt, nobody listened to him, and that's why he had to leave India to spread his word. And it was an interesting statement, right? Because it was like the Indian people looked at him like he was just saying the same shit that everybody else says, right? And
All right, guys. Hey. Right now, okay, the sun doesn't come up for another 2 hours. I don't think, right? Or no. Maybe like an hour and a half. And
Depends on where you are.
the sky is already lit up.
Okay.
Brilliant. See, yeah.
It's an hour and a half early.
But like
Well,
when
the sky's light, yeah, but the sun is on its way. That's all.
I get that, bro. But like what I was trying to get at with the whole Buddhist religion that's now followed outside, it's like when you actually like talk to like a Buddhist person in let's say Thailand, right? They look at Buddha and let's say Ganesh as the same person. Like if you go to Thailand, you'll see Ganesh all over the fucking place,
Yeah.
right? And it's because they see it as they see them two as one person. But then if you talk to a Buddhist person, you say, aren't our religions the same, kind of? They'll be like, fuck no. But it's so weird because it really is the same shit.
Riggs,
I just wanted to. Oh, sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say for Riggs, maybe it's light pollution from like nearby houses getting up for like the day or whatever.
Oh no, man. There's no houses over there. The city ends.
Okay, never mind.
No, but then
Yeah.
the sun's got its the light, the beam of the sun, the light's going to extend, so the beam's coming first, and then the sun follows afterwards. That you're there, you're living the life, you're living it for real. That you're experiencing day starting, because the sun shines over a certain distance, doesn't it, before it comes to you? That's how
Well,
it
what
is.
about that Terminator line, huh? You think it's just refracting all the way around? Like, come on.
Yeah, that's the globe.
I mean, you have dawn, but it shouldn't be 2 hours
model.
long. Dawn is usually like 30 minutes.
Nah, this is at least an hour ahead.
Well, guys,
Yeah,
Riggs is the best flat earther. So
Yeah.
Wait. Are you sure? I am a mod, you know.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me you're experiencing
Yeah, don't forget
that
he's a mod.
phenomena. it's normal. That's pretty normal. I would
Hey
have to
Riggs,
say.
let's have a debate, bro. 1-on-1, me for you.
Yeah.
All right, I'll mod.
Let's go. Let's go. I have
Okay, what's
I
the
have 10
debate gonna be
minutes.
on?
Well, percent,
Yeah.
you can't instigate the subject.
I won't. I'm asking.
I don't debate, by the way, so this is gonna be interesting.
I don't either, bro.
Okay, so the first thing you guys need to do is decide on topic.
So I'm gonna debate that Riggs, you're a very nice guy.
There's no debate then.
mm,
You're wrong, Branch. You already lost.
damn it.
Well,
Yeah, I'd say you're a big fucking loser now. You lost.
percent.
What's up?
Here's the thing, percent, right? If I make an argument that he's a very nice guy, he has to then debate that he's not. I don't know why you joined in to fuck that up, percent.
Because I had my own joke to make.
All right, well,
Allow it.
yeah, you fucked it up. I wanted to see what he would say in.
Yo, it could still happen. You guys could still literally have a debate on that.
Nice guy.
It's not ruined yet. Don't lose hope.
Well, percent, you it's fucked up now because you can't do it again.
No, kid, you can literally have a debate on being a nice guy.
All right, so I'm only a nice guy to people who I think deserve it. How about that? Got him.
That would be fair, wouldn't it?
Who made you the fucking judge of people?
That is a fair point.
Well, then, either way, you've just agreed that I'm not a nice guy. So how about that? If you think I'm judging people, then I'm not a nice guy, right?
Holy shit, this is 4D chess right
So it sounds like you got yourself in a catch-22. I win. Good game. That was the quickest debate, man. Good job.
We just retire from debating. You're 1-0, bro. Just retire right now.
Yeah,
Branch,
I'll
do you
just
have a
be.
defense? Do you have a
Yeah,
rebuttal?
he doesn't. It's a catch-22. He just locked himself out.
We
Can you
lost.
guys hear me talk?
Yeah.
Yeah, there
you
you
guys hear me
go.
talk?
Go ahead. We can
Better
hear
luck
you now.
next time, dude. I
All
got.
right. There you
I have
go.
faith in you.
All right, so Rick, you didn't answer my question. Who made you the judge of people?
I did, which makes me not a nice guy.
All right, well, in that case, you are probably not the best flat earther, then are you?
Okay.
Well, you already said that.
Let me help you out,
so
Branch.
Well, no.
That's
I sense Branch is struggling.
Percent.
Go ahead.
Here's the problem, percent, right? I don't play a short game, bro. My game is always long. So when you look, you got to recognize I'm going somewhere with this.
Yeah, you're gonna go to the kitchen and grab another beer.
Even if right at the front, it may look like I'm losing the argument. It's a setup for something new.
You lost by default, man.
I'm just saying, man. Like, I don't get why you guys can only think one-dimensionally. Like, when you guys play chess, do you only look at the move you're making right then, or are
Riggs
you
is playing 4D.
3 moves ahead?
Man.
Riggs is playing 4D chess over here, bro.
No one's playing.
All I'm saying is I would have asked if judging people inherently makes you a bad person. You could judge people and be good.
Well, here's where I was going with this. I was gonna make Riggs himself explain to me why he thinks he is a good judge of people. And that's when the moment he starts explaining himself, I would find holes. But you see, you didn't let me get to that point, did you, percent?
Yeah.
No, that's not where you were going.
Well, I
Branch.
didn't
We
let
heard
you
what
get there
said.
either.
You said, then you're not a good mod. Or not a good flat earther.
Wait. Is percent ref? Is he reffing or
I'm
is he
biased mod.
debating?
He's interrupting. That's what
I'm
he
like a
is.
Glober mod. I'm a biased mod.
Okay. You know what? You know what, Riggs? Why don't we do this? Let's just skip to the question at hand. Why do you think you are an amazing judge of people?
Because I've let all varieties of people walk over me throughout my life, and I've learned through failures and trust and failure of that trust to get to my position. So now I've given you an out. I've given you an argument, so that you're back in the game.
Yeah, your answer would have been great, but you said for about 3 seconds before you answered, which means you do not believe your answer that you gave. You
What'd he
made it
say?
up. Like, look, when somebody
Hey, are you riding over eggshells? What the fuck?
No, I'm just saying, bro, look, you said and then you answered, which means you actually made up in your mind what you was about to say before you said it.
You
Like,
said what?
if you
Yeah,
had,
I absolutely thought about what I said before I
if
said
you
it.
had
You got me.
if you had just spoken from your heart, you wouldn't have had such a long
Now, how did you go about judging
Long
that?
what? So confused.
How did I go about? Wait, what was the
No,
question?
that was to Branch.
Oh, okay.
Riggs had a long what branch?
He's having a long pause because he's not believing in what he's just about to say next.
Well, I kind of had to pause also
Not
because I
you,
didn't
Branch.
want to drive into a wall, so I had to turn around. But whatever.
right? I mean, the fact that now you're coming up with reasons why you had the long pause actually gives
Okay.
further
Oh,
proof
okay.
as to why you made up everything. He said after the
I don't
pause.
know, guys. I think he's got a point. I think he's definitely dug his heels in now. Now I'm fucked. I may just actually be a nice guy. It's all fucked up now. Damn it.
Riggs, just quit while you're ahead, bro. That'll be my advice to you. Riggs, do you want me to now comment on that fake laugh you just did? You never laugh like that.
Dude, none of my laughs are fake. Like none of them. You guys are. This is the second time I've heard that though. Like that I have a fake laugh, but I don't have a fake laugh. I just find humor in everything.
Different kinds of
The other person who told me that was a crack villain, and I just thought I thought that was even more funny. I just laughed even harder.
That one definitely sounded fake.
All right, Riggs, can you give me a real laugh? What does a real laugh sound like?
Can't do it fake. I just can't make it up.
Say something funny, Branch.
Yeah, be funny. Do a dance.
Branch?
Dance,
Funny?
monkey.
You literally just made yourself laugh.
Yeah, because I imagined you dancing like a monkey.
It would be better if we knew what he looked like. You know, it would be better to.
You know what? I found out he's not black. He's actually Indian, which is even fucking more hilarious.
Oh,
And he's
black?
tall too.
Everybody
What's up, dudes?
Everybody
There you go.
knows I'm fucking
Morning.
Indian, dude. I don't understand this shit.
I got nothing back
Hold on,
there.
you're tall, Branch?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not short.
Okay, so you're like 5'11".
I'm actually like just a tiny bit. I say 6'1", but I'm just a little bit over 6.
Taller than me.
He sounds too short to be black.
I think I'm. Well, I've been 5'10" my whole life, but
Indian
I
to be
think I'm a
tall.
little taller now. I think I'm a little taller now, but I actually prefer 5'10" because I like the number 5 and things that divide by it.
I kind of still feel short though. Like,
We get it. Mentally.
no, yeah, because like my cousins and shit are taller than me. You know what I mean? So in my family, I'm still short.
Oh, does that give you like a complex? Is that why you feel?
No, I
Okay.
think it does fuck with my brother a little bit because because he did get left a little bit short.
Well, your brother got shafted, hey? Short and gay.
It was funny though, dude. Like my brother, right? He's fucking hilarious. Like he used to drink so much milk, just so he can get taller and shit. It's fucking hilarious. Like
Milk's weird. Like, I don't know how I feel about it. Good, so good, but it just seems a little weird that we're only animals that drink other animals' milk.
well, percent. You come from a. I think you come from a brown background.
Think?
Yeah. Are you? Would you consider yourself tall?
Do? But within my, like, background?
Yeah, exactly. Like
Yeah,
within.
I think I'm above average. Not like, yeah, probably tall. Maybe like the line between above average and tall.
I would actually go as far as to say like.
Percentages, hold on, Branch. Percentage is fucking 4'7". His background is midgets, so he's exceptionally tall.
I think percentage is 5'9". No, 5'11".
I'm a little bit taller than. If you're just over 6 feet, then you're barely taller than me. I'm top.
So you're right at 6 foot.
183 centimeters.
Do you remember?
Percentage. Branch said if you guys fight, he knows what you'll be throwing all uppercuts.
Hey Jeremy, I think you're like 5'7".
No, I'm taller than that.
Would you say Jin's big in Japan?
You know what? You know what really pisses me off, Jeremy?
What pisses you off, Branch?
How like you make such a big point about not being a janitor anymore, like it was a bad thing that you was one.
I've literally never said anything about it.
I'm just saying, bro. Every time you do that shit, it fucking pisses me off a little bit because
I don't do it.
Never happened.
you do that, bro. It's like it's almost like you're ashamed of it. And in my fucking eyes, bro, I swear to God, in my eyes, I see it as a fucking
Bro, I like that job.
yeah. I think it's a fucking great job to have.
It was a good job, yeah.
Wait, what job?
All right. Well, you know what, Jeremy? Maybe that was in my head, and hearing you say that you never do feel ashamed of it, I enjoy that too.
Yeah, I think just like sometimes people, will say go back to cleaning toilets or make some stupid joke like that, and he's like, I don't do that anymore, and
Right, and it wasn't so much like every time people did that shit, it fucking annoyed the
he
fuck
responds
out of
with
me.
like assertion, but not necessarily
Well,
negative.
it did hurt
It's
him a
negative
little
to
bit
whoever
every
he's
time.
talking.
It's not a nice fucking thing to tell someone, right? But it's also a very fucking noble profession. I mean, yep. It's not so much about the fact that like it's noble in the way where you know monetary wise. It's noble in a way where you have very little bosses telling you what the fuck to do. Your job is this, and you handle it. And it's in that fucking narrative of the job, he was almost his own boss most of the time. And I think that is, I think that matters a lot more than how much money you make.
this flat Earth is very sensitive topic for people who don't believe any creator, because it will kind of demolish all the foundations for anything that could be like happened like by accident. So talking with atheists or people who don't believe any creator or deity or God or anything like that, this is a quite a thing to talk about. But and otherwise, I've seen many people who wake up from the atheism to get back into the belief of the God. So it's
No,
also that.
bro. Here's where you're wrong about that. Like Hindus, like Krishna, in the Bhagavad Gita, which is like our Bible, he specifically says that we are not the core fucking world. If anything, we're almost like a middle world. There are worlds above us and there's worlds under us. And there's many fucking worlds in this entire cosmos we live in.
Oh, really? Is there many fucking worlds or are there many worlds? Which one is it, Branch? Which one is it? Is it fucking worlds or is it just many worlds? I mean,
You know what, Jin,
let's
I'm
get
sorry, bro.
precise, yeah?
Jin,
Jin, allow it, fam.
no, Jin, that was good, and I was arguing beforehand about using swear words, and I will try to stop doing that, because what you're saying is right, and I'll try, bro. But you know, Krishna did say that, like, he was basically telling Arjuna that, look, the world, Earth that we live on, is one of many worlds, and we are not the best world out there. There's worlds that other deities of his control, and you know, there's worlds that don't have deities controlling them. But Krishna basically said, regardless of that, he is the one true God, and all of these worlds are still him.
Same as Islam, man. In Islam and Christianity, it's the same. You have, you know, the 7 earth. You have the seven skies, like the 7 heavens, 7 earths, the 7 hells. And in terms of, like, you know, some other sources, you have, you know, like Dante's Inferno, you have, I think, 10 hells or something like that. But in terms of the 7 earths, they're, you know, we're humans on one earth, and there's more. And then even beyond that, you have in Islam, you have in, you know, the first surah, the opener or whatever it's called, Al-Fatiha. You have hold up, right? So I'm almost done. So there's one line, one verse that it's like Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, which basically means praise be to God, the Lord of the world. It doesn't mention how many, but yeah.
I mean, in Islam, you have Allah, right? Do you guys have a devil?
Yeah.
Yes.
What's his name?
He doesn't have a name, just like God doesn't have a name.
No, he does have a name. There is a name for the devil in the Islamic faith.
No, there isn't.
There is.
What is it then?
I'll find it, but I know there's a name for it.
Yeah, I'm telling you,
you're probably referring to Iblis, which is not.
Yeah, it might be
devil's
Shaitan.
name.
Jin might be right about that.
Shaitan is a title.
Title of what? The devil.
Yes. I personally think that's one of the biggest differences between the Islamic and Christian religions is the belief that there is one creator of everything, and he or she, that being, is everything, which doesn't leave space for a devil.
It does. What do you mean?
He created the devil.
He created the devil, exactly.
The devil is him, right?
The devil's.
If the creator is everything, the devil is.
It's not that the creator is everything. It's that the creator created everything. So he created the devil, and the devil is basically a representation of the creator.
No, that's not what Hindus believe. The Hindus believe that Krishna is everything. Like,
yeah, well, that's the difference.
Like, literally, we are Krishna.
Yeah. That's the difference. Islam would, and Christianity and Judaism would see that as an insult to the creator, because we're sharing, like, you know, we're basically giving the creator the properties the characteristics of creation. You know?
Yeah, I mean, well, the way we see it is, Krishna had to explain it that way to Arjun in order to give him the strength to do what he needs to do in life. And he had to explain it to him that way. It may not have been the best way to explain it, but that's how he explained it to Arjun.
Yeah, I understand. But I would say it's not a good way to explain it because it's a violation of the law of non-contradiction. How can you be both creator and creation at the same time?
Well, he goes on to talk about how he's basically telling Arjun all this stuff, right? And he tells him, like, dude, your minds are not capable of understanding time.
Time is moving.
And he's basically saying that he is everything and anything, not just now, but always, that has been and ever will be, all at once. And our minds sometimes cannot understand that. Because
But in Christianity, it's very simple because Jesus said that I am the light and the way and the truth. And that's all we need. We don't need anything else. So anything else from those three is unnecessary.
Jesus was
I honestly don't care, dude. I'll be honest with you, like, I'm a Hindu, but
anyway, my question wasn't talk about religions. I want to talk about the atheism, which is kind of religion too. But anyway, the foundation of the atheism is dragged away if the earth is not a spinning ball, because the atheism is relying on the cosmic evolution, because they have to have this cosmic evolution happening from a explosion from nothing to have their belief system of atheism.
Atheism is delusion, man.
Because I was gonna say I'm a Hindu, but I kind of see where atheism is going.
Atheism is a delusion, straight up. Because even if you have this ball and everything, even if you have the Big Bang, you had to have the energy in the beginning to make all of this happen. And where did that energy come from? It had to come from something, right? An uncaused cause, unless you fall into infinite regression. So atheism, like atheists that don't see past that, are just delusional.
Yeah, but they need to have this dark energy, because and they say 96% of all the things that is actually nothing. It's actually opposite, because it's the dark energy or dark matter or whatever dark. So
that's not what dark means. Dark doesn't mean opposite. It just means that they don't know what it is.
Yeah, and that's what we are made of, that we don't know. So that's why they have to say that, because otherwise they would admit that, yeah, we are created.
Percent.
What's up?
If you want to believe, right, in pure science, and believe there is no afterlife, believe that, you know, this is everything, and we're just another animal, then I personally think that anybody that wants to believe that in their own right should be able to believe it without criticism.
Okay. I think it's a little bit short-sighted, but, you know, to each their own.
It is. And I mean, honestly, all of these belief systems, regardless of what they are and how they are, right? They are essentially coping mechanisms for people, right? Like, even if you believe that we are just the product of evolution,
I disagree with you.
I really do think it's just
go ahead and finish your point.
I really do think it's just a coping mechanism, and I don't give a fuck about what people believe and how they believe it.
No, straight up, you're right. You're right. It is a coping mechanism for a lot of people, but that's not only what it is. And that's just, you know, something that people add on to it. In terms of, you know, if you get down to brass tacks, straight logic, we had to be created, right? That's what the rules of our world, our physical laws tell us. We have causation. We had to begin to exist at some point, and that first thing that existed had to somehow break that law of causation. It was uncaused. So that tells you that you had some sort of weird supernatural entity that created everything. Okay? And then you ask yourself, like, what are we doing here? Why were we created in that case, right? This entity that had the power, the knowledge to create all of the stuff that we see, with the design that we see, like from like every single thing you can appreciate, this, like, from a leaf to like, an ox, every single piece of life, it just has so much design in it. It's impeccable. And then you ask yourself, like, what that has all this knowledge? For what reason were we on here? And the only kind of, like, the best logical deduction you can make is that it's a test, that and that you're supposed to live by these by certain rules, regardless of whether they came from man or what have you, if you don't necessarily believe in revelation. But you have rules that kind of allow society to progress in the best manner, and you should live by them for the sake of all people, right?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I mean, the one thing that bugs me about the whole evolution thing, right, is I somewhat think, right, that the fact that we didn't have any type of competition on the intellectual scale is very odd, right? Because why is it that only this one line of animal was able to have this type of intelligence throughout the years, if it wasn't a divine intervention type of thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
You would, like, the numbers, if you look at just pure numbers, you would actually say that there will be multiple lines of intelligence. And when I say intelligence, I mean, yeah, dolphins are smart, but that's a very different type of smart. I'm talking about intelligence to the method we have, where we can actually build and do the type of crap humans do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I personally find it very odd that we're the only species that even came close. Like, and we're talking about come close to the point where there was no other animal.
Yeah, it's a huge chasm between.
Yeah, there's an
our race.
enormous difference between.
Yeah, and you think about it, like, you think about the other genotypical and phenotypical traits that other creatures have. Like the eyes that they have, and the sense of smells that they have, and the speed that they have, and such. There isn't these chasms between them. Like, you take the birds with the best eyes, allegedly, right? And maybe the peregrine falcon has marginally better eyes than the X eagle or what have you, right?
And we're all very similar.
But in terms of brains, there's just, like, or intelligence. I shouldn't even say brains, but in terms of, like, intelligence and sentience, where chasms leaps and bounds above any other creature, and you can't say that with any other anatomical organ or phenotypical trait. So there's got to be more to it.
So are you guys getting at the fact that we are the most strangest thing on the earth? We're almost out of place.
It's
A little bit, yeah.
It kind of feels like. I think what we're saying is, it feels like we were manipulated to be this way.
So you can make different kind of theories as to why. You could say God, that supernatural entity, created everything but created us a little bit different. Or you could say that it's like a simulation theory, and everything else is kind of like bots or low level, and we're not, or maybe we're some high level AI type. You could have a lot of different kind of angles to come at it from, but the point is, humans are definitely different.
Yeah.
Hey, do you guys?
Yeah, could I just get this point out there? I'm sure you guys might be aware
Go
of
ahead,
this.
Jen.
Animals do have intelligence, because I watched some birds who were trying to get a worm that was stuck in a tree, yeah? And this bird fashioned a twig to scoop it out. Now there's a bird using logic
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So the birds
Using his
are
bird
not
brain.
supposed- Yeah, we mustn't think that we're the only ones with intelligence here.
Oh, we're
Yeah.
not. There, a lot of creatures definitely have intelligence, but
Yeah.
we have just the most. We're leaps and bounds above other creatures.
Oh yeah. That's why I say we are the custodians of this earth. We are supposed to look after this, keep everything pristine for those yet to come. That's the
Absolutely.
role clearly obvious. You know.
Yeah.
I would
One
say,
thing
instead of intelligence, maybe a better word would be agency. We have the agency to act on, because they might be intelligent, but maybe they don't have the agency because of their, physical makeup or what have you. Who knows?
Absolutely. Yeah, I agree with that 100%. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Fake prof, you were trying to get in. Go ahead.
There is one amazing bird in Finland, or it's having summers in Finland. It's kind of common cuckoo, or something like that in English. Anyway, it will lay its egg in another bird's nest.
Nest. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the cuckoo bird.
Cuckoo bird.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
then
the cuckoo bird. That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
and it will when it comes out of the egg, it will drop all the other eggs and all the other small birds from the nest, so it will be the only bird or the child bird in the nest. And regardless who has raised it, it has the capability to travel to the Africa when it's adult.
But bro, like, have you ever dated a girl that is into you so much more than you're into her, to the point where, like, she doesn't want to use condoms and shit like that? Like, she literally wants you to be her baby daddy. That's kind of similar to what a cuckoo bird does. And I mean, there's other sides of it too. Like, humans do that same type of behavior where, you got girls out there where they will fuck a guy just to trap them into being a fucking baby daddy.
Okay, we're going back into that gutter world again. Now listen up. Let's go back to what the man just said about that cuckoo bird, and then being able to go to Africa. Now that is is that intelligence, or is that programmed by the creator? That's what you've missed with your being fucked by this person and that person fucking.
Yeah, it
Okay?
might be
You see what I mean?
programmed. It might be programmed because it will always drop the other eggs from the nest. So it might be programmed, and also the travel from the Finland to the South Africa, it might be programmed as well. So
Hold up. In terms of dropping the other eggs from the nest, what do you mean? The baby that was
murder. Yeah, committing murder. Really, just getting rid of
the bird will drop all the others from the nest, and the mother and the father will feed this this foreign or alien bird in their nest, and they
So the
think
foreign egg will be placed with all the other eggs, and they're all hatched together, and then that foreign
No, they're not hatched.
bird will
It
drop
will
the other
hatch
one,
first,
or
and it will kill up the survival of the fittest. So it murders the other eggs.
I understand, Jen, but I'm trying to suss out, Jen. I'm trying to find out whether the male, the adult bird, throws the other eggs out and leaves his egg only, or if the egg hatches and then throws his like hatchlings that are with him out.
Exactly, the second one.
The second one. Okay, that's a fucking savage little chick.
Right,
Crazy, right?
That is crazy.
Yeah, that's right.
It's definitely like programmed to get rid of them or something.
Do you see the what I said about some women trapping men?
Yeah, I see what you mean. I don't think it's like, a perfect kind of example, but
No.
Try not to wallow in the gutter.
But the personality trait is there.
Branch.
Yeah.
Try not to bring it to the gutter branch if you can. Yeah.
You heard about the birds that can sleep while they're flying?
I've heard that before, but I don't know which birds do it.
Percent. The question I was going to ask you though. The question I was going to ask you, like, in the Muslim religion, do they say that God made us in His form?
In His eye.
No.
No.
And I don't think they don't say that in the Christian religion either. That's just it's a commonly miscomprehended or misunderstood phrase. So, and this is my own thinking. I haven't seen any kind of like validation from it from others, but it has been kind of like confirmed to me by other Christians and what have you. Basically, The idea is that God creates man as he imagined in his image. You know, like if you're an artist and you have an image of something in your head, you want to make it, right? You're not going to make it exactly as you imagine, exactly as you image, because you're constrained physically or what have you. It's not going to be exactly as you imagine it. Whereas God, he has this image, and boom, he creates it. You know, so he created man in his image, exactly as he imagined it, with no imperfections or what have you.
Okay. Now, Browns, I think it's my turn now. I've allowed you to speak for like 30 minutes uninterrupted. You gave it a lot.
Jim,
Now it's my turn.
thank you for allowing me to speak, bro.
Yeah, right. Of course, I thought I'd do that, but I was watching the amount of profanity going through. I just want to step in a little bit now.
But Jim, now that you allow me,
policeman.
Now that you allow me to speak for so long, please talk.
Yes, thank you very much. And yeah, I think we could be living much better on this earth, and if we're all on the same page, we might get there. As long as there's not so much profanity around, we'll make it somehow, some way. There you go. Okay, yeah, that's it.
I never believe.
Please go ahead. You never believed.
I never really believed the evolution when it was taught in the school, but I take it as a granted, and I just learned it, and yeah, I forgot it, and it made me feel like a little bit okay. We came from a fish and stuff like that. It made me a little bit questioning that, is that really true? But I didn't care anything like that when I was something like 15 or something like in the school.
Yeah.
But afterwards, when growing adult and really starting to think that, okay, I was a fish, and making that like an, okay, is that any way possible, and coming to the conclusion that there is no way that we could evolve from stuff like that, it made me like same time angry to the education system, and same time relieved from that paradigm.
Yes, yeah, I had the exact same experience. Anger towards my educators there because they didn't tell the truth there, and then a relief because you don't have to believe that one anymore. That one you can throw away now. So you're one less thing to worry about. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's kind of the evolution. The evolution is kind of prison. It's kind of you're kind of trapped there. If you criticize it, you kind of are left stranded, or left outside of the inside of the society. Oh, you are so stupid, you don't understand the evolution. So they are relying into your intelligence or capable of thinking that you don't understand the evolution, therefore you are stupid, therefore we don't talk to you anymore.
Yeah, they treat you like somebody who's got like the open expression I often hear is they treat you like you've got leprosy, so everyone moves away, Yeah, and abandon you. Yeah, that's correct. That is often the case.
Yeah, I've taught my kid, he's 12, and that he could believe the evolution or not, and regardless what he believes, I will support him. And he has not at these days he don't believe the evolution, but anyway he's learning it in school and writing the correct answers into the exams, but he don't have to believe things to be good in a school to write the correct answers that we came from a fish.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said to my kids as well. I told them that no, we didn't come from fish. I explained to them that they're gonna teach you that, but it's not possible, because if that was true, then that evolution would still be happening today. We would see it. It would still be going on, because nature seems to continue and everlasting. So we don't see that.
It does still happen today, Jin. Evolution is happening all the time. We still see it today.
No, we're not evolving in any way at all, mate. People might be growing taller. People might be growing taller, if you want to call that evolution. Fine. We're not evolving hang on a second, please. We're not evolving from monkeys to humans. fish to monkeys, that evolution, which is what we're talking about, that never happened.
Right. I'm not talking about us. I'm not talking about, like, I think that because of our lifestyles, we put a pause.
Darwinian evolution, no. And
Like-
they to select the fittest
Okay.
only, and that's just a theory.
I was talking about just evolution in general on the planet is happening.
We don't live on a planet, number one. So you made an error there. We don't live on a planet.
All right, Jin.
The planet doesn't exist. So you're wrong again.
Hey, you know what though, Jim? I had this thought once, right? That, you know, we think we're on top of the food chain because of our intelligence, but it actually may be our intelligence which makes us not on top of the food chain. And the reason for that is maybe our own intelligence is actually a negative, because we will wipe ourselves out, and the next apex predator or animal would take over. I think that, you know, if we consider who we are and how we live, there could be a time where we wipe ourselves out, meaning that our own intelligence...
We're wiping ourselves out now anyway. We are wiping ourselves out through the wars we make.
I'm just saying,
But
it
not
means
only
that our
that,
own intelligence
and, hang on, and to
actually
allow,
was
and
actually
to
a
allow-
negative.
Yeah. I'm just trying to address your points and, you know, allow that to happen. You've made a good point there. I agree with that.
All right, well, here's the problem, Jen, yeah? You started
Well, can I
talking
finish off?
midway
Can I
through
not
my
finish
point.
off or not? Can I not finish off or
Oh,
not?
no. You started talking midway through my point, and then you're making out like I'm disrupting
I
you.
agreed with your point, and I was just trying to, before you go down
Right,
the
I mean,
road,
I do appreciate you agreeing with my point. I just wish you let me finish the point.
Yeah, but you made that good point, and I'm trying to just address it before you go
Right.
on too far. And
The moment
only
you
gonna be
felt like
30
you wanted to
seconds.
talk, you started
I'm only
talking
gonna be
regardless of
30
whether I was done or not.
seconds. Not even 30 seconds, I'm going to be. And that is this.
Jen,
we
did
are
you let
killing
me
ourselves.
finish before you started talking?
You were, look. You made your point, and I'm now trying to get.
Did you let me finish before you started talking?
Well, you stopped. You paused.
I didn't
That's why I
stop.
jumped in.
I
You
didn't stop. If
paused.
I had stopped, I would have continued to have
You
been.
paused. That's when I jumped in. You paused.
No, I didn't.
You took a breath.
No, Jen, I didn't.
You took a breath. Then I jumped
Jen,
in because I wanted.
what happened was this. You heard what I said. You wanted to say something, and you thought it was appropriate to interrupt.
That I agree with what you're saying. The only thing is, you know, we are on top of the food chain. We'll always be on the top of the food chain as long as we don't wipe ourselves out. And you can tell because by the food we waste a lot of food. So it's clearly we're on top of the food chain, but we're the biggest wasters. That's all I was going to say. Now carry on. That's it. That's all. I agree with what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, Jen, that would have been a perfect thing to say if you just waited for me to finish before you started saying it.
You were going to go down the road for forever. Carry on.
All right, so you do agree that you did interrupt me?
No, I said I jumped in when you took a pause, took a breath. Because I wanted to catch it at that time before you went on. So I jumped in when you paused. You might have been carrying on, but you paused and I jumped in.
Jen, how many fingers are you holding up?
None. Carry on.
Just one comment about being at top of the food chain. The bacteria is the top of the food chain, and even the evolutionists say that we came from bacteria. See, so we are back in the square one, and in that point. So the king of the jungle is the bacteria.
Yeah, you could say that. I mean, yeah, that's a good point. Bacteria lives everywhere. But,
Yo, did you guys see this video that SC Montreal just posted?
No, what was that?
Some guy in the ISS dropping a hammer and a playing card. And the hammer floats, and the card falls down.
seen that. Yeah, I've seen that. I have seen that. Yeah, I have seen that.
What the fuck? It found a little pocket of gravity, he said.
That's correct. Yeah, the pocket of gravity thing.
What the fuck?
It's ridiculous, isn't it? It is ridiculous, the things they do, you know.
Does this guy not know how gravity works?
Exactly. I mean, he had to say that because he caught himself out, didn't he? Shot himself in the foot with that one. Pockets of gravity. I mean, to even state that and let it go. It's just absurd things they can do.
No, it sounds absolutely fine to most mediocre like sheeple that don't know anything about their model, right?
Yeah.
But it's absolutely incorrect if you do.
Of gravity? Wow. You see?
I
That
admire
being the case. Yeah, go on.
I think
Go
this
ahead,
is
please.
I think this is the Richard Carriot, as known as Lord British, from the Ultima games. I love these Ultima games back in 80s or back in 90s. So I admire this guy, but now I hate this guy from being such an liar.
Yeah, I remember that game you were talking about. Yeah.
You mean this astronaut used to play Ultima Online?
No, he's an inventor of
on
Ultima game.
TV. Yeah.
I see.
Well, there's some other I posted on trailer from advertisement from a Nintendo Switch, and that's kind of what they can do on a very thin budget, and things are moving in space and stuff like that, and they are using the touchscreen inside the space with the floating object, and that's just a very small portion what the NASA has a budget to do in space in a real-time CGI. So there is to think about a little bit how they are doing it in a real.
Yeah, and how much money they're already spending on all that stuff, because it's not really that expensive to do all that stuff. The rest of the money is just going into their pockets, into their bank accounts. That's why they can have houses in other countries, if you will, travel the world, you know, fancy cars, fancy lifestyle. That's how it is. That's what they get, you know?
Dude, but here's
Wondering where the
the
money
Jen, here's the thing, right? Like, wouldn't people with that much wealth somewhat get bored of it?
The only reason they may get bored of it is if they don't know how to live. That's the only thing, because I know for myself, I would never ever be bored. I'm not bored now as it is. So if I had more money, I would be able to do more. It would give me the opportunity to help others, and in doing that, I'm occupied. So
I personally
would never be bored.
think that, like, having enough wealth to be at a point where you don't have to worry about your future, right?
Yeah, financially well off. Yeah.
Right, is different to being extremely rich.
Yeah.
And
excuse me, if I was a Jeff Bezos, you know that I'd be helping other people around the world. That's what I'd be doing.
right, but like,
That's quite obvious.
see, that's the thing, Jen. Right, like, once you get to that level of rich, where it's beyond your own needs, now you've got a whole new level of shit to worry about.
Excuse me, yeah. No, I haven't got a whole shit to think to. I'm not going to be worrying about anything.
You are going to be worried about
the money. I'm going to use the money to make. Look, let me just get this out, because it's got to be a to and fro here, right? I'm going to use the money to actually make more money for those people who have no money. That's what you do. Once you've got that money, you can go up and help them start businesses in the third world and get them to move into the first world if necessary.
So by helping people, you'll give them gainful employment, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you mentioned Jeff Bezos from Apple.
Yeah.
Now Apple employs millions and millions.
Amazon.
I don't know millions of people, but maybe like a lot of people, hundreds of thousands. I don't know how many people they employ. Maybe even 1 million. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Now, isn't that a good thing? Isn't he helping people by making sure 1 million people have jobs and are gainfully employed.
Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah, I'm not knocking that, but I'm just addressing the boredom of the man who has all that money, and I'm saying that if I was a Jeff Bezos, I would never be bored, and if I had all that money beyond financially but well off, I would be able to help others. Of course, I've got the reason I attained this money was because of my staff. So the company, this is what I was going to say before you interjected there slightly, is that I would make the companies that are being built wouldn't be mine. It'd be theirs. This is your company. So I'm not going to be the CEO. It is yours, and you do with as you will, but keep it. Obviously, you're going to make money. That's
Okay, so
it.
two things.
So I'm just a founder. Yeah, go ahead.
Two things. So number one, because Jeff Bezos and these other, CEOs of these huge companies employ a lot of people, does that mean that you think Jeff Bezos is a good person?
Yes, I think it. Yeah, of course I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
And number
He's a good
two,
person. He's not-
so but you think he would be a better person, and like a better person would give the people the means to have their own companies, to own it themselves?
No, that's purely Jeff Bezos is free to do what he wishes to do with his finances, and that's where it stops. If he wants to help other people,
No, I'm saying you.
doesn't,
Okay,
he's
forget
still a good
Jeff
person.
Bezos. Forget Jeff Bezos. Now you're saying, the best thing is if you let them, help them to start their own business.
Yeah, because I've got money that I know I'm not really going to be ever use in my life. I'm never going to be able to spend it all.
Mhm.
So what I would do is, rather than not waste it, I would use the money to make more money. That means I'm going to go and set up these companies so that these people in the third world can actually rise. And what I'm going to say to them is that you don't really want to be in the first world. You want to be in the middle, get it right, have a solar panel here and there.
But
So you're
Fair
living
enough.
not like the first world as such. And
but
you're
Jen,
sustaining yourself.
Here's the
Yeah.
problem though, right? Part of the reason why there is this enormous difference between the rich and the poor is because people like him have this much money, right? And on the monetary scale of shit, people are so against the whole UBI and that type of life of living. But if you really think about the way we're living right now, we have an enormous gap between regular people and the rich, right?
Yes, I know that.
Well,
And
let me just say
I
one
have a
thing
different-
before we move on too much from it, and it's kind of in relation to what Branster's just saying in terms of like UBI.
Yeah, go on.
I'm not sure
Yeah.
that most people would be averse to it. I think, and this is like, why I asked you, Jin, about helping them start their own company. I think the
Yes.
majority of people are followers, and they would be perfectly content with being employees in a company and just having gainful employment, having enough to live off of. And a lot of them wouldn't be satisfied with just getting money for doing nothing, because you don't get fulfillment. There's no purpose in your life, unless you have some kind of hobby that is basically your second job, right? Or it's basically your job if you have UBI. But I do think that if your aim is just to help them start their own companies, you're only going to be servicing a small amount of the population, which are the ones that are more like entrepreneurial and risk risk whatever the word is.
Yeah, well, I'm talking.
Yeah,
about building
to
infrastructure,
actually start their own
what I'm
business and take on that leadership position. Most people aren't ready and don't gravitate towards leadership positions.
I would beg to differ, because I'm sure I can go into the third world and we're going to set up businesses that are going to require many people to come and work. The leaders the ones who are going to be leaders that will be there to run and manage the business and that. And remember, everything they're doing is for themselves.
That's a
the
good point,
salaries,
actually.
The money you sell, yeah, they're going to make it all for them. This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
It's
that's a good point,
community
because
thing.
they'll have employees that are the following type. Yeah,
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
I run
yeah.
back
So
what I
it's
said.
just a-
Well, I somewhat disagree, right? Because like the way I've seen stuff is the best way to get your employees riled up is to let them know about your competition, right? And what
Oh, yeah.
you're actually fighting about. Like, even I've been in the software world my whole life, but it's still a fight, like, we may be against another company to win a contract, and that's a fight, right? And you tell your employees that, guys, we want to beat these motherfuckers, And even if it's not going to change their pay rate, people just enjoy a fight. And when you start to think about, a totally UBI situation, you've also got to exclude that fight from that, which makes one company want to be better than the other, right? Because if everybody's doing UBI and, every CEO is under UBI too, then why would there be any competition between companies? And then, if that becomes the case, what's the point of innovating if everything is just cool? Would we become stagnant and stop innovating technology?
Well, the point of competition would be to get more. So the universal basic income is just the minimum, right? You could still make a lot more money, and and we kind of have the same effect of universal basic income already in most like jurisdictions. You have like the personal minimum personal income, and then if they're below that income threshold, then they get like tax assistance and what have you, right? They're considered low income,
supplementary benefits,
whatever. So yeah, they help them out a little bit, and it might be lower than what they're thinking the current like that UBI would be, but that doesn't mean that you can't make more, and that competition, and morale and going to war, like again with another company, so to speak, won't exist. It still could.
Yeah.
Right.
But not moving away from the situation you asked. So as for me, if I was a Mr. Bezos or a Branson, and I would never be bored. I just would not be bored. So I think it's an individual thing as to whether someone that rich would be bored or not.
I personally hate how you have these Bezos and Bransons and shit like that. And you guys keep talking about CEOs. The other thing you guys need to understand is not the CEOs, right? So, like even like Bezos is rich as fuck and runs the company not because he's the CEO, it's because he's the chairman of the board, right?
Yeah.
The board runs shit. CEOs work for the board, right? But regardless of that,
Isn't he not the chief? Is he not the chief executive? He was the chief executive officer at one point, and then he moved off of that. He moved off of that role after he went to supposedly the Carmen line. He then that role has now he's been moved off that role. He's no longer the
Branch's
CEO.
point is that the chief executive officer is an employee of the company and reports to the board members, which are like the actual, majority stakeholders of the company and the owners and what have you.
Yeah. I would never be in that situation. I'd do what Steve Jobs done, right out a new policy where I have final say, regardless of the regardless of the board.
Yeah, but you could have creative control and the final say in terms of that, but you still are making money for the owners of the company, right?
Yeah.
And if you're the majority stakeholder and the chairman of the board or whatever, then you kind of, even though like maybe the creative aspect you've left it, delegated to someone else and they have freedom. In the end, you're still the one kind of owning the company. You could fire him if you want to.
It also depends on
I'm in the stock exchange.
Exactly, Jen. It depends on how much of the company is in stocks, right? Because if your company is 90% stock owned, then the CEO is going to have a lot more say than that 110%, which is the board members.
Yeah. So I might not need to be on the stock exchange at the end of the day, because we're talking in the third world, which is where I'd rather want to be to help them along. It's going to be very, very. I'm going to have a lot more freedom, and we're going to be less worrying about stock and that.
What third world country are we talking about?
Anywhere on the flat earth that needs that kind of input, and there's loads. Africa's, Asia's, the Americas, Australia's. It's all there.
So I've already decided, dude. Like percent when we start our new company and shit. I'm not sure what it is. Jin's gonna be our CEO.
Definitely secretarial. I think you should be the secretary. Jin, you're good at keeping minutes, right?
Hey, Jin, what's your salary going to be, Jin?
You see, because if I'm a Bezos, I don't want any money. I don't need any money.
Well, hold on a second. Hold on. Don't ask Jin. me and Percent would be the board members. We
Yeah.
decide how much money he's making.
If I'm as rich as Mr. Bezos, I wouldn't receive a single dollar. I don't.
Well, you're not going to be rich as Mr. Bezos. I'm sorry to tell you.
Yeah, but no, I was talking if I was the person.
Unless Jin, you could. All you got to do is marry his wife.
Right. I was good idea, but I was referring as I was a Mr. Bezos with all this money, and I'm not going to be bored. I'm trying to help others. So in doing so, I don't want to receive anything. I just want to establish these businesses for them. Then they grow for themselves. That's it. I don't need to take any money from that. I don't need
Technically, Branch, by the way, if he married his ex-wife, then he would be half as rich as Bezos.
Yes, that's right. Because I wouldn't get all his money, would I?
No, what's yours is hers, and his is hers.
Not when you divorce.
Yeah.
Did you
So,
know
yeah.
that?
What's yours? What is it? What's yours is
Actually,
what's yours is mine, and mine is yours.
yeah.
And there was.
What's yours is ours, and what's mine is hers.
And what's hers is hers. At the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what you need to do, right, is keep the original vows, which is like, what is it? Serve, obey. What was the original vows that they used to have in Christianity? Like
What's that?
Like the original vows, where the girls used to say, "I take thee to serve, obey," and something else, some shit like that.
Love, cherish, and obey till death do us part.
Was that it?
Basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Why the fuck
Love
we
and
get
to
rid of
hold,
obey
to
for?
cherish and to obey, to
Yeah.
death do you part.
Yeah.
In sickness and in health, till death do you part.
Yeah, in sickness and in health. That's the one. Yeah.
Keyword obey.
Yeah. Why do girls want to admit the obey now?
Yeah, because they feel like it's like they're being owned. Obviously.
You know what?
And your
I
wife is not
do.
something that you don't own a wife, do you? As such, I mean,
No,
some
I
I
mean-
people
totally
think so.
agree.
Some people would think so in the fact that when they get divorced, they lose half of their wealth. But then you can forgive them for thinking that. But in general,
I
thinking, you're thinking
I do
properly.
agree,
You
bro.
don't
And
own your wife, do you?
I'm totally fucking on board with equal rights of men and women and shit. But
But
there are a certain percentage of women who like that lifestyle and want to be submissive to the husband.
Right, and long may that reign if that's the case.
Right.
Yeah, no problem.
But like no, I'm not just talking about I'm not talking about in India and shit. I'm actually talking about in America, right? And I'm just saying that a lot of these women that made this whole deal about a woman should be able to work and fuck the man, all that crap. They actually fucked it all up for these women that wanted that lifestyle.
yeah, that lifestyle, that's the natural way to be submissive and stuff.
I wouldn't say it's a natural way. I mean,
it is definitely the natural way.
I think women are like cats. They let men think that they're owners, but they actually run everything.
well, it's not.
That's more like it.
That's interesting. Women are manipulative as fuck, right? And the reason why, for me to actually get along with a girl for more than a couple of months, is only if she never tries it. Because the moment someone tries it, I will see it, and it pisses me off. Like, did you really think that's gonna work with me? And then it just fucks up the whole relationship.
Yeah.
How old are you now, Branch?
69.
No, you're not. How old are you?
82.
Yep. Okay, never mind. You're in your 30s. I'll put you. You're in your early 30s.
Regardless of how old I am, right?
Well, no. Because I want to. Are you married? You've got children or what?
No, I've actually told myself, like, I've just realized that marriage today, I don't really ever want to get married. Like, that's not something that's ever.
You do, man, and you will, and if you're gonna be smart about it, you can do it with a a girl from, you know, back home, you
Well,
know,
no,
that
I mean,
hasn't
like,
been affected by all this bullshit.
nah,
I
bro,
mean,
like,
most of them, even back home, are, but you're gonna find that like a good pious one from back home, and she'll be good.
so I've
You don't want to leave it too late though, where you're physically unfit to bring up the children. That's the thing.
well,
Because
why the
there is
fuck,
a level of fitness that
Jin?
is required
Jin,
in
you're
order to enjoy it
you're
with the child.
assuming, Jin, I want children. Why would I want children?
No, I'm saying I'm not assuming anything. I'm saying if you want, don't leave it too late. I'm not assuming at all.
You do want
Well,
children, Branch. Even if you don't think so, you do want it, and in the future you will.
Trust me, bro. You don't know me, dude. I've thought about
Trust
this
me,
shit
man.
long and hard. I've kind of got this one chick, right, which we're off and on again all the time, right? And it's like we both kind of just feed each other. Like we're not together. We don't ever want to be together. None of us want kids, but you know we'll fuck now and then just because like we get bored.
Trust me. Eventually, you're not gonna be satisfied. You're gonna think like you're missing out or something like that, and you're gonna want kids.
Nah, dude.
Thankfully, you're a dude. You can have like a kid even if you're like 50 or something like that. But what Jim said is true. You have to be physically capable, so you got to take care of yourself.
Percent. Here's the thing, right? Like that whole concept of everybody needing to if you want have a family situation going on is something that was imparted on us through society, right? We as animals didn't grow up that way, right? Like
Branch, if anything, society's telling you right now that you don't have to have kids. And I can't tell you how many times, how many people in my life that, you know, they were focused on the career and they said they didn't want kids, and then it like just 10 years later, 15 years down the line, they're, you know, like if it's a female, she's like, you know, 40 or 38 or something like that, and she's having a kid, you know, because it's her last chance and stuff like that. And it happens all the time, and with dudes too. But dudes, they have the luxury of not being pressed for time for as long. But trust me, I haven't met someone that's like, no, I'm focused on my career, I don't want kids, and they actually stuck through with it.
nah, percent. You really don't know me, bro. Like I've even gone to the point of like discussing this with this one bitch. Is like if we ever want kids, I don't think that it's cool for us to actually have our own kid. And she totally agreed with me because I was like, there's so many fucking kids out there that need a house. That is, it's actually.
Oh, that's beautiful, Branch. So how many are you gonna adopt?
Well, enough, depending on how
This
much
is
money
moving
you're
the
making,
goalposts,
right?
by the way.
But I'm just saying, like that. It's not so much about being. Actually, you know what? Girls do like that type of talk. Extremely beautiful. Like you will get laid if you talk like this, right? But I wasn't trying to get laid by saying it, but I really do feel, dude, that you know sometimes having your own kids is a little bit selfish. When there's like the world is so fucked up that there's kids that are gonna go through their entire lives without knowing the love of a house, and you could take someone from that situation, and how would it be different than it being your genes? I don't think it will be different. I think it's the same shit.
Have my babies.
You have a point, Brad. You do have a point. Like, how much is nature and how much is nurture? And of yourself, which you want to, like, instill in your child, how much of yourself is nature and nurture?
Right, and it's also the fact that if we as society don't start thinking this way, right? Then we're very fucking selfish, aren't we?
Yeah, it's definitely, egotistical to want your own kid just for the sake of it being your own kid. But we're all battling with ego. Pride is one of the hardest sins to kind of
Is it ego? Wait, that's a discussion, bro. That's a discussion.
Go ahead.
No, I think that's a claim, right? It's egotistical to want to have your own progeny.
Yeah. So think about it. Like, what benefit do you have of having your own child versus adopting one, like a baby or something like that? And what can you not? instill in them aside from the physical
Yeah,
looks,
no, no,
what
no,
have
no.
you?
There's a lot of reasons, man. It's like getting there's a lot of reasons, dude.
Like what doesn't
There's
speak
like
to
health.
pride?
There's like, no, 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 no. It has, okay. Ignore all of your, okay, ignore the pride, ignore the ego.
Hmm.
Think about like, there could be possible health issues.
Of course.
Yeah, of course. Like there's so much. There's like predisposed trauma. There's
Yeah,
the
yeah.
fact
I
that
mean, I
there's the
was.
fact that maybe like the parents want to be back in their life later, down the road or something. There's all kinds of, when you're talking about children, you're basically weighing risk, and when you're trying to have your own children, you're controlling the risk because it's your seed. And
I'm with
so
you.
if you're
I'm with you.
adopting someone else's seed, that's introducing a whole level of risk. That's not even one level. It's like multiple levels of risk there. It's not even an egotistical thing. I mean, maybe for some people, but no, I mean,
Absolutely. Yo, Riggs, I agree 100%.
okay.
Especially with your, kind of like, not knowing the risk of this child that you're adopting. But I was going at it with the lens where they'd both be like equally healthy babies,
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's
like the
just,
hereditary
you
disease
know what that
aspect
sounds like to
wasn't.
me? That sounds like, an object in motion will stay in motion unless acted upon by another force or some shit. Where basically you're creating this vacuum which doesn't exist to prove your point.
No, it was just a hypothetical. If the babies were like healthy, if you didn't have any hereditary disease or condition to
Yeah.
worry about, then
Yeah.
what reason do people have for wanting to adopt versus having their own, And I
Maybe
think
because they're
most of it
not.
would be just pride.
I just
Because how
don't
much
think that,
again is
man.
nature and how much is nurture, right? What
I
can you
don't.
not
I don't
instill
think
in
that.
them?
I just find it awkward that you go straight to pride. That's so beyond me. I don't think about that at all.
I mean, if you think so. Like, think about it. What else is there?
Okay, when you're having a child, what's the number one objection right off the bat between happy couples?
Oh, to help the
It's
baby
not
comes
the
out.
right time. It's not the right time, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. That's
Number one
Okay.
objection, not the right time. I don't know if we're
yeah,
ready. This is an evaluation of risk. It has nothing to do with pride. It has
yeah,
nothing to do with ego. Okay?
yeah. That's right. It's the finance, the risk, the money. Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
I mean, that would apply regardless, right? I will give you, if you're having your own baby and the woman is pregnant and stuff, she might, that might alleviate the concern of not being ready. That kind of promotes her and you, in that kind of gestation period to become ready. So you have that advantage. But yeah, otherwise it's the same.
All right. Well, I think I've gone as far as I want to go with this convo. I don't think we meet eye to eye. Well,
That's fair.
totally. Yeah. That's fine.
Mind you, I intend on having my own children because I'm still, first off, like you definitely have a good point in terms of like not knowing the risk of and the hereditary aspect of a adopted kid. But at the same time, like I know my genes, I know like what potential things I could pass on, and I know what I would want to instill on them, and I'm not sure exactly how much of me is in nurture versus the nature of it, And then plus I have a little bit of pride that I'm, dealing with. Like it, I don't know if it's bad or whatever, but
I kind of feel like, okay, so if you can't have children, adoption's a great option, right? And then perhaps for people who already have had plenty of children, and then maybe the wife is just tired of being pregnant and can't do it, or is afraid, or maybe she can't because of a health something that happened last time she gave birth, or there's a lot of complications that can happen, and maybe it's just more of a generous thing that maybe they have 2 kids and then they get another one or another. You know, it's like there's a lot of reasons to adopt, but I just at no point do I ever really feel like ego is the consideration. It's just so strange to me, so foreign. Like if you have a lot of money and you feel like you want to have a bigger family, but there are constraints, or she works too much, or you know, like maybe she has complications or health issues, and you just want to have a family now, and you want to be generous to society and pick someone up and take on that challenge. Like that's a totally different commitment than having a child, but you can still make use of it. Like it's, yeah. Anyways, sorry.
No, no worries. Just remember the context that Branch was talking about is that you have so many of these, you know, orphaned kids or what have you, you know, adoptable kids.
Oh yeah, I see. I'm kind of tired at this point. I forgot Branch even brought it up. My bad.
Well, it sounds to me like what Riggs is saying is that he thinks his genes are so fucking cool that they need to be reproduced.
Hell yeah, dude. Actually, I don't even know if that's true. I feel like God gave me a job to do, and I'm gonna do my best to fulfill that.
I mean, I think that my point was just that there's going to be a lot of kids out there that live their entire lives without a fucking parent or without the love of a parent.
Well, guess what? There's going to be a lot of kids that, you know, they come out of the womb and it's a stillbirth, or they're going to be, you know, an abortion, or they're going to be, you know, a miscarriage. I mean, there's death is a natural process of life. So, like, you know,
I do get it, Rick. That part of the problem is why these kids became orphans in the first place, right? Fixing that is one thing. But I also, I don't know. There's just part of me that says, like, you know, I feel bad for kids that are orphans.
Yeah, dude. Like, yeah, I agree that in a situation that you have excess, adoption, it could be a great option for a lot of people that maybe don't consider it when they should. They'd rather have a boat, you know, like, oh, let's get this boat instead of adopt.
Here's the thing,
you know?
right? It's like, it can't be something you do for a charity reason. It can't be like, you know what? I have so much extra money. Why don't I just adopt a child, right? That's very different to saying, I want a child, and instead of having one, I'm going to adopt one and raise him or her like it's my own child.
Yeah, but what you're saying is equivalent to being an alcoholic, because you're basically trying to solve a problem by opening a new can of beer.
All right, Riggs, I'm done talking to you, bitch.
No, man, I'm serious.
You know what? You know what, Riggs?
Because you can't. Because
All right,
you're
Riggs,
basically saying
Riggs,
the world has this massive issue,
why don't
I can't solve the issue.
You know what, Riggs?
No, what he's saying is,
why don't
it's
you
like
do this?
you're hungry,
why don't you
right?
Do this, Riggs?
Oh, go ahead.
Why
Brian.
don't you tell us how successful you have been in your life, and why reproducing your genes would actually help humanity?
That's not necessary. But yo, here's a good analogy.
Because I'm the number one flat earther.
Not if you're mod though. But
Yeah,
here's a good
I'm
analogy.
not,
Here's a
though.
good analogy. You're hungry, right? Now you can order some takeout, right? This meal that you know.
No,
restaurant
you're hungry,
meal.
but there's so much food that gets thrown away.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So I'm gonna go dumpster diving and just get one bag.
Right. Okay. So you could order some food from the restaurant. It's like, you know, some takeout or something like that, right? Or you could go into your fridge and, you know, make the meal, make the food that you have from the ingredients you have in the fridge that would otherwise go bad and go rotten if you didn't make them today. That's the way I see it.
Okay. Well, I agree with recycling, but you can't solve all the world's recycling problem, and it's just you're not going to feel good enough. You're gonna, you know.
No, but your goal isn't to recycle. Your goal is to have a meal. You're hungry.
Okay. I think that if you started, see, this is what happens, dude. Like, there's these women, right? This is all the same thing, and I'm sorry I used the alcoholic thing, but there's people I know, all right.
No,
And
Rick, you know what you
hold
just did?
on.
You just did exactly what people in Gem Panda's room do, right? You got stuck. You didn't know what to say. So the first thing you did was lash out like a little bitch.
All right,
What?
rein it in, Brad.
Lash out.
Go ahead,
No.
Rick. What were you saying?
Anyways, so back to the point. So like I know these women, right? And they can't just adopt one cat. They have to have dozens of cats, right? Because it's not about saving one cat. It's about solving the world's problems.
Yeah.
And so then if you just get one, you're doing it for the wrong reasons. So
because
like
they're going in with a bad goal. They want to solve
yeah,
the
the
world
goal
problem, which is not
the
realistic.
goal is not, yeah, it's not a realistic goal. And you know what's going to happen? That child is going to feel like they're not very important because you care about all the children, not just that one.
Yeah.
And this is the fucking, and in the end, the child's going to be like, well, thanks, bye, because you didn't have the right goal in the beginning. Like it wasn't their goal. Yours. This is actually your ego and selfishness thinking that you want to solve all the world's issues and using virtue to just adopt one child, you know, and then maybe you'll adopt 10 more. I don't know. Like, if you want to adopt a child, man, just do it for the right reasons. Because how about for the reason that you have just a little bit of excess, or you have the time or the patience, and you want to really raise a beautiful child if possible, and then you focus on that one. And not because the world has a huge problem, you know. That's like climate change. Let's turn off this light in my bathroom, you know. Just gotta have the right reasons.
The driving force should be that you want a child, that you want to raise a child, right? Just it's
the best way possible. Yeah, child, a child.
Yeah, one child. You don't want to save all of them, but it is, you know, it's admirable.
I don't know. I think he wants to save all of them.
No, I mean it's just a virtuous endeavor to, you know, if you can alleviate the problem of the world. Again, the driving force is to have a child, than to get one, like, or get an orphan or something like that, because otherwise, you know, they would just live terrible lives, or they wouldn't feel the love of a parent, or yada yada. But yeah, definitely agree. The driving force should be one child, not trying to save.
Because children are really intuitive, man, and if the driving force is even slightly off, like, it'll affect their whole development. Plus the shit that they already came in with.
Yeah, I think you see that a lot in, like, foster homes, because the driving force is to make money, basically.
Yeah.
From the kids you have and stuff, so a lot of them turn out to be, like, you know, unloved and a little bit fucked up.
Yeah, and by the way, I think it's fucking horrible that there are orphans, and by no means do I think that is something that shouldn't be addressed. But maybe I'm just not the person to solve that problem. I don't know. Like, I'm a limited person. You know, everybody has their skills. Maybe somebody has a skill that can help solve that problem.
Or maybe it's everyone, you know, has to chip in.
Yeah,
everyone,
that would
like,
be
the people that can, right?
Maybe we can make an app for that.
Well, there's so like indigenous societies. I mean, the children were part of the community.
It takes a village.
So like if their parents died, it was just expected that the family and friends and the community would help raise the child.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like all for one for all kind of shit.
Yeah, bro. You try to do that in America today.
Yeah, I know.
Do you even
So it's a society problem.
Do you even know your second neighbor? Like, you know, not your neighbor itself, but
No, not at all. I don't even know my first neighbor. Yeah, so this is a society problem. I agree. You know, absolutely. Listen, listen. That sound like Jim there? I tried.
No.
Riggs, I think the problem is the alcohol.
You think the problem is the alcohol for who?
I don't know. You said that last time. I thought I'd say it again.
Dude, don't. You know what? I'm sorry you took it personal that I used the first thing that came to
I'm sorry,
mind.
dude. I'm not gonna forget this until you suck my dick.
All right,
And then
percentage,
even then
suck
he'll
his
think
dick for
about
me.
it. Yeah, I'll get right on it. If I can find it.
Yeah, get right on it. There you go.
I'm an overachiever. I'll get right on it. I'm disgusted with myself making a gay joke.
Yeah, man. I when I said that, I thought the joke would stop right there, but you guys took it to another level, and let's see what
I couldn't just ignore what Rick said. I had to address it.
I mean, the conversation at hand is my penis, and we were talking about having kids and shit. So I guess at some point,
But how, even if you have a penis, you still have no balls.
percent. It's not about the balls.
He said you're like creamy peanut butter. You got no nuts.
It's not about the balls.
We call it smooth peanut butter. You guys call it creamy?
Percent. Here's the problem,
Yeah.
right? Like people like you and Riggs, yeah, and you know a lot of the flat Earth people. You guys don't know what good balls actually look like.
Your wife sure do.
What? Okay, my ex sure did. She used to love sucking my balls.
She's not your ex because of that, man.
No, she's actually my ex because I get bored very easily, right?
I mean, have you seen primates? Look at the balls in those.
Interestingly enough, there was a conversation beforehand when we were talking about how all right, well, Riggs left. If we evolve from primates, and primate culture is to have an alpha fucking monkey who gets to fuck all the girls and make majority of babies, then why is it that we have devolved to a one wife, one man scenario? Shouldn't it be like the guy with the biggest balls?
Yes, we did devolve
Right.
because now we allow weak men, like, and this is again because of like human rights and stuff like that, right? This is bullshit. Because now it's not survival of the fittest. Now we allow weak men to have the women that, like, otherwise would be with stronger men, because
Right.
women have to have, like, settle with someone, especially now in this day and age. They're sleeping around, they're hoeing and shit like that, and then by the time like they're 30, 35, they hit the wall, and they're like, their physique goes, their looks go, and their value drops essentially. So they have to like settle, right? And they'll settle with this weak man that they can kind of bend to their will. They could use his cash and what have you, and they have the security, and that's the problem. If these weak men didn't, like, it would be better. I mean, it might be better, but like naturally they would just not have kids because they wouldn't be paired with these women, which would be with men, in groups or what have you. And
I mean, I
they would
personally
die out.
think, like when you look at the animal kingdom, right? There's two types of males that reproduce the most, right? There's first of all, there's the strongest motherfucker, and he's gonna be, if you want, the alpha fucking cunt, right? And he's gonna get first fucking pick on the bitches.
Yeah.
Then there's gonna be the smarter cunts who say, you know what, I'll let him be alpha, but you know what, I realize that this bitch is ovulating. If I just get in before him, she'll have my baby. So there's intelligence does play a role, right? And you know, if there's one alpha male, a lot of these women, then they're not faithful to one alpha male because he's not faithful to them, right? Like the whole haram deal is not replicated in
You mean harem?
yeah, whatever that's called.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not replicated in like animal society, right? Like, yeah, you have your fucking alpha animals, but you also have the ones under them that are reproducing and fucking the girls, and because of that is why evolution works, because you get a diversity of fucking genes. If it was always just the alpha having all kids, then evolution wouldn't really work. Although it is facilitated because the alpha makes the most babies, and therefore you get a stronger clan, if you want.
Yeah, okay. I kind of disagree on one thing. So, if you have, you know, this alpha, if you will, and he has, you know, a bunch of wives, right? There's nothing stopping that wife from them getting a divorce and her moving on to a different alpha.
Right, and that's why I was saying, right, like the alpha does make a lot of babies, but
But there is something stopped, because stigma is going to stop the woman from getting a divorce.
I know, but there's nothing like ultimately stopping her. She can.
But that does stop them
move
though.
on.
The stigma is enough to stop that from happening.
No, it's not.
There's always the
It is.
avenue for them to divorce.
They
Of
have the
course,
option,
there's
but if they
obstacles,
never,
what have
if
you.
they never,
Yeah, that's what I mean.
if they have the option, right? But if they never
course.
choose to take it, it might as well not be there.
But they do choose to take it.
Right, but the thing is this, right? When you talk about the alpha male, a lot of the females in the animal world that stick with the alpha male are there for protection, and they will still fuck one of the non-alpha guys, the smart alpha guys. That'll be like, you know what? I don't care if he's alpha. I'll fuck all the girls when they get on their period, right before they get on their periods, and I'll be the cunt that fathers all these kids, and the alpha is gonna have no clue about it.
Yeah,
Why
the
do you call them
weasel sneaks
smarter?
in, and he gets the babies.
Well, he's smart because he figured out that, you know, right before, like, you know, all the girls are synced up, and he realized that, you know what, if I fuck around with these bitches, a week before, every girl starts smelling, then all the kids look like me.
Start smelling. You talking about animals or what?
Bro, like the alpha is still fucking them too. So why is he smarter than the alpha?
Because the alpha's limited to his harem, but the weasel can poach all the harem girls. He's got like a meta harem.
But how
of
many?
all the alpha's harems?
Okay, but in terms of numbers, how much is the weasel smashing and how much is the alpha smashing?
Way more than the alpha, because he's
Come
a
on
weasel.
now.
He can do anything he wants.
Exactly.
He's smart.
Yeah, he's a smart, again, he's smart, right? And the alpha is, you know, he's fucking around, doing his shit. He's more, if you want, occupied with showing his strength to the other males and keeping up
Exactly.
that alpha fucking role.
That's
And
a
he's-
good point.
And
Like,
he's dealing
that
with a
he's more
headache and having
stressed.
12 wives. The weasel's not got any wives. He's just messing around town.
Yeah, I'm not trying
Yeah,
to say.
but when the woman has kids, what, you think she's just gonna leave the protection of the alpha?
No, that's the alpha's problem now. But guess whose kids they are? The weasel's kids.
But
Yeah.
actually,
No,
they're
but
the
you know
alphas, even if they're blood
You know what? Listen,
by the
right,
weasel.
The
you know?
weasel's fucking
Smart.
laughing because now the alpha is raising his kids like they're his own.
Yeah, but the weasel can never then be a father,
And then you know what would end up happening?
and he doesn't develop.
There's a lot higher
His
chance.
genes are going everywhere. The alphas aren't. He's looking after the
Exactly.
weasel's genes spreading around. That's the super alpha. The weasel's the real alpha.
I don't know about that, man. Like, if you've never kind of been through the struggle of parenting and developing as a primate,
Well, I think
then I don't know if you're
I
definitely
think that
better.
I think where I'm trying to get at is that at some point, right, intelligence takes over brute strength.
Yeah, I don't know if you've shown that it does take over though. I think in this example, I'd still rather be the alpha, like having maybe one or two of the kids or something like that is the weasels or what have you. But I think I'd be number one. I'd be able to tell if my wife was sleeping around if I was a primate. But let's get away from the primate kind of analogy. Back to humans. The wife can divorce or what have you, and you're gonna tell if she's like cheating and stuff like that. It's not, I mean, often they get away with it, but often they get caught. So
It's like Branch said, the alpha's dealing with showing himself to be an alpha to all the other alphas. He's fighting all the time, and then he's hunting when he's not. He's got barely any time to have sex with his wives. The weasel's just running around to different harems doing his shit. He's not having to compete with anyone else because he's a weasel.
Horny as fuck, bro. He's always got an erection.
He's non-stop shagging
too
these
much.
harem girls, and the alphas are raising half the kids are his, and he's doing that to multiple harems.
But it wouldn't work in with people, man.
That's what I'm talking about. People.
It actually is exactly what's happening in society, bro. Like, if you consider what's actually occurring in society,
In what society? Like, I would agree with you in the fucked up societies of the West, that's what happens. But if you have back in the day when they were polygamous, when men had basically wives and they owned slaves and stuff like that, I don't think this would happen.
You know what else is happening, right? The alphas are fighting, killing each other off. The weasels aren't fighting. They're just breeding and replicating. That's why the weasels end up taking over.
No, the weasels have to fight alongside the alphas because otherwise the alphas are going to beat them into shape.
The alphas don't know about the weasels because they're smart.
When I say that's what's happening, right? If you look at reproduction rates, if you look at the guys that we consider are extremely rich, and if you want the alpha motherfuckers of our society, right? They usually have maybe 1 kid, 2 kids, right? Because they're too busy with their fucking work to have more than 2 kids. Whereas, Julio or fucking or Darkstar, I didn't mean to say a racist word. I didn't
Branch.
mean to say or Branch.
Yourself, yeah.
Or I don't know, fucking an Indian name, right? Whatever fucking shit there is, you got these other side of society where they're not fucking.
We're not wasting our time.
Yeah,
we're
they're
using our
just
time efficiently.
They're just fucking enjoying life and having kids.
Just maximizing our genetic spread throughout the world.
Right, and there's part of me that thinks it's a bad thing, and there's part of me that actually thinks that, you know what, in order for us to actually be an extremely successful race, we need a slight dumbing down. And this is probably the way to do it. Because I think the smarter we get, the closer we are to extinguishing our own lives. Whether it be through, physical science, where we actually fuck up the whole earth, or whether it be through biological science, where we create a virus that will fuck us all up.
I realize this was the right one. I have ever.
But if you really consider where we're going as humanity, right, and our biological advancements, I don't see a. I can potentially see us killing ourselves off with a virus that we made.
It's already happening, Branch.
We didn't make this one, bro.
No, the virus is capitalism. We created that, and it's killing us off.
Damn, everybody left.
I mean, Darkstar, when we start thinking about
What are you thinking about, bro? Are you thinking about donating sperm? Because I was thinking that's probably the best way to father as many children as possible.
no, what I'm thinking about, Darkstar, is that if we can create vaccinations that fuck with our RNA, then how long would it be before we can create a virus that will fuck with our RNA?
Don't know what'll happen if we do that.
I don't know. What do you think would happen?
I don't know much about it, to be honest with you.
I mean, if you really want to fuck with our RNA, you can make it attack white blood cells. What would that do to a human?
Give them indigestion? What does it do?
A little bit. Now, what if you made them attack red blood cells?
Give them
Hey, I gotta.
What
I
if
have a
what
curiosity.
if you made it only attack melanin? Could you have a racial fucking thing going on?
I've heard of that before. Apparently, there's. I guess it's a conspiracy theory that they designed viruses that only attack people based on their race. Maybe there was like a plan to do that in some world war. I think maybe World War II. It's probably just a conspiracy theory, but I did read that somewhere.
I mean, I think that the best thing we could possibly have is to just kill off dumb people. But like, there's no
Here's
marker.
here's a
There's no-
problem though.
There's no marker for dumb fucks.
One of the problems with all this discussion about like what people are injecting and stuff is that we're really only arguing or debating or whatever or discussing about stuff that they tell us is inside of these compounds, or I'm sorry, these you know what I'm saying, the bottle, the juice, whatever. But we have no idea like all the stuff that could be inside of there. Like they could even have different batches of shit
That's
within the
true,
same
Liz.
product. So like,
You're totally right, bro. Some of them may be alcoholics. You don't want to fuck with those cunts, right?
yeah, I didn't hear you. You had a beer can in your face or something.
I was just trying to say some of them could have been alcoholics.
Yeah.
You don't want to fuck with them, do you?
No.
No.
No, I don't.
Do you know that some of the smartest motherfuckers on the planet
Yeah, I watched that movie.
which movie? I wasn't even referring to a movie. I was actually talking about scientific fucking inclinings.
Well, like who?
Like the smart,
Bukowski.
The smartest motherfuckers that you know, usually their drug of choice, right? They're not potheads, none of that shit. A lot of them were alcoholics.
Oh.
Like, there is a definite correlation between intelligence and alcoholism.
Is there a correlation between legality and the drug of choice?
I'm not sure where you're getting with that, Riggs. Are you talking about, like, is it okay for you to fuck a 12-year-old type of legality?
All right, man. You're like, you're on the line. You're on the line right now.
Well, Riggs, here's the problem, yeah? You're only acting like this because you got moderator rights. Before then, you was...
No, dude. Well, tell me real quick, man. If I'm not a moderator, then how the fuck can I do anything about it anyway? Go ahead.
Well, I don't think that you have to. I mean, I think that the conversation at hand is within context cool as fuck. And anybody who takes it out of context...
No, man. I don't think it's in context for you to use some grotesque example like that and annoy a bunch of people in the room that eventually end up leaving because you bring up a bunch of dumb shit sometimes.
My bad, Riggs. Honestly, after I said that, the only thing that happened in the room was Merle unmuted himself. Nothing else happened.
I'm talking about over the course of your 5 hours of rain.
Oh, okay, my bad. I mean, over my 5 hours of rain, though, Riggs. Yeah? Usually, this time of night, or this room doesn't see that much activity at night. Especially on the weekends. It's actually very odd.
Okay, man.
Night,
I would
That's
be
true.
okay with no
That is
activity
actually
compared
true.
to some of the things you say.
regardless,
I would be okay with no
Now-
activity
now-
compared to some of the things you say.
Now, Riggs, at what point, right? Based
You
on
know what that means? You know what
what-
that meme is? That meme is could you not? Would you not? That's the meme. Just don't, man.
Riggs, I guess the question you're basically making out like I fucked the room up this whole night, right?
You've been trying to fuck the room up for about 3.5 hours.
Okay.
And I've let it get this far, and I fucking regret it a little bit because you just brought up that 12-year-old shit. So just fucking
Bridge.
stop, dude.
Well,
Bridge, relax,
you're-
bro.
you're mad.
Maybe go
You're
take a
mad,
shit,
Riggs.
have some soup.
You're
or
mad,
something.
Riggs, not because of the 12-hour shit. You're mad.
No, the 12-year-old shit, man. Just fuck,
Right.
man.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is you're not mad over what occurred over the last 12 hours. What you're mad about is I directed that 12-year-old shit towards the shit you was talking about. That's why you're mad.
No, I don't care about what you direct towards me. I direct the fucking shit that you said was not appropriate.
What did I say?
You said something that I'm not going to repeat.
I forgot, bro. What did I say? You don't even remember, do you? You just want to be mad about...
Why would I repeat it? What is this, like, low
I
IQ
muted him,
Jedi
bro.
mind trick shit, man?
I muted. Unless you want to play with him, unmute him. But
No, I really don't. Like, I've been playing with him off
Come
and
on,
on for
Branch.
hours, hoping that he'd get his shit together, but he's just, like, not.
I'm sorry, Branch. I love you, but you need to take a fucking break for a minute.
What did he do?
I don't. If he's been doing this in the chat. Listen, we know what Branch does. All right. I love
what
Branch.
What did he do there?
He's been pushing buttons for hours, dude.
He's a button pusher.
Yeah. So what? So is Jeremy. So are all of you. Everyone in here is a button pusher.
You're right. Should we unmute
Hey.
him? Hold on. Let me unmute
Well-
him. Maybe I don't. Did he say something about a 12-year-old or
Yeah.
like some
Well, what did he-
some
what did he
wildly
say?
inappropriate shit? Or
Yeah.
I mean, all right. That's Branch. Behave, bro. Last chance, dude.
I mean,
Last chance.
I just wish that Riggs would be able to say what I said. That was so terrible.
Here's the thing, Jeremy. I'm gonna get off Discord because I don't really want to deal with this shit right now. And then it's on you. So you just have fun with it. Do whatever you
No,
want.
no, Riggs, you know what? My bad, bro. You stick around. I'll mute
No,
myself.
man. It's
I'll
your
mute myself.
server.
I don't want you to
It's your
leave, bro.
server, man. It's your
I do not.
conversation. This is your group
I
of people you're talking to. This is your stage. Go for it, Branch. Branch's server. Bye.
Later, Riggs.
That was weird, man. Jeremy, bro. I said something about 12-year-olds. I kind of forgot what I said.
Just behave, please, Branch, for the love of God.
I've been a good boy tonight.
All right.
I've been very good boy.
I honestly felt bad immediately when I muted you just now.
Well, you should have. You should have fucking, took a second to get a grasp of what was actually happening instead of just taking Riggs' word for it. That was a little bit fucking annoying, Jeremy.
Yeah, my bad.
I mean, you gotta recognize one thing about me, right? When I'm not fucking slurring my words, I usually don't say shit. That's
You're a little slurry, just a little bit. How
yeah, a
bit.
little bit, but I'm not
Not too bad.
like drunkenly slurry and shit. Although, Jeremy, I gotta say this, bro. I want to start doing some investing in some crypto monies. I'm gonna.
Oh, bro, I found a dope ass group. All they do, they're just like me. They do what I do, and they're fucking way better at it. And now I'm fucking on, bro.
I know, bro, but like I'll be a starter and shit. Like I can't get on that high level shit like you. I need to start off slow. Like I do have money in crypto, Jeremy, right? But basically my cousin set all that shit up for himself, and he was like, "Bro, you should put some money in here." So I was like, "All right, go ahead, do it." And then so it's like I don't even have access to my crypto monies. It's all his shit.
It's a bad idea. My friend had a brother, and his brother had his crypto for him, and he ended up spending it on him.
I don't know, man. Indian people are fucking weird, dude. Like, they do that family shit. You know what I mean? Like I have zero fucking thought that he will ever fuck me over. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no doubt.
It's like, besides, he's got like fucking way more money than I do. He would never fuck me over. But I know what you're saying. You can't always trust everyone.
There's people I would trust in my shit. You never know, man. That's why they want to replace us with automation, bro. People are a fucking liability, dude. We really are.
Well, what I started thinking about, right, was
even to themselves, like some people. Not me, but
I'll DM you about this shit. I don't feel comfortable just talking about. I'm talking about like potential software that could be created.
Well, you're one of those. You're one of those programming computer nerds. You should be fucking. You should be getting busy on the crypto space. If you get in a coin and get a team wallet of a good coin, you'll be filthy.
Well, you see, Jeremy, the way I am, right, is like I can read code. I can't code though. I can probably code if I really wanted to. But I've always just managed developers. I've never actually developed.
Yeah,
I've
no
always
doubt.
got people to make. I've designed the fucking program, not actually made the program.
Like you tell people, you're like, I want this to happen, make it happen.
Yeah.
That's what I do. Yeah.
Right.
I'm the idea man. Yeah, we're idea men. It's
Well, I mean, a lot of the times, like my boss is also saying that, this is where it's gonna go, at the end of 5 years. But during that time frame, I have my own way of fucking doing it. You know what I'm saying? You always got a boss.
No, I don't have a boss.
I'm talking about software and shit, bro. You
Oh no. Well, I mean, the people that make the contract codes and shit for crypto and shit, they don't got bosses. They might have a team they work with, partners, but
I wish my boss didn't give me goals, but like my boss, like usually bosses would always say, you know, by this time next year, maybe we need to get off Windows.
I'm telling you, bro, I can get somebody a nice income. I feel bad right now because there's people that are winning like $25,000 lawsuits from car accidents all the time, and they just go out and blow the money on nothing when they could be get a nice fucking income coming in off it.
Jeremy, man, you know what, bro?
What's up, Branch? Yo, we had a good conversation last night. What do you know about the double slit?
I'm just trying to say, bro, like I kind of love you, bro, because like when you talk, you don't talk with ego. You like even the shit where you making a shit ton of money, you're making, you know, probably about
Not really making that much.
a day. Well, 3% a day is like, at least from what you're saying, you make 16 off 20 a month, right?
Around 20 G's, probably, maybe a couple bucks more.
Yeah.
A couple less. Yeah.
You're doing good, right? And it's like,
Doing all right.
and the reason I like you, man, is because you don't have a fucking ego. You don't even yourself, you feel like you're just doing it. Like it ain't, like it's not even a big deal to you. I like
Listen, Branch. Thank you for the compliment. What do you know about the double slit experiment?
like what are you talking about as far as electrons go, or as far as
Just the setup, the setup and what they do. Do they do the same thing like how do they get it to switch paths? By looking at the data or actually looking at what it goes through in real time? Like what has to happen for it to change paths?
You're talking about like it fucks up because you observed it, right?
Yeah, but is it us observing it or is it us just looking at the data from the sensor and the slit? Because I think we're doing the same thing every time. Just one time we're not looking at the data and one time we are, but I'm not sure on that.
I think that looking at the data or observing directly is the same shit. It's like,
yeah,
it's like, you know, if your girl's fucking around and you figure
Branch, I'm just wondering. Branch, hold on. I'm just wondering if we do the same thing every time, and like I'm wondering if the setup, like there's nothing different happening within the setup and the mechanisms itself, right? Every time.
I mean, I find it super interesting though, right? Because like when you talk about where the hell an electron should be, right? None of us actually know where an electron should be, and
See, I'm not even interested if it's a proton, electron, a photon, whatever. That shit don't matter to me. Whatever it is, they're doing the same thing both times. So whatever that is, how it's working, it's irrelevant. It's doing two different things just by us knowing the path or not, or observing it or whatever. So like, it doesn't matter if that's an electron, a photon. It doesn't matter. It's the same. It's not like they're switching the setup in the middle. That's what I'm trying to say. Are they switching anything in the setup when they know the path and don't know the path?
I mean,
I gotta go talk to QE.
QE, quantum eraser. I mean, I'm sure he knows. I think, Jeremy, you're asking the question in the wrong way. Because I'm not
the exact answer I need. I have two questions.
Yeah, but Jeremy, I'll be honest with you. Like, I'm not too sure what answer you're trying to get, bro. Like if you talk about like you're like, what I'm getting from you is why the fuck does double slit happen the way it does, right? And my answer to you will be is because when we talk about the placement of these electrons, it's a probability field, and the reason we see it doing this crap is because of the probability field. And then I would go a little bit deeper to that and say there's a little bit of quantum tunneling going on, which causes it.
Well, they say it's super. Listen, I'm not. That doesn't even interest me about what's going on or why it's. You'll never know why that's happening. I don't think. I mean, as far as us, or like the mechanics of it, we can figure out why it's happening. It's us observing it. We know why. But as far as anything other than that, deeper than that, I don't think they'll ever get to it because you're dealing with shit you can't see. And what's up?
You know what's actually weird, right? Like the whole double slit experiment is weird, right? But there's this whole fucking nature about how shit works at the quantum level, which is super crazy weird, right? Like if you start looking at just general flow of particles and crap, if there's a barrier that normally would block anything going from the other side, yeah, it would always block it. But at a quantum level, if that barrier is thin enough, even though it should never let shit go on the other side, should never pass, it's detected on the other side. And it's impossible for it to go through the barrier. And it only happens when the barrier is super thin, but the barrier is still there. So the question is, like, why do these particles go on the other side of a barrier at the quantum level when you start getting to really thin and barriers like that? It's this weird fucking shit.
Yeah, I just need to know about the setup. If the setup changes in between or anything, I'm sure it doesn't. I mean, you wouldn't change anything different. You would just observe it or not observe it. But I'm wondering if they have to put like I know they switched it once because the sensors were in it. People were complaining about the variables with the sensors and shit. But I don't know. I have to look into it more.
I don't know, man. Jeremy, it's like sometimes when we talk here, it's like I'll say some shit, and you'll be like, whatever the fuck you said, you're gonna go off in your shit. And then I'll be like, oh, I'll still talk about the same shit I was saying before you went on your shit. And the conversation
Yeah, but you're talking about like the electrons and the thing and shit and quantum positioning, like superposition, like that shit don't matter to me.
Well, you asked me to talk about the double slit.
You had very specific questions about it, and I clearly stated like I didn't care about the photons, protons, and electrons.
All right, bro. Okay, you know what? Let me explain to you this way, then. Yeah. Have you seen Baby Shark?
What the fuck, Bridge? It's on Coco Melon sometimes with the kid. I don't know if it's the same Baby Shark. They do the song, Baby Shark, do 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 do.
Right. And so, like, say we started slapping Baby Shark in the middle of the ocean, right? Or just the middle of a swimming pool. And you put 2 cones in the swimming pool ahead of you, right? They will disrupt the Baby Shark slaps. But the waves would essentially afterwards level out, and it would be like those cones weren't even there on the long term if your slaps were hard enough.
What else you got, Branch? What's on your mind?
I'm thinking about Baby Shark because, like,
these guys are sleeping.
So good, dude. Who gives a fuck? Honestly, Jeremy, I'm thinking that
I think SC wants to debate me.
There's a side of cryptocurrency, right, where
Let's not go into crypto. Don said SC was
It's a good bromance. So. I reckon you guys should join forces.
Merle, or Branch. Merle wants us to touch tips. What do you think?
Jeremy, we'll probably be fucking like a awesome fucking duo, but the problem is,
No, with Branch's brains and his programming know-how, okay, and Jeremy's experience in the crypto market, plus Don's black magic skills, you can make a killing.
Yeah.
Well, Darkstar, we need.
Can't work with these fools.
What we need, is, you know what though, Jeremy, right? One thing that fucking pisses me off, yeah, is like I've actually told programmers this on Discord, right? Like, hey bro, why don't we hook up and do some shit? Like fucking around. I don't actually mean it. And what I realized, like a lot of programmers, they overestimate their worth.
Yeah, some people do that. Some people underestimate it. I think I underestimate my worth all the time. But hold on a second.
I totally think you underestimate your worth. What I'm trying to say is like programmers, yeah, they get paid a lot of money. And I don't mean to belittle you, dogs. Like you're a programmer, right? I don't think you're just a programmer, dogs. I think that you know how to program, but you're not a programmer, are you, dogs?
It's kind of like half and half. There's elements of what I do that are, but I'm not strictly a programmer. No.
All right, and I would be honest with you, like programmers are a dime a fucking dozen today. Like,
well, bad ones are, but they aren't. You know, the reason that the programmers are paid a lot sometimes is because they're very good, and what they're good at is something that's very rare. You know, like not everyone does the same thing or knows the same thing, so that's why there's such a variance in competence and
I mean,
pay rate.
the hardest thing is finding a programmer, right? That you don't have to hold their hand. Basically, some cunt who's not gonna ask the product owner a million questions, right?
Yeah, there's lots of entry-level programmers, but you're kind of paying to teach them in a sense. So there's a different kind of value proposition with that.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I kind of think like programmers tend to think like, well, if I do all the coding, that's the most important shit. I should get paid the most amount of money.
And managers think that they're the most important person and they should get paid the most money. Now, where are you, Branch?
I'm product manager. I'm the guy who comes up with
of course you think that.
Listen, motherfucker, I'm the cunt, right, who came up with the idea, got people to fucking make it, and fucking got marketing to sell it. Right? So obviously I am the most important motherfucker, because without me, none of this shit would have happened. Well,
Shouldn't we just give everyone involved an even cut?
Outside of my boss, because my boss told me to do it.
Isn't that the fairest thing to do, Branch? Give everyone involved a fair cut?
I think that the fairest thing to do is to make sure that everybody's happy, right?
So not a fair cut.
A fair cut.
Listen, Branch, you sound like you want to get back in the game. Don't you? You want to get back in the game.
Not really.
Yeah, you do. I
Not
listen
really,
to
bro.
you. I listen to you. You get so
don't.
excited.
I really
talking
don't
about.
wanna get
Yeah, you do. You talk about enough
You know what?
times to
You know
make me
what?
know that you're still fond of it. So what are you waiting for?
I do,
You're not
bro.
getting any younger.
I'm at that point, Darkstar, where I'm missing it. You know?
So stop messing around then and get back in the game.
But I don't.
You'll regret it if you don't. You're not gonna get this opportunity in 10 years' time. So what are you waiting for?
It's okay, bro. Like, I mean,
Merle, give him some words of encouragement. Encourage him, Merle.
Darkstar, here's the problem, right? Is like
It's got to come from him.
I think that if I did get back in the game, right? I'm gonna leave for the same reasons I left again. Is because I just don't like. First of all, I just don't like people, right?
Yeah, but you're spending lots of your time in a Discord server with people in it.
No, but and then secondly, I really don't like people who spend their time trying to better themselves over other people, and that's what corporate America is, and I just don't like it.
Isn't there something you believe in, Branch, that you want to dedicate your life to? Something you can that's really worthy of your time and investment?
It is. There
Is
is,
this
right?
Discord
And
server really the best that you can do, Branch?
no,
Come on.
I talked to Jeremy. I was like, hey, Jeremy, me and Jeremy could potentially make a lot of money, right? And I personally think that, both, if me and Jeremy got into it, right? And we were we started making millions, right? Um,
But I'm not
Personally, I
talking about
think
money, though. I'm talking about
I,
something
I
more.
would, I
There's
would
not something more
probably,
important to you than money.
I would actually like to think that both me and Jeremy would be like, fuck the money, let's just keep doing what we're doing. Like, we'll still want to be like completely cool as fuck financially, but
But you're doing it for money again. Isn't there something else that motivates you more than money?
You need the money to be able to do whatever you want, though. Like if you're
Right.
like, oh, I want to fucking paint pictures or help little old ladies cross the street, like you're still gonna need money.
right. But Jeremy, what I would do, right? Like, if once I get to a point where I'm financially sound, and let's say that, me, you, Darkstar, Mill, whoever the fuck are the partners, yeah. Once we're all financially sound, what I would want to do is just say, we don't need a lot of money because it's gonna fucking corrupt our minds. Um, all the rest of the money should just be reinvested in the company, and we need to make sure that our employees are just as fucking financially sound as
French,
me.
forget the money. He's asking, what would you do if you were financially set? I think is that what you're asking, Darkstar?
Yeah, because he doesn't.
You're
Obviously, he doesn't
financially
want to
set.
make money because he could
Yeah.
go out and make money now, but he doesn't want to do that because he
Forget the
values
money,
other
Branch.
things. So what would
Branch,
you?
forget the money. You're financially set. What do you do now? What do you do with your life?
What he's doing right now, which is messing around on Discord.
This is what you would do, Branch.
Honestly, Jeremy,
I guess you're right there.
you really want me to answer it?
I mean, we already know the answer. You're doing it. This is it.
You don't
Right?
want to hear. You do not want to hear the answer, right?
I do. Go ahead. What do you got?
I'll end it.
And what?
The life.
Why?
Because once you fucking met all the goals, the only way for life to go is down.
You say once you've nailed all the girls?
Nailed all your goals, right? Like,
Oh, all right.
You make more goals.
Right, but you can
Yeah.
make goals, and you can become old as fuck while you do it. But I don't want to be old as fuck. What I'd probably do is I'd find a cryogenic motherfucking place, right? And I'll make them freeze my body, but I only do that because it's a nice way to just kill yourself. And your family and shit would actually think that, yeah, you're preserving your life for the future. So it's not like committing suicide, but deep down inside, I know cryogenics ain't gonna work. So it'll just be suicide, using cryogenics as an excuse.
What do you think about IBM? They've been trying to download the human brain onto a computer for decades now. You think that's ever gonna get anywhere? Or?
I think that I think there's a certain amount of biological interaction, right, that is needed for full-blown AI, right? So
I'm not
we
talking
could,
about AI. I'm not talking about AI. I'm talking about downloading the brain in a computer. Your
Right,
brain.
that
Well, not
is.
your brain. We would never do that, but someone's brain.
But Jeremy, when you said that, what I think about that is the first AI, right? Because that's kind of how the first AI is going to be created.
I think we're in a simulation right now to test AIs for some other civilization.
Well,
Because this is
honestly,
what you would do.
Jeremy, you know what? This is not
It's already
something.
been suggested.
This is not something I would do, right? But like, there's part of me that thinks that the best way to actually create AI is to map every fucking nerve outlet in someone's body, in a baby's body, right? To a computer, and then bring up the baby that way. So they don't have arms, they don't have legs. The baby's born and it gets brought up, just simply connected to the net. And what I'm trying to say is the entire CNS is connected to the net, and you let it figure it out itself. It learns by itself, and it does whatever the fuck it does by itself. I mean, I don't think that's really AI though. It would still be organic intuition, but I think that the product of that would be close to AI.
Rich, I have
And
no idea what you said for the past like 45 seconds. Listen, bro. I don't even remember what we were talking about now.
Jeremy, what I'm trying to
No,
say.
you asked if they would put they would put a brain into a computer.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
human brain.
Yeah, so you think IBM or whoever is ever going to be able to do that? That's basically would make us immortal.
Jeremy, I don't think that any of these big companies would ever do it, right? This is going to be some shit that happens by a small company that probably does it in international waters.
Why? It's not
What do you
something.
think, Jeremy? What do you think would happen? What do you reckon, Jeremy? Do you reckon that is a possibility? We're moving
It's
towards that.
totally
Oh,
inhumane.
I don't know. That sounds crazy. I don't think it's.
Jeremy, did you understand what I just said?
You should think it's inhumane. Yeah.
What I was basically trying to tell you, right, is that the closest the only way we're gonna get close to AI is to take a
I'm not talking about AI.
human brain, bro, remove it from the body, let it fucking grow. Basically, take a baby, remove its arms and legs, and everything it fucking knows and does in its life as it fucking grows up, right, will be controlling electronics, right? So basically, every nerve cell every nerve will be connected, and I think that
No, every fucking nerve isn't.
I think you get rid of the international waters thing and the ethic.
Right?
I think you get rid of the I think you get rid of the unethical part in the international waters thing by just saying, you taking an old person or maybe even a young guy who's got some illness and really wants to live, and just be like, hey, you want to try this thing? It can't hurt. Worst case scenario, you're dead anyways. We'll just upload your brain into the computer here.
no, Jeremy, the reason why I said it's got to be a kid that goes from birth, right, is like basically what happened is instead of that kid learning how to, walk, right, his brain will learn how to surf the web, right? Basically, when we consider ourselves as kids learning how to walk, learning how to talk and shit, all those connections that we make, right, to become human, if every fucking nerve cell that you have was connected to the web, then you would learn how to walk in the web.
Right, we're getting a little bit of a feedback from somebody who's on the phone or something, right? Coming through whilst you're talking, whoever that is, someone's feedback in their hot micing, the feedback from their conversation on the phone.
Is it me? I got the kids' cartoons in the background, but that was an echo issue with Branch or
No,
something.
it's fixed.
Thanks. Sorry, yeah. Just had to do
It
that.
wasn't me, but
No,
someone
no,
went
yeah.
mute.
Thanks anyway. Yeah, I know it wasn't you.
I mean, yeah, Jen, I don't know. That sounds crazy, right? Upload your brain on a computer. How nuts does that sound?
Yeah, but it's I think that's been done, man. I'm sure that's already been done whilst we speak
No,
anyway.
no, we would.
Yeah,
Well, I
yeah.
mean, maybe they did it and didn't
One's
tell
plugged
us, but
themselves into a computer. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's
they
been
might
done.
have. They might have done it and not told us, but they've never claimed. No one's ever claimed to have done it because that's like, I don't even know if it's possible.
Yeah, it is. They were talking.
I don't
I
know,
watched
man.
programs where they're talking about it.
Oh, it's not. It's not.
IBM's
How,
been, IBM's been trying to do it for decades.
upload someone? How do you upload someone?
Their brain, bro, the brain.
You
But
download your thoughts. Your
yeah,
thoughts.
but our
That's what I'm talking
thoughts
about.
aren't in
Thought
our
patterns.
brain. Our thoughts aren't in our brain.
Well, no, but you get signals, you know.
I think your thoughts are in your
No,
thoughts
but
are in your brain.
say if they like got your brain and cut it open, the thoughts aren't in there, are they?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, but
Know what
that's
I
where it
mean?
happens at. That's where it happens, though. Is
Yeah.
that
Hold
I don't
on,
think.
Mo. Your thoughts are still in your brain. Why would they not be in your brain?
No, he's saying they're
Well,
not physical. They're not tangible. They don't. You're not going to cut your brain open and find them somewhere. Like, oh, he was thinking of big titty bitch
No,
over
obviously
here. Like,
not.
I think they are in your brain, bro. I actually think that our
nah.
memory has a lot more capability than we give it credit for.
I reckon there's a separation.
No, I think that I do agree there's separation. But what I'm trying to say is like our memory does remember all that shit. So if you were to cut it open, you can probably get it out with the right tech that we don't have today, but one day we will have it.
I don't know.
Because what is it? Every memory we have, right, is just an arrangement.
I'm still discovering myself though. Like every day, like my brain's not that big, but when I'm walking around in my own head, it's like it's endless.
Right, but if you have one memory, right, that you want to focus on, right, you can focus on it, and you'll feel that memory again. And then if you really want to get deep into it, into that same memory, the harder you try, the more you remember about that memory, won't you?
Yeah.
And the reason is, you're recalling more because of the effort you're putting into it. So the information is there. It's not always right in your face. But the more you dig, the more you get, right?
Yeah.
Which it just shows you how interesting our memory storage methodology in our fucking head is.
Better than any computer.
Right, like computers, it's either you have the memory or you don't have the memory. It's not like, well, you don't have it to start with. But if you ask it really nice, you'll get more. Our minds are like that, though.
Well, I don't want to scare anyone, but what if we already are AI? What if we're AI?
We're not.
Becoming self-aware.
We're not.
I think this is a place. This is where you would put AI to test. Like, you would never let AI in the real world. So I think either we are the AI or we're just in a simulation for the AI to
Did
be
you guys?
tested.
Did any of you guys ever?
It's kind of like based off
watch
us.
and understand the ending of Battlestar Galactica.
Don't take the piss, Branch.
But you know what I'm trying to say, right? Like, such a great fucking show, and it ends with.
Don't ruin it. Wait, don't ruin it.
Branch, I never saw it.
No one in here's watched it. He just told you that. And you're about to tell him the ending.
How the fuck can none of you guys have watched a show that's been around for about what 20 years? And
Waiting for the whole thing to finish.
I've been saving
Jeremy,
it up, and you're about to ruin it.
I'm saving it for my deathbed when I'm sick and I can't get out of bed. Like I'm gonna have so much stuff to watch.
I will tell you this. Yeah, Dark Stars watched the whole thing.
No, I haven't. I may have watched one episode, but I don't think. What's it about, Branch? Tell us what's it about. Don't ruin it, though.
It's actually about the birds and the bees.
I think I'm in a simulation, and you're all AI, and I'm the only real one.
No, think of it more like an MMORPG where there's a world and we're all logged in.
You know what fucked it off for Darkstar, right? Is that he thought about what I was about to say, and now he fucked up the movie for himself.
No, I haven't. Is it a movie? I thought it was a TV series.
It was a TV series.
Yeah.
There was 2 TV series, like a very, very old one, which I haven't watched.
Is it? Would you recommend it? Should I go and watch it?
Oh, dude, I would still say it's probably the. I'm not sure it's the best, but like one of my top.
No, what's the best then? I don't want to watch the second best. What's the best series?
Like I honestly I really like Lost, and I'm debating whether Lost or this one is my best. So between Lost and this.
But I heard Lost has a bad ending.
I know, but I like Lost because of the character development. Like Lost wasn't so much about the storyline; it was more about the characters, right? And this is kind of the same.
It's weird when a series has a bad ending because it's hard to recommend it. But Game of Thrones is such a great series, but then it has a bad ending.
You see, like I like Game of Thrones and shit, and it was good, but like in my mind, it's not even close to.
I recommend Dexter. And it's about to come. It's about to come back as well.
It's not even close to Battlestar because like.
Recommend what?
Battlestar is I'm sorry, Dawn. I didn't mean to overtalk you, man. But you was cutting out. What you were saying? Something?
It's fine. I'm just giving you my recommendation. Dexter, the series.
Dexter.
Dexter's Laboratory.
Dexter was good.
You're right. You're right. But if I say Dexter, then I gotta bring in fucking the other one.
Breaking Bad was good.
Yeah, Breaking Bad.
The Wire, HBO's The Wire, Oz. Oz was
great.
Yeah, Deadwood was great.
No, I don't know about Deadwood. But seriously, dude, any of you motherfuckers that haven't watched
I might watch Oz again. That's a great series.
Oz was good.
Honestly, especially you, Darkstar, just because I know your personality, you would absolutely fucking love Battlestar Galactica.
You know what? I tried to watch that space series on Amazon. You know that pretty big one that was popular.
Yeah, I tried that one too.
I couldn't watch. I watched like a couple episodes.
I'm like that, dude. I'm so like that. Like I see a show and I want to get into it, but I just can't. But I still try really hard.
You know, I've been saving up The Wire for ages, right? And I thought, okay, now's the time I'm going to watch The Wire. I watched the first episode and I couldn't get into it. Like, it wasn't good to me.
Well, you better watch another fucking episode, dude.
Yeah,
that shit was awesome.
I probably
I will say this, though. Darkstar, I will say this, yeah. I actually went through that with Battlestar too. Like, the first 2 episodes, I think each episode is like an hour and a half each. So just the first 2 episodes alone is 3 hours, right?
That's going to be difficult to get through, dude.
Yeah, and I couldn't. I would always just fall asleep. I just got bored. But I don't know. Somehow one day I actually fucking did it, and out of all this other shit we're talking about, right? is so much better than all these other series we're talking about. Like I said, the only series I would compare it to is Lost. They're like my two favorite fucking series ever. Lost and Battlestar.
Is that how you pluralize series? Because I've been saying that too, series, and I feel like it's wrong every time I say it.
Series is wrong.
I say it like that too, Brace, but every time I do,
I know, I had to think about it, like, but Dawn, is it wrong?
it
And
doesn't
have you
sound
watched
right.
Line of Duty?
But I'm sorry, I want to know how you're supposed to say series is.
The series, the plural series is series.
It's like deer.
So what's wrong
Like-
with saying series is?
Because it's not right.
Unnecessary S at the end.
Man, you know what? I don't give a fuck about all your cunts, yeah? You understood
An
what it meant.
unnecessary yes.
I actually think that fucking
Extra S.
language,
I'm gonna let you get away with it, but Jeremy brought it up.
language today.
I do it too.
You know what?
Brandon
You know
says it,
what?
but what's up?
Why was fucking Shakespeare allowed to fucking use different spelling for different words every time he wrote a fucking play? Like, he literally did not know how to spell. And nobody fucking got on his ass about
And
it.
he was just making words up. He made like mad words up, didn't he?
Yeah, he couldn't fucking spell with shit. He fucking spelled his own name differently half the time. And like, it was all good for him to do that. Why can't we do that?
There's no way he spelled his own name wrong.
Yeah, he did.
Line of Duty is probably one of the only series I've watched
Darkstar, you're from fucking England, bro. You should fucking know.
religiously.
Like, Bill Shakespeare.
You know what
spelled his
series I would
name.
watch again? Band of Brothers. Because I haven't watched that in a long time, but that was pretty good from memory.
Bill.
You seen Line of Duty, Dawn?
No. Sorry.
All you need to do is watch the first 10, 15 minutes of Saving Private Ryan. I think that's one of the best intro, or not intros, but whatever, first parts to a movie I've ever seen.
Yes, it's very good. Millions of pounds spent. Millions of dollars even. I just heard that Squid Game cost 21 million to make, which I thought is a vast amount of money, and I don't know how they managed to spend all of that on Squid Game. But anyway, then I heard that it made 900 million. And I was thinking, oh, that's quite good.
Have you guys watched? Have you guys watched the other movie that's kind of like Squid Game, where it's like a bunch of friends and like they're running around this fucking apartment block, and they gotta like, no,
get over it.
Saw.
Hey.
No, it was another Korean movie. Whatever, dude. Whatever.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought, kiddo. Give me a foot.
When I watch Dexter, I'm always really satisfied when he ends up with a victim on his table.
Yo, I think they came out with a new Dexter.
I mean, I'm sick.
Don, did you hear me? I think they came out with a new Dexter
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, that's why I brought it up.
I saw a preview, yeah.
He's
Is
gone
he
away
killing-
into hiding, but now he's come back to.
Is
kill
he
again.
killing like bad people, or is it just random
He
people?
would only kill
Yes.
bad people.
Right.
He can't stop killing. He's a monster, but
He
he's
knows
been
that it's
taught-
bad.
He's been taught rules to obviously use his sick killing ability on
Bro, you've
bad
never seen
people that
Dexter?
deserve it, not good people.
You've
No,
never seen Dexter?
there's so many TV series I haven't seen. Most
Oh,
TV series that
God.
are thought of as good I haven't watched.
Yo, if you like funny shit, you should check out the 30 Rock. It's hilarious. So is The Office. For funny stuff.
No, I never watch funny stuff.
Oh, you don't?
I went off comedy.
You don't sound like you really
Yeah.
laugh a lot. You should laugh.
I do
more
laugh a
and
lot,
smile.
Jeremy. You hear me laughing
You
all the
should
time.
smile. You should smile a little bit more.
I smile more than anyone in here. I smile like at least 10 times as much as Branch does. I never
when
heard
I
you say
want
this to
funny
Branch.
stuff, when I want
No.
funny stuff, I usually go on Discord and listen to
You-
flat earthers say stupid shit.
pretty harsh, but that's what I do as well. I laugh at
I'm
Branch.
just saying. What's that? You love Branch?
No, I laugh at Branch more than anyone.
Oh,
It's
he's
because
pretty
it's funny.
funny.
Yeah.
I think that people like Darkstar, right?
Okay.
They're a little bit awkward in a situation because they don't enjoy being assholes to flat earthers. They also want to be part of that little clique, which is known as Gem Panda's house. And Darkstar, I think that, you know, you yourself, you understand why they're all fucking wankers, but you still want to be part of their friends and shit. Why do you still want to be accepted by them?
Branch, would they mute you over there or something?
No, I left, but like,
Oh, you left the whole server? I thought Jem was your boy though.
nah, dude, me and Gem, we don't really get along.
Like that was your mans and them.
Me and Gem?
Yeah. Then weren't you like running his YouTube thing for a minute and shit?
I only did it so I could fuck with people. Like, dude, here's the thing though, right? Like, if I set some shit up, yeah, I don't have to fuck with it. Like,
No
that's why,
filters.
that's why I was telling fucking your boy here, like, he keeps talking about, yeah, the fucking live stream went down and shit. I'm like, bro, if you set that shit up right, it will never go down.
Never,
You know
ever,
when-
ever,
you know
never,
when-
ever, never.
You know when Branch got into his head that he could be Gem's server boy, right? And Gem was like, okay, you can do that. You handle all of it. Branch was so happy that he had this little role in Gem's server because he was kind of in with the crew then. He was like one of the cool kids for the one. He tried so hard for so long to just be accepted and one of the cool kids in Gem's. And this was his one opportunity, right? And then they ended up falling out because Branch wanted to freaking mess with people all the time, like talk shit about them, you know, like put little messages on the YouTube slagging people off in Gem's server. And Gem was like, no, you can't do this, right? And then Branch was like, no, I'm going to do it anyway because he was wasted one day telling Gem to piss off, right? And Gem's like, you know what? Screw you then, I'll do it myself. And then Branch...
That's fucking hilarious.
Branch had to shut the whole thing down, right? And Gem does it on his own now. And ever since that day, Branch has been bitching and whining about Gem's server and Gem's stream and how it's not as good as he did it. It's hilarious, bro.
Branch, that's hilarious, dude.
That's not what happened, dude. What happened was this, right? Like, I was fucking...
That's exactly what happened, Branch.
Well, no, it was close, but that's not exactly what happened. Like, what actually happened was, I was fucking with Chemo, and then Chemo called up Gem in the middle of the night to say, hey, Gem, Branch is fucking with me on the live stream. So So fucking Gem fucking messages me. He's like, what the fuck you doing? Why are you fucking with Chemo like this? Right? And then I'm like, motherfucker, don't talk to me like that. Done. Fuck you. I'm not gonna fuck with your live stream anymore. Don't talk to me like that. That's what happened.
What?
Yeah. And actually, it didn't happen right away. I was like, what? Are you sure you want to talk to me this way? And then he was like, yeah. Don't fuck with Chemo. And I get it. He got woken up in the middle of the night by Chemo and shit. But he still shouldn't have talked to me that way. So I was like, fuck you, bro. Do you not recognize I'm helping you? I don't need to do this shit. So I just shut it down.
Yeah. Fucking Gem.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. You said it wasn't
And
what
then,
I said.
honestly,
Exactly what I said.
about me being negative towards people in the room, I was always, when was I friends with anyone in the room there? Like, I was negative,
Yeah, but
even after them.
you can't have the live stream on YouTube and start saying like M Stone is gay and shit, and have that in like the middle of the freaking YouTube stream.
Yeah, but me and M Stone are kind of cool, right? Like,
But you're doing that shit all the time, dude.
yeah, but you're talking about shit that was
before.
before. I know, but Gem was actually okay with me doing that type of crap. It was what fucked it all up was I can't remember what, it was some petty shit that I did to fucking Chemo, but the fact that he called him in the middle of the night because of it is I mean, Jem talked to me after he probably just woke up. But I was like, don't fucking talk to me that way. Like, he was being a bitch towards me. I was like, fuck you. Don't talk to me like that, and just shut it down.
Dude, Chemo's such a Karen. He always complains to Jam about anything.
Yeah, he is, but also Jem needs to fucking know the people that help him out and don't talk to them that way, you know? He needs to fucking respect people.
But
I
it
mean,
turns out
Jem's
he was right to talk to you about
Jem's
it
like
because he
Jem is
didn't
like
need you.
20 years. Jem's like 20 years older than all of us, right? He should have that level of fucking understanding that we will learn in 20 years.
I agree, but he was right because he didn't need you anyway because he's doing it on his own now.
Yeah, that's true. And honestly, I kind of got bored of fucking doing it too. I was looking for a way out.
But you miss it, don't you? You miss running that
Jem's
live
room?
stream. Yeah, you miss running that live stream, his YouTube stream.
Nah, I'll tell you this about Jem's room. Yeah, it's like a lot of your peoples in Jem's room only go there to make yourselves feel better, and I don't miss that at all.
So what you saying you did that?
I never did that. That's why I don't get along with the cunts in
Honestly, it's
Jem's
just
room.
kind of boring a bit now to me because it's the same shit all the time. It's just the same flat earth arguments with the same people. And it is
Yeah.
literally just you could go ahead and take a 10-minute clip and it would be the same thing a year ago. With the same people, the same arguments.
Isn't
it's
it?
just repeated.
But isn't it also just people that are there to make themselves feel better about themselves?
But
by
sometimes it's
talking
not like that. Because sometimes there's cool people there, right? Like you and me, right? And other people that are cool. And we'll just talk about stuff like we're doing now. And it won't be annoying and boring.
All the cool people are left, bro.
No, they're not. They're still going there. Just not all the time. And anyway, I'm not like you in the same way. Like, I like to instigate really controversial and fractious debates which offend people sometimes, because that's my personality. You're a nicer person than I am, Branch. That's why you're able to exist with less hyperbolic conversations happening. I need more drama than you do.
No, you've lost yourself in gems and become a goblin.
I was
Mel,
like
well
this
done.
before, but I accept I've probably gotten worse.
Mel, do you still go to Gems?
But I can turn it off. I can be normal when I need to be as well.
Yeah, I was there today, and I was there yesterday for some reason, but I haven't been there for ages. And it was basically, like Miss has kind of found herself in there at the moment, which I think's good for her. But pretty yucky in there at the moment.
I'll be honest with you, dude, it's not even just that, right? That's not the only reasons I don't go to Gems. There's so much negativity in that room that every time I go to the room and leave, I end up feeling worse than I felt before I went to the room. And that's kind of why I don't like going there.
Yeah, I don't go there in like the afternoons or the evenings, my time, because it's like that. It's just kind of boring, the same thing, and it can be pretty negative. But in the morning, it's more lighthearted, and the negativity is a bit more kind of jovial.
Yeah.
More kind of
Like,
I don't really like debating. Like, I never really did. I just like conversation, or just actually talking to people about stuff, not just about what the fucking earth is and stuff.
The problem, though, is that like even when you talk to them, they're talking to you in a very condescending way.
Yeah, only because of my position.
Right. And that shit right there pisses me off.
Yeah. They've always tried to talk sort of down to me. That's why, anyway, doesn't matter. I've been onto that the whole time. I played up to it.
Why don't you ignore the people that do that if you don't like it? Because you seem to feed into it quite a lot. Like, you don't ignore the people that talk down to you. You talk back to them, which is what they want.
I like treating the internet sometimes like it's nothing. That you can say whatever the fuck you like, whatever you can think of in the moment. The only limit you have is your imagination or your wit, or what you've got the balls to say live publicly. That's how I see it. Like, as much as I have respect for the people I respect, everyone else can get fucked. How you like that?
Yeah, but I've heard you get affected by it quite badly, right? Where you like screamed really loudly.
But what if I was just raising my voice for my own amusement?
Well, it could
And
be the case that you're doing that.
seeing how far I could push things.
But I'd say that if you listen back to it, you'd probably say that you shouldn't have reacted that way.
Maybe some of the people who tried some of the angles with me and Dawn and PMars and whoever else is like really taking it up to Jem's room and taking a full fucking shit on the chessboard as well. No offense to you, some of the people in there, if that was real life, it never would have gone down like that. Ever.
Well, yeah, for sure. But then that's what happens on the internet. People act differently because they've got a computer screen rather than a person's face in front of them.
But isn't it interesting on the internet how people kind of... I mean, this is a different conversation now, but that's when Flat Earth stopped being about Flat Earth. It was really about dismantling people's personalities and really what makes them tick, like getting under the hood. Even to the point of people saying, "Oh, living rent free in someone's head." Like, yeah, don't worry about that. I've seen some really nasty shit about humans, and to bring it back to what I was saying before, like if we are AI becoming self-aware, I think part of the problem is with humans is the ego and the need to be right and not be willing to admit that you don't know things and that you have as much intelligence or faculty as you have. You're still an unknown quantity in an unknown game with unknown proportions of pretty much every aspect of your life. But people just aren't honest about that. They think they've got it all figured out and they've been to school, they've got their little box to live in, they've got their income coming in, they've got food in the fridge. I mean, most people's parameters are pretty limited.
Yeah. I'll put a link in the chat 'cause I think it's kind of interesting. It relates to what we're talking about. There's this I saw this video that a guy posted called TT Guy, and he's talking about Effie Falker, who recently died. And I think that the way that video is produced is not normal, like at all. It's quite disturbing, honestly. And the reason that he takes that tact, right, is because of an us versus them thing that's going on. There's a dynamic that allows for people to act in a really inhumane way to one another, and it's unique. And it also it's not only going to happen on the internet, because obviously that thing happens in real life too. But when you have a screen in front of you rather than a person, you can kind of dislocate the repercussions of your actions because they're farther away from you. You don't have to deal with the immediate response of another person.
So, Docstar, I haven't watched that video, right? But was it Rona?
I don't know. I mean, I've watched like 2 minutes of it because it was just kind of too crazy for me to watch the rest of.
I'm going to report that for harassment. Thanks.
All right. I don't know if it was Rona or not. I don't think it's been reported. I don't know. But apparently, like,
doesn't usually help. It just makes me feel better.
He had symptoms. You know, he did Twitch videos where he was talking about symptoms that were like coronavirus. So
I kind of liked him though, dude. He was the only other brown person that was like into flat Earth and shit that I knew about. Like, yeah, there was Waz, me, Waz, and him. Well, there's not too many brown people that are in,
Waz isn't really brown.
Yeah, he is. He's fucking Sri Lankan.
He doesn't look
He's-
that.
was like Sri Lankans are more brown than Indians. They're fucking black as fuck.
Well, Was isn't though, is he? He's not seen his
Well,
picture.
he-
He doesn't look. He looks like the white guy.
No, he doesn't. Okay, maybe to you.
Yeah, he does.
Really? You think so?
Yeah.
I think I'm actually more light skinned than Was is.
But I do think that thing happens on both sides, Mo. Like, obviously, there's a lot of bad behavior on the Glober side too. You have to look far to find it. But you do see that on the flat Earth side as well, and it gets similarly, a lack of condemnation from that side too. So it's happening. It's an us versus them thing. Both sides fuel one another.
No, I'll defend my position till the day I die that if I didn't emerge on the internet as a flat earther, some people never would have taken the line they did with me, but I've got to take responsibility for my own actions too. Like, my position was controversial.
I was going to say, flat Earth is very annoying. It triggers our religion inside, even if we don't see it as a religion. It triggers our intelligence, like we've been insulted. But it is still Glober's fault if they carry on being mean for over a year. I'll give them a year to try and get addicted, get obsessed, and then get over it. But if they carry on too long, or they start really mean and vitriolic, then it's their fault.
I do think there's a danger. Like if you continuously go somewhere where it's encouraged to be mean to people, that you will become a worse person at the end of a certain amount of time doing that. I think that's almost unavoidable. And I think it's a cost that people aren't really considering when they're engaging in that kind of debate scene. Because 5 years of doing that, you're not going to be as good of a person as you were 5 years before. Like what you do with your time, it feeds into who you become.
Yeah, I mean, I can. I think me at my most sort of dark. I was sort of deep in being a carer as well, and I was really struggling with that, and that's what's kind of surreal for me now. Like looking back over the past 6 years, and now having my life back. It's totally like I've got a new lease on life, and I didn't realize in a lot of ways the pressure of taking care of my mum, and then also having to defend. Because what I ended up having to defend is how I could be stepping away from the mainstream paradigm, and then as soon as you start questioning it or challenging it or refuting what it's trying to get its fucking tentacles in everyone and everything, basically, as soon as you start prizing those tentacles off yourself, red flags just start to appear fucking everywhere. And that's when I started to realize I was on the right path. And if you've watched what's unfolded, like everyone knows they're in a control mechanism now, whether you guys like it or agree with me or not, you fucking are all in it. It's not my fault. And those of us who are raising the alarm that, yeah, we're fucked, deal with it. And then the only thing you have left is yourself and your friends and the relationships that matter to you. That's it. That's all you've got. Because that's what it all boils down to. Because in the end, you're just alone anyway. You could switch this internet off and then you'll find out who's there for you.
So nihilist.
Yeah, it's nihilistic.
There is
Thinking
some
it's
hope.
not good for you to think that way.
There's no hope. If I switch this internet off, do you think any of you would honestly, I know the people who would, but no one would fucking reach out to me, man.
I'll reach out to you, Mel.
I've been at my fucking wit's end a few times in this, like death's door, ready to fucking go.
No, you haven't.
Don't pretend like you guys like know how much that fucking hung around my neck like a bad decision a couple of times in this. Ready to fucking exit this whole fucking mess. Gladly.
All right, Mel, here's the thing, right? This type of discussion can also get a channel shut the fuck down, so let's change it.
I'd like to ask how many serial killers are flat earthers and how many serial killers are globers?
Oh, that's a brilliant one. I don't know how we'll ever find out. It's great to think about.
In my mind, I say 99.9% of them are globers.
Yeah, I'll give you what. No, I think 1% is flat Earth, so 99% are globers. Yeah.
Yep, about right.
I like doing one and
Just saying, I
99.
never pictured any of the Ed Geins or any of those dudes being flat earthers or all the other dudes. They just be quiet and they weren't on Discord. You know what I mean? It didn't make, they were.
David Koresh, a Christian, or Jim Jones, Christian, or Charles Manson, a hippie. Some of these guys might have been a flat earther.
Never know. It could happen. I mean, shit, a flat earther these days is just somebody that doesn't go with mainstream, pretty much, really.
Yeah, it can mean anything kind of now.
All the real flat earthers I know have just ended up isolated and mind fucked, and kind of, besides Dell, they haven't really been empowered by it. You know, you can't talk about it. No one cares. It's fuck this situation. The only thing that keeps me going is creativity and a hope of a better future. But flat earth and humans and where we're all going, no. You got to fend for yourself. Look out for yourself. No one gives a fuck, man.
Oh, I agree on this. I'll tell you where is it there.
It's all bullshit.
But should
It's
you
really
really
about you. It's your
should you
own
really
journey.
should
Fuck
you really
everyone.
should you really adopt an ideology that disempowers you?
No, your life has nothing to fucking do with me and what you think about me. You can get fucked.
I'm not
How
saying
do you
it
like
does.
that?
Well, I'm not saying it. My life has
It has
anything to do with you.
nothing to do with me.
I
What
know.
you think about me, what you think of my ideologies, my customs, my rituals, I don't fucking care.
Great. But what I'm saying is
I'm
that
going
I
to
don't
live
think
my
that
life regardless of
I
you
don't
or
think
what
that people
any of
should
you
adopt
fucking
an
think.
ideology
So
that
what does it
disempowers them.
fucking matter? What does it matter? You're going to argue with me or tell me I'm wrong?
Well, I want the best for you, Merle, and I don't think you should adopt an ideology that you acknowledge yourself disempowers you.
Dude, the whole thing is, Jeremy said it before. What are you going to do without money? And most of you fucking bow to the fucking coin. I don't hear anybody trying to get out of the financial system, how to fucking turn the table on this whole game and empower every fucking being in this place. You guys don't talk like that.
But Mel,
you don't.
If you look at religions, right?
You've all got your own situation.
Religions have done it. Religions have said
no one's coming together for the greater good.
When the truth, like every religion's always
You're
said that.
not.
When
Don't
the
fucking
truth,
lie to yourselves.
Mel, can you hear me?
Yeah, but don't lie to yourselves that it's all about the greater good when it's not.
No. Here's the problem, right? Like everybody thinks it's gonna be different when the truth of flat Earth comes out, right? But the religious side of shit's been doing that for a very long time, and like when the truth of Christianity came out, did everybody change their ways and everybody became Christians? No. Muslims? No. No religion has been able to persuade everyone on earth to change their way of thinking and shit, right? And this hope that people have that, if flat Earth comes out, then everybody all of a sudden is going to change their way of thinking. If you look at the past, it never happened. So even if the truth was the Earth was flat, it's not going to make a big difference. Nobody gives a fuck.
Well, I think that's the problem. Flat Earth reveals that it's all bullshit. And when it all boils down to it, it's you and the Earth, and what you decide is right and wrong.
Yes,
So get on with it.
Tickets to freedom. A messy ticket to freedom, but it's definitely a ticket.
You know, I mean, maybe I've wasted time out here. I've thought that before, but I don't regret it. I don't regret it, like needing to put the brakes on everything and hear what other people think. But I'm 45. I'm not going to be here forever. Like, I've kind of missed out on a couple of things recently, and it's kind of no mercy now. No one gives a
You
fuck.
missed out on shit, motherfucker. Stop feeling like
No,
you
I
have.
have.
Because here's the
Not
thing, Mel.
giving me a kick up the ass.
If you
I just want to
hadn't
get on with
missed
it now.
out, if you hadn't missed out on the shit you think you missed out on, would you be the person you are today?
I don't know. I just don't want to miss out on any more
Do you
stuff,
want to
like
be?
arguing about.
Do you want to be someone that you are not today?
No, but I just.
All right, then stop fucking complaining about shit.
But why doesn't everyone want to be a better version of themselves?
No,
Yeah, you
they
do.
don't. No,
Well,
bro.
what are you progressing towards if not a better version of yourself?
Honestly, bro, I don't want it. Like, I think about what a better version of myself would be, and
Do you want the future you to be better than you now, or worse, or the same?
I mean, it depends, right? So, like, if I consider what a better version of myself would be, I would be a lot more involved. I would be making a lot more money, basically, right? But deep inside, I know that's not better.
Well, what about just being happier?
I know that to me is the
Come on,
better
Brian.
version of myself, and I think that type of happiness just comes with time.
You could own a ranch. You could have 3 wives. You could be much better. It's possible.
Nah, bro. Like honestly, like I could have had 3 wives and shit, but
I'm saying silly examples, but you know what I mean. There is
I
ways
know
to
what you're
improve.
saying. But here's the
You could
thing,
be a
dude. I
billionaire.
mean, if they end, if every relationship I end up having, right, would end up with heartbreak for the girl, then would I be a better person?
You could have a cool car. Come on, there's loads of
I
ways
already have a
to
cool
be
car,
better.
dude. Dude, I probably have the coolest car out of anyone you know on Discord.
What about a second car as a Jeep? That'd be
That is
cool.
my second car. My first car is a Camry. Second car is the cool car.
You could have a jet ski.
First car is a car. You're talking shit.
I ain't talking shit. I haven't drove my cool car for a very long time though.
Okay, forget money. Think of other things. That I was trying to bring up enjoyments
A
other
family.
than money.
You could
Other
have
than
a
money.
family
Yeah.
that love you, and children
3
running
wives.
around
That was my
calling
wife's
you
second
daddy,
family.
daddy branch.
Right, but I mean the understanding is this, right? Like usually I would break it off for the girl because I'll be like, you're getting way too into this shit. And I don't feel the same way about you. Let's call it off. If I don't feel like I'm gonna be able to fuck this girl for the rest of my life, then I'll break it off with her when she gets serious. And I think that's the right thing for a guy to do.
You're a strange man, bro.
You could have less baggage, right? Less emotional nonsense running around in your head.
Well, a lot of guys, right? They'll marry a girl, even if deep down inside they don't feel like they could spend the rest of their lives with one piece of pussy or that piece of pussy. And it's just some shit I've never been able to do. I cannot. I can do the whole fucking girlfriend boyfriend shit to the point where she's like lovey dovey to the like wanting to get married
Oh,
forever.
bro.
Right? If I don't feel it forever, then I'll break it off right then.
Everyone's so depressing today.
It's not depressing, dude. I actually think that's like I don't understand why everybody doesn't do that. If you don't feel like
What
you're
you want
gonna be able to
the
be,
perfect woman doesn't
This is the
exist,
fun.
Branch.
This is the fun
Realize that,
part of
right?
being single. No,
You're
this is
never
the
gonna
fun part
find
of being single.
the person you think you can actually spend your life forever with. You have to compromise in some way and accept some sort
well,
of an
that's
imperfect situation.
Darkstar. I think that's totally fine. Maybe I will be single the rest of my life. I kind of enjoy it this way. I don't mind that.
Well,
Yeah.
if your dad thought the same thing, then you never would have came about, would you?
That's
Oh,
totally
what
fine.
else can we dangle in front of him to better himself? Done, love, women,
I don't
and money.
get it. I don't get it why you all think having a wife and kid makes you a better person. What the fuck is
It
wrong
may
with you?
make you happy. Most people call that one of the happiest moments of
all
their lives when their
bullshit.
son or daughter is born.
It's all bullshit. It's all illusion. Unless you find like a decent girl,
Both of you
decent
don't have
girl.
children, do you?
It's still
It's all
bullshit.
bullshit.
But you're saying that without having had
Or a
children.
lot.
You don't know it's bullshit.
No, but Darkstar, I actually think that this whole notion of having one wife and settling down is having the 2.5 children and shit.
What about a helicopter? Don't you want to
That's
own a helicopter?
imposed. That's imposed on us by society. That's not what everybody wants to do.
You want to own a helicopter, an island, or something fun?
I'll be honest with you, dude. I think that I'll be happiest in my life. Just honestly being a fucking loner.
You've convinced me that there is no better branch than the branch right now. Possible. You're just
Bro,
going to say like this forever.
I think that people in general, right? They consider being a loner as a bad thing, but like it's not. If you can find peace within yourself, right? And you find peace within yourself, then what's wrong with just being peaceful alone? Right? Look at these monks and shit. Nobody goes to them and say, "Why the fuck aren't you married?" Right? Why the fuck is you?
They're not alone. They're not alone. They're in a monastery with other monks.
But they're living a very similar life to somebody who just decides to be peaceful by themselves. What's the difference?
I have a life a bit like that, bro. I see my girlfriend like once a week, my family one night a week, and then sometimes during the week. And
Is it about devote?
I like to be a loner as well.
I mean, honestly, dude, like I feel so fucking like shit because like.
Is it about devoting yourself to something that's more important than you?
No, honestly, it's like
having kids. Or...
Honestly, dude, when I'm with a
dunno.
girl I really like,
Yes, I'm sure it is.
I kind of start thinking to myself what it's gonna be like when I break up with her, right? Because I already know I'm gonna do it at some point.
Yeah, this is a cycle, Brian. You need to see a therapist about this because if you're always scared of the ending of something, you're never going to be able to start it. You need to get over that first.
I think it's
that
totally
step.
fine, bro. Look, I think I'm the type of person that I don't need a bitch in my life to be happy.
They're not a bitch. They're a best friend.
Yeah, I can have best friends in my life. I can have how many of them I want, right? But I do not need to conform to society's notion of me having to have a wife to be happy.
What about carrying on your dad's bloodline? Don't you want to do that? Him.
What about some of you that have found that maybe it's rarer than you think?
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Because like there's so many women in this city that I've come back to that like there's women everywhere, right? But they're all doing their own thing, right?
Yeah,
or
it's impossible.
they've hooked up.
And it's often painful and it often doesn't work. I just think of a woman like any idea or new plan or challenge in your life. You've got to start it to see if it's any good.
You've got to go to another country, right? Where the women aren't as annoying. And then it'll be better.
Yes, instantly you're like a superhero then, isn't it?
Yeah, because you'll be different.
Like...
You'll be exotic. They'll be interested in you. Plus, if there's a massive income disparity between your country and their country, then your odds go up even higher.
Definitely.
You
Would
just have
you
fun there.
really, Darkstar? What the fuck is you on about, man?
None of what I just said is
Thailand
even
with all your
arguably
money. Right.
untrue.
The
You
plan.
can't argue with what I just said. It's true what I just said.
No,
Isn't it?
you're never,
Don't fight on
never gonna
France's
be.
state.
You are never gonna be happy, right, with some fucking amazingly attractive piece of pussy if you don't fucking get along with her fucking head.
You will get along. You can get along with women in other countries' branches, okay? Learn the language. Be less hassle. There's less bullshit. I'm gonna do that one day.
So many women.
Why, Darkstar? You seem
And
weird.
I'm not even being like weird.
Because it'll
No,
be
like,
easier.
so many
It'll be fun
women
for a while.
like fucking. I don't know. They just stare at you. You stare at them, and they stare at you. It's stupid.
I just had
actually
an
think-
Asian woman ask me if she can chat to me on Russian social media, and then I gave her my WhatsApp.
Was she cute?
Yeah,
Nice.
she could be a scammer, but I don't know. But when I said you're a scammer, you're just going to give my number to weirdo, she just laughed. So then I gambled. So, yeah, I'm just backing up Darkstar's point. Some Asian women fancy old Western men, even if they're ugly.
I think a lot of it is also if you go to another country, it's like an adventure, right? If you stay in your same country that when you were born in, you're gonna get bored, right? It's not gonna be as interesting anymore. I think like if you're in the sort of situation Branch is in, where you're just like cynical as shit about everything, you should go and move to another country and live there for a while, and then you'll appreciate things more.
I'm not necessarily cynical, Darkstar. Here's the
great
problem.
plan.
Right? What you consider as cynical, I consider as just being real.
Well, test it out. Go to another
yeah,
country.
okay.
Just go to another country for a month. Yeah,
I've
and just
been
see.
to other countries. I've
Not
been
really.
to other countries.
You've been to the UK.
You're
and the
being
US.
realistic,
I've been,
you do, but you're
I've been
being
to
nihilistic
the
too.
UK. I've been to fucking China, fucking Philippines.
Yeah, but on like business trips,
So I've
that means
been
like go there and
nihilistic.
live there for a while.
Yeah.
Am I being edgelord?
Yeah, the way you word it
Germany.
is a bit nihilistic now, because
Oh no.
you keep waking up on levels and saying, "Oh my god, it's all fucked."
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
true.
it really freaks me out
This
sometimes.
is it's the divine comedy you've woken up in, so it's not
Mm.
all fucked. There's great bits as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
I actually find it super
carried
interesting how some people
When
will
you're
say
eating your
that.
melon, that was one of the good bits. One of the
Well,
good bits.
Dawn, just I actually find it super interesting how some people will say you're better off going to a different country to find love.
It's true though. There's less bullshit going on. There's less politics and nonsense. It's easier. There's the old way of masculine and feminine communication is still there in those countries. But here
Everyone's
in the UK and the
looking
US,
for the greener
there's
grass
more
on the
there's more
top.
confusing shit happening. Right, it's harder, and it's also different expectations. The divorce rate's way higher. It's like it's not the
Right, but
best.
why would you?
We're not
why
very
would
good.
you
Lots of things to
even
put you
marry
off
a
getting with
girl?
someone that lives nearby, because
Why would you?
you're in the wrong
It's harder to
patterns.
find a
When you
good one.
when you cross patterns, you can sink easier. I think Darkstar's correct.
No, I think I've seen. I think those type of marriages do work on the long term, right?
There's different the cultural expectation of families in other countries is way different than it is in the UK or the US.
I know,
Divorce
I
is
know,
much
and
more
I'm not.
accepted.
I'm not saying.
Shake it up.
I'm not
Great way
saying
to
you're
shake it
wrong,
up.
Darkstar. What I'm saying is you are actually right because those type of marriages do work out.
I think you just need to find a woman just as cynical as you, so you can both like try and call each other's bluff.
Yeah, that's
Not just that. I mean, I personally think that you should do whatever the fuck you want to do. Like, don't get married just because you think you need to get married to be part of what society's telling you to fucking do as a man.
Yeah, I've always thought marriage was a bit of a. Why do I have to kind of like declare it to the state? You know, if you know
But
you're
again,
going to be together, why do you have to have this? You
Right.
know,
Well, what are
expensive
these?
show and all that.
What are these
No need.
weird steps people have for us, right? Like, at this age you should be married. At this age you should buy your first house. At this age you should have your first kid. All that bullshit. Not, like, honestly, just do whatever the fuck you want to do. Don't let nobody tell you.
But look at the happiness, right? Like, do you know? I don't know about your grandparents. Both my grandparents met when they were young. They stayed married till the day that one of them died, right? They seemed pretty happy. I mean, they would have had their differences and arguments, I'm sure, but they never got divorced or even really considered it, right? But now, chances are, if you're born now, your parents are likely to be divorced. Now, I don't think that the parent of that child is going to be happier going from, spouse to spouse, and that child's not going to grow up in a better environment as a result of that. So where's the benefit of doing, whatever you want to do when there isn't this societal pressure, which I accept is probably the reason why there weren't very many divorces, right? But the happiness, they were still happy. Like my grandparents were still happy, I think they would have been less happy if they felt like they could get divorced and go and marry other people.
It broke on the last generation. My parents broke. Both their parents were still married and loved each other right till they're old. Something
That's
broke
cool.
in my parents' generation.
I think
And then
back
in
in
mine,
those
it's completely fucked.
back in those days, though, getting married actually meant something. Like,
yeah.
Today, getting
Yeah,
married,
nowadays it's just a fashion.
yeah, today it's like it's like going steady.
And I'm not making an excuse here. Most of the women I've known that like are really fucking like cool, decent, smart women don't want to get married. Like even if they're in love, like only a handful of girls I know have really settled down. They love their husband. There's still romance. There's still a spark there. But I don't know too many people like that. I don't.
A marriage before God was basically, in the West anyway, an acknowledgement that, he's honoring the marriage, that the public honors the marriage, and, in a way that God is the source of love in the marriage. That when the, guy's tired or the woman's like, I really don't like this guy anymore, or really don't want to be with him sometimes, that you go to God and he's like, as the eternal source of love in the marriage. When, both the people, kind of want to quit and not, tough it out, you go to God for, the source of love in the marriage that doesn't run out. And I think that's where the public element of the marriage comes in, that you're being married before God and making a promise before God, and also getting the public sanction as well.
But God already brought you into contact with the lady, or you know what I mean? Like you're already thanking him for even meeting them. Do you know what I mean? So I just don't see the whole marriage thing as a need. If two people know they love each other and they don't want anyone else, why, I just don't know.
I guess it's an acknowledgement that also God is involved in the marriage and keeping the marriage together. And so it's not just for the two people, but it's a public acknowledgement, an acknowledgement before God, also as well.
I think it also has a lot to do with a lot of our social interactions on a day-to-day basis. Like, so for example, when we were kids, or at least when I was a kid, if you have a friend, he's gonna be your friend, right? And you only get to talk to him now and then, so you're gonna stay friends for a long time. Whereas in today's day and age, it's very, it's almost like an opportunistic type of society where, it's a very fickle society, because you can be friends with someone for a second. The moment they say one thing online you don't like, you can call it off, and you won't ever talk to that person again. I mean, it's almost like we're able to pick and choose our social interactions with people on a day-to-day basis without consequence. And that's something very new to society. That was never around before the internet.
Yeah. People can, be a bit more selfish in that it's like, what makes me happy? It's not like any form of accountability. And accountability would make that person, say, okay, am I being stupid, to ghost this person? If they, told somebody else, right before they're like, I'm not going to talk to this person anymore. And then, somebody else could talk some sense into them and be like, hey, why are you not talking to this person anymore? You're kind of being stupid.
Yeah.
So that element of accountability publicly does help keep people honest, even with, a relationship or a marriage. And I think that's where the public aspect of it comes, where, you're not just accountable to yourself, but you're also accountable to the community and God for, this decision. And that's why it's made publicly like that.
I think that the amount of choice that this technological age has given us allows us this amount of freedom, not just with our relationships, but just with our lives, that put us in a situation where we're okay with making these quick decisions without really thinking about emotional consequence. So what I mean by that, for example, is you don't like one cereal, right? Back in the days, fuck it, you don't like that cereal, there's only 5 cereals you can get. Now you just say, you know what, fuck this, go on Amazon, order another one. It'll be at your doorstep in the morning. New cereal. That's bad, very bad example, but
Well, marriage is a bit of a public ceremony. People used it to cement alliances between tribes, between huge groups of people. You were inviting somebody into the community from inside or outside of the community. You're bringing in children, and stuff like that.
when you say community, when you say community, though, what do you mean?
Your family, your friends. Back then, communities were more close knit. It wasn't just you they were now involved with. They were involved with this unit you were tied to, this spouse, this person, this person that they may or may not even know. So the public may be like, well, who is this person you're getting involved with? Are they an enemy from a tribe? Are they going to take over? So these alliances and these communities, through marriage, did have a highly public component to them, not to mention children and stuff like that. And so I think the idea of what a marriage even is has changed fundamentally as these communities have broken down and people at least imagine that they're only accountable to themselves and their own happiness with these, relationships. It's a bit of a shift, not being accountable to the community, not being accountable to God, not being accountable to others, not even accountable to the children that you brought into the union when you say, okay, mommy and daddy are breaking up by divorce or, whatever, for bringing instability into another person's, life like that or whatever.
Yeah. I get what you're saying about community, bro. And, you got me thinking about a few other things, but like, I wonder if, even what you consider as community, I'm not sure how old you are, and I would assume we're at least in like the same type of bracket, right? To the point where when we say community, we're assuming that type of relationship still occurs today, and I don't think it does. Like if you talk to high school kids, they've kind of abandoned that whole friendship shit to some point. Like it's not how I remember it to be, like, and I'm talking to you based on what I hear from my nieces and nephews and shit like that, right? And it's almost like they just don't give a fuck about people in the school. They're just like, it doesn't matter because they've got all these other friends online. It's just a different society altogether, different way of living.
Yeah, the level of commitment, even to friends, is very low in some cases. The level of commitment to family is very low. Basically, it's not even the idea of a commitment anymore. It's just like, we'll hang around as long as we halfway like each other, have some sex, maybe some kids. But the moment you get in my way or the moment you make things difficult for me, I'm out, and I'm going to take care of me. I'm accountable to me. You know, I'm not accountable to anything else. So it's kind of a totally different mindset.
Right. And I think there's two different type of people too, right? There's people that they get into a relationship knowing that, and there's just knowing that, hey, you can leave it at any time. And then there's people that get into a relationship and get into a marriage just saying, you know what, I'm gonna marry this person, and who gives a fuck? I don't really know him, or I'm pretty sure I'm gonna learn a lot more about this motherfucker as we grow together, but we're gonna be together forever, and that's the deal. I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, there's two ways that people get into marriage, and I think today people are getting into marriage more like, feels right, let's do it, and we can always change it later, instead of saying, well, let's do it and work it out as we fucking go.
And also, you know, like Bible wise, you know, a marriage is kind of an attempt to acknowledge, you know, where, you know, a union that God put together or, you know, didn't put together. Because sometimes people get together when they really shouldn't, you know, be getting together. They're not really destined for each other or whatever. They weren't really made to be together in the first place. And so a marriage, you know, before God and other people is an attempt to try to acknowledge that this union was blessed and sanctioned by God or not. You know, if people take it somewhat seriously with their vows and their commitment. So,
dude, the craziest shit, man. I've been with girls, right, that have refused sex, right? Because they're like, I don't do that until we get married. And then I'm like, well, fucking, I don't believe in that shit. I ain't gonna fucking marry you, you know, like literally gonna break up with her. And then they'll be like, all right, whatever. What the fuck is that about? And that's not even like one girl. That's like, I think 3 girls I've had that shit with. It's like, why would they originally say that shit if they don't fucking mean it?
well, I mean, sex is important, you know, but ultimately it's, you know, to have kids. And unfortunately, we have a society that can't take 10, 12, you know, 14 kids like it did in the past. So, short of going out in the woods and, you know, having that lifestyle, you know, people are just going to have to make sacrifices. You know, I guess people opt for, you know, not having as much sex or contraception or whatever. You know, otherwise the man and the woman, you know, tend to, you know, not have time to do that, you know, unless they want to have kids and stuff like that or get their tubes tied or whatever, I guess, from a heterosexual standpoint anyway, if they're going to stay within the marriage.
Branch, you sound highly strung, mate.
Me, I'm a little bit Drew.
Are you getting enough? As we used to say in London, are you getting enough?
Honestly, dude, like, it's been a bit, but I ain't missing it.
You sound like it.
Me, no.
Yeah, I've been
If
listening.
I wanted it,
Listen to all you lot moaning and groaning. You know?
It's not hard, is it, to get laid?
Depends on where you go. The people you meet.
To a
Your
fucking bar.
parents in some occasions.
Go to
the way you look, the way you smell, the way you move. It depends on a number of factors.
Actually, Jim.
The time of the day.
You know what? Foolproof way, and I used to do this, yeah. Like, there's certain conference hotels. Like in Dallas, we have one. There's a big old Hilton, right? And it's a conference center. So what you do is you figure out when the conferences are, and then, you know, the rooms are actually super fucking cheap. So you can get a room. You don't have to get a room, but if you want to get laid, just go chill at a hotel bar during one of those conferences. There's gonna be some fucking bitch out there who's on business, doesn't have shit to do, and doesn't really want strings attached too.
No, they just want the casual sexual liaison. They're there, yeah, of course. Notice I didn't put fuck and slap and tickle, did I? I said sexual liaison.
Did I, Jim?
Keep it clean. No, I'm just letting you know there are ways of putting it without having to use the F-bomb every effing
Well, here's the thing, right? The more
Sexual liaison.
the more you keep mentioning it as a thing, yeah, the more
Yeah.
annoying you're getting, bro. And I would say this, Jen. Look,
That's okay, yeah. But I haven't been mentioned. I haven't mentioned it, but you carried on bombing anyway. So
you know what
I'm
though,
in remittance. I'm in
Jen.
remittance at the moment. So
Jen,
I'm in deficit.
I will
Could be
say
mentioning
this.
a bit
Jen.
more than
I
that.
will, Jen, hold on. Let me just get this out, yeah? I will say this. I think me and you could probably have a really good conversation. If we could keep responses down to 8 seconds apiece. Because I think the problem is this, right? Both of us want to talk for too long. And that's
No,
why
not
me and
really.
you don't have conversations. Because what ends up
No, I don't
happening
think
is,
so at all.
yeah, well,
I
a
don't think
lot of the
that at all. I
times,
don't
Jen,
want to talk for too long. I just want to get what I want to say out. And for me, sometimes I may not be able to condense what I want to say. So it takes a little while to get it out. But once I get it out, you get the full picture. I don't like to talk hurriedly. That's my thing. Because what I have to say is coming from like experience as well. And I'm trying to bring that in. Right. But, everyone's in a hurry here. And I don't want to be hurried to say what I got to say. Because I've heard us talking here, for example, speaking. And someone made a great point, and you just carried on there, didn't even acknowledge the point that was made. We had to come and say, yeah, but what he meant was this, though, during the F bombing. You know what I mean? So no. I don't want to talk a lot. I want to drop a topic and then listen to what other people are saying. And if I think something's gone in a different direction, I'd like to be able to jump in and say, hang on a second, yeah, but no, I don't, and then step out again. That's all I'm trying to do.
yeah, what I'm trying to say, Jen, is the reason me and you don't conversate is because when you start talking, and it goes beyond 8 seconds, honestly, I just lose what I had to say out of my mind. I'm not gonna sit there and just wait to say it, and I'm just done with the conversation at that point.
I feel sorry for you because when I'm listening to you, people have had the courtesy to allow you to talk for 10 minutes in one breath kind of thing there, right? And you want me to do 8 seconds, then it looks like that's never going to happen, is it? 8 seconds.
I don't know how long I usually take on a single fucking
You
run.
don't watch it.
I don't really think about
You
it.
don't really care.
I would think it's about
No,
8
you
seconds.
don't really care.
Like, I don't really see myself going on for more than 8 seconds.
It's never
It's
never
ridiculous,
8 seconds.
dude. It's
Doing
never
run.
8 seconds.
It's never 8 seconds, man.
You're lucky if it's like 30 seconds.
No, it's never 8 seconds.
Well, before we get too hard into this topic, it was good to hear about.
In that. No, I wasn't going to go any further than that. Thank you for that.
Oh
No,
yeah,
no,
no.
but Darkstar,
I was just gonna give a shout out to Lemon. What's up, man? I haven't seen you in a while. It's good to hear you.
Yeah, nice one, Lemon.
Branch,
Yeah.
you too. It's good to hear your voice.
What's up, bro?
When is the time?
Good to hear your voice as well. Happy Sunday. Hope it's sunny for you. It's Monday here in Japan. We're all in Monday already.
Yeah, it's a muggy Sunday, but I'm going on a hike in a little bit. So that'll be
well done. Well done, man. Yeah. Get the blood circulation going, and then you can breathe in some of that minus eon air from the leaves and the earth and the undergrowth. It's nice. Good going on a hike. And that's if it's a forest one. I mean, if it's rocks and that, then it's dust. But you're in the forest, aren't you? Yeah.
no, not right now. I'm kind of in some coastal desert area right now.
Okay, so it's going to be a dry. There's not much vegetation on this hike then.
No, there shouldn't be too much.
Okay, right, yeah. So you're different terrain then.
Yeah.
Nothing like a good hike in the forest in the morning,
Jen,
and it's dust.
when you said forest, right? You remind me of this one place in Japan. Like, are you close to that one forest where people go to die?
No, I'm not close to it, but that's Mount Fuji area, so yeah, Shizuoka. I'm not near it, no, but I've been there several times.
Is it
Climbed the mountain, of course.
Do you get like a cold, creepy vibe when you get past it, or is it just normal?
No, I just think but an eyelid. I just carry on. I'm more concentrating on my hike and what I got to do because you can die on a hike. Yeah.
Mount Fuji used to be a spot too, right? I think they installed like nets now, but people used to just jump in to the volcano, right?
Yeah, no, the net's not there. The net's not there. No, it's a massive hole. The crater is, yeah, you can climb it. You can go down there and climb. You're not allowed to, but you can. There's access, but you're not supposed to go down there. But yeah, you can still launch yourself off of that and commit suicide if you want. Definitely, no problem. Just think, you climb all the way up there just to end your life in that. Nah, it's mad, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's interesting though, because the Japanese, from what I've seen, and I've never been there, just from what I've read actually, they have a much different take on suicide than the rest of the world.
Yeah, yeah, because it was introduced to them as some kind of honor, which is like absolutely ridiculous.
Right.
Indians
That's
did that.
more failing to that's failing someone that's above you. Was
Indians
something,
used
and
to do
that's
that type of
really
shit.
just for more the samurai rather than the peasantry.
Yeah, I don't believe
Well,
the ETA were allowed to commit seppuku.
Yeah, the creator didn't create us to end our lives in that fashion. Sorry, that's the total opposite of living. And when you look at what's gone on, it's not, whatever has happened in his life, he should not be taking his own life for the legacy that he leaves behind for those who have to pick up the pieces from that ridiculous, selfish act. Okay.
Look at a bee. Look at a bee. The only reason a bee has a sting is to kamikaze.
Well, I was going to say, I read an article the other day about a man and a woman who were trapped on a high tensile wire, and they were both going to die. And the dude, I don't even think they knew each other. He just decided to cut himself loose to save her.
Oh,
and I was trying to.
That's honorable.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, we should probably change this combo too, man. This is like
No, hang on. That's a good point he raised there. That's an honourable one there. He gave up his life to save another life. That's fine. That's an honourable kind of suicide. But the suicides that are going on here in Japan at the moment, it's not of that kind.
Absolutely. Japan lost its honor a long time ago.
I'll say this, man. In YouTube's eyes, sometimes
It's really nice if you let someone
discussion-
actually finish the statement before you start.
I know. I'm just gonna let you guys know. In YouTube's eyes, this type of discussion is probably worse than some of the.
No, not really. No.
Yeah, it is.
It's not that. It's not controversial whatsoever. Sorry, you're wrong there. Absolutely wrong.
Does the conversation make you feel a little uneasy or something, Rich?
Me? Not really. I just
Remember, Branch, you did bring up the suicide forest.
I know that was, and that's part of the reason. That's part of the reason why I wanted to change the subject, because I know I brought it up.
Yeah, but it's not a controversial subject where we could lose.
I know, man. I just kind of felt bad because I brought it up, and so I wanted to change it.
No, it's an interesting situation because it's well known that the Japanese have the highest rate of suicide over the flat Earth. And then when we look into, as I am here in Japan, when you look into these suicides, bloody pointless. Most of them, the majority of them. Very few are of that honor that we're talking about. That was just mentioned. Very few.
Yeah, so Jen, just for a bit of basically, it says YouTube users should not be afraid to speak openly about topics of mental health, suicide, and self-harm in a supportive and non-harmful way.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, there you go.
That's directly out of YouTube's T's and C's.
This is actually a non-harmful way.
So yes, because what we're trying to say is that what the whole ethos of what I'm speaking about and the essence is we should treasure life, no matter how dire situation one may be in, because something good can come later.
There's part of me though, right?
You almost got that all out, Jen.
Yeah.
Jen, I personally think that I'm a little bit annoyed that the whole way that euthanasia is starting to get openly allowance in society, but still people with mental disorders are not really able to do euthanasia. And I personally think that sometimes a mental disorder could be a lot more painful than a physical disorder. And I personally don't think that it's right to allow somebody, to get assisted help and not somebody else. And I really think that you know, some mental disorders are a lot more painful than you know, physical pain.
The main criteria is
Now we're treading into
are
some
you in enough
controversial
control of
area here.
yourself to be able to make the decision? That tends to be it.
Yes.
And the whole thing. I mean, I'll tell you now. If I got terminal 4, if I got stage 4 terminal cancer for like bone cancer, yeah, fucking strap me down and euthanize me. Yeah, I'll tell you now. I watched a relative die from that, and there's no way I'd ever want to do that. That's the
Foolish,
nastiest
like,
thing I've ever seen. And again, I almost got all the way through that.
I don't know, man. You compare that physical pain to emotional, mental pain. There's some people out there that they go through years and years of depressional therapy, and it doesn't fucking help. Like, who are we
Okay,
to say?
I'll give you. Let me give you my situation, and then see how you would cope. All right. Now I'm a man who's proud and likes to earn his own money and be the breadwinner and be the boss, and you know, very much democracy rules in the house. You know what I mean? And my children have their rights. But I'm a man now. For the last 12 years, I've had to have, you know, rely on my wife's earnings to survive, even though I'm making money, you know. And because I say that because we had, sorry, I say 12 years, the tsunami hit us in 2011. So yeah, 10 years, I'm not wrong. So 10 years, yeah. So I suffered a massive 50% loss of clientele in 2010, 2011, and I haven't recovered from that. Okay. So, you know, I've had to fight and keep myself sane that my wife's earning more money than I am. And you know, I don't want to feel less a man. Do you see what I mean? Right? But I'm not going to commit suicide over it though. Yeah. But it does eat at me. And then now we had this pandemic thing coming, and I lost 80% of the, you know. So I'm on my knees almost. Okay. And my wife's business suffered because of it, and then they've started to come back. But I'm struggling to try and get more clientele at the moment, right? But I'm not letting it not letting it get me down. I've got to keep positive, haven't I? You see what I mean? Yeah.
I know.
Now people have committed suicide under those sort of circumstances because
I
he's
do
not the
understand,
breadwinner. Right.
Jen. You gotta understand. There's a reasoning behind why I say this type of shit, right? I think that if it was deemed okay to euthanize based on depression, right, then people wouldn't feel like they have to go out and do it themselves, right? They would actually be able to get help. You know, there'll be less.
Yeah, but that's a bit naughty, though, isn't it? You know.
Well, you know,
You know
basically,
what I mean? You got to.
they wouldn't feel bad about talking to the doctor about it, and if they really want to do it, they'll say, "Hey, doctor, can you help me do it?" At that point, the doctor will be able to give them help, as opposed to just saying, "You know what? Nobody's gonna help me. There's no way for me to do this. Let me just go and jump off into a volcano or go into that forest that we talked about."
Yeah, I don't think the doctors should be promoting that, or it should be allowed that that can happen. You know, but you know, unless it was like terminally ill, you know what I mean? Then maybe that's acceptable. But if you've got a very healthy individual, and it's a financial disaster that's happened to him, or maritable status, something's gone wrong, and they want to end it because of that, no, definitely bloody not. You see what I mean, man?
I know.
You
I
really
totally
do
get.
have to pick and choose on this thing. There has to be a man or a woman that's terminally ill, and there's the quality of life is not going to improve. Bedridden forever, never to get out of there. Relying on people to the bed, you know, the what they call it, the blanket baths and all this and that. Can't go to the toilet and thing, you know, and you know, terminally, and they're not going to be lasting long. Well, you know, okay, fair enough. You know what I mean? I mean, maybe there's an exception there. Other than that, though, no. Just because you lost your job and you ain't got nothing, and then you know, no, sorry. Let's get out there and let's see what we can do.
You know why they used to make the cut in seppuku the way they did?
I only got a bit of that. Sorry.
Do you know why they made the cut they did in seppuku? Why you actually, you know where you cut in seppuku?
Oh yeah. Go on.
It's because it is supposedly the most painful way to die.
Shit. Yeah. I mean, that's just another mad one. Why would you want to do that? Yeah.
I thought it was to do with
Forget
like chi, and that's where the chi is, so they open that part of the body up.
Yeah, but it's also
Yeah.
the pain. It's the fact you're showing what you're showing your honor by enduring the worst suffering possible.
Yeah.
It's just the ridiculous of the most ridiculousness as far as I am concerned, you know, really at the end of the day. Just
But isn't there something
ridiculous.
admirable in someone being willing to take their life because they feel like they failed in something that they take that seriously?
Nah, it's just ridiculous again because it goes against living. You know, there is ups and downs in living. And if you did something wrong, you should stand there and own the bad thing you did rather than kill yourself to run from it. Stand up and face
No,
it
but that is
in
them
the
owning it.
world.
They're
and
practicing
change.
the highest level of self ownership you can. They're giving what they care about most of all away because of their failure, because of the seriousness
No,
that they
that's
take
wrong.
it.
That's wrong because of the
Well, you can say it's
psychological
wrong, but
effect that it will have on the rest of the family. For example, the star. Better to stand up and bow down and say, "Yeah, I'm sorry," and from now on, I'm going to do my best to honor the people that I have hurt and failed, and for the rest of your life, do that. That is a better legacy than you're killing yourself, and then everyone's going to remember you. The siblings, oh, that's the son or the daughter of the man who blah blah blah, etc., etc. Silly.
but
That's
he'll be
the
remembered as
problem,
someone who
though.
followed his code to the T and committed the ultimate act in along with that what's expected within that code of honor. He's not going
Yeah.
against his code of honor. He's falling in line exactly with it. That's how he'll be remembered by his family, whether you agree with
Because
it or not.
if you don't do that, Jim, the problem was in feudal society in Japan is that if you didn't do that, you would be not only you but your family would be rejected by society for that. This was a way of regaining honor and to establish that you're doing it for your family, you're doing it for your lord. That was the whole point of the act, to show that you were reclaiming your honor. I mean,
You
we
could also
disagree with that. Yeah, go on. Sorry, Flap, just gone.
no, pardon me. You could also be ordered to commit it though, and that to me is a little odd. And I'm to answer the other gentleman's question, isn't it admirable? No, I don't think it's admirable.
No.
Well, I mean, having a code of honor and that you're so committed to, you're willing to give your life for it.
I mean, it's no different.
That's what's happening.
Look at where we are today. Look at where we are today. Right, sorry to cut in there. Look at where we are today. People have died for less than that in wars that should never have happened. So this stupid glorifying code of honor nonsense, the man needs a slap round the head, man. Wake up. Slap him up, man. Stand up. What are you talking about? You're going to end your life. Yeah?
But
Live it. Live it. What I say.
It's no different to going back to the early 19th, 18th, 17th, 16th century and the view on dueling. I mean, two men. You've insulted me, and therefore this is how we're going to settle it.
Yeah, okay. I mean, that's
same shit, different label, and the same societal effect.
Well,
and especially if someone accuses you of being a liar and you would not defend your honor, then that's an admission.
Well, nowadays, I mean, you wouldn't want to kill anyone to the death, but back then, yeah, you took the gauntlet, you slapped the man in the face. 2 o'clock over there, yeah, right, okay, and the man picks up the gauntlet and says, "Right, let's go." 2 o'clock, you meet up, and then
But if you don't pick up the gauntlet, if you don't accept the challenge, if you run from the fight, you lose your place in society, and that has not just an effect on you, but it had an effect on your family as well.
Yeah, but it needn't be to the death, though. That's the thing. I mean, you could go into the ring and you fight, put them in a cage, and you can still defend your honor if that's what you want to do. And it's the first to submit, and when you submit, finish. Shake hands. Thank you very much. Shake hands. You bow and you move out.
Nice
You know what I
little
mean?
gay man's wrestling floor in the barn. Sort it out. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
And none of you die, at least. You just get a black eye.
Yeah,
or something.
no death, exactly. And all honors are intact. I stood up, I lost, and yes, there you go. Handshake, you bow to those, and you move on. And you still have your head up high in society. Because the next time it comes round where you might piss you off and you have another one, you might be the victor that time round. You see what I mean? Yeah? Man, I'm not a foolish man, man. When I see foolish things like honoring, deathing, and killing and that, man, I just give the man a slap and get out of my way. You are sending the wrong message to my children. I don't want them to think that what you did
You're
is
you're
good. I
you're
think it's a
putting
load of
modern
crap. Get out of here.
society's view
Move out of
on something that was
my
very
eyesight.
different. That's the trouble.
Okay, Jen, let me ask you,
Get out of my eyesight.
how do we sort these poor teenagers and people in their young early 20s and maybe 30s walking into the forest or up Mount Fuji to end their
You
life?
see,
How do
here
we
in
stop
Japan in
this?
particular, there's a lack of counselling here. So
Yes,
if you
that's
wanted
what
to
I
be a
wanted to get to.
counsellor, you'd make a lot of money here, I feel, here in Japan, because that's what's lacking.
I think
That
that's
counselling in depth.
and the society in general is bringing them down to that point somehow. They're managing to slip through the net, and they're getting so low that they feel that bad.
Yeah.
So you have to stop that before it happens if you don't want a sort of euthanasia program out for young people, which is a very controversial, terrible, weird idea. We shouldn't have to do. We shouldn't have to.
Yeah. No. That's why the elders have to promote that everyone should be getting on. If you've got a problem, go and talk to someone about it. Don't sit there festering about it, and stop the bullying and and whatever that's going on in their lives. You've got to assist them. You've got to be in their lives, be involved, so you don't have that problem. One of my kids got bullied.
Charities that can find these people on the street and just give them money and then say, "Come and stay with me for a night," and then a family takes them in or something. Just another chance to become normal.
Yeah, this is why I hate it, because the very idea of these kamikaze pilots, right? They were like 18, 19, man, and the man that's sending them off, he's in his 50s. The general,
That's
with
terrible,
the beard and
yeah.
everything else, and they wrap the maki on their head with the sun, rising sun. They have one drink of sake, and then they're gonna die for an emperor that they've never met, even.
A little bit like Islam, isn't it?
Well, what about the British soldiers, the American soldiers that went to defend a hill, knowing that they would die too?
Yeah.
It's on a similar level, yeah.
That was
Well,
stupidity.
but they're sacrificing too. But a lot of people would say that their heroism is different than you would say for like someone like a samurai committing seppuku. They're both doing it for something they believe in.
Well, they're idiots.
Different types of heroism.
Poor brainwashed soldiers. Poor, unfortunate, brainwashed soldiers. That was okay. And then the general who sent them in, he has the weight and the guilt of all those deaths. Do you know what I mean? Come on, man. They were done unnecessary. And where is America today after those people? Look at what's going on. So they died in vain anyway. You see what I mean? When you start to have a proper overview of what's gone on, the stupidity of it all is clear to see. So
Well, in World War II, they didn't die for nothing. In World War II, they died.
They
died stopping Nazism.
No, they did not.
Yeah.
They died for nothing.
No, they stopped Nazism. They stopped Hitler.
By the powers that shouldn't be. It was a game of wars, and we are just tokens. We are nothing. We're just pawns. That's what
They
it was.
defended their homeland. The Russians in Stalingrad defended their homeland from Nazi
Britain
invaders.
started it. If you look in the history properly, you're going to find that Britain was an instigator in the First World War and in the Second World War. Okay, and needless, innocent people died for nothing. Every war that's happened so far, that from before I was born, let's say, First World War, Second World War, and maybe a little bit earlier, needn't have happened. It wasn't the society at large that said, "Let's go get them." It's the leaders that are doing stupid games going on. That's
Yeah, I don't agree with the wars, but you can't say that all deaths and wars are equally meaningless. That's not true.
It was meaningless. It was the waste of lives. It was pointless. It wasn't to do with living harmoniously on this earth. When you check it, it's egos gone awry. That's what that was.
But if you enter a war in self-defense, that's not meaningless. You're defending your country.
Brainwashed to think. Yeah, soldiers were brainwashed, thinking they were doing the right thing. And when you look back on that now, it wasn't the truth. What we were told at school was wrong. It was different. I've learned it.
Look, if the Allies didn't enter that war, then a lot of countries would be speaking German right now.
So who gives a shit about?
And they'd be under Nazism, and that's not a good thing.
Well, at the end of the day, it was a.
Fighting Nazism is worth fighting for.
The wars were started and planned by Britain and that. That's who started this war.
Right, well, you're getting into a theory I don't accept. I'm going off of the standard understanding of what happened in World War II.
Yeah, look, World War
But
II was this.
Jin,
Yeah, World War II
Jin,
was
if
a
someone,
war that was
if
started
someone
by the West.
sure, but if West starts a war, is it stupid for East to defend themselves?
No, it's not. Absolutely not.
Okay,
Absolutely
okay.
not.
So all the sides on the war are like when the Soviets attacked Finland, the Finnish soldiers were brave when they died for their country.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they had to defend themselves. But I was saying that the wars were pointless. My main point is that these wars needn't have happened. Egos had gone awry. That's what I'm saying.
So that's every war,
So,
I think.
you've got to defend your country, of course. You've got to defend your country. No, I'm not saying if you're being attacked. But when you look at it, money would be, especially with the Jewish war. The wars with the Jews and that. Hitler was being paid to do what he did.
It was a bankers war, and it was about collecting all of the best stock from the strongest countries and then sending them into the grinder, which is war.
I think that's a good point, Jen. That there is one okay side to war if you're defending. Yeah, it depends what you're defending, but sometimes it's righteous to defend what you have or where you are, right?
Yeah, definitely. If you're being attacked.
If you go on a plane with missiles to another place, you cannot argue defense anymore.
Yeah. So I don't
Oh,
think
no, you
attacking
can.
Germany and then saying that we would have all been speaking German. No, because there was an attack from the West in the first place.
Neville
Economic or
Chamberlain
whatever,
tried
it didn't matter.
appeasement against Hitler. It
Yes,
didn't work.
He did.
Then they went to war, and at that point, it was justified to send RAF bombers over to deal with target. Now, question is whether or not bombing Dresden is justifiable. I don't think it is. Okay, I don't think bombing civilian targets is justifiable, but bombing military targets, I think, is justifiable because you're in a war, right? If you don't do that, they do it to you. You lose the war.
Yeah, but why was the war? Why did the war start in the first place? This is the thing, you see.
Because Hitler invaded
remember,
countries surrounding him
Britain
under a
hasn't got
policy
good
of
history
Liebestraum, I think it is. He
Those
wanted breathing
Jews
space, right,
invented
for the
money,
German people. That
that's
was his
why.
stated aim for invading Poland.
Nothing to do with Hitler, because Jews invented
but
money.
let me. Yeah, what Britain acquired, she acquired through war over the lesser well-equipped countries on this flat Earth. Yeah, so basically, the Queen got to her position through bullying, stealing, and strife. That's how they got there.
Yeah.
Right. So the fact that Germany was fighting Britain was antagonism from the West. That's all. That's what I'm saying. Okay. The German, let's not think that the Germans were the evil ones. No. Don't be fooled by that for 1 second. Okay. The
But
evil
they
ones
instigated
are
the
the
war.
ones that are in with
You
the red,
murder
white,
lots
and
of
blue
people,
coloured
you are a
flags.
bit evil.
U.S., Britain,
Both
Russia,
sides are evil, not
France.
just Germany. That's the point.
Yeah, but it's the ones who start the people who started are the most evil.
But the
The
Germans
ones who
started the war.
actually start the problem.
The Nazis started the war.
No, it wasn't the Nazis. I'm
Poland
sorry,
didn't invade Germany.
It wasn't the Nazis. The Nazis were busy doing their own thing. No, just like when Britain had their empire. So you had, like I said, egos gone awry. They went mad. Yeah. Okay. So that's what's going on here. Britain had its empire, didn't they? Did they not? Right. So now Germany wants
I'm not
to
defending empire.
mimic that. Right. I'm not saying it's right. But it's egos gone awry. That's what it is. People's egos just gone out of control. And let's not forget the bigger picture. It was all planned anyway. Look at where we are now today. Okay, Germany and Russia, they're all best friends. They've gone to the moon, etc., etc. So there's more to it than you think. Okay, those world wars, there was something in there where look, the Germans had bloody American tanks in them, American engines in their tanks. Okay, the Germans.
That's a lovely fact, man. I fucking love that fact.
And Hitler had Henry Ford's picture, life-size painting of Henry Ford. And Henry Ford was given the highest honor a citizen could get in Germany. And Henry Ford. There's lots going on that you don't seem to understand, man. No, man. The wars that happened needn't have happened. Innocent people have died, brainwashed in the first place. That's why they're dying. But today, this era now, there should be no war today now. Shouldn't be any. And every soldier has the right to say no. Why are we fighting this country? You ask that question. What did that country do to us? Lieutenant or whoever. Do you know what I mean? What's going on here? Don't just go off and kill. No. It's all crap. As you well know.
If you want to change subjects, I have a question for you, Jin. Do you have a flat Earth explanation for the cause of the tsunami?
A flat Earth answer for that one. Wow, that's a good question, isn't it?
I don't even know the real good one. I think it's an underwater earthquake. That's what I believe.
Yes, that's correct. That I'll definitely go with. Yeah. Yeah.
Flat Earth underwater earthquake.
Seismic activity below the seas causes tsunamis without a doubt. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we agree on that. Then it doesn't matter about
Oh,
Earth
we
shape.
agree on that one for sure, mate. Definitely. Because it does happen.
And aren't they terrible tsunamis? I'm sure we agree on that.
Oh, they definitely are. Yeah. Oh, definitely. I mean, like I said, the 2011 that was due to an earthquake below the ocean, wasn't it? You know.
Have you ever seen that movie where they land on a planet and there just happens to be a tsunami, like a circular tsunami, every 2 hours or something, and they happen to land just before it's happening, and they manage to take off before it hits them. But they're standing in the middle of this ocean, and it's only a foot deep, and they're standing on the water, and then they see a big wave rising up in the distance, and it's all around them. It's crazy scene. Great scene.
I can't remember that film at all.
It's
Is it a black and white one?
Interstellar.
Sounds like a black
Interstellar.
and white
That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, Interstellar.
Crazy cosmic tsunami scene.
No, I don't remember that one at all.
Because it's like a water planet, but they're still managing to stand in the water at a foot high. It's just a mad setup.
How old is this movie? How old is it?
Only a few years, I'd say 5 years, 6 years old.
Oh, definitely never saw it, never even heard of it. I haven't watched movies since Flat Earth. I haven't watched any movies
Yeah,
that I've gone out and watched.
movie lies. It's fun. You should watch one with your wife. Watch some movies.
Yeah, no, we've done all that. We've watched a lot of movies. Yeah, you see, it goes in waves, really, with the movie thing. When the kids were tiny, we were watching all the kiddie movies and that, and then adult movies as well, Transporter. We watched loads of things, but I've never been really.
That's my
moviegoer
base.
as such, to be
One of
honest.
my base understandings of tsunamis. 'Cause obviously, I didn't go through one. You did.
Yeah.
Mine is from a movie.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
footage.
the house shook. The house shook. I was actually at the laundrette when it actually kicked off. I just put the money in the machine and just put my ass on the seat. My ass literally just touched the seat, and then it started happening. Just like that. It happened just like that, man. And
The
then,
Earth's moving.
the window broke.
In that
The glass
in that
shattered.
moment, you can't argue
Sorry?
stationary Earth, can you? In that moment.
Yeah.
Would it be hard to cause a tsunami to hit Japan and do it without the rest of the world
Ooh.
figuring out you did it?
What do we think
Yeah,
about that?
I reckon so. Do you know what? I reckon so because I felt that was induced.
Great question,
That was
Blanche.
induced.
Obviously, it has to be fake because it can be fake, so it's man-made.
Yeah, I reckon it was.
Yep, there we go.
You reckon maybe they went
Just like
underwater and did an
lightning.
explosion.
Yeah,
Maybe
I reckon
they
it was. You
used
know
the
what?
direct
Let me
energy
tell you why I
weapons.
say that.
Wait,
Because
Dawn,
that was Japan's 9/11.
Here's the
That's
thing,
why.
Dawn. If you can cause a tsunami, you can cause an earthquake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that was Japan's.
I don't know if they did it in Japan. But I
9/11.
believe they are looking into trying to do this to people
Yeah.
already.
I reckon that was
I mean-
Japan's 9/11.
If you really think about what it takes, it really just takes if you want a
Full of
slight
explosions
mix
in a
up,
line, right?
a slight mix up in the magma that's underneath us, right? Would cause all these type of shits. Like if
Couple
you
of-
really,
Couple
if
of
you
good
wanted to cause,
explosions in a line off the coast.
or they
perfectly.
have to be deep underground.
Yeah,
explosions.
perfectly timed in the right place, and boom, wave.
They only have to use the direct energy weapons to move the Earth.
Yeah.
Like I always had this
They
thought
could
about
fire a
ballistics,
direct energy
right?
weapon
Like,
at one of the fault
people
lines.
gave such a fuck about ballistic missiles and shit, and I was always in my mind. I was like, you know what? If I was Russia and instead of spending all this money on ballistics to figure out a way to send a missile to America, why not just smuggle one in and hide it underground somewhere? And the day you need it, just push a button, let it explode.
Well, if anything will get a damn server shut down, it'll be that.
Giving them
Dummies.
too many ideas.
Yeah, relax,
You
Brand.
gotta have it in the front compartment in
Holy
the
shit,
airplane.
man.
I mean, you think talking about a little virus is a big deal? How about just
Okay, are you guys
that?
trying to like trigger all the keywords right now, or everyone settle
Computer
down?
virus. You're not allowed to talk about computer viruses anymore either. Oh, fuck it.
I mean, Jeremy, here's the thing. I
I'm
don't
just
think
playing.
I don't think from what I
Cover
said,
my
I don't think I've
tracks.
triggered even one trigger word.
Oh, the
You said about
BOMB
10
word.
in the one sentence.
BOMB is a trigger word since 9/11, dude.
I said
Come on.
instead of ballistics is not a trigger word. Then why don't you just do this and that, whatever? I never said anything. The ballistics was probably the closest to a trigger word that I would have said.
Okay, just settle down.
Just settle down.
What if we could make a volcano blow up? We should do that.
Can you say volcano anymore? I don't know.
If it's
No, because
possible,
those can be.
we should blow one up.
You can just you can trigger Mount Fuji with the direct energy weapon. That will
Yeah,
melt.
that is a great idea.
Yellowstone will take out most of North America.
Why have they not done this already? I mean, Jesus. Come on.
Yeah, they have all the technology like direct energy weapons, indirect energy weapons.
They do, yeah. Just need to get the paperwork sorted out.
Yeah.
Start on a little
Well,
volcano.
you know those Volgons, they gotta send it back in triplicate, lose it in the remember that?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we have to listen to Volgon poetry.
Probably what happened in Pompeii. Same deal.
It's the best poetry.
It's pretty good. I enjoy it.
So what you're saying is
Fucking grim.
how you been, Branch? Haven't seen you in about a week.
I'm congested, bro. Like I want to take a shit. It's just not coming out.
I'm just gonna grant you the that you meant something else.
Oh no, I was talking about fecal matter.
You said congested. I was wondering if you're shitting from your mouth. When you said that, it kind of confused me.
Oh fuck, man, that's hilarious, dude. When did you get so funny?
Well, you said congested
Shit, bro. You
instead of constipated. So I figured it had something to do with your upper respiratory system and esophagus and
I
mouth.
see what you did there, Grim.
Yeah, you did it. I didn't do it.
Good
You're
job,
confusing
little
terminology.
buddy. Good job, little buddy. You're getting smart, aren't you? Every day.
That about sums it up.
So, Grim, how's the whole
Better than average.
like? Do you know what I was gonna
I
say?
mean, you're average.
What do you think I was gonna say?
Oh, how's all that money I've been making? I'm just kidding. I don't know. How's that electric universe going?
No, I was asking about your money. How's all that money going, bro?
Oh yeah, well, kids in college, dude, it's going fast.
Why the fuck would you want to pay for your kid? I personally think that all kids should pay their own way through college.
Well, they kind of do in a way. So
You have them do hard labor.
yeah, they worked at home when they were. Yeah, they worked at home. They come back and they work during the seasons.
Made shoes.
And whatever they make, I match for their
You had a
college.
t-shirt business. You had a t-shirt business, and they started when they were 5.
How many t-shirts you sold this year?
Not one.
Really?
But I haven't been selling T-shirts for years.
So you have been selling them?
I haven't been.
That used to be your major income source, right?
I used to travel the country to all the motorcycle rallies, Harley Davidson rallies, bike weeks.
Selling
You do the
t-shirts.
Am Jam. You do like the Am
Yeah.
Jam and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, fucking Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, Laconia, New Hampshire, Daytona Beach, Hollister, all the bigger ones.
Damn.
Sturgis.
You're so cool. You're so cool, Grim.
Thanks, brother.
You're like a really, really cool guy.
Yeah.
This
thank
is
you.
just. I don't think
I
this is
know.
a compliment.
I know. But we're just gonna ignore that nonsense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I
No,
am cool.
I'm for real, bro. You're very cool, man. I kind of wish I was just like you.
There's a little truth in every joke, right, guys? I mean,
Yeah.
get real.
Yeah, we know.
Hey, Dawn, are you there? Still?
I like the
Which
fuck.
Dawn? Oh, Dawn with the W. What's up, Dawn?
No, Dawn walked out a second ago.
The actual Dawn.
He's in
Yeah.
he's in text chat though.
Yeah, I see him there. But I'm driving, so I didn't want to check if he's on first.
Mailman, we need to have another debate.
Yeah, but I'm just coming to a gas station to buy some lamps for my car, but we can have a quick one. I mean, it's always quick.
It's always quick.
Yeah,
Are you sure about
we have
that?
10
Well,
seconds.
morning branch. Morning branch is different than evening branch. So you might
I've
be
never
right.
heard Branch debate anything ever.
Oh no, me and Mailman, we have the best debates.
Are you sure the debates?
Do you have
Or so
something on your mind?
calling him names or something?
No.
What did you
I
debate?
did, bro. It was like right on the tip of my tongue, and then fucking Darkstar started talking. It was to do with neutron stars, and I forgot.
What are you gonna debate? Your favorite beer?
Darkstar, are you familiar with the double slit or Grim or somebody?
I'm not particularly familiar with. Maybe Grim is. Grim probably is.
Oh, the Dark Star
Do
is the
you
guy
realize
you want to ask, not me.
Jeremy, what Jerry meant to say was, does anybody except Branch know about double slit?
We've already went down this road, Branch, and you're all over the place.
I can be right on point too, though.
I asked you a direct, simple
What's your-
question, and you like obfuscated
What's your
for no
point with
reason.
double slit?
Yeah, I mean, Jeremy, I think the problem is that you just didn't understand my answer.
But you
I don't
obfuscated
understand
it.
the double slit, to be honest. It's just too confusing.
I just want to know. I just have one question. It's simple, and it's easy, or maybe two questions. Not so easy. One is listen. The first question is, what changes the path? Us knowing about it, or us directly observing it? Like, can we just? Okay, wait. Let me just. The first question is,
Observing
does anything
it, not
change?
knowing about it.
Does anything change in the setup when we get a wave pattern or an interference pattern? What do we change?
Your eye, the angle of which this is occurring, because now your eye is involved, right? So that's
No,
a
you don't.
cancels the wave, because they're not. We have the meeting at this particular
Yes,
place, and then we go to look at it of another place, and it's canceling the wave.
So in one of
function.
the,
It's the moment. It's the moment you acknowledge it.
So in one of the
No,
setups,
you have to
we have
see
a
it.
sensor.
The moment you
So
acknowledge
in
it,
one of the setups, hold
the
on,
moment
Branch,
you
you had
acknowledge
your
it.
chance at this. Branch, you had your chance
Yeah,
at this.
okay, you're right. You're right.
All right. So when we see the interference pattern, we have a sensor at the slit, and then we take the sensor out. Like, do they change the setup in between, or do they leave the setup the same?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I thought
Yeah.
what gave us the interference pattern and the other pattern was us reading the data from it. I thought they were leaving it the same. They were doing the same exact thing every time. The only thing that changed was one time we read the data before we checked the pattern. Another time was we didn't read the data before we checked the pattern.
But how would we ever know that it was different than if it was because we read the data? You know what I mean? Like, that would be like thinking that, all right, if she scratches this scratch off card, then it's probably going to be a winner. But if I do it, you know what I mean? Like, nothing changes underneath that scratch off card.
I don't
I'm
know.
trying to,
I'm just.
I know, that's what I'm trying to say. Isn't it convenient that, yes, this happens, but you can never, ever know it happens because every time you look at it, this other thing happens instead.
I'm
It
just
just sounds
wondering if the
convenient.
setup. I'm just wondering if the setup is exactly the same, and the only thing that changes is us like reading the data or something that comes from it. Or is there like an actual
No,
sensor that we're like
yeah, I
one
think
time we
it's
have a sensor at the slit, one time we don't have a sensor at the slit.
right. I think that's what it is.
The
That the
sensor thing?
actual, yeah, the actual, when you have, once you present an observer, you don't see it happen anymore.
I see. I think it's us reading the data or not. I think we can do the thing, and as long as we don't look at the pattern, we can either check the data or not check the data. And when we check the data, we get a particle pattern. We don't check the data, we get the wave pattern. I think
Well, in
that's
that
what's
case,
happening.
if that's the case, then I have a card trick for you, right? You pick any card, you look at the card, and you put it back in the deck, and then I hand you back any card, and you look at it, and it was going to be your card, but you looked at it. It was your, but see, you looked at it.
No, this is not. That's not the same thing as what I'm
It's
saying.
like a
I'm saying
magic
like
trick.
no, it's not a magic trick. There's something's happening where when I don't know if this is it though. That's why what I'm trying to find out.
Well, how would you know
Like
it
I'm
happened if
because
you
you can
never could
you can
observe it or read the data that it happened?
listen. You do the thing right, and there's a pattern on the back of the thing where after they shoot it through the slits. If we look at the data, this isn't like it's not like a trick or anything. Like if we look at the data, it's a particle pattern. If we don't look at the data and then check the back of the thing, it's a wave pattern, or vice versa, maybe something like
Right.
that.
Yeah. Yeah. I got you.
I think it's all dependent on us. I'm not sure. That's why I was asking questions because I think it's all dependent on us whether we check the data before we check the pattern or not. Like if we check the pattern before we check the data, I don't know. I don't know. That's why I'm wondering. I got to go message QE on this.
If you have the information, then the wave function collapses. So it's a particle after that.
That's what I'm saying. But in the setup, though, I'm wondering in the setup, are we doing something different when it changes from a wave to a particle pattern, or is it the same exact thing happening every time? But the only thing that changes is us knowing the path.
There's a detector in the slit, and if the detector detects a path, then the wave function collapses. But I don't know if the detector is there. Like if the detector is there and it isn't on, will it not collapse?
It'll still collapse.
I don't know.
It's the acknowledgement of the particle which makes it collapse.
Well, people said that it was the detector doing this, so they did a different setup in the delayed choice one after that, and they said that solved it. I think they did 3 of them actually. I think people still weren't happy after the delayed choice one, and they did another one. I'm not sure.
I read an article on it on the double slit, and with the when people say that you somehow affect it, and they debunked that idea.
So Jeremy,
There was an explanation.
Jeremy, do you mind if I ask why the sudden interest in this?
Because this has serious implications. If us just knowing which path the thing went through collapses it, that's like a tremendous, crazy implications. Insane implications, bro. You have no idea the implications this has.
Yes, that would be a tremendous foresight ability. Yeah?
It tells us shit's not getting rendered unless we're observing it.
Yeah, and that's why it has to do with simulation theory.
Right? If it's not a particle, is it getting rendered, or like how would you phrase that?
It's weird, right?
Like when the shit's a wave, can we see it? Or can
But
we only see it when it's a particle?
it depends on how you're thinking about it.
Either way, no matter which.
When we talk about positions of a lot of particles, we're always talking about probabilities. We rarely talk about positions of particles as actuals.
No matter what the thing is, if it's getting rendered.
I mean, that actually makes sense, though.
No, but Jeremy, the light is being rendered all the time.
What's up?
It's just I mean, how do you get to things not being rendered if you're not looking at them from that?
Because when we don't look at the path and it's a wave function, can we see a wave function? That's not even like a.
Well, how do you know that there is a wave function then?
Well, when we don't observe it, that's when you get the. That's when
Well,
you
if
get
you
it going
don't
through
observe,
both the slits.
how do you know? How do you know
Jeremy's
that
not
there's a
wrong,
wave
dude.
function if you don't observe it?
So we can observe the pattern that it makes because we observe the pattern that it makes on the background after it goes through the slit.
Oh,
There's some pretty high up physicists that put forward the same exact question you just did, and it's an enormous amount of debate. Yeah, I mean, I think about maybe about 8 years ago, there was a big ass debate about this.
Well, us just observing, the implications are us just observing something or knowing something happened changes reality. That is fucking insane.
no, but it doesn't. Like, if you can see on the like you can do the simple thing with one slit and then two slits, because with one slit you get sort of like a particle, and with two slits you get a wave function. So you observe both.
You don't do it with
Like
one slit. You always do it with two slits.
No, you can do it with the one slit, and you just get a single pattern.
Yeah, you do still get the interference pattern from the one slit.
Whether we observe it or not? Or does it change?
Look at Kenneth Wheeler. He does a thing where he shines a laser through the eye of a pin.
I'm not going down that Ken Wheeler rabbit hole. Listen.
But he does a physical experiment that does it is kind of interesting, though.
I mean, Jeremy, the whole notion.
I don't know about his explanation or whatever, but the experiment itself.
Would you guys agree that though us knowing or observing something changing reality is pretty fucking crazy?
It is, but Jeremy, here's one of my thoughts on this. Yeah, is when you think about like linear computing, right? Like the processors and GPUs you have today. Yeah, unless this shit needs to be rendered, it doesn't get rendered. But if there is some type of simulation shit going on, it has to be with a quantum type of computer, and they don't work linearly. They do not. Hold on. What I'm trying to say is, these type of computers, they don't work linearly. The way they work is, they figure out every answer and then narrow it down to an actual answer. It doesn't work the same way we think of computing as. It's more of a
regardless though, if we were in a simulation, they wouldn't be rendering everything always. That'd be a huge waste of resources.
If the nature of quantum computing would say it will always be rendering everything, and then coming up with what you need to see at that time.
Rendering that's seeing it. When you don't see it, it's not being rendered because there's no need to.
Right, but that's how quantum computers work. Like right now, if you wanted to tell a quantum computer to do 5 times 2, it would work out every possible answer that 5 times 2 could possibly be, and then say, you know what? Out of these billions of numbers I calculated, 10 is the right answer.
What?
It doesn't work the same way that you think of linear computing as.
Yeah, why do you think that reality is a computer?
What's that?
Why do you think that the reality is a binary computer?
I don't know a type of computer. I just think we're in a simulation. I mean, I don't know. Could be any type of computer. Might be something we don't even know about. Probably is.
I really doubt it's these linear computers that we have. I mean, we're literally doing 1+1 = 2, or 1+1 or this equals that. I mean, it's like 20 logic gates that make up essentially every CPU that we ever had. When you talk about, or GPU, when you talk about what actual computing that we have today outside of quantum computing actually is, it's very linear. It's fucking rudimentary at the best.
Yeah, it's just binary. I mean, it's
Right.
simple.
It's essentially it's addition. It's essentially just addition, isn't it?
Yeah. But with the double slit, if you're looking at a light, let's say you have a light on in your house, and there is like that light shines on the wall. Is it a wave function or a collapsed particle?
Well, if we're looking at it and we're observing it according to the double slit, it's the particle one. If no one's looking, though,
you don't know that. You don't know. No, you don't know the path that the light took. There's no slit there.
we could just see it. Though we could see the light.
Yeah, but you also see the light when you have double slit, and you don't have the information. You observe the wave function.
I don't know. We'll have to look into this some more. Everyone, go study this and bring me back your answers.
And I think Huey's thing fails when, God is all knowing on an observer, so he knows everything.
Yeah, I think Jeremy
So you
used
would
the
never
right
have a
word.
wave function.
Let's get
Listen, if this is hold on, if this is a simulation though, the creator would know everything because you know how fast we run simulations. Like this simulation is over for them already. We've already lived our lives. The dust has crumbled. And they could rewind it, fast forward it, pause it. Do whatever they wanted with it at that point. Like, you know what I'm saying? They would know everything.
Jeremy, it could be that they're so big, right? And that what we're doing is happening so fast and so small that they're still blinking for their first time. Since the whole thing was developed, they're still in the middle of one eye blink.
Right, like maybe Jeremy, you could be Roy.
They haven't thought of us at all yet.
Do you know who Roy is? Like, have you seen the episode of Rick and Morty?
No, I don't watch cartoons, Branch. I'm an adult.
Motherfucker, Rick and Morty's like
I'm just kidding.
man. He goes to Chips and
He got
Blips.
so mad.
He goes to Chips and Blips, right? And like Morty lives his entire life as Roy, and then he wakes up and it's just a video game. That took like 10 seconds.
But you know that you in a simulation you can't give anyone free will. There's no free will in a simulation.
You can't do what?
You can't give anyone free will. There's no free will in a simulation. If you can fast forward it and rewind it.
I think there can be free will.
Why can't
free
there be
will
free?
with
That's why you do
parameters?
it.
Well, listen, if I had free will, I could fly with no wings. I could.
No, but if there is free will and you,
there's a difference between free will and laws of physics.
Well,
yeah, but if you have free will in your simulation, and you fast forward, then rewind, then fast forward again, you get a different result. So you don't know everything.
Well, Mailman,
we had to.
In based on what you just said, right? The only reason that we actually then have free will today is because we have linear time. Like if you start thinking of if you start thinking of time linear, then you're trying to say that we don't even have free will on this earth or this existence.
I think we don't. I think we can have an illusion of a free will.
Yeah, well, unless you think about multiverses. If you have multiverses, then you do.
Well, no, every multiverse could be just driven by the cause and effect, and just those different because one cause is different.
Right, within the grasp of each multiverse, you don't, but
but in the whole, because you do everything.
All right, we're gonna bore people.
Yeah.
Have you looked into the ideas of thinking about light? I mean, thinking about gravity as a function of light.
I haven't.
It's actually
I
super
don't know
interesting.
enough.
I was reading into it, dude. This weird ass shit. I mean, it's
Something spoilery or does it make sense?
yeah, it's like on the lines of relativity, but it's more about it's weird. It kind of is explaining relativity, but it's a little bit different to what Newton said. I mean, what Einstein said.
Is it explaining it in a like quantum physics way?
Hmm.
Is it explaining it in a quantum way, like in
Yeah,
quantum physics?
kind of. I don't know, weird shit, bro. I wonder when we actually figure all this shit out properly, what our
It's
general
never.
consensus is gonna be.
I don't think it's gonna happen.
Have you heard about planet Vulcan?
I think I just read something on it, but I don't remember what.
Yeah, it's funny shit, bro. Like they literally thought there was a planet Vulcan between Mercury and the Sun.
Then I think it's just something different that I read. So I read on some kind of planet, but I think it was an exoplanet.
Right, like they couldn't explain. Like there's one cunt, yeah. He was like, "All right, bro. I think it was like Saturn's orbit didn't make sense to him or some shit." And so he came up with Uranus, right? And then because he came up with Uranus, everybody thought that he was super smart and shit. So then he said, you know what? I also think there's a planet Vulcan between between Mercury and the Sun. And everybody was like, fuck it. Well, he predicted the other one, right? So fuck it. It must be a planet Vulcan. And for a little while, everybody fucking agreed with him. It's like this shit in physics nobody talks about. This big boo boo, right? Where people actually thought there was a planet there. It's funny shit. And then Einstein came along and was like, you know what? Here's the theory of relativity, and that explains Mercury's orbit.
Yes, so in the Newtonian gravity, there should be a planet there or something.
All right, but people literally fucking like it so got put in as a planet that what was it when Pluto, was it Pluto? I think it was Pluto. When Pluto was going to be named, they did, I think it was Pluto or the one Neptune, one of the two. When it was going to be named, right? They took a vote on it, and what actually got voted was Vulcan. But then they said we can't name it Vulcan because of this fucking boo boo these motherfuckers did back in the days. I sure did fucking fuck up the room with this whole physics talk, didn't I?
Hey, Jeremy, in there? He left also. Jesus, everybody's leaving.
Yeah, Jeremy did tell me to shut the fuck up like 10 times, so maybe I should have listened.
I might have to DM him about the cryptos.
I want to do that shit too.
Yeah, I just got my crypto.com account verified, so I can buy. I got some Chiba, but it sort of didn't work, so don't know what I'm gonna buy next. See.
I like Jeremy though, man. He's so chill about it. Yeah, it's like there's nothing. So
There's something.
willing
Yeah.
to help everyone. He's a good guy.
Yep. He's a helpful dude.
Like
And I'm good with.
you don't meet a lot of people who want to help without something in return in life. You just don't meet a lot of people like that.
Yeah.
I kind of feel bad. I feel like I fucked up the room. Tony, I think that oh well, Jenny's here, so
Do what you were gonna do. It's fine.
no, I actually felt bad. Like I feel like I fucked the room up.
That you what?
I fucked the room up.
Oh.
And that's why I was saying, well, Jenny's here, so she can help fix it.
Well, I'm on lunch, so I'm kind of mostly listening.
I mean, it's not a Physics Friday.
Well, Jenny, I just tagged you, and that means I can shut the fuck up now, and you gotta keep talking.
Have you even been to sleep since I saw you in here last night? I'm guessing no, you haven't.
No, but that's not abnormal for me. Like,
So have you guys seen Jay Tolan Media's new video?
no, are you gonna tell us about it?
Well, I just watched it this morning, and what I found really curious is he showed, I guess it would have been a still shot from his video, a mountain that we shouldn't be able to see according to the heliocentric theory. But my problem with the video, I'll have to watch it again later, but I didn't see him zoom in for that.
I mean, I was talking to Mailman about this a little while ago, and I think that what he said is, if you couldn't zoom in and see it, then the Earth must be flat.
What did you say?
Yeah, I didn't follow that.
No. Mailman was saying, like, if you have a picture like that, what you just described, Jenny.
Yeah.
And if you zoom in and it looks the same, then the Earth must be flat.
Brent?
Yeah, I'm here. Then the Earth must be flat. You can't hear me?
Well,
What?
I think for me, more simply put, we see too far. Is that what you meant?
Wait, why did Mailman leave? Mailman's back. Can you hear me, Mailman?
Yeah, my headphones cut out, so I couldn't hear anything. So yeah, what did you say?
Oh, I was just saying that, based on Jenny's observations.
No. We were talking about Jay Tolan Media's video.
Yeah, but based on your science.
No. Let's not pull me into the mainstream narrative about where we live. Don't be putting me in that. But anyway, continue, please.
You know, like after you just did the whole no thing, I just realized, mailman, like, your name is an oxymoron. It's like a male man. Like it's well, it'd be better if it was female man. Fe
So that,
male man.
yeah, but I'm not a female, so. But I did it to piss off the lefties.
Hmm.
Why not?
Yeah, that crazy ones.
Do you guys have like mailmen in where you live in Finland?
No gendered pronouns over here.
Because like where I live in Texas, right? Like there's no real mailman. It's just some dude, and he drives up. He doesn't get out the car. He just like opens the mailbox, puts
I
it
think
in.
I think it's moving towards being referred to a person who delivers the mail would be a mail carrier, not a mailman.
Well, I'm sorry. Like even if he has a vagina, I'm still gonna refer to him as a mailman.
Well, you can do what you like. Yeah, I was just saying that people
Look,
refer to mailman, mail carrier.
if I get my mail from that person, he's Postman Pat.
Did you make a joke? Because I missed it. My apologies.
Have you ever heard me make a joke? Everything I say is always legit and real, sweetheart.
I shall remember that. Thank you so much for pointing that out.
Legit for day user.
I actually do want to debate mailman about something. I just can't.
Yeah, I don't have much time. I'm just changing the lights on my car, and I'm gonna go inside soon. Fuck. Jesus. Fucking the insides of the headlights on my car are loose. That's weird. God damn, it's quiet. I don't know if you're there.
Everyone must be napping.
Roughly speaking, yeah. Comment ça va, Jenny? That's French
Well,
for how you're doing.
oh, good. Thank you. I was just
I
sitting
don't
here
think.
thinking. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just saying I don't think we have spoken yet.
Oh, maybe not. Papers, that's you.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
So
Hi, nice to meet you.
nice to meet you too. So what were you thinking about?
Oh, I usually I try to go to bed early. Not that I want to, but I need to, you know. So anyway, I was just thinking, I wonder what happened in conversation in here after 10 o'clock last night. And I don't know where you're probably not in the US, are you?
Yeah, I wasn't there. I guess. I'm in a different time zone, and I was doing other things yesterday.
If somebody said something, I didn't hear you. Besides papers.
Yeah, I heard someone trying to get in as well, but I couldn't hear them.
I don't know. To me, it just seems. I know a lot of people enjoy the, I guess, heated discussion or a debate. But, you know, to me, it just seems silly to get wrapped up real tight with stuff because, you know, it just makes me want to barge in and say, hey, what about that radius? You know what I'm saying? And keep it simple.
Yep.
I guess there's no way to keep it simple, really. I mean, I guess it could be, but I guess I guess what I expect out of people is, you know, in the area of being intellectually honest is, you know, to really look at the entire picture. And if you can't come to some sort of notion that something's going on and it's not to our benefit, then yeah, it's. I like to talk to people who are seeking information, not defending it.
I'm seeking information.
Necessarily.
Listen, I found something. Oh, I thought you were done. My bad. Go ahead.
Oh, you're good. Go ahead, Jeremy.
I'm seeking information. I found something we could do to gain more information. And now, is it possible? Okay, listen, the Glober's claim is that as you go from north to south, weight changes. So we should be able to go from Alaska to South America and watch it go up and down. You know, if we were watching it in real time, over time, you'd see it go up, or I don't know which way it goes towards the equator, but it'd go either down, 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 and you hit the equator and it goes up, up, up as you go south, or vice versa. The thing is, they said there's too many variables on a plane, but inside the plane, it keeps the pressure and the temperature the same. So my question is, can we make something like a tray, something you could set a scale on that doesn't move no matter what's happening around it? Like no matter how much you vibrate it. Now I've seen things like this. You could set coffee mugs on or cameras and shit. You know, they make it so you get a still shot no matter how much you move. Is there something we could design, or is there something already in existence where you could set something on it and that thing won't move no matter what's going on around it?
So you'd have a spirit level on it, or what?
No, a scale. A scale. This
Oh, a
is the weight.
scale.
This
Oh,
is the weight.
interesting. Interesting. That sounds really interesting. Okay, so what would you want to prove from that, though?
That's actually good too. You could do this with a spirit level, except make it so the tray. I don't know. Let's just focus on the scale thing for now. I can't do just
Yeah.
There might be something with the spirit level thing. I don't know. But the weight thing is it has to change weight as you go north, south, and then, especially if you were to go from Alaska to the equator, then from the equator down to South America in like some kind of nonstop flight. Like as long as you never landed, same plane, same temperature, same pressure and everything, it should change weight. If we can get on a plane, we'd have to make sure that they were just complaining in Gems about the vibration and the movement of the plane. So I'm just wondering if we can design like a tray or some kind of thing where it just doesn't move. Whatever you set on it just won't move.
I think it could be possible because I actually know something about how they balance video cameras on drones, because of course when a drone flies there's plenty of vibration and stuff, and they actually have to have servos installed in order to make the camera not like be completely giving unusable picture. So something like that could work.
Yeah, so I'm saying something you can set a scale on though. Like a little small tiny table.
Yeah, it would of course need to be different, but I think you could use the same idea.
So that was the only variable I heard him complaining about was the movement and the vibration of the plane. So if we can, get that out of the way. What's up, Jenny?
So what are you hoping to prove with the scales?
I don't know. SE is doing, or not SE, Silent Zero is doing some goofy ass thing where he's got a scale and he's a truck driver, so he drives all over the place and he's taking these random measurements places, but the temperature, the pressure, like shit's different all over the place. If you were in a plane, it'd be, pretty much the same pressure, same temperature. You wouldn't have to, the only thing I can see that you'd have to worry about is the vibration of the plane or the plane.
Okay. But beyond that, what are you hoping to prove or demonstrate?
Well, two things are going to happen. One of two things are going to happen. Either the weight is going to change according to what the globe says, and it's going to go up as you reach the equator, then back down as you go south, or vice versa. I'm not sure which one it is. It goes up and down one way, but that either that's going to happen. What's up? It has to do with like the rotation. Go ahead.
What you described, what we should see, that would be due to, or what the weight changes according to where you are on the globe, and that's because of gravity, right?
No, I think it's more because of the rotation or centrifugal or centripetal force or some shit, and gravity. Yeah, and gravity. Well, gravity is the thing they say is pulling it down. Anyways, so either that's going to happen, we're going to either see what the globe says and it's going to go up, down, whatever. Or that shit's not going to happen. So, like, if it did happen, that wouldn't really mean much. You could say it's because of the Earth spinning or it's because of unicorn, whatever. You can make up whatever cause you want. But if it doesn't happen, that'd be a power move for us. I think that's why Silent Zero was on it, and I thought his thing was like bullshit at first, and I'm like, whatever, but that would be one way where you could potentially falsify something like, look, this isn't happening, You with me, Papers?
My guess would be
sure.
no. Oh.
I'm way past the mood where I'm just shutting everyone's idea down because I'm a glober.
Well, I mean, that would help falsify your model. That's what you guys that's what you guys claim you're supposed to do in science is falsify things, right? This sounds like some great fucking science for you guys.
Sure, and like obviously some problems may arise, but it would be way too easy to just go like, oh, okay, well, you're stupid, Jeremy. This won't ever work. Don't even think about it. I have no reason by this point to say any of that, so that's why I'm not saying any of that.
Do you think it's dumb though?
No.
Is this a good idea or no?
Well, there are always details that can bum up a great idea, but I think it's a concept that's worth talking about. Sure.
Other than the movement of the scale, right? You know, if we can get that down to nothing or minimal or something. Other than the movement, the turbulence, the vibration from the engine. Other than that stuff, what could you see as another variable that we would need to either control or take into account for?
That's a good question. I may not be the right right person to answer that. I'm not really that great in terms of actual physics experiments.
I'll bring this up to silent. I didn't want to interrupt whatever you guys had going on. Though.
Yeah, no problem, Jeremy. It's an open room, and we were just hanging out.
Well, I just jumped in crazy. I didn't know if you guys were in the middle.
No problem. Yeah, I think it's an interesting question, sure. So it's worth pondering about.
But you agree, right? If we can get the variables under control on the globe, we should be able to videotape this the whole time, and slowly over time you'd be able to see the numbers change according to the globe if we had a sensitive enough scale.
Sure.
And a big enough weight.
Yeah. The problem with experiments like that is always like the change would be very, very small. But I'm not saying that it wouldn't be wouldn't be noticeable. It would be small.
From Alaska to the equator. I don't know if you're taking a flight farther than that, anywhere from north to south, but I don't know. I'd have to get my math guys on it. What's the weight change going to be for the most we can measure? Because we're looking to do something, man. We got to do something. We can have everyone pitch in $5 or something and get a flight, the scale, and a fucking. That's all you need, really. This thing to make it not move.
Yep. Unfortunately, I won't be able to do any of this shit because I'm way too swamped with my university studies and studying Japanese.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Just send us like $5 or something to chip in, and we're good.
Yeah.
I'm just fucking with you. You ain't got to chip in. But we could get people to chip in, though. So, I mean, I like to have...
I know.
I like to have people treat this as money's no object, and what's your idea to falsify or prove something?
I would actually love to sometime participate in something because from where I'm coming from, logical thinking also can be used to debunk ideas. That's why I don't necessarily consider it too great a deal that I haven't done anything experimental. But it would be nice to have something down your belt that, okay, I've done at least some experimental shit and here's what I've done.
Well, it'd just be nice to prove it one way or the other that this does or doesn't happen. We got a lot of Glober videos claiming that it happened. I haven't seen any really controlled things, though, because we know pressure can affect weight. Temperature can slightly affect weight. Some of the Globers like to argue that temperature thing. I mean, it's E equals MC squared. So if you if you go against that, then you're going against Einstein. Anyways, it's not important. The thing is, on a plane, all these things would be accounted for except for the vibration and the movement. So if you can nullify that or control that, I think this would be good. I mean, then you'd be able to watch it in real time. That's what we want, man. We want some raw, uncut video footage of some shit happening where all the variables are controlled.
I actually remembered because I started thinking about because Wolfie had a video about this topic and then some other, it was Action Labs or one of these, not Flat Earth, Globe Earth channels, but one of the more general science channels. And actually, there are some other variables, for example, according to the globe model at least, gravity changes from place to place also because of bigger land masses, like, for example, mountains, and it also varies depending on how high you are. So those are also two variables that would need to be.
I've seen the gravimeter. I've seen the gravimeter test. Hard wind blowing will throw a gravimeter off. gravimeter. I don't know how you pronounce that. It's not important. Yeah, but that's what they claim, that even like winds, and I told them to test it. You know, they got this big gravimeter. Why they letting winds and shit? Why not manually can go bring some dump trucks next to the thing or something, or you know, move some fucking giant mass. It's not like it's beyond us to move tons and tons of mass around. So go throw a few tons near this fucking thing, and you know, let's see what's popping. I know that's not anything easy. I mean, you know, you're talking a lot of fucking dump trucks with dirt or with rocks or whatever the cheapest thing is, but I mean, we got to get something done here, guys. I'm telling you, my grandkids are going to end up arguing with Xanax or Rumpus's grandkids someday. Nobody wants that. I don't want that.
That's a lovely picture.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Nobody wants that to happen, realistically. So, I mean, let's try to put a pin in this and wrap this up. Sorry.
Speaking of the devil. We were just talking about your grandkids, Rumpus.
Did someone just accost me?
Yeah, Rumpus. No. We were talking about you, but it wasn't anything bad. Listen, let's be calm today. Listen,
I'm always calm.
if we got, you're almost never calm. Anyways, listen.
I'm always calm.
You're so argumentative, and I don't know another word, but listen, just
No, if you're nice to me, I'm always nice back. So I'm pretty consistent about that.
I know. Listen, this is the one thing that I think you're good for. We get on a plane, right? We get a scale. We make sure we get some kind of thing where the scale doesn't move, right? One of those things they put cameras on, or cups of coffee. If you've ever seen those, where you know you can swing your arm around at 360 and the coffee won't move. We get something to nullify all the vibration and the movement and shit. And we get a scale, very sensitive scale, most sensitive one we can get, and we get it on the plane. We're taking a direct, nonstop flight from Alaska to the tip of South America. Okay.
All right.
And we're gonna video it the whole time. We should be able to see. Is there any other variables you could think of that might throw the weight up, other than the movement and the pressure and the temperature?
Well, if you've got some decent scales, the pressure and as the buoyancy affects the air, I suppose that would affect the.
Is there anything you could think of other than those variables that would affect
Well, the
the weight?
pressure doesn't affect it. The temperature shouldn't affect it if it's got some decent scales. The density of the medium you're in would, because you've got the buoyancy effect.
Well, if we're in a plane, that's not going to change, right?
Well, it does. Yeah, it does. In a aeroplane, you're at ground level, then you go up to 30,000 feet. That's pressurized to only 10,000 feet. So the pressure in the air and therefore the density of the air will actually change as you go from one height to another. Therefore, if you were to measure something very accurately, you would actually see a difference in the weight.
Rumpus, we're not gonna start it until we're at cruising altitude.
Oh, okay. All right, then. Yeah, if you don't change your altitude, yes. If you don't change your altitude, then fine. Yeah, that won't get involved with density change in your.
Even if we go from Alaska to the equator to South America.
Well, obviously, yes, because obviously you'll be subject to the centrifuge. Yes, it will change. I didn't realize. Yes, you will change but not to the things that you were talking about. The pressure and the temperature won't cause it, but obviously you will have the centrifuge still.
I'm trying to see what other variables there might be that we could control. You know, the pressure, the temperature, the movement of the scale.
Yeah. If you have some decent scales, the temperature won't affect it. Though conceivably it might have some tiny effect. But if it's not going to be so tiny. It's not. I mean, it won't compare, for instance, with the change in weight due to the centrifugal force.
That's what I mean. Yeah, that's right. Yes.
It shouldn't compare to that. I mean, that's 0.3%. I don't think the temperature change issues, if you've got a decent scale, should be comparable to that. And if you're not doing it, and if you're doing it always at the same altitude, then you don't have the density change in the aeroplane, so that doesn't affect it. Magnetic fields don't affect it. Electrostatic fields don't affect it. Radiation won't affect it. Jesus Christ! Who's shouting in the background?
It's my kid. It's my kid. Sorry.
Okay. So, and if you've got it sort of damped and in a sort of, as you say, in a sort of gimbal arrangement, such that it's not being jiggled around, and you put it suspended, so that any vibrations are somehow very difficult to do that completely. But
would vibrations be that much though to make you not register the difference, like with the peaks?
I mean, what you could do is take an average. If you have a vibration, then if it jiggles up and down, then you could just say, well, I'm going to measure the average for it over a time of a minute or something, providing the airplane isn't diving or something, and it's just sort of jiggling over the period of a minute. Then that will even out, and so if it jiggles up briefly due to turbulence or whatever, I mean, you can't really stop that happening, even if you've got it suspended. I mean, if the airplane will go up, then you can't really stop the whole thing moving up, which will accelerate it. So, but if you were to average it out, if you were to just say, right, if you see your reading of the weight and it jiggles up and down, it has to average itself over the real weight, because obviously every acceleration upwards, providing it keeps the same altitude, providing it's not climbing all the time or it's not descending all the time, if it's keeping the same altitude and therefore it's being jiggled up and down by turbulence, then the average weight will not change.
Yeah, we're gonna have an altimeter in the camera shot when we record all this.
Yeah, okay. So
we know that we're at the same altitude.
Yep. So then the only thing you're left with that can cause it to change in weight will be centrifugal force and the spinning, the speed of the aeroplane in terms of spinning effects, of the fact that you are to some degree when you're going around the Earth, you will have inertial effects, is basically what I'm saying, which is what centrifugal force is. So, for instance, if you were to follow for instance, imagine if you travelled within 1 second from the North Pole to the South America, which you described, well, you would be following a curved flight, and so that you would then cause, through the inertia, the weight inside the object inside your weighing machine, everything inside the airplane. I mean, all the passengers would hit the roof of the airplane, so effectively they would, so the weight would register that. So because you're following a curved path, and similarly the same thing happens when you're going around the equator. You're following a curved path, and that little effect, that 0.3%, reflects the rotation of the Earth. But similarly, if you were to just go on an aeroplane, you'd be doing the same thing. You would be following a curved path on an aeroplane, and therefore, if you did that in, say, a second, all the passengers would hit their heads on the roof, because that would be quite an acceleration.
This weight change thing is a percentage thing, right? So if we have 100 grams, we'll notice how much on 100 grams weight.
Well, due to the rotation of the Earth at the equator, it's 0.3%. So if you were at the North Pole, and then you went to the equator where it's spinning at the full speed, 1,000 miles an hour, at the radius of the Earth, then that's 0.3%. You would weigh, if you were to get on some scales.
What if we only did halfway? What if we only went halfway? Is it 0.115?
No, it's not linear. It would be less than half. If you went at 45 degrees, you would be less than half of the because the shape, because the Earth is curvy shaped.
Is this like measuring the sagitta compared to the drop?
Well, not really.
Like just said, the drop is
imagine quarter of a circle. Just imagine quarter of a circle. It's the radius that's important. So if you imagine the radius, it spends most of its time. So if you were at 45 degrees, it would be.
Bro, where's Alaska? Do 100 grams from Alaska to the equator. How much is that weight change going to be?
Well, I'd have to go and work it out.
You're a fucking genius. Come on, bro.
I'm not a genius. I just know what I know and know what I don't know. and I have some vague understanding of science, and I understand rotational geometry. But what you want the specific values? Do you?
Yes, that way we know if this is even feasible or not. We'd have to see what kind of scale we can get, how big of a, because the bigger the weight you use, the better, right? You obviously want to have
because
the
that removes effects of friction. I think yes. Obviously, the bigger the weight, that means that you will reduce other errors. Yes.
That's what I'm saying. I need some numbers so I know like how good of a scale do we need for this. You know what I mean? Because
it's percentage. So if you had a say a
but
kilogram,
certain scales, rumpus, certain scales can only do like 100 grams accurately. We want to do as much weight as possible. So
okay, well,
if
we'll pick
100
a weight.
grams
What
isn't
weight do you
enough,
want? What weight can you do?
do it
Can
for
you,
100 grams.
Well,
do it for 100
what's the
grams.
maximum weight you think you can get on an aeroplane?
I don't know, a couple
Then that'll
pounds.
determine how sensitive your scales have to be. If you can get 10 kilograms on there, the maximum change is 0.3%. So 3% or 0.3% of 10 kilograms is 3 grams. Let me get that right. So it's 0.3.
Just do it for 100 grams. That way I have
3 grams. So you need to be able to measure a change of 3 grams for a 10 kilogram weight. That would give you the sort of range you need.
Rumpus, it's more about the scale. A lot of these super
Yeah,
sensitive
as I
scales
said, if you get a
can't
scale
weigh.
to measure 3 gram
Hold
difference,
on.
you'll see it.
A lot of these
You need
very
a scale.
sensitive scales. Rumpus, hold
You
on.
need a scale that can measure 3 gram difference.
Rumpus, hold on. A lot of these super sensitive scales that you need can only do 100 grams or something.
Right. Okay. Well, that's why I keep. Well.
You're getting all fired up, bro. Relax.
Yes. Well, you don't need a super sensitive scale to measure 3 grams, do you? I don't know what. Okay, if you want to get a super sensitive scale, it can only measure 100 grams. Well, then it needs to measure.
Well, remember, this thing's going to be on a gimbal and shit. Hold on, this thing's going to.
Let me do the calculation. Hold on. Let me just.
This thing's going to be on a gimbal and shit. We're going to get a gimbal or whatever suspension thing that can hold 10 grams. Like, this is starting to turn into a giant setup.
Well, 100 grams is not that bad.
What is it on 100 grams? 0.3?
Well, that's exactly what I'm trying to calculate for you. That's what I was doing.
There's a lot of grams in a fucking 10 kilograms, bro.
Hold on.
It's going to be nothing on 100.
Right, 0.3 grams.
What are you guys talking about, Jeremy?
0.3 grams,
Top
Jeremy.
Top secret shit, Simon. Don't worry about it.
0.3 grams, Jeremy. So for 100 gram weight, you need to register 0.3 grams minimum. Say 10 times that. So preferably you'd want 0.03 grams to give you a sort of nice range. So that would be the limit. But you'd just be able to register it if you could measure 0.3 grams. So those sensitive ones, the 100 grams, I mean, they can measure hundredths of a gram, can't they?
They can do 0.01. I mean, Silence got one that can do 0.01 grams, right?
Right. Well, you need something.
No, I got one that does 0.001.
Yeah. So that's
more even better.
Yeah. So that's more than accurate enough to measure 0.3 gram.
Okay. Here's what we do.
I mean, the minimum. Ideally, you would want it to 0.03, and if it can do what whoever just said it can. If it can do, so in other words, 10, it needs to do 0.01, and if it can do 0.001, then you're on to a winner. You've got 10 times as much resolution as you need.
Yeah. So now, next question. Can we make something that doesn't move? As long as the plane...
Well, as I said, if you can average it, if you can record this thing electronically, then you could get the average value. So it doesn't matter if it's jiggling around, providing if you get all the measurements and you record it digitally, then you can just take the average and then it wouldn't make any difference.
All right, here's what we're doing, Silent.
But you're talking about the airplane going from like the equator to the, to the north.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something like that.
We're gonna get a plane. Here's what we're gonna do. Hold on. Here's what we're gonna do. We were looking for something to chip in and do, right? This is one of the things. I'm not crazy about this because if it happens like they say, it doesn't mean anything. But if it doesn't happen like they say, then I mean, we blew the lid open off of something. So this could be something.
No, that just means you've been incompetent. This is
did
what
it wrong.
Riley
Yeah,
said.
I know.
So by failing,
If anything goes
it's like
against you
saying
guys.
if I decided to do an experiment and it didn't work, whose problem is that? Well, that's my problem because I didn't do the experiment properly. If we know that everybody else can get it to work, so your lack of ability to get something to work is not very good. What you want is something you can. So much better for you to get an effect, rather than to not get an effect. Because
Don't get sucked. Hold on, Silent. Don't get sucked into this rumpus trap.
Yeah.
So listen, if we do this is something we could pitch our money in. and do this and see if it does or doesn't happen. I'm thinking take one from Alaska to the tip of South America. The equator would be good, but I think it would be better if you went the whole way, nonstop direct flight. That way you could watch it go up and down,
Yeah.
or whatever, whichever down and up, whatever direction it goes.
Yeah, that'd make it more fun. Yes, to see that actually go down again. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah,
So-
I think scales are sensitive enough to do it. But I mean, but this is not very different. I mean, to the things that Wolfie did, and why not just get on the ground and measure the weight of things? Why do you want to be in an airplane? I mean, you're making it more difficult for yourself. Why not just repeat the experiment that Schrodinger's cat's done, Wolfie's done, which is get out of your airplane, then you can sit down in your hotel room and then just measure it there, nicely situated, nice and comfy.
I'll tell you why. Because in an airplane, we know there's no fuckery. You can watch it happen real time, live, no
You can
cuts,
watch it
no
real time
edits.
in a hotel room.
No, but we don't know what's happening in between.
Huh?
We don't know did the air pressure change? Did the scale get bumped around? Nobody's going to even be touching the scale when this is happening.
But that's why you can eliminate all that crap in a hotel. By
Recalibrating the scale. Like, the
way
way
we're
we're
mess
going
around with it. Why do you seem to think you can mess around with it more in a hotel than you are in an airplane? If you're doing it in a hotel, you can eliminate all the crap about. You don't have to do the averaging. You can just take one measurement and you're sorted.
Listen, in an airplane, we're never going to touch the scale. We're going to set it up, and then we're never going to touch the scale again.
Right. Oh, I see. You want to okay. All right.
When you're doing this thing where you pack it up, drive somewhere, break it open, like, bro, I don't. Then there's air pressure differences.
Okay, that's a good point. I mean, okay, you want a continuous measurement of it, and so you can see it as you change latitude what happens. Okay, all right, yeah, that's a valid point of view.
That's fair, right? Yeah.
I have a question, Rumpus. What is there to do wrong if all you're doing is just setting up that, like, putting the fucking weight on top of the scale?
There's amazing. It never fails to amaze me the way that Flatties manage to do simple things wrong. I mean, when
That's not what I asked.
Well, it is.
Not what I asked. I ask you, what is there to be doing?
I'm trying to explain to you.
Hold on.
There are many ways of being incompetent, and I cannot predict all the ways that someone can be incompetent. Riley has demonstrated on numerous occasions on making the most basic measurements, like the angle of a slope, in ways that you would not imagine. He couldn't even measure the angle properly. And when he was going to do it, I was thinking, what did he do wrong? And Flatties always managed to find some way of doing something unbelievably stupid.
Hold on. Rumpus, he's asking you what I asked you in the beginning. What are the variables?
Yeah, if you do it properly and you do it scientifically, I've described them. There are very few. But if you're incompetent and a flatty, then there are millions.
Hey, there's no need to go there. There's no need, Rumpus. No need.
Well,
we're just asking what the variables
are. The history is that flatties are incapable of doing something simple.
Well, Rumpus, I'm doing this, right? And I have a barometer. I have a altimeter with me, and I'm gonna buy a thermo. How you say that? Thermometer.
Thermometer. Yeah.
Thermometer. Barometer.
Yeah. Which is more than what this guy did, right? That guy just set the weight on the table.
Sorry, which guy? Oh, you mean Wolfie and Co.
Wolfie, yes. He set the weight on the table. He didn't take into account no temperature, no pressure, nothing. He just set the thing on the table and put the weight on top of the scale.
That's all he needs
that
to
was
do.
the experiment.
The other factors are tiny.
No.
Yes.
You don't know that. You don't know that because you're not taking it. How would you know that if you're not taking them into account? How would you know how little they are?
You don't
know shit, right?
I do. I know this exactly. The only thing that will affect the weight of something is the density of the air around it. That's the thing. I mean, when you go to somewhere, a national establishment to measure the weight of things, they do everything in a vacuum to avoid issues to do with buoyancy.
Because pressure can affect weight. Because
not pressure,
exactly.
Density.
Well, what do you think is that the
density
pressure
of the medium,
the pressure of the air? What do you think it is?
No, it's the density of the medium you're in gives it a buoyancy effect, just like water. Air provides a buoyancy force just like water, except it's much smaller. Now the density of the air is affected by pressure and is affected by temperature, but ultimately it's the density of the air that can cause buoyancy effects. But
Getting
you know,
derailed. The point is, what do you think all the variables that should be controlled are in this
I
plane
think
experiment?
I think the pressure and the temperature are so small an effect; they're not worth bothering. But you can if you want to. But they're
Okay, but
just
what else? What are something we should do if we do this plane thing? What should we make sure happens?
Well, the only thing
Or-
that I would say is, and you can do the pressure and temperature stuff, fine. But the only thing that matters is that the pressure thing will be useful, as I say, to monitor what the aeroplane is doing. Matter of fact, it's changing its altitude, because as it changes its altitude, the aeroplane does try and keep a minimum pressure, i.e., a minimum air density in the aeroplane, and
Yeah,
that
that's why
may
you're gonna
vary.
have an altimeter, right? Rumpus,
Yes,
you have an
and
altimeter,
yes,
and
to
you know
give you
what, Jeremy? Just to
What's
make
up?
sure that there's no air hitting the scale or anything, you bring like a clear box,
and put it over it. Yeah. Oh, this would
put
be
it over, yeah. That way,
yeah.
no air is gonna hit that. Yeah. That's pretty good.
This would be really contained. Yeah. No, we're not gonna let the AC vent be blowing out next to the fucking thing. Yeah.
yes, that would be a thing to avoid. Yes. So
And we should see going what?
Put it in a box would be sufficient to avoid that. But the other effects are so small, providing you have a constant density, i.e., the altitude of the aeroplane doesn't go up and down, and it's traveling along, and it's not climbing or descending. That's the other key thing. So it has to be maintaining the same altitude. Then all the other effects are pretty irrelevant.
Oh, that shit is not gonna move, Rumpus.
If you wanted them, that's fine. But the one that matters is whether or not the aeroplane maintains its altitude and the jiggling. That's the key thing. And as I say, if you record it, hold on, let me finish. For God's sake, stop interrupting me every few seconds. If you can record the weight, and as I say, then you can ignore the jiggling, because you'll then for every jiggle it goes up, there'll be a jiggle coming down, and there'll be an average. So even the jiggling, you don't need to eliminate, because you can get the average value.
Can we eliminate the jiggling? My bad. Go ahead, Simon.
No. I don't think so. You can eliminate jiggling, but it's not gonna be happening all the time. That will be only if there's like a little bit of turbulence or something. Otherwise, there's gonna be no jiggling. My ass.
Always jiggling. But as I say, you can ignore that. If you record it as you're proposing to do continuously, then you can just look at, if you've got a graph that shows the weight and it jiggles up and then jiggles down, it will jiggle around a value. And you can work out what that is just by doing some data analysis on it and just saying, for every up and down, and you can work out what the mean is. And you can say, well, that's the weight that's the weight. And so you can eliminate the jiggling effect.
Okay. Silent, don't buy any more scales or anything, bro. Don't do anything yet. We got to get this sorted out. That'd be the best way to do it, to take one, right? Do you agree, Silent? If you get on a plane, you're recording this thing the whole time. No one touches it. It's in a glass case. You got the altimeter in shot of the camera.
Well, of course, if you have a phone in there, you can actually record. You get the phone. Do smartphones work?
Bro, we're putting an altimeter right in the shot. We already got one. It doesn't matter. Do you agree, Silent? We have all this shit set up.
Have an altimeter in shot, because that relies on pressure. Hold on.
I have it already.
Hold on. If you have something that's actually measuring the genuine altimeter, the way that works is with a barometer, and the pressure in the airplane will not reflect that. Oh my god! The only thing
I have it. I'm telling you, Rumpus. I have it. That thing has.
No,
I bought it. What are you talking about? I don't. I bought it.
What Tell me then. Tell me your altimeter. What is it?
I can give you the link if you want. I'll post it in a second.
Give me a link.
Yeah, give me a second.
You're saying we can't have an altimeter in the same shot for recording as the
if it's an altimeter, because the way altimeters work, unless you're using something based on GPS, which I'm not sure you can get a signal for do that in an aeroplane. If you're using an altimeter that works on pressure, then you won't be able to use it, because they set the pressure in the aeroplane. The aeroplane sets its pressure. It will not show you the genuine pressure that you are at as if you were outside the aeroplane. So you can't
I see
use
the altimeter is going off of pressure, so you're going to get a false reading the whole.
Yes.
Okay. Settle down. Settle down,
whatever his name, didn't know that. I mean, it makes him an idiot, of course, but we know that.
Rumpus, please. Rumpus, come on.
Yeah, I know, but he was sort of shouting
how do
at
we
me,
check
making a stupid point, as usual.
Okay, it's okay. Calm down. We all get worked up. Now, how do we check the altitude?
Well, the way I would suggest, if you can link in your smartphone to the somehow to the internet, the smartphones won't tell you what your altitude is. And obviously, if you could get in shot, I think some aeroplanes have the altitude they're at, or they have a screen that you can look at. If you're looking at one of these aeroplanes that have they show you the aeroplane on a little screen on the back of the next person's in front of you, the back of the seat in front of you. They show you what the airplane's doing, and it will show on there what the altitude of the airplane is. So that would be sufficient.
So there you have it, Jeremy. I posted it. That's the one I got.
Silent. He's saying that your altimeter works off of the pressure. That's what's giving you your altitude. Is that how your altimeter works?
I don't know. That's the one I got right there. And
all right, let us know, Rumpus, because Rumpus is right though. If the plane has a controlled pressure, and if the altimeter is giving you your altitude by what the pressure is, you're never going to get the right pressure or the right altitude. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree with that. Yes.
Yeah. That's all he was trying to say. Jesus
so it
Christ.
wouldn't work, you idiot.
Rumpus, please, man, come on, bro. I want
to shouting at me, making a stupid
it's
point.
Fine. All right.
He wouldn't listen to me. Again, it's
you...
typical. He wouldn't listen, but he was making a stupid point, and now it turns out I was completely correct as usual.
Okay, Silent. Will you apologize to Rumpus with a pretty please in his area?
For what?
Being wrong. I don't know. He's never.
What
wrong,
did I do?
I was
trying. What was wrong about Rumpus? What was wrong about?
Your altimeter works off pressure, and the pressure in an aeroplane is determined by what the pilot sets it to be, not by the outside air pressure. Jesus Christ!
He agrees with you.
You don't understand it, do you?
Yeah. When did I say that didn't happen? I said that
you've offered this altimeter, which works off pressure, and it doesn't work in an aeroplane. Jesus Christ!
Okay, let's move past this.
Yeah, let's move past
it.
Because you're going to make me insult you, and
Silent Zero.
I'm a mod here, and I cannot insult you.
In an aeroplane.
Rumpus, we all agree.
No, he doesn't. He was still questioning it just now.
No, we agree.
Well, he doesn't agree. He's still not agreeing. I still don't think he understands.
Holy shit. Silent, tell him again about your feelings on it.
Jerry, I agree with him from the beginning. I don't know. He's going in this
why are you telling me your thing could measure the elevation? It can't. It cannot measure the altitude.
Hey, Rumpus, you have a problem listening. I never said.
You have a problem.
All I said, listen, pay attention to this. All I said is that I bought a artifact that has altimeter and a barometer in the same thing.
And you kept on saying, well, this is it. And that you then offered it. I said, it won't work. And then you said, oh, no, it will. Here we are. Here's the link. And now it turns out it won't work.
I never say that.
Correct.
You
so
liar.
Why, when you asked how you would provide the altitude, and then you offered this solution. Now this solution doesn't work.
Well, you don't know that, right? That's one more thing, right? Work. You don't know that.
Didn't know what?
You don't know because you can zero out the altimeter. You can zero it out.
So you're claiming it does work? Are you claiming?
I don't know.
It doesn't?
I don't know. I'm claiming at this point I'm claiming that I do not know.
Well, good. I'll tell you then. It doesn't work.
You didn't you don't know either because you didn't manufacture.
I do know. It's a barometer. It works off pressure. See, you see, Jeremy. He still doesn't accept it doesn't work. You're wrong when you said he accepted it doesn't work. He still doesn't understand the problem.
What controls pressure, though?
Jesus Christ!
What controls the pressure, though?
Trying to smash a bloody
continuity.
nut.
Temperature and electrical continuity control pressure.
All right.
So
temperature and electrical continuity. Listen, temperature controls the pressure, and so does elevation, and so does electrical continuity. You're stupid. Don't call people fucking stupid.
Hey, let's not call me.
Don't call people stupid.
You're too stupid to talk to.
Especially when all you can represent is temperature change.
This is too
right.
Stupid. This is so stupid.
Elevation change, right? This is the only thing that's happening. Temperature change, elevation change, or electrical continuity.
All right,
both.
All right, let me ask you, Rumpus, then this question: is there any altimeter that I can buy that doesn't work off of pressure?
There we go. Now we're progressing.
That's what I was talking about 5 minutes ago with Jeremy. And I was describing how you could use the information in the aeroplane. They normally give you what the aeroplane's up to on the display on the seat in front of you, if you're in that sufficiently expensive seat. Or B, if they allowed you to connect into the internet, you can actually use GPS to tell you what your altitude is on your smartphone. And if you have that in screen,
wait.
you can use that. Oh my God, why do you interrupt?
Let me ask you this question. You may know. If, let's say, if we are in the airplane already, right? And the airplane hits like the top altitude, and then you zero out this little thing that I bought. You zero out. At that point, you're gonna notice if no, because of the pressure is the same inside the airplane, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, if your altimeter works, but there's other altimeters, but they're only off GPS. So our only option is GPS for checking our.
I think so. I think that's probably all. Yes, I think that's probably all you can do. You can use. There's nothing you can do about your environment because you can't use the pressure because that's inside the airplane when the pressure is determined by the aeroplane, not by the pressure, not by the density of the air. So the only thing you're left with is if you've got some way of communicating with some information like GPS, or if you've got some amazing link to some other sort of piece of technology like a radar bouncing off you or something, or using the aeroplane's own.
How does the plane do it?
Tells you.
How does the plane do it? That information we're going to get in the back seat.
The aeroplane has its own. It has its own GPS, so it uses GPS to work out where the hell it is, and it also uses pressure sensitive things on the outside of the aeroplane to work out what its altitude is, and it also sometimes some of them, when they're certainly low, they use radar to bounce stuff off the ground to see how high they are. But basically they use a pressure outside of the airplane, not inside.
Rumpus, how does a drone record altitude if they have, how they have the
yeah, they do it in two ways. It's like they do it in the same way the airplane does. They use pressure. Like the airplane.
But you can have that constant pressure, right?
God! No, but you're inside the airplane with the pressure set by the bloody airplane pilot. Not,
all right, Jeremy, can you mute him for a second? Just so that I can make my point.
See, Jeremy, this stupid dickhead
I'm really
calm.
Understand. I'm really calm.
Jesus Christ. You're too stupid to talk to. God.
All right, so listen.
I've told you about 10 times.
You're allowed to insult people.
Any of it, have you? You're too stupid to understand
Before
something
he gets modded.
in about 10 different ways to you.
Hold on, just relax. We're going to check our altitude every way we can. We'll have the GPS, the plane thing, silence altimeter, everything, okay? So other than that, nothing? There's no other variables?
Can't think of any. There's just your velocity. Your velocity, as I say, will determine the centrifugal force, so that will affect the.
Whoa!
So
hold on. Why does your velocity change?
Oh my God! I explained this about 10 minutes to you. You didn't listen, did you? I said you're following a curved path, just like you are at the equator. And if you did that operation in a second, you'd all hit your head on the ceiling. But the velocity of the aeroplane does the same thing, but just not quite within a second. Just like the equator causes, you've got a centrifugal force. Because the airplane is following a curved path, you're being accelerated. You're losing some of the acceleration upwards.
So at cruising altitude, the velocity and the altitude, these are pretty much going to stay the same throughout the whole flight, right? Or are they changing shit?
Yes, they will remain about the same, but it is having an effect. So in other words, if you measure your weight of something inside an airplane that's moving, it will be less than it would be if you were on the ground measuring it, because of the velocity of the airplane and because it's following a curved path.
All right.
But it will be constant if it remains at the same altitude. I mean, if you're on a flight that you're doing this continuously, and you go on all these flights happen to be at the same altitude, and the airplane goes at the same speed, but that doesn't necessarily follow. Some airplanes do change their speed. I mean, for instance,
we're going to be doing it. Hold on.
If you change airplane, then
we're not changing airplanes.
Same airplane.
See what he's doing, right, Jeremy? You see what he's doing, Jeremy.
Let me interrupt, Rumpus. Rumpus. Sometimes let me just interrupt you because I'm telling you right now, we're not.
Okay.
We're not changing planes. This is going to be one direct, non-stop flight.
Right. Well, what's one hell of a flight then, going from Alaska to South America in one go. I didn't even know that such a thing existed.
I don't know if it does exist. We'll figure it out.
It won't, will it? You'll have to change.
Why?
God.
There's no direct
flight? Because no one would offer such a flight.
Why?
It's commercially not viable.
There must be some rich, goofy motherfucker. What do you mean? You're telling me I can't get a ticket for this right now?
A single flight from Alaska to South America will not exist because that's not a commercially viable
it's to the equator.
flight. Oh my God.
I'm googling it right now.
Oh Jesus!
You know what he's doing, right, Jeremy? He's making it impossible. He's making it.
You know,
making it.
making that
No,
statement.
no, no. I'm gonna mute you, Rumpus. You
My
don't let me
God.
speak. Fuck off with your shit, okay?
Oh,
It's like you've been insulting me. I've been cool. You won't fucking quiet.
I can't cope with any more.
Bye. So.
We
Look,
lost
Jeremy.
him. Silent. Come
Yeah.
on, we gotta try to work with him. He's you know.
No,
he's
no, no,
sexy.
Jeremy. Doesn't run with any other person on the server. Why is he the only one allowed to be
He's got like
insulted,
80
even a mod? Hold on, Jeremy. I'm a fucking mod. And you let him insult me like 20, 30 fucking times. If I will say, I will call him stupid or anything like that, you will call me right away. Come on, Jeremy.
I gave verbal warnings multiple times for him to stop. No, don't name call for everybody, him, Democ, everyone that started calling names. I didn't hear what he said just now. I was zoned out thinking of my idea, but I don't. He's got like ADHD or like he's like autistic or something, bro. We got to work with him.
Right. Well, the thing that he was doing, Jeremy, I don't know if you caught it, is he's making it so that it's impossible, right? He's already making excuses for everything, right? But when the other guy just puts the weight on his room, that shit is valid, right? That one is allowed.
I know.
It's bullshit.
No, I know. Now I'm wondering, is there such thing as a direct flight from Alaska to South America? Now that I say this out loud, it does sound pretty far for a commercial flight.
Can I say something here?
Sure.
First of all, I'd like to say I agree with Silent Zero 100%. I'm busy right now, but I took the time off. I was going to come in and tell Rumpus, if you say one more stupid, you're gone. So, yeah. Why is Rumpus special? He's not. Let him learn. Okay? That's one thing.
Yes.
I know. I'm just trying to get his thoughts and shit on this. You're right. He shouldn't be calling names. And I like to give everyone a lot of verbal warnings and shit. Like I dealt with Branch all morning, telling him to cool off. You know what I mean? So
yeah, I hear you, but he shouldn't get special treatment.
You know how hard it's for me to abstain myself from calling him names, Rick Jeremy?
You did very
it's
good,
ridiculous,
Silent.
bro.
I'm proud of you.
Now, guys, the second thing, because I gotta go, I can't really talk right now. The second thing is the test that you guys are talking about, the weight thing, was done by Blue Marble Science, or was it Bob? So have a look at that.
Wolfie 6020, Bob, Blue Marble. I think they've all done it.
Yep.
Did they ever do it in a Did they ever do it like what I'm talking about though? One continuous flight, so we could actually watch in real time the weight change happen, up, down, down, up.
No, but he weighed. Right, I think he weighed some balls, Jeremy, and he said that they gained weight. So have a look at that. I'm gonna have to take off though, guys. Sorry.
How much did his balls weigh, SC?
Thank you, SC.
His balls gained some weight, bro. I swear to you. Ask him.
How much did his balls weigh? All right, go back to work.
I can't remember, man, but it's been done. So I'll talk to you guys later.
Yeah, they did it, Jeremy. They did it, but they didn't take into account like pressure and everything. That's why Rumpus keeps saying, "Well, it's minimum, right?" How will you know how minimum it is if you're not like even thinking about it or taking it into account?
Well, I mean,
makes no sense.
Couldn't you be able to? Go ahead, Moya.
You can see a dramatic pressure change if you just wait for a storm to roll in. See how much things change on your scale when the pressure drops for a thunderstorm.
Yeah.
Have you done it?
Aren't you talking about a pressurized airplane cabin?
Or you could make a vacuum. You could have something on a scale, then turn that, have it in a container, turn that container into a vacuum, and see if it changes.
Remember, Jeremy, I asked them because I have the barometer, I have the altimeter, I have the scale, the weights. The scale is precise to the 0.001, which is pretty fucking precise.
Yeah, and that was a cheap scale too.
And
what was it? Would you say it was $30 at a convenience store? That was a good deal.
No, Amazon. I'm trying to take into account the most variables that I can, right? And then I ask, what if I don't see any change on the weight? And right away they answer, well, you're doing it wrong. I mean, at that point, I got a little bit discouraged because, I mean, then it doesn't matter what I do. what I
Well, you
take into
said
account.
one.
If the answer
No,
is
if
you're
you
doing it
if you
wrong, then fuck
it,
off.
the thing is,
Did you-
someone can claim you're doing it wrong, but if you have everything documented, you can be like, find out what I'm doing wrong. Here you have everything documented. Point to the thing that I'm doing wrong.
That's right.
Did you
Good
try
thing.
it?
Yeah, that's
And
true, Gummy. You're
You
right.
tried?
I
So what are you
tried.
saying?
I tried.
And
I tried where I didn't have the barometer and the altimeter. I tried once. I didn't get no reading on one of the weights, and in the other one I got a opposite reading than what you guys claim to be. So
so how did
that's
you try
why
it? Like,
but
how did you try it?
huh?
Like, how many miles difference did you try it at?
It's 1,600 miles of difference. No, I don't.
Oh,
I
okay.
think it's less.
North to
Yeah,
south?
it's from Texas to Michigan. Yes.
Okay, yeah. That should be sufficient. So you saw it with one, but not with the other. With different weights, you saw it different. That's weird.
No, yeah. I put because my weight, the scale has a weight limit of 100 grams, right? It's so precise. So, and then I have these little things that are for calibration of the weight,
right,
of the scale. Sorry, and on when I put the one that is 50 grams, it gave me a less reading, like for just like 1 gram, like 0.001, right?
All right.
Which is
Did you tear it?
within the margin of error. Yeah, I tear it in San Antonio. Yes.
Oh, so you
Which
teared
is
it.
like my home base.
Okay, so you set it in home base. I think you thought you had to set it in Easter location. I'm not positive. I thought you basically had to tear it with no weight on it, set it, then put the weight on, but I'm not positive of that.
Yeah, and then you don't.
Yeah,
tear
well,
it
it
in.
has instruction how to do it. Yeah.
There's a few different ways you can do it. You can tear it with the weight on, without. Like you it all just comes down to making sure you do the right thing in both locations.
So now one more thing I've been asking from you guys, because I'm not gonna show my results until I get the prediction from you. That's what I want. Bio was gonna do it. I don't know what happened to him. So now I need somebody else to give me. Well, it's gonna be my road,
found out that the Earth was flat. He had a big meltdown over it, and he isn't in an insane asylum currently. Last time I heard, after the revelation.
It'll be heavier in Michigan. There's the prediction.
Can you summarize it again? Quite like, what is it you want as a prediction? The weight that you'd expect.
How much? Yeah. What was the exactly on the 100 grams? What is the weight difference from this point? Like, which is, I can give you an exact address and where I can take the first reading, and then I give you the end, the address of the final destination where I'm gonna take the second reading. And if you guys want in between, I can make stops in between and take readings of the weight. But I want you guys claim to have precision of this, right? Because you guys got the maths and all that shit. So I want numbers, right? Because you guys all time are here with we got the maths, So I want maths now from you guys. That's what I want.
How much was this scale? How much did it cost?
So I want to know which.
cheap.
If you want a more precise scale, you can send me the link and I'll buy the fucking scale, bro.
Don't buy any scales.
I don't care.
Don't buy any more scales till we know what we're doing.
Yeah, I'm not even.
I don't care. I don't want no excuses.
Moyak, it goes to
Precision,
0.0. The scale goes to 0.001 grams.
That's what it says. That doesn't mean that's what it might not have great precision. The cheaper it gets, the less precision you're probably going to get.
Moyak, the precision is 0.001, and the margin of error is of 0.002 or 3. I already checked this. That's the margin of error that I have on. So in my first reading that I had, it was within the margin of error of the scale.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So if that's gonna be a caveat for you, I probably can buy a more precise. But again,
That's one. You gotta make sure that you know that the precision is adequate for the job.
Yeah, because it's
What are
100 grams,
What
and
are the two
the distance
locations again?
is gonna be Laredo, Texas.
You're not going far enough, dude. You got to go from like Alaska to the equator at least, or South America. Or...
Well, they say it's enough, right? They say it's enough, Jeremy. So if it's not, okay, I can concede. I cannot go. Maybe when I go down to Mexico, then I
There
can
you
do
go.
another one.
Michigan and Mexico would be dope. Yeah. It just
Central
sounds like
Mexico.
it just sounds like the amount of weight change you're going to get might not be within the margin of error of the scale, or it's going to be close because Rumpus just told me.
I think
Go ahead, Maya.
40. I think Baloo saw 40 thousandths of a gram change in 700 miles, if I'm not mistaken. So he's got more than enough distance.
So now I want to know which one of the Glovers is gonna put the neck on the rope with the mats.
I don't do maths, so can't help you.
Okay, Moyak, fair enough.
I can just tell you it should be lighter in Michigan. And that would be really hard to explain if it was heavy.
Should be lighter.
It should be heavier, though. You got it wrong.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. All right. It should be heavier in Michigan.
Yes.
I said that 3 or 4 times before. I just brain farted this time.
That's okay, Moyak.
The question is, what's the flat Earth prediction? It should read the same anywhere you go.
No, absolutely not.
No? Why not, Jeremy?
I'm not making no claims. We're not making no claims on this.
We're not making no claims.
You guys made the claim and checking it.
That's the scapegoat way out.
We're trying to, Moyak. We're trying to work with what the positive claim, right? We don't care about alternatives at this point. First, I want to observe that the claim it actually happens.
Yeah, but you guys have the claim of density and buoyancy, so the weight should be uniform anywhere the pressure density is uniform.
Or there could be more or less magnetism when you get from the center affecting the weight. Who knows, bro?
Exactly.
We're not making no crazy claims on this about the cause of it.
So we're going to bring a magnetometer in on this. Okay, break it out.
I don't know how to use one of those.
It could just be so slight that it's a little tiny bit, and the magnometer can't read it, or whatever Tesla thing you got. Like, you got to remember, we're measuring a teeny tiny change in the weight. Are you going to be able to measure that in a magnetic field, or
Is there any way you could get a bigger weight, like 500 gram instead of 100 gram?
What's the
I have a 500 grams, but it's analog. It's not a digital one.
So I mean the weight itself.
Oh, I have the weight. I have one. It has 500, 200, and then it has 2 100s, 250, and like 120 and 110 grams. Yes.
Yeah, the larger, the easier it'll be to see.
My scale is not able to take the 500 grams though. It's
right. That's what I found with the scales is that the cheaper scales can't do the dynamic range of like a 500 gram and give you precision as well. So you sacrifice.
Be right back.
When you have a cheapy scale.
Forgot what I was going to say earlier.
And they have like kilogram scales that can be good to a microgram, but they cost like $10,000.
I mean, wouldn't that be dope if we could just see it on the plane continuously changing? There'd be no questions. The temperature, pressure is relatively the same. You know what I mean?
Well, it would, but you couldn't put that up to it being like, is it because you're moving? Is it because of like the airplane either dropping or rising in altitude? Is it turbulence? How would you sure that it's because of one thing and not the other?
You have to check the altitude. No, you
But the
minimize
thing
the
is, how?
vibration. What's that?
Well, yeah, but as the pilot, like if you're not the pilot, I mean, how are you gonna do that?
Well, Rumpus said that there's things you can get on your phone that give you GPS altitude readings. The plane gives altitude readings sometimes.
Phone GPS altitude sucks.
Does it?
Oh God, that's miserable.
I'm sure the one the
move
plane has.
It's sitting in my house. I move up and down 130 feet.
I'm sure the one the plane gives you is pretty accurate, though, right? That's got to be on point.
It don't. Yeah, probably.
They have to know their altitude to the
Yeah, the plane definitely, but would
Yeah.
like how would you know?
Rumpus said there's planes where on the back seat of the person in front of you, their back seat, so you can see it. It has the altitude of the plane and all kinds of goofy shit.
I've been in one of those planes, but it doesn't have, or so I'm not gonna say generally, but in the ones that I've seen, it usually just gives it in like units of 100. So it doesn't give you like the precise measurements. It just kind
Within
of gives
100
you an
feet?
estimate.
Within
No, it
100
was
feet?
meters because Europe.
Oh.
It was hundreds of meters.
Well, we'll be able to match it up to where if we're within 100 meters or not, you know, and it's doing something weird. We'll be able to have the information. I mean, I wouldn't put anything to the cause of why it's happening. We just want to make sure it's happening. You know, these people are going up with this plane thing. You never touch the scale once you set it. You got it all set up. Nothing touches the scale after that. With this thing where they're going in and out of hotel rooms, with SE's lugging his shit on and off a truck. You know what I mean? It's getting dinged around. You're tearing it. Maybe you're not tearing. Who knows? It's better just set it up and never touch the thing again. I mean, I've seen some things where they get on planes and then they'll like lock the level in their phone for where they are and then take a flight somewhere and then see if it like matches up or something. Did you guys ever see that? Like your phone has a thing in it that can read level or something. I don't know. I'd have to go rewatch one of those.
But yeah, a phone has a lot of different sensors in it, so just a question of what sensors exactly they're using for whatever thing. Like the thing is, like I would say, like instead of going for of course it's different because then it's not you doing it, but instead of going for the weighing stuff in different places, we know that they have done like gravimetry, whatever the hell it's called, where they literally measure the acceleration throughout Earth. They literally do this as part of surveying and geodesics. And the fact that they show different results already shows that there's definitely something going on that changes this from location to location.
Yeah, density of the ground underneath it. It's a method used in oil surveying.
Majority or the major factor of it is the what's going on underneath in the ground, the density of the ground, what kind of materials are there, all of that.
Yeah, because obviously, the less dense, the less mass, the less attraction, or the less effect. Let's put it that way. Otherwise, we get into that whole bum fight.
Thing that would
So when you go to a beach, oh my bad. When you go to a beach, and you put an auto level or something to where you're going to look out into the ocean, isn't there? So the sand behind you is way more dense than the water in front of you, right?
Yeah, but you're talking like the thick, something the thickness of your skin. We're talking about a little bit deeper than that.
Talking about a sizable chunk of the earth underneath.
Yeah,
no doubt.
So the ocean. Say for you're at the shore and the ocean. Unless you've got a really steep shelf, you're talking tens of meters, maybe a couple 100 meters. That's the square root of fuck all, mate.
I mean, think about it this way. Compare if you were somehow over like the Mariana Trench, taking a reading versus over a huge like titanium deposit, and you'd get, of course, according to our model, you'd get a decently different reading.
I mean, when you go to the beach, we're not talking. When you go to the beach, you're not talking underneath. You're not talking left. I mean, I guess it's kind of left underneath, but it's more like left to right or front to back. Density differences or mass, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? There's going to be a massive more amount of density behind you if you're looking out onto the beach than in front of you, right?
I'm
I know
not
Joe said it
even
was
sure about that because of the fact that
sand's more dense than water, right?
yeah, but not by a huge amount. And on top of that, you have the fact that when you're on the beach, you'll have the water in front of you that's, like, to you on the human scale is quite deep. But if you think about Earth scale, it's like foolish that I think it's like the skin of a human. Like it's just the surface, even though it looks like it's a lot to us. The grand scale of the Earth, it's just the skin, and it does like affect it somewhat. But in the large scale of things, how much does it? Well, it's a question.
Yeah, but on a globe, okay, listen, on a globe, if you were to run a cord underneath you for the whole length of the bottom of the ocean floor until a cord all the way through, there'd be a massive more amount of density in front of, or behind you through that cord. So we're not talking up or down. It's more left to right.
No, I can't quite visualize what it is you're talking about. Someone else.
Okay, you have a lake in front of you. It's a guy looking out on a lake. You take a cord, the bottom of the lake. You make a cord through the bottom of the lake to where the guy, underneath the guy, both sides of the globe. You with me? I'll draw it out.
I put a link into the type of equipment that they have, and the type of stuff that you use. This something I saved from an earlier discussion when we had it around this. And I even went and had a look at Microg Lacoste, to get a little bit more understanding. But I'd have a look at that, and that kind of gives you. It's great. It's a good website. They talk about their products and what they're used for, and the different variations that they have, and the type of industries that they support and science that they support.
Yeah, I mean, they're like gravimeters are literally called gravimeters because they're measuring the local gravity. They literally measure they measure local acceleration usually, And of course, there's different ways of doing so, like by dropping things or by using lasers, or like, there's several different ways to do it. But in essence, they measure local acceleration. At the same time, what a scale does, it just measures it because of the fact that we know F equals ma. So the force is correlated to the acceleration. Like that's the whole thing is based on our understanding. It's just the same thing. It's just the acceleration locally. That's why we can easily talk about centrifugal acceleration. It's just another acceleration. That's why we get things like Yutless and these things. It's just a lot of concepts working together quite intimately. And not to be like rude or anything, but mainly what I hear from the flat Earth side is just don't trust this or we don't understand this, and therefore we're going to disregard it. It's like, of course, skepticism is good in some amounts, but just when it's taken to the extent of can't trust anything anywhere at all, you lose like efficiency. That's when you can't do things anymore.
That's why I wanted to post something that has real world usage. You know, not something that's just something that's used by, you know, scientists or something like CERN, which, you know, most of us will never get to play with, if any of us. You know, this is stuff that is used in regular industries all over the world for efficacious effect.
Like these are like a lot of these things that we talk about are things that, of course, I can't speak to other countries and whatever, but when I like growing up in the education system, we did a bunch of like these like low level experiments that just show it kind of not shows but kind of correlates to the model. Like one thing we did was we literally went out along like in like essentially a playground, I guess, where we had fencing, and we put like put a tape measure along the fence, and we had different balls of different sizes but the same mass, and also some same sizes, different mass. We were using a like dropping them along the tape measure with a little like timer, and just doing that to look at the like the acceleration, and seeing that even though something's much heavier, it doesn't seem to fall faster. And like doing these experiments, literally, of course, not to the exact like accuracy that you'd want it to, but for a child to just mess about and see that it really does show in real life. That's kind of what I see is important, and it just correlates so well with what we're told, and that's why I don't see why you should have the insane amount of mistrust that I hear a lot of people say you should have in the education system. Of course, you should be skeptical. Like I said, skepticism can be healthy, but I feel like in some scenarios, they're literally giving you the tools to look at it yourself with your own hands, and it correlates with what they're telling you. I mean, anyone can like go out and do this themselves and more accurate, and they can do like get a fucking slow motion camera and a insanely good timer, and do all of this on your own wherever you are, and just like if you think we're being lied to with the kinds of things that you can easily test yourself, why don't you just go and test them? Go do it. Show us that, look, what they're telling you isn't true. This actually happens. The problem is anyone who does that sees that, oh wait, it does correlate to what they're telling us. There isn't anything off here. That's why we don't have any sort of black swan relating to gravity. We only have the black swan related to a picture with heavy distortion due to refraction. That's the only place we have a black swan. I'd love to see a gravitation black swan or anything else black swan, not just picture black swan.
Yeah, they
That
exist
would be
everywhere. Yeah, all it is
Everywhere.
three. It's three objects in the distance in which you can see through one of them. When I say see through, it means you can see beyond one of them. So you can do it in multiple ways. You could have water and then land, like a peninsula that you could see, like a peninsula that sticks out, and then another peninsula that sticks out, so that you can see through them. If that makes sense. Not that you can see through the land, but you can see beyond the peninsula. Yeah, this is observable all over the place. It's not just one picture that BLSM took. It's simply a long distance observation where you can see three objects that are lined up, and you'll always see that planar geometry.
What I'm asking is there anything other than picture black swans? Any measurements like gravitation black swans or any other type of area other than just pictures?
I don't know. I don't use that term black swan. There was a guy, as we know, who made up that term and tried to link it to that, but that's actually just a photo. So if you're talking about being able to see a horizon in terms of planar geometry, if that's what you're referring to, then there's multiple ways to do that.
What I'm referring to more is the original black swan of like the globe model says that this should happen. And so a flat earther that disagrees with that should be able to go out, do some sort of experiment and show that, no, it didn't happen. This is the black swan. It shows that what you're saying isn't true.
Okay, that's
So
been
I'm
happening
saying-
for over 8 years now on a daily basis. It's happened thousands upon thousands of times, which is why this community is expanding and growing at such a massive rate, and why people are waking up all over the world that the Earth isn't a globe, because many, many, many people have gone out and done just that and disproved the geometry of the globe Earth.
Are any of them on optical, not just pictures? Are any of them measurements or experiments? Have anything other than pictures?
Yes.
Do these black swan? Like, do you
course.
have any examples on hand?
I mean, it's interesting you're asking that. I mean, are you brand new to the discussion? I know you're not, because you're Gummy Bear. So have you just not researched it, or have you not looked into?
It just hasn't been presented. Really, just hasn't.
What hasn't been presented?
Like,
you're waiting for something to be presented versus, I mean, what are you looking for? You want to know the shape of the Earth, or you want to know whether there's curvature? What are you looking for? What are you hoping for someone to present to you?
So you get Globers like me get told every day that our model is wrong, that everything is wrong about it, and not just the shape of Earth, but things like gravity, like the way light behaves, things like electricity. There will be claims about how we are wrong on so many different areas. So what I'm asking is, do we have any of these experiments or measurements or observations, anything other than the optical we see too far? We have any other sort of things like that that are of this nature be presented? Because in one that is presented are the pictures of we see too far. I'm just trying to see, is there anything of like gravity doesn't work this way, or light doesn't work this way, or electricity doesn't work this way? I'm not just talking about the like things that Dyslo will do, which is just link like a Ken Wheeler YouTube video where he says, no, this is how it works. I'm talking about actual like an experiment or measurement that showed that this is actually what Globers say is wrong. Someone sitting there on a YouTube channel claiming it's wrong. Is there anything actually shows it's wrong? That's what I haven't heard. It's mainly just denial of what we say, not a separate experiment or measurement or black swan, quote unquote, that's presented on the other side, other than these optical ones.
African American swan.
Okay, I'm still not sure what you're asking. It sounded like kind of a never-ending question that didn't really end with a question.
Is there anyone?
I mean, what are you referring to in particular? I mean, the shape of the Earth. I think what needs to happen is there needs to be a physical demonstration measurement of the surface that has yet to occur. So I think in the next, I've been saying in the next 5 to 15 years, I think is when that's going to occur. It's going to take independent, multiple millions of dollars worth of funding to do that, and so that if that's what you want, you may have to wait until that or do it yourself. In terms of measurements of curvature, I mean, you're asking for some measurement, but there isn't measurement of curvature either. So you believe in a globe Earth that isn't proven. So you're asking for something from someone else when you actually don't have it for the model you believe in the first place. So that's one challenge or fundamental flaw in your inquiry, is that you don't have a measurement of curvature. And that's why you're here, because I know you haven't found it, so you're still trying to figure it out. But to demand something that is going to take millions of dollars to do. However, we do have long distance observations, which if you do them yourself, you could be able to see with your own eyeballs how far we can see over the Earth. There's laser tests, so those exist. And I know you could probably try to debate those all day with refractions or whatever you want to try to insert in there.
But at the end of the day, I'm not sure if it's me that didn't word it correctly. All of what you just said are questions of curvature of the Earth and what we see or what we use a laser for, which is also light, and about whether we see the laser. And all I'm saying is, usually there are more than just the skepticism of the Earth being a curve. There's also a lot of skepticism about other things we claim, like gravity or the way light works, the way magnets work, like all of these things, or even the way motion works or forces work, or like all of these claims, not just curvature, but all of these claims in general about physics, often being said that we aren't saying the truth. What we're saying is wrong. I'm just wondering if there's any more than that, not in curvature, but in other areas of physics, like are forces not a thing? Like what is it actually? Like, is F equals ma not true? Because I've heard lots of flat earthers say F equals ma is not a real thing, and then backing up for that. Like, is there someone who's done an experiment to show F equals ma is completely incorrect? Or like, I'm just wondering if there are more things to back up these other things other than just curvature claim.
Okay, well, yeah, those are all good questions. I would say that there's physics and there's pseudophysics. And so everything will fall into one of those categories, meaning real physics and then pseudophysics. There's a tremendous amount of pseudophysics and theoretical concepts involved in physics. And part of what they've used with that is manipulating in terms of the globe Earth. So I do hear what you're saying. I think that we're on the cusp of a real revolution, not a fake Copernican revolution, but an actual real, maybe the word revolution is, well, it is that, but more of like a renaissance of actual deciphering what is actually real physics and what is pseudophysics. So I think those are good questions. I think all those things you brought up they're all individual things. And I think that, in this community and others, I mean, we are literally on the cutting edge. And until we have more finances to be able to do more ourselves, I think, here we are. So yeah, I hear what you're saying. I think there's a lot more that can be done and will be done. And I think it's a good question. Like, how much of the physics that we've been sold with this fake globe model is pseudophysics, and what parts of it could be real physics, but just misapplied to a globe model?
Yeah, what part is misunderstood completely?
Thank you, Tony. Exactly. Hey, Gio. Go ahead, Mr. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, and the main thing that irks me a little bit is that there are a lot of claims being made about what we say, or our model is wrong. But like you say, there hasn't been these actual experiments and stuff, because you don't have the level of funding that you need for that. And yet I will hear people claim with so much certainty that the globe model is wrong, and not just the curvature related, but things like forces and light and all of these related topics. It just I want someone to be able to back up why they're saying it's wrong, not just say it's wrong.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Yeah, that'd be nice. I just want to go back. Like, you really think you're on the cutting edge in here? Like, this is the cutting edge? It's not. It's like you guys doing a lot of good stuff, but it's on the cutting edge. Cutting edge is like the top of their field, top of their game. With, I mean, I don't know if I don't want to talk shit. But not like I'm not cutting edge. I mean, I don't know anyone who's cutting edge of anything.
Hey, you're cutting edge, Sean.
But
I'm cutting edge from these vegetables.
Well, it depends on what topic. I mean, let's say for a moment that the Earth is not a globe. Let's say 100% it's not a globe.
Then it absolutely would be cutting edge. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fair. With the if in front, if it was not a globe, then yes, they are on the cutting edge. It just
so that's
a very big if.
I think though what Tony's saying though is more like cutting edge as far as testing and technology and like kind of a breakthrough in a new way to test
cutting edge is like
what we're
You'd be on a conspiratorial cutting edge.
No, this is not. This is not conspiratorial. There's nothing about the Earth itself that has to be conspiratorial.
Yeah, let's try.
The Earth is just nature. The Earth is nature. There's nothing. The word conspiracy is nowhere on this particular server platform. There doesn't need to be. I mean, to a lot of us, it's pretty obvious the Earth isn't a globe. Well, meaning when we realize the Earth isn't a globe, that there is a quote unquote conspiracy, because clearly there's people lying that it's a globe, that it is the globe. So the globe model being pushed perhaps is a conspiracy, but the actual Earth itself is not. It's just the Earth.
So
it's nature.
It's not a necessity, but they go hand in hand because of the society we live in.
Well, no, the globe would be a conspiracy because it's a false model being pushed for nefarious purposes. The Earth itself and what the Earth is not a conspiracy. Flat Earth, quote unquote, is not a conspiracy. It's just Earth.
It's a conspiracy. To us, it's a conspiracy. And if there's more of us on the side, then the majority rules, we win. Sorry.
But the conspiracy is the globe. That's the thing that is being lied about. That's where the criminality is. It's the Earth is just what the Earth is in terms of horizontal level. The Earth isn't moving. The XYZ axis of up is up, down is down. I mean, there's nothing conspiratorial about that. That's just reality.
But on our side,
Tony just did it. Tony, you just did an appeal to consensus fallacy, and then said that we went after that.
Hey, okay, tell me you can.
The definition of a conspiracy isn't that?
No, wait. Listen.
Go ahead.
Tell me appeal to consensus fallacy that has been false.
A lot of people.
A major one. Billions of people on one side.
I'll give you a scientific one. A lot of people thought there was phlogiston. A lot of people used to think there was phlogiston inside things that gave them their burning, how much they could burn or whatever. That made things. So there's a science one for you. Did you one better?
Majority of people are religious. That's a good one.
Yeah, but for things to be a fallacy, it has to be false. And
yes, it has to be
false. Hold on, left lane. Hold on, left lane. If you do an appeal to consensus fallacy, nothing has to be true or false other than you appeal to the consensus.
Yeah, I felt like I'm appealing to the consensus.
But it doesn't matter if the thing's true, if the thing's actually true or false. If you just appeal to the consensus, that's the fallacy. It doesn't matter if the thing's correct.
Yeah, it's only.
I know.
That's only a fallacy if that's the. Go ahead, Tony.
Anyways, I don't want to distract off Gio. Go ahead, Gio. You're doing good.
Your words are better than me.
No, Tony, your words are better than mine. Gio's better than both bars.
The whole thing would be a fallacy of appeal to consensus would be if the only reason you claim it to be true is because lots of people believe in it.
That was going to be my point.
Yeah, but the whole thing is often with appeals to consensus is that it's not just because lots of people believe in it. There's usually an underlying reason why people believe in it, and that's what you're ultimately appealing to in a kind of appeal.
That's what I meant to say. What you
exactly. Appeal to consensus only a fallacy if that's the entire bulk of your argument, not just because that's a part of your argument, because it could be a useful part of your argument, but if that's the only thing you have in your argument, then that's fallacy.
Like say we have a group of 100.
The only part I heard Tony say was more people believe in it than our stuff than your guys' stuff, so we win.
Well,
Was there
okay,
more
so
to it?
I'll give it
Well,
a
it was a
short
bit deeper than that. It was a little deeper.
short hypothetical. So let's say we have a community of 100 people, and one person, 90% of them will say this one person is a god. He's our god, and he's a god. And then you go around and you ask them, why do you believe in this? And everyone says, well, everyone believes in it, so that's why I do. That's an appeal to fallacy, consensus fallacy. But then you try again, or let's say there's a different scenario, and you go in and ask everyone, and you ask those 90 people, and they say, oh, because I saw him walk on water. Now, like, you can say, 90 people believe in him to be a god. It's not, in one scenario, it's because everyone believes in it, appeal to consensus fallacy. In the other, it's because he walked on water, and it just happens as well that a consensus has been formed because of that underlying fact. Just because there's a consensus doesn't mean that it's false. It all depends on if there's an underlying reason for the consensus, or if it's just consensus due to consensus, which is when it becomes a fallacy.
But when in reality, it was just really it was really shallow in that area, and the angles were perfect, and it looked like he was walking on water.
Or he had a glass sheet underneath.
Yeah, a glass sheet. Yep.
He actually developed this technique. You know how you do with skipping stones, but he learned it with his feet. He was skipping across the water with his feet.
Have you seen those guys that do that? Like they run, like running slow motion.
They've been proven to be fake. Those
So
were
that's
proven to be fake.
the Jesus lizard.
Yeah.
No, this is like people that run like really fast and special shoes for it.
There's
what about when
Jesus lizard, and then they do that.
But hold on, Tony. The ones with the specific shoes, the ones that were doing it on a lake, that was proven to be fake. They were using the
No, I'm talking about the one there's a race. It's a race to see how many steps they can do on top of water, and usually it's like 4 or 5 steps. It's nothing like huge.
Oh, okay.
They're not walking; they're just running really fast.
They're trying to do the Jesus. They're trying to duplicate the Jesus lizard or whatever it's called.
Well, the Jesus lizard is because of the whole like body weight to surface tension on feet ratio deal.
Exactly. Yeah.
Use
Their shoes that are a little bigger
and everything.
What's funny is a lot of the magic tricks. Go ahead, Gio.
Well, I was going to say, what do we do when consensus is wrong?
We find out that underlying reason, and we prove that it's false.
Yeah. Well, you prove, you give the evidence and all that kind of stuff, but that's exactly, that always happens. That's how all the, like Einstein, Newton, all these people, they went against consensus in order to, to have their ideas, replace it. I mean, most ideas that are like that do that.
Oh, so your boys and gems are out of control, bro. Lael yesterday. I got Larry today, man. What's wrong with Lael?
I know. I talk to these guys, man, and you do what you can. You do what you can, but I do what I can when I'm in there, and you're in there. You know that, you see that. So
yeah, I see it. You try.
Yeah.
I try.
They don't see like the beauty over here. This is a nice place over here, and they don't see where you can get good thought in here. Even if one side's wrong, one side's right, you're still going to get good conversation and get further.
Yeah. How would you falsify your whole heliocentric model here? What would falsify it for you?
Heliocentric model, you gotta be more specific.
How would we test it? How would we test it to falsify the globe? How would we test it to falsify it?
So the Earth is shaped like a sphere, you're saying?
Yes. How would you falsify that?
There's lots of ways to falsify it.
Let's have one. We could do.
Yeah, you could test things like the rotation of the sky or something like that. You could test what would be something that would definitely show that's not true. You could have people in far enough away places. Like I saw people try to do this with the moon or the sun. You could put people far away enough from each other to where it was impossible to see the sun on a globe, all these people. But but they could all see it at the same time. Or the sun, the moon, or any object. You put them all at 4 or 5 observers in far away enough places to be able to see an object in the sky. That they were far away enough, and they could all see it.
Try going to the equator and traveling straight west and see if you have to keep adjusting course or not. Another one.
That'd be another way, yeah. Absolutely.
So go to the equator and just go in a straight.
Well, if
Don't turn left. You're saying don't turn left, right, and see if we come back
what I'm
around.
saying is go to the equator, look at your compass, and look straight west, say. And then you travel straight west without looking at the compass again, and see if your heading has changed or if it's staying west.
You do this on an equinox.
Just view something that's visually that's visually too far away. Like
You know what would do it for me?
You guys attempt to do that, but I'm saying actually too far away.
You know what would do it for me? If we did get on the equator, it has some key to this. We could get on the equator, and if it was possible to know that you're only traveling in a straight line. Now I'm not talking up or down, just left or right. And you came back on where you started, that'd fucking do it for me. How do you know that you're
Another thing is try and circumnavigate below the equator and see if it's a larger distance or a shorter distance than the equator itself.
What would that do for you, Gio, if we're on the equator?
How much curvature? Listen, on the flat Earth map, how much curvature on the equator would we see? We could probably do this by just looking at your line going across one of the countries, right? How much curvature would we expect to see within a 2-mile shot? Following the equator. Like if you were just following your compass at what you say is west, then you would be going in a circle, right? On a flat map. So if we just follow your compass west and see, did we have to change direction to go in your circle or not?
Right? So I'm saying, how do we know if we're traveling in a straight line or not?
Well, you just lock your steering wheel in a straight line.
I don't know about that. There's no roads. They don't build equatorial roads and shit.
You're saying the difference between the equator being straight or curving?
Yeah, if we could get somewhere, if we get on the equator, travel, don't turn left or right, and then see if that path, brings us back or curves at all or something. I don't know. I'm just trying to brainstorm shit, bro.
Because
that's going to be tough. Because
we could just go out on the salt flats, right? And you could just, we could then detect the track to see if you've turned or not.
Yeah,
so we can measure along that track.
It has to be at the equator. This don't work though.
Well, I mean, it would be just follow your compass straight west, no matter where you are on your compass. West is going to be going around in a circle.
The whole problem is that the only place that's different on the globe versus the flat Earth is on the equator. Because the equator is the only one where on a flat Earth you would have to continuously deviate or turn left to keep your westward direction, while on the globe you would be able to travel straight forward and keep your vector of west.
That's why it doesn't matter for my example, right? Because he's still just using his compass and locking his steering wheel. So his compass is going to still be going on a flat Earth in a circle. West is a circle. So no matter where he is, unless he's on the North Pole, then that's not true, right? But as long as we know he's not there, we're just going to assume he's not on the North Pole, and it could be anywhere else.
But you're saying is all those circles curve. It's curved not just sideways, but forward as well on any place else but the equator. On the equator, you could drive straight, go in a circle, but all the other circles, all the other circular, westward paths, all curve slightly.
Yeah, the equator is the only place you can do this. Come on.
Okay. Well, I mean, just we're not going around the whole planet.
Well, how about taking how about taking the subsolar point of the sun's position at the equinox, like every 10 miles on the Earth, and plot it every 10 miles, and then take those points and try to link them all and see whether they're a straight line or whether they make a circle.
That was they wouldn't make a straight line. They make a straight line forward or westward or whatever. But yeah, that was aligned with the test Jeremy was talking about doing, and then also
But on a globe, it'd be a
That's the same
straight
thing.
line.
Yeah, that's the same thing though as taking your single location on the equator and measuring the like a what do you call it, like a sundial, like a stick on a plate or whatever, and measuring the path that the sun's traveling above you, and see if it's making like a slight curved path or if it's actually making a straight path from the east to the west when it sets.
Yeah.
I've showed that to Jeremy.
It's a fairly small section of the larger circle, though. That's the thing. We don't even know exactly what the size. I mean, the 24,901 may or may not be the distance to the equator, but
Yeah, no, but that's why you can measure the subsolar point. Like, let's say you're in Peru, and you measure the subsolar point from one position to the same to wherever it is in 4 minutes, and that would tell you 1/360th of the circle. So it's like you can measure how far the sun moves as it moves 1 degree around the path it makes, and it's multiplied by 360, and you'll get the entire length of the path on that day. Same thing with 15 degrees. If you just did 15 degrees, you take 15 degrees of its path and multiply it by 24. But if you want to, as accurate as possible, you can measure it at smaller increments and, multiply that by the number of times that goes into a day.
Well, Coach, we've been thinking lately that, all the kind of arguments back and forth. I mean, understandable with still the discussions happening, but instead of going back and forth and, just banging our heads against the wall, we've been thinking about trying to move more towards, brainstorming of actual solutions and actually trying to put together some game plans as to what can be done.
Me and Jeremy had a test earlier this year. Well, I have a test that I'm doing later this month for the straight line, curvature measurement, but the test me and Jeremy were talking about earlier this year that he was before excited about was the concentric circles test, which is along the same lines of what you're talking about, where you measure the speed and therefore the distance the sun is traveling on the equinox and also on the solstices, and determine whether or not the concentric circles from the what do you call that, the Tropic of Cancer to the equator to the Tropic of Capricorn are getting bigger and bigger and bigger, or whether or not it's getting bigger at the equinox, and then if they're the same size and the same speed on the solstices, which would determine whether or not it's three-dimensional or a flat object.
True. I was thinking someone last week made up the idea of investigating and the sun, like
Daddy's gotcha.
Okay. What?
Hot mic, Jeremy.
Oh, all right.
Okay. Anyways, so the
We got you.
my phone sucks. Never mind.
Oh, go ahead, Tony.
No, it's
Tony, you're hot micing.
It's my phone. My phone sucks. My phone fucking sucks. Anyways,
Tony, you're hot micing.
Getting bigger in size as it goes above you, and then getting smaller in size as it goes away. Because on a flat Earth, it would just consistently get smaller. It'd get no, it wouldn't. Never mind.
Well, the thing about that is that gets into assuming what the sun is exactly and how it
You
works.
wrecked yourself.
I did. I wrecked myself.
So
One up,
I
one
had
down
I
for
had
Tony.
a thought. I had a thought earlier when we were talking about the compass thing, and tell me if I'm just like brain farting here. Isn't it true that if you're on the southern hemisphere and you start going west on a globe, you'd have to be turning right. You'd have to be turning left to get back onto the west. On a flat Earth, you'd always have to be turning the other direction, right, in order to. I know I'm butchering the wording.
Correct.
Isn't this true?
Yes.
The way
At
you'd
the
have
equator.
to. Well, no. So below the equator, on both models. So on the globe, if you're below the equator and you want to keep traveling, west. So you start traveling west Well, because of the way Earth is, it would start deviating from west. You'd have to correct by turning a little bit to the right, a little bit to the right, in order to keep that westward direction.
Correct.
On the flat Earth, you'd have to continuously do it the other direction.
West is towards the equator for everyone, though. No, wait, no matter which hemisphere you're on, west is towards the equator. On a flat Earth or globe, west is at, you'd be heading at the equator.
What? You're
Anywhere you go on Earth.
That's not how that works.
You're talking about dead reckoning. If you start off west and continue that direction,
right?
But that's not always west.
Is that what he's talking about?
So what I'm saying is, if you're on a flat Earth, because of how it is, it's always a circle that's growing bigger, like concentric circles growing bigger as you go out. So if you start going west, you continuously have to either turn right to keep the westward, or if you do dead reckoning, well then it would deviate to the left. Your westward direction would be deviating away.
Right, the dead reckoning thing that happens because west and east is defined by where the sun is on the equator at an equinox. So no matter where you are on Earth, if you're going west or east, you're heading towards the equator, whether it's flat or a globe.
Towards the
Not
sun.
entirely true, man. It's
What do
actually
you
not
mean?
true at all.
It's towards the sun, dude, not towards the equator.
And the sun is at the equator.
No, it's not. It's bigger than the whole Earth, so it's beyond the equator in the Earth itself.
Okay, do you understand
I
on the globe?
changed my mind, sir. You are correct.
I know, Grim. Do you understand that on the globe, if you just take dead reckoning anywhere on Earth, west or east, you're gonna hit the equator.
Right.
Okay.
But I mean, if we're talking in relationship to the sun,
well, that's how we get west or east.
Well, yeah.
By where the sun is on the equinox.
But yeah.
The whole isn't that true? So on a globe, if you go dead reckoning west or east, you'd hit the equator, but on a flat Earth, you wouldn't.
No, on both you would. On both you would.
Oh.
If you have concentric circles, if you have concentric circles and you're at 60th north, and you create a tangent line on that circle, a tangent line we're going to use to represent your east or westward trajectory. That tangent line is going to cross the equator before it goes north again.
But on in the southern hemisphere or below the equator, that wouldn't be true on a flat Earth, but it would still be true on a globe Earth.
Oh yeah,
that's what he's trying to say. That's why it's different.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to say is if you're in the southern hemisphere and you try going dead reckoning west or east and seeing what happens to the direction, you don't even have to go all the way to the equator. Just see how your compass changes. You would instantly know if it's a globe or a flat Earth, because
that's actually a great point, man.
There you go.
On a flat Earth model, you would always go south no matter where you were on the Earth, and on the globe Earth model, you would always go towards the equator.
Exactly. Therefore, anyone on the southern hemisphere should be able to, with an accurate compass and a long enough direction, be able to test this.
So let's brainstorm. What would be a practical way of testing this? Let's say we have enough resources or people or whatever. What would be a practical or a simplest way of testing it?
The main problem is, of course, land, like doing it land versus sea. The southern hemisphere, we have a lot of sea and very little land. The easiest thing would probably be to do it from the west coast of Australia to the east coast, or like over the length of Australia, because then we have at least it being land. But at the same time, then you'd have to make sure you're not crossing over bad territory.
I think doing this at sea or doing it in a plane would be the easiest way to do it, because there's tools. I mean, your cell phone could. But your cell phone's capable of telling you whether or not you're following a straight line or whether you're turning slightly to the left or to the right, and at what angles and stuff, and you can make corrections for that and continue along a straight path.
What I'm
So, yes.
thinking is that if you're doing this on an airplane, how would you tell whether it's because of your motion or if it's because of like wind? Bow. How can you tell that it's
Right,
your direction you're
using
moving
the same
versus
tool. Using the same tool, like I said, using your cell phone, you can tell whether or not you're taking a straight path or deviating
that
to the
would
left
be
or the right.
that would be using a compass. What other tool would you
Well,
be taking?
Isn't there an app that can actually, or you could actually just write an app? It would probably be pretty simple to draw a line on your phone, and as a map of the amount of wiggles and movements that you did make along your path.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
The physics toolbox suite, because your cell phone, there's two things that it can do. There's inclinometer and there's gyroscopes and stuff like that. And exactly, as if you're taking deviations where you're angling to the left or to the right, all you gotta do is make the corrections for whatever angle you did to get back on path. And so it wouldn't matter if the wind's doing it or whatever. You just make sure that you know what your zero is, and you know if you're to the left or to the right of that, and you just correct forward and try to keep
I
straight.
just feel like the problem if you start using electronics to correct your course, then you run into the same problem of like I'd say that GPS alone shows that it's a globe, but because of GPS being this like technical thing, this hidden like what actually goes on in order to make GPS happen, there is some sort of plausible deniability behind there. That's why I kind of don't want to use technology.
You need tools, though, dude. You need tools.
That's why I want more mechanical
tools.
Maybe go analog with the tools, though. Maybe
analog like compasses,
gyro,
and stuff like that.
right? A gyro or something that keeps aligned, and then it makes a mark on a paper when it moves or something. So
I feel like anytime we include electronics, there is that aspect of like plausible deniability the same way with GPS.
I know, but come up with this, because I know Graham just said something, but I don't think a gyroscope's not going to be capable of doing a long distance travel like that, because unless it was an extremely short distance, like a physical gyroscope.
It needs a motor to keep spinning it, right? A motor that's also spinning with it in order to, eliminate the idea of outside interference. It would be just the continuation of the rotation. That would be helpful, and it could spin in fixed space with a bubble around it. The bubble is like a piece of paper, and it's got several areas where it could mark on that paper. It touches the paper at all times, right? So when there's ever any movement, it's mapped onto this spherical interior of this paper, and then when we're done with our trip, we can take out our paper or whatever and read it.
If you did it at an extremely short distance, you could use a mechanical gyroscope.
Yeah.
I just don't know how best to eliminate the noise or whatever, other than to keep it extremely short. But a mechanical gyroscope could help. I'm trying to think of another way to just like ensure that you're going a straight path. I mean, you're gonna have to use electronics. There's no reason to not trust the instruments in your phone. Like the raw data in your phone.
Electrons spin. Sorry.
Listen, the electronics in your phone, before they're sent to an app or something like that, you can get the raw data directly. So it's like you can get the data from your phone, and just you can trust it knowing that it's the raw data.
It really does tie a hand behind your back when you say you can't use any electronics. So to speak.
Like, I'm gonna test mine out actually. I have an app. This is one I recommend everybody download, but there's an app called Physics Toolbox Suite, and it is just basically is a tool. It's an app that allows you to literally access all the devices or all the instruments in your cell phone, and it does it in like a simple way. So it is an app, but it allows you to access your raw data. And there's other ways to just access your raw data purely, regardless, yeah, I'm gonna test that. I'm gonna test that out with that physics toolbox suite and see if I can measure. Because obviously I'm gonna be driving on the road and I'm not gonna be taking a straight path. So I'm gonna see if I can measure like my deviation.
Is it sensor toolbox sensor suite?
No. It's physics toolbox suite. Yeah, and it's
Alright,
it's badass, dude. If you got a recent cell phone, like not 5 years old, it'll also do barometer. It'll do so it'll do pressure, you know, grabometer, gyroscope, accelerometer, all that kind of shit.
Yeah, it's weird. The Google Play Store is like only giving us this physics toolbox sensor suite, and other places.
No, that's it. That's probably it. I mean, it's called Physics Toolbox Suite, but you know,
All right.
I could be wrong. It might be called Sensors Physics
I
Toolbox
know, yeah,
Sensors.
I know. That's why I was asking, because I didn't want to get it.
Oh, okay. Physics. Let me see.
I think
I have
that's
the
it.
pro version. Let me see.
There's over 1 million downloads, 4.7 on the reviews.
Physics. Yeah, it is Physics Toolbox Sensor Suite. My bad.
No worries, I
I've
got
been
it.
saying it to people for so long that I've been leaving the sensor part.
Mandela
yeah,
effect happened on you.
Yeah, basically, yeah. That's exactly how false memories are created.
I
People
know.
don't realize that you recall a memory way more times than you've experienced it, you know, originally. So
Yeah,
Have you been mandoozled?
He's mandoozled.
I heard
I was-
IPS. The guy IPS said that.
I was it was appealing to me at first because of that Berenstain Bears. I used to have a joke about them, about the Bear Jew from Glorious Bastards. It's because somebody called it the Jew Bear, and I just had a joke. I was like, the Jew Bear. I was like, what is it, the Berenstain Bears? And so it doesn't really make sense if it's the Berenstain Bears. And so when I first heard that, I was like, damn, dude, like they fucking changed that shit. But that was only at the very beginning, at the Mandela. Like now it's kind of obvious how the Mandela effect occurs.
I don't think they
Yeah.
are changing it at all. Well, I think there might be some deception that has been thrown in there, but I think it's a natural function of consciousness.
Oh shit, guys. Did you download this yet, guys? This is where it's at right here. Thanks, Kosho.
Oh, physics, yeah, exactly, yeah. I've been telling people, to download it a while ago, dude, because it does everything, dude. Especially a lot of shit that like they want to test. You can do a lot of that shit, dude.
It's right here, guys. A lot of this stuff is at your fingertips. I'm on GeForce versus time right now.
Yeah. And the GeForce, it uses like a specialized version of the accelerometer. But even just using the accelerometer, there's so many tests you can do with that where you put it on your table and you see, well, there's a downward acceleration of 9.81 meters per second, you know, depending on how your phone's oriented. And then you could toss your phone up or toss it onto a couch and record the
I'm already there.
Yeah, exactly. And it'll reach 0 while it's falling.
It literally reads the jitter in my hand. Like,
yeah,
you can't even hardly see that.
Yeah, I've sat it on my table for long periods of time to try and see, and in all different directions too. It measured the gyroscope just to see if I could read through the noise and pick up the Earth's rotation, but it's barely within the threshold of not being sensitive enough. But that was one of the first things me and P-Link did. P-Link for 24/7. We were using our cell phones to try and look at the raw data and pick up the gyroscopic effect of the rotation and everything.
Yeah, it's definitely 0.00 between 2 and 5 on the X axis, which is not being still. And Y is like between 5 and 7. That's how many flickers my eyes are able to pick up. So I'm picking up more 5s and 7s than this 50 millihertz, of flickering.
Yeah. Well, there's different settings and stuff, but you can record your data, and then when the recording's done, you can send it somewhere, or it's usually what I do. So it sends it to like a spreadsheet form. It actually has like all the I don't know if the frequency is, but there's like all the tiny different fluctuations and the exact times and all the data and everything. So it's really useful. You use it for a lot of shit. If you really want to get down and break down the data.
So cool. Thanks.
Yeah, the other crazy thing that Moyak goes on about all the time is because he has this app about the barometer, how you can use the barometer and see the difference between testing it at your feet and at your knees, at your, just you see it obviously decrease as you raise even just a couple of inches.
Yeah, that's nuts. That helps people understand that gradient. All this, we can go to the top of a mountain, and we could go to so we don't even have to do all of that actually.
You test it all in your rooms, just a couple different places in your room, and see that it consistently changes everywhere in the same direction.
Yeah, but we know there's a movement. The sun, moon, and stars are moving. I mean, I know that some people are going to assert that's the Earth spinning, and the stars are more or less stationary. But there's not a.
Well, your cell phone can't pick it up. To be honest, your cell phone is not sensitive enough to pick up the rotation of the Earth. But we're talking about the atmosphere and how the pressure, is what it is at sea level, and how it decreases at a consistent rate as you go up. It's actually so consistent that these type of barometers are what's used in most altimeters. So it's like most electronics, when they're testing their altitude, they simply just use a barometer. I'm glad you want to do tests and shit like that, Gio. I was curious, because I have a test and I'm excited about that. I got the money for the extra money for at least. Finally, the GPS RTK. But what tests? What were you thinking about when you brought that up a little bit ago? What sort of tests were you interested in, Gio?
Sorry, I'm doing something else at the moment.
I always give it 10 seconds before I start to worry.
Well, it's we've just been talking. I mean, there's just a way in which looping in these conversations is fun and interesting in some ways, but especially when globe earthers are just trying to kind of push the globe, and it just sort of it just seems like a much better use of our time is to actually try to put our minds together and get some actual ideas and structures and plans, of actually getting somewhere definitive, getting something definitive, and getting the more community involvement to actually bring people together, to get more towards a solution rather than just, one side trying to convince another side.
How many people were there with you in Jeranism during test that you did on behind the curve?
15. The one I was at, about 15 of us, maybe.
Okay. All flat earthers.
Not well.
I'm assuming
not the documentary makers were not, but
right. I
remember the girl came up to me and she was asking me to sign the, the release, sign the release thing. And I kind of said to her, I was like, oh, so you think the earth is flat? And she kind of looked at me. She was like, yeah. It was just funny.
We did an interview with her on Jem's show. An interview with her and the dude, the documentary dude. Yeah, that dude actually has a good TED talk. I saw, coincidentally, about something totally different. The director of the documentary. But but I've always been interested in ever since I first got into this in 24/7. I was much more interested in doing tests together with Glovers and flat earthers. You know what I mean? Because there's nothing that would be gained from flat earthers doing a test exclusively amongst themselves, or Glovers doing a test exclusively amongst themselves. Even if they're going to display it afterwards, there's a lot of variables and things like that that kind of have to be agreed upon, and just to relieve any doubt and the actual execution of the test. You're going to want both sides kind of have put in their input.
Yeah. Well, I think that's what we can explore on this platform. I mean, this platform is not necessarily designed to just be this debate and fight and scream all day. I mean, of course we can have discussions and there can be, I think if we're going to do debates, it'd be better to have an actual structured one. And there's a lot of options of what we can do here, but in general, I think the idea of more of like an actual research community where people are coming together and being able to, come up with solutions and, and actually, like build structures that could actually come to something, rather than just, like I said, one side trying to convince another side. So, there's a lot of things on my mind. I think what I might do is create like a category or a room or a series of rooms on the server where we can start to, maybe I can make a specific role for it that, people that want to be involved, that can post and, we can maybe even use the thread feature as well. But
yeah. I'm actually exploring that as far as bot, because I made a lot of bots.
You might have to be careful about who you give roles of commission to go in that room if you want to keep it, constructive.
Those type of you want to keep it like isolated to, like if it was about a test or whatever, a specific test or tests, you probably want to keep you want to keep the subject to that. You know what I mean? Otherwise, it's become a lot of noise. But I was curious though, what is there anything in specific? Like I won't scrutinize it harshly, I guess, but I'm just curious if there's anything like that you had in mind as far as testing, something like that.
Yeah, sorry, I'm sort of multitasking right now, so my mind's like not fully in the conversation
I know.
At the moment.
Like I said, that's why I would give it 10 seconds with you.
I mean, I guess there's nothing like right now. It's not like there's like one ultimate test that I have on my mind right now. But I mean, if we create a room like that, I would say that I've got at least probably 30 or 40 that I would have within my own mind over the years, of ideas. I mean,
I don't want to keep you. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, a lot of it just requires the funding, but there's a lot of different options if the funding was available, to be able to. I mean, like one, for example, I think would be really cool would be and it wouldn't be too hard to do. It would take definitely a crew and the equipment, but would be to, like with the old sextant, to be able to basically on land and water take literally thousands upon thousands of sextant measurements and correlate them to the ground, the earth itself and the position. And to be able to do that, meaning that instead of just depending
to what end?
Well, like instead of just depending on nautical maps, that are given by whatever, instead of depending on GPS, like basically just throw all that out the window and have a crew that would go around and basically taking thousands of sextant measurements. And maybe even within that crew, you'd have, 10 people that are all doing it, so then you can, instead of just one dude that's doing it, you'd have multiple, and then map that, in detail and be able to put that whole coordinate system together. And that will show one or the other. Yeah.
So you mean sextant measures and the idea of celestial navigation, like not just sextant measures, just to use a sextant, but to actually use them to navigate using like with the celestial navigation or whatever.
Well, yeah, I mean, essentially, yeah, I mean but you can do it on the land too. But I'm saying like basically create triangulation with like the circle of equal altitude and GP, like basically create a map of the GPs of every celestial object and how that maps to the Earth. Triangulate all of those, and then as you start linking those together, you start triangulating, one over here, one over here, one over there, and you start getting all of those GPs and all of those circle of equal altitudes. Those won't fit on a globe, is what I would say. They'll show the planar nature of the surface. And as you're doing that, you get to map the star positions over the Earth as well. So you can also be creating a map at the same time.
Yeah, that's kind of fun, man. I wonder how much a decent sextant costs. Because that kind of sounds like a fun exercise on land, at least.
Yeah, I mean, the idea, like, let's say for a moment the Earth is a plane and then the sky above, whatever the sky is, we don't even have to define what it is right now, but there is the idea that there is a position of each star and of each celestial object that correlates with the position on the Earth. Therefore, the stars are a map of the Earth, ultimately. I'm not saying they're a map, like they don't show the exact continent layouts, but the positions of them will map on the surface. And by doing that, I mean, I think that's how ancient map makers, this is how they made maps.
Yeah.
This is it. I mean, one of the main ways, because the sky is a reference point, to the ground. And then by creating those GPs and the circle of equal altitude and all of those triangles, you're creating a grid system.
Right. No, it's the same grid system on Earth. I think it's called a planisphere. I know David used to always talk about the planisphere, which is like the sphere of the stars around you from your position or whatever. And so, yeah, definitely that sphere, as it appears from Earth, is a very useful tool. I think even astronauts, there's a couple of stories I know that even astronauts, when having to navigate in space, they use that same, I know you have to whether you believe it or not, but they use that same, the same thing sailors use, which is the stars and the GPs and, the actual position of the stars to identify their coordinates. Their coordinate structure is based on the stars' position.
Yeah, I think you might have cut out at the end there, but I think I heard most of what you said. But yeah, I agree. Well, the thing is that I think that, well, I mean, now they give these navigational charts, these specific charts for local regions. So sailors that go out there, they have to get all these different charts. And then, those charts are based on a WGS 84. And so, yeah, you can still use a sextant with those charts to get some accuracy, which is why people will claim, oh, sextants work great on a globe or whatever. Well, yeah, I mean, they've basically modified it and adapted it to work on a globe. But the real question is, if you were to do triangulation in large sections of the Earth yourself, and link those together, you would start to get a grid system. And that either is going to be planar, or I suppose if the Earth was a globe, it would be it would show that structure. So like that, like the core concept of circle of equal altitudes and GPs that are all XYZ axis, those are either going to fit on a plane or they're going to fit on a globe. But right now what they're doing is they're just giving these little sections of these nautical maps or whatever. So people are not really doing that. Like it's not really, nobody's really doing that. Even people like the Kool-Aid guy that's super into navigation. I mean, he hasn't done that, so there's no way that he's, he may get a local map area and he uses a sextant to get one directional heading, fair enough. But I'm talking about actually mapping the whole thing, the whole actual grid system.
Right. Okay, I'm trying to see. Let me see. So if you so I'm just doing some quick calculations. Hold on. 5, 3. Okay, so if you have okay, that makes sense. If you have 6 locations, no, I'm sorry, 6 GPs. Let's just use 5. So if you have 5 GPs, like 5 stars and the 5 GPs, there's 10 different combinations that you can there's 10 different combinations of locations that you can use to to map that specific location. So let's say you have 5 stars. We're using, I don't know what 5 stars, but there's 10 different people, and all 10 of those people use at least use 3 of those 5 stars to map their location. You can combine those 10 people's positions and the relationship from each of those GPs and come up with an ultimate a kind of a plane or a surface based on those 10 locations. So yeah, that's actually kind of interesting.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Rather than having to map out the entire thing, you could do potentially a smaller section. Yeah.
Precise. Well, one that you can, because I did that with but I was using Google Maps and like already understood or agreed on distances. But yeah, you could use this method to map out all those distances basically, or map out starting with 10, and then you would basically define the surface that relates to those 10 positions in relation to each other, to match also the distances from those people to each other and those people from the GPs. You come up with some sort of surface that you can kind of use to try and construct the rest of the surface. I mean, if it wasn't a plane, you would see it already. But if it was curved, you could see what kind of curve it was. It was like a portion of a sphere. So yeah, it's a kind of interesting test.
Yeah, another one, which this would take quite a bit of money, but I mean, these are sort of the top couple on my list. Another one would be what I've talked about, which is if you had a lot of land, you'd have to have enough land. But to basically create like a whole demonstration site on that land. So you would have like let's just say, somebody has 2,000 acres or something, like you'd have to have quite a bit of land. And then create like 3 stations, like 3 in a triangle. And then you could do spherical excess measurements, not just with one method, but you could do them with, 20 methods. Like you could use lasers, you could use water levels, you could try to draw a straight line on the ground, like actually draw a straight line, like sort of a force the line type of, you could use water level and a line to create a straight line. You could even use I've thought about having, you could use drones to create plumb bobs, and then also shoot lasers or use different ways of connecting the drones as well, like optical or even physical. Another way to do that too is to have like multiple towers along that line. So the idea is that you would have like these 3, like a triangle, a massive triangle with these 3, corners of the triangle. And between those, you would be able to do multiple different ways of measuring essentially curvature and spherical excess at once. So another thing you could do, like along the lines, you could have towers, let's say towers that are all like 100 feet tall, so 100 feet, 100 feet, 100 feet, and then those could have water levels on them as well at different heights. So, on a globe Earth, if you have 100-foot towers, obviously those are going to curve. The top of them will curve, as it were. And so combining that, and then you could make plumb lines with, you could do like high altitude plumb lines with drones. You can do different things with plumb lines. Like I said, drawing a straight line on the ground. Of course, you could use laser and optical, and then basically measuring that spherical excess, because a huge triangle won't fit on a globe, obviously, at some at some size.
If it was all on the surface, yeah. You can make a triangle that's above a sphere, obviously, but yeah, you're right. That was all the same elevation above the surface.
Yeah, and if that existed, anybody could go to that site and verify it.
Well, spherical excess, like the one method I know about, is kind of it's a not really an intuitive way of doing it. So I'm not sure. I'm driving, so it's kind of hard to think about like how you would do it without doing it with the regular method. But the regular method of doing it using let's call it a theodolite or something. And they point it at the. So let's say there's 3 mountains, and whatever the triangle is between those 3 mountains, they point it at the other person, one of the other people, but they don't point it directly at the other person. They point it at the vertical column that intersects that person from their position. In their position, they're making a horizontal line. So they measure a level line from where they are, and they point theirs at one of the other points, but only at their column, because it might not actually intersect the person, so they'll have to intersect the column. And then what they use as a measurement is not what they use in that measurement is their horizontal angle, because obviously their vertical angle is perfectly level. So they measure their vertical or their horizontal angle to that person. But hold on, how did you measure that? Oh, right. They measure the 2 people. I'm sorry. So there's 3 people total. The one person measures the 2 other people, and they measure the horizontal angle between those 2 other columns. And it's those 3 angles that they add together to see if it's 180 or above 180, or how much above 180 it is. But I'm trying to think of doing that with another tool. You could do it with like a GPS RTK, like a straight line, but it would basically be the same measurement, sort of.
I think you're roboting.
So you suck. Your mic sucks. Well, both of those are true, but.
Well, the thing about this idea about having land like that, where you could set up those stations, is that you could do multiple different things on it. It wouldn't be just one. And then if you had 10 different things you were doing, like actually drawing a straight line on the ground, using equipment, using drones, using water levels, you'd have a bunch of different things that you could cross-validate with each other.
Yeah, something like that. You're going to want to do a bunch of stuff. Like, you're not just going to want to go out with Posho's RTK in one spot and measure a straight line there, and then go to a different spot and measure a different straight line with another method. You know what I'm saying? You want this all to happen in the same spot, so that way, you can see if things are off or what's going on. I think you just need a mile strip worth of land. or maybe 2 miles, 3 miles tops to make it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think people should just be honest. We shouldn't have to go to these measures just to get them to understand that the Earth is not a spinning ball. I mean, fucking hell, what are we doing here?
Trying to get some definitive proof.
Yeah. I totally appreciate that. Yeah, I just think it's a shame that we have to go to those extremes just to
Well, I mean,
we've
this
got
is
enough
a
evidence
Jeremy.
already. We didn't need
Jeremy.
We didn't need that, did we? Sorry, go ahead.
You don't think that right now we have definitive proof, Jeremy?
No, absolutely not. If you did, this wouldn't be a debate, and everyone would be flat earthers.
No. That's the point. That's the point.
See, here's the thing: the Globers think they have definitive proof. You guys think you have definitive. You can't both have definitive proof because that's not how definitive works.
But we have the same observations, right?
Yeah.
Yes, and there's nothing definitive
Do
about.
not have it at all. They don't have any proof.
No. My point that I'm trying for you to understand, Jeremy, is that we both have the same observations, and yet we come to different conclusions. That is going to be definitive for either side. When you start bending lines, straight lines, when you start curving levels, there's nothing you can provide that is going to prove something.
That's what I said. I said there's nothing definitive for either side. You agree with me?
No, there's definitive proof.
No. But I think there is. The problem is water.
Okay, water's curving. The water curving or not curving is in contention. What definitive proof do we have that?
That water doesn't curve. Water doesn't curve in reality.
What's the definitive proof you have that this isn't happening?
That water doesn't curve in reality. That's it.
Yeah, but what's
reality doesn't care about. Hold on, Jeremy. Reality doesn't care about any explanation you give about how the behavior of water is, right? So you see water in big amounts being level and flat, right? I don't care if they have in their mind, they can create a model with mystical forces and everything. That doesn't mean anything to me because water doesn't do that in reality.
I know. Do you have a measurement of water doing?
I don't need a measurement.
Well, there's the definitive proof though that we're talking about.
No, I don't need a measurement. I'm crossing a big lake right now, right? A huge lake, really nice here. It's flat. Whoever sees this amount of water and thinks that it's bending, I mean that's their problem. You shouldn't be trying to.
They have a cognitive problem. Cognitive.
Water is a measurement.
But right, I agree with what you're saying. But what about people who imagine for a moment that there are people. Well, you don't really have to imagine. I think we can already see this to be the case. But what if there's people that just are not able to decipher this without something more physical or definitive? Like they just aren't able to come to where you and I have from what's currently available for whatever reason. Isn't there then a reason that they would need something more definitive? So I'm not really doing this for myself. I'm doing it for other people. That may.
What is the benefit for you for the person that is not able to understand simple things to come to your the same belief that you have?
Like same understanding. It's not a belief at the end of the day. It's a fact, isn't it? So. Yeah.
It's not really about me. I mean, there's a bigger picture in my view. I mean, the global Earth deception, I think, is causing a lot of. I mean, the people who are perpetrating it are causing a lot of suffering and, in the world. So, in terms of the idea of having something definitive, like a physical measurement, something that's definitive, would potentially make a huge change in the world. In terms of.
Well, I remember, Gil,
for these people in power.
You're right.
I remember that when I started joining these conversations, that was one of the things that I wanted, right? I wanted to change the mind of the Glover's side. Then I realized as the conversations progress, I realized when I started listening to them bending straight lines and curving levels, and that's when I realized that there's no helping them. It is not something, maybe for the audience out there, then I agree. But for the people that is here, the anti-flat earthers, there's nothing you can say, demonstrate, or there's nothing, right? The example is like this, Gio. I told them about my weight thing that I want to do, and I asked them, what if I don't get a reading? Their answer was, you're doing it wrong. So in their head, if you're not getting any results or different results than what they have in their head, you're doing it wrong. At that point, there's nothing you can do, right? There, I don't know. Yeah, there's nothing you can do to help them.
Well, I'm not really talking about just people that like globe earthers that are in this discussion that are just trying to force their globe. I'm not really talking about quote unquote convincing them. I think this is more about the world at large. I mean, we could bring this topic up to a lot of people. They're going to have cognitive dissonance. They're going to have all kinds of conflicts going on. But if we had something that was like a physical, definitive measurement, then all those people cognitive dissonance is out the window. Like there's nothing else they can say. They can't come here with pictures from NASA. They can't do any of that because it's definitive. And they could go to that site and see the measurement themselves.
Yeah, that's what I say.
We have that already, man. We have that already.
That's why I say for the audience, right? You're right, Gio. For the audience, yes, I think this is what we should do. Try better. What Jeremy is asking, like have better demonstrations. Yes, but bottom line is that those who are interested on this, like in open their mind, they gotta, if they listen to the arguments, they gotta go research for themselves and be open-minded, right? Not go to Google. What is the explanation of this question? Oh, this is the explanation. Okay, well they're wrong. There you go. Which is what they do most of the time, right? They're Google parrots.
Right. Yeah, and I'm talking more about also like just humanity at large, you know, like the larger. I mean, how many people are, you know, PhD scientists, this or that, astrophysics, whatever it may be, and they may have, you know, their job might be threatened if they were to talk about this. You know, there's all those issues. But if there was a definitive physical measurement, you know, that really couldn't be questioned, then that could just blow the whole top off this whole thing. I mean, you know, that would be it. Like there wouldn't be any more debates. There wouldn't be any more fights about it. It's like, it's definitive. It's measured. Anyone can go see it in person. And at that point, nobody else can really claim the earth as a globe. It's like having a measurement. If you measure something to be a foot long, who can really debate that? It's like, it's a foot long. I mean, that's what, you know, I guess if you have like schizophrenia or something, maybe I guess you could, but I mean, in terms like there's like, that's definitive that it's a foot long.
I think God gave us the tools so that we can realize what is logical and what is not. Again, like water, the alignments of material, like why things go down and all that thing. I think it's in itself, how you say, evident. It's evident, self-evident. You don't need a measurement over 20 miles. You don't need measurements over 20 miles to come to this conclusion. You just gotta see how the water behaves. And then if you're gonna create a story, that's just dogma, right? Because you're not able to demonstrate it. It's pure dogma.
Yeah, that's what they are. They're digging into their cognitive dissonance dogma.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Pseudoscience dogma is what they present all the time. You see, so yeah, I mean, aircrafts prove that, you know, we're not on a spinning ball, man, because no Coriolis effect, not feeling the curvature when we actually fly from point A to point B. It's a leveled flight all the way. That's, you know, 19 hours from LA to Australia, not encountering any curvature at all is lunacy. You've got to have some curvature there, but you don't. It's a leveled flight all the way, non-stop.
Because, let's make this example, right? Let's make this example. Let's say you have a measurement of 20 miles, a straight line, right? And you know it's straight. You have it level. You know that that line is straight. Then they can tell you, well, it's a straight in reference to you, but as it moves away, it's gonna curve with the earth, right? That's what I'm saying, Gio. When you start bending straight lines, curving levels, what can you do? Like they can claim refraction if it's something visual, they can claim refraction. It's bending over the earth. There's nothing you can do.
There's something
You were gonna say
do
something, Jeremy?
You can do it tangibly, not optically. So then we don't have to worry about, is the light bending? Which way is it bending?
Exactly. Yeah, because
Well,
there's a
I
couple of, like there's psychology, spirituality, logic. There's a lot of different things that are involved in this. There's tangibility. You know, so there's all these different components. But I think having something tangible, which I don't think fully exists at this moment, in my viewpoint, it doesn't mean that we can't know what the Earth is. I just don't think and I think it needs to, for this thing to really be resolved on the larger scale,
Well,
not for myself personally, but on the larger scale for the human community.
Well,
I don't know.
Listen, if it's something physical, Jill, let me give it this example. Let's say you have I don't know, 1 million levels, right? And you put them side by side, right? And they're straight. Okay? Right? That's a solid object, and it's gonna create a horizontal really, really long, right? The problem with that is that, again, they can claim that each level, it's how you say, it's pointing down to the center of the earth. So no matter how long you go, it's gonna create a curve, right? There's nothing you can do. I'm sorry.
So you don't think it's a valuable thing to try to put together something that would be tangible with this?
For the people, again, for the audience, yes. For the people in this conversation, the Glovers, no. They are already set in their mind. For the audience, yes, I think we can do something that. So for some people that is coming new to the conversation and they're open-minded, yes, there's things we can do, right?
The rest of Earth is the audience. All we need to do is get something that's definitive, and we'll have this shit sewn up.
Yeah, but we got to be careful. Just because we don't have what you believe, we don't have definitive proof. But I don't believe it. I know we have it. We have it already. It's, and that's that. I don't think we need to go to those lengths to prove that the Earth isn't a spinning ball. We don't need to. We can, a combination of things we have. You bring to bear and you lay it down on the table. And
what's your definitive proof, Jen?
It's cognitive dissonance, clearly. And
Jen, what's your definitive proof? Jen, what's your definitive
proof? What's his name was just saying, it's water. Water is the #1 killer. Straight off.
Okay, that you say it's flat. They say it's curving. Where's the definitive part that proves that it's flat?
Well, yeah, well, like you said, you measure it. You've got long distance observations over the ocean. No curvature to be measured. So
but in order to
that's the definitive proof in itself. The black swan is definitive. Don't care what they say with their refraction. It's definitive.
It would be definitive. It would be definitive if we were making straight lines with our sight. We're not, though, because if we were, we would always have an actual. Jen, we went through this. We went through this, Jen. Remember, we're not making straight lines.
You can take that one and put that in your way. That's not in my way.
It's a fact. It's just it's a fact of life.
There is no way in hell. The fact that I'm not seeing in straight lines. I'm seeing in straight lines.
Jeremy, what did it for you?
Fuck that shit.
What did it for you, Jeremy?
Yeah, I think it was just the culmination of all the stuff together.
Yeah, well, I'm not.
Like, give me the best one for you. What is it?
Yeah, I'm glad I'm not in your shoes, mate. Your shoes, mate.
I mean, I wouldn't say it was. There's one thing. It is like the best thing. I would say it was just a culmination of a whole bunch of things. Water's one of them.
Okay, water is the one for me. Definitive.
Yeah, I don't
There's
need
no.
nothing
We don't
more
have
than
a.
that.
We don't have a
that we're
measure.
not even moving. The fact that we're not even moving is another. The fact that I fly and I'm not upside down when I leave England to go to Australia is another. And vice versa. The same thing in a ship. Submarines also prove that the Earth is not a ball. Submarines. And then the fact that in the documents of war, manuals and flight manuals and that, and they say we have to consider the Earth to be a flat and stationary plane, speaks bloody volume, megaphone volumes. So, you know.
Jen, but you're somebody that's been able to break the brainwashing, as am I and a lot of us. So yeah, I wouldn't say that, like, I don't need a physical test myself, although I still think it'd be cool to do. I'm actually still interested to do it myself, just to verify it for myself. I think it's still a fun project as well. But the thing is, like, you've been able to break that, brainwashing and so on, but not everybody can. I mean, we're dealing in a world where many people can't. So it's great that you're able to, and your strong voice may be able to help wake people up, just from speaking, but not everyone will be able to do that, And so to have something definitive, I think is essential for this truth to be fully established within the world.
What I'm trying to say, Gio, it's a personal thing, though. It's a personal journey.
It's a shame. Yeah.
So I was interested in a point, like we've all seen close-ups, like SC Montreal's presented close-up imagery of the moon, right?
Right.
So the moon's got craters and mountains on it that we can observe. So would you say that the mountains on top of the moon that we observe are
We're
right
making
side
pasta
up,
right now, bud.
and the mountains on the bottom are upside down? Is that how you would say that?
Well, do you believe there's mountains on the moon?
I was just going to say that, yeah.
Yeah, you can see them. You can observe them.
I don't know. I see craters. I don't see mountains.
Well, those craters are as big as, I mean, they would qualify as mountains.
I don't know how big they are. I can't begin to even fathom if they're an Everest height or
So let's just say they're
heights. I don't know.
Let's just say they're craters that have hills that surround them.
What's up, man?
Are the hills on the bottom of it upside down, and the ones on the top right side up?
Well, if I'm looking at from my view and where the top of my head is the top of my head. So if I project that onto the moon, then the top of the moon would be like the North Pole and the South Pole. That's what I see.
So how are those craters on the bottom? How are those craters upside down? I mean,
they're
that's
upside
kind of
down because they're upside down. If I'm choosing a particular location, so if I decide that the top of the moon is the top, then of course whatever's underneath is upside down, isn't it? It's inverted. It's the opposite side, so it's upside down. Don't ask silly questions, please.
So if we observe a celestial body within proximity, something we could look at.
I got you coming right up, kiddo. I got something for you coming right up.
I'm not into this bizarre world of yours, mate. Honestly, that's why I'm just, I'm like a duck. All this stuff that you come out with just rolls off my back. I don't let it seep in at all.
But if we observe that on the moon, something we can see, why can't that be on Earth?
Don't know what you're
I
talking
don't
about.
know. We see lights in the sky. Are we a light in the sky?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just doesn't even address it.
Well, you're saying because we see something on the sky, then therefore we are the same thing, or why we cannot be that?
You guys make a claim that it's impossible to even fathom this, but you can already see it on the moon. So clearly,
to begin with, I don't agree with his assertion, Gummy Bear. Right? Just to begin with. So he keeps saying we observed this. I mean, I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
Well, you see the crater on the on the moon.
Yes, and it's in the front of the moon. I don't see him upside down.
You don't think there could be an upside down on a sphere?
Oh, Oh, you think it's a sphere? Well, that's there. There you go. That's your problem right there.
Yeah, we don't know what it is really.
I don't know what it is.
Yeah, no one's been there to know what it is.
Yeah, that's weak, fellas. That's very weak.
I mean, for you it is weak, yeah. not for me.
It's an honest answer, isn't it? It's an honest
Huh?
answer.
It's the most honest answer. Yes.
Yeah,
The honest
It's
answer.
you could say that,
there
but I
shows
think it's
strength and
pretty.
integrity. In that,
Oh, I
in
think
that
it
he
shows
doesn't, he
like
says he doesn't pretend to know. How can he know? He's never been there. He hasn't been
No,
there
but I
to
can prove
verify
it.
anything.
The problem
But I
is
can
that
prove
you pretend. The problem is that they pretend to know. That's a problem.
Yeah, that's right. We
No,
don't pretend to know.
no, it's like
Oh,
we're claiming
That's the fucking point.
just like
This
a
is
generality from certain shape. So you have a sphere. It doesn't matter
not a
where
sphere.
it is. Any shape which is a sphere. If you don't think the
A
moon is a
circle.
sphere, that's fine.
Okay. I don't.
But any shape which is a sphere, but to say that it has like an up or down on it.
Well, I mean, that's
Yeah,
only,
sphere. Yes. A
that's
sphere.
only
Yes.
look, that's only me saying that, so I can get some kind of like navigation, let's say, you know.
Yeah, it makes sense because we orientate ourselves in relation to up and down, so that's fine.
Yeah.
But like, you don't have to have it, right?
No, you don't have to have it, but I'll put it there just for orientation purposes only. That's all. But at the end of the day, I haven't been to the moon to know what it is. So whether it's really mountains and they are indeed real craters, hasn't been verified by any human being on this earth. No one has. So we don't know what it is for sure. 100%. We don't know. That's it.
Yeah, the
They
thing
look
is,
like
I have
craters,
used
though, don't they?
telescope. Yeah, I have a pretty, like, relatively large telescope myself. I've looked at the moon. It's pretty impressive. You can also see the shadows that from the textures in the mountain. And I would say, looking at the mountain and looking at anything, I can deduce a shape from looking at something from their texture or from their shadow. It could be like an optical trick, of course. But that
You
is
know,
a
I can
very
make.
specific-
You know, I can make spiders and eagles and dogs with my hand and shadows.
Yeah, we
Are they spiders? Are they dogs?
Yeah,
Just because
that's
you
a
see a
point.
shadow of something.
I just said there could be optical tricks, but when you look like, for example, with by the pair of binoculars, there aren't optical tricks everywhere you look. You can see if there is like a shape somewhere in the distance. You can see the shape of it based on the shadows and the texture.
Yeah.
Unless somebody deliberately tried to trick you.
Right. Now they're saying in recent years they're saying they've discovered water on the moon, you know. On the shadow side, or you know, the side where the sun doesn't really get to it, there's iced water, you know, it's not in abundance, but it's there, they say.
They say they've discovered it on the side facing us as well, at the bottom of craters, Jim.
Yeah.
Not liquid water, but you know, the evidence of ice.
Ice, yeah, but again, it's all
Yeah,
broken because we don't have the technology to send anything that far anyway.
But what do you think of that picture that was taken from Earth? That I posted?
Picture taken from Earth.
It'll be CGI number one. So
Well, how'd you know that?
I don't even have to see it yet to know. CGI
But that's
already.
silly. That's a silly statement to say it's CGI, or I already know, but I've not even looked at it. You've not looked at the provenance of where it came from.
Composite, because that's all NASA ever have.
It's not a NASA picture. It's taken by an amateur astronomer.
Well, he's took him by an amateur astronomer, and it's going to be better than NASA. Is that right? That's what you're telling me.
I'm not saying it's better than NASA. NASA got way better photos than that.
NASA, all the
But
images
we're talking about an amateur photographer, astrophotographer, who took that picture from Earth.
Okay.
And you immediately leap to conclusions. Is that a sensible thing to do?
No, not really. No, because NASA, who is
I appreciate that.
the organization that gets $67 million a day, right? They can't give us any real pictures of all the equipment they bring to bear. So I'm thinking, you know, this amateur photographer what's he going to bring me that that's going to convince me that he's going to have a better shot of the water? Because that's what we were talking about, and then you brought this guy up.
No,
So,
what we were talking about, Jen, was the shape of what you see. That's what we were talking about.
yeah, and then we mentioned water shortly after that.
You did. You brought.
And then Foolish Decision says we have an amateur astronomer photographer, right, with some pictures. Now, what has he got a picture of?
The moon?
I didn't know it was an astronomer. I thought it was NASA. He was going to, until he mentioned this character. So what has he taken, and what does it prove?
The moon?
The moon.
He has pictures of different craters pretty close up. I used my own telescope, and you can actually see pretty clear details on the moon.
Yeah.
It's
Is it an analog telescope, or is it an electronic one?
My telescope is analog, but it's using electronics to move around. Yeah, I use it to track the moon so it doesn't move away from my side. Equatorial mounting on it.
Yeah, it's an optical device. It's just optical.
Point being, no human being has ever been there.
That's what
we're not talking about that
now.
now.
Has ever set foot there.
Nice one.
There's nothing man-made on the moon. There are no reflectors. They're left behind. We don't have the technology to leave.
You don't know
go
that.
to this place. I know that. I know that. That I do know. That I
But how
do
come
know.
they bounce the laser off? How come they bounce the laser?
Know that. There is nothing man-made that's on the moon, that's rolling around, rovers. Those things are not there.
Yeah.
I know that.
You guys better watch out. Jin will take you all on at once. 5, 6
No,
of you. He'll take you all on.
He switch topics all the time.
Yeah.
I try to talk about the fucking pictures,
It's
and he
all
talks
related.
about.
It's all related because that's
No, it's not, because you can
I
take
just
pictures
turn around
without
and
going
say,
to the moon.
I know that we've sent people to the moon. I know that we've got artifacts on the moon. I know that. I know that. I know that. I can do exactly the same thing Jin does in reverse.
Very bad argument.
And I think it's not a strong argument. It's
Repeat
not
it more
taking someone
times,
on.
you will make it true, bro.
It's the same way as when I produced the picture. Hold on 1 second, Jin. It's the same way when I produced the picture, and I purposely chose an amateur, astronomer rather than something from NASA, because I knew that would be immediately not be a source that he'd want to look at. So I purposely chose an amateur astronomer, and his first assumption was, I know this is CGI. So how is that now a reliable source? How is that a good argument?
Hang on a second. I wasn't aware that it was an amateur photographer, so I thought you were going to present something from NASA or some other space agency.
You made an assumption,
Until
yeah.
you mentioned he was an amateur photographer, so he's just Joe Blog off the street. But I'm still saying that even Joe Blog off the street is not going to beat NASA's show anyway. Do you know what I mean? He's just not going to do that.
So again, Jin's just showing the fact that he will immediately leap to a conclusion rather than actually looking at the evidence and looking at the provenance of that evidence. And that's a very foolish thing to do, which kind of also discredits the view that he says he knows things when we now know he leaps to conclusions.
No. I'm leaping to conclusion knowing that I'm going to be looking at the evidence, and I'm now 60. I've been into this for like more than 12 years, nearly 15 years now. And it doesn't matter what image comes up, we don't have the technology to go there. And so there's nothing man-made on that moon, right? The environment on the way would kill anything, would kill technology, let alone the human being, to get there anyway. If we are to take their story to count, and that's the radiations, cosmic rays, these things would destroy your equipment before you even got anywhere near the moon. And then if you're a human being, you're dead anyway. You're dead in your suit. You've vomited and died on your sick. So,
and we've already gone through the fact that you don't know what type of radiation is in the Van Allen belt, whether it's alpha, beta, or gamma. Sorry, I would like to finish a sentence without you interrupting me. Is that possible?
Well, okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So, we've already been through this, and I asked you, what type of radiation are you mainly encountering in the Van Allen belts? Is it alpha, beta, or gamma? Because that has an important requirement on the amount of shielding that you need.
And I replied to you, the one that the radiation that kills you, the ones that they call debilitating levels, instant death. Yeah, those levels, those radiations. So it's gamma.
It's
Right?
the bad.
Then I put up a proper meme where you had the hand with the radiation and the paper. You know the one. I've posted it several times. So yeah, you know the radiation.
And it said that most of the radiation is
there.
beta.
Now I'm talking
in that document.
The radiation that is out there, according to NASA and the experts who know about radiation.
Oh, now we're going to listen to them.
Instant
We're going to listen to them.
debilitating killing levels. Okay, that's what they have there.
So what if they're lying, Jen? What if NASA's lying about that?
Well, if they're lying about that, then they're lying about that. Okay, but at the moment, that's what they've said. So with that, they've said it means no human being can venture out there. We don't have that technology. We don't
But
have
NASA
it.
lies. NASA lies.
Yes, NASA lies. Of course they lied. They lie they lie every day of the week. They're lying.
I just think it's funny how you'll pick information from NASA based on your narrative that will
It's their
support you.
story. It's not my story. I don't believe in. I know that we can't go there, but this is the story they give us. So I'm bringing everything they say to the table, and according to their story, they are not able to do what they say they can do. That's what I'm saying. You see, because it's their information, not just NASA, astrophysicists, astronomers, theoretical physicists. These people tell us that this is what the environment is like, yet they want us to believe that they can go through it. And then when we start to ask the questions, did the suit offer radiation protection? And before you can even finish that question, no, the man is answering from Drummond. You know what I mean? So there was no protection. Okay, it was a glorified ski suit. That's what that was. Nothing else. Linen ski wear is what they had. No radiation protection at all. And then when you hear 960 REMs just on the moon from the solar flare events, debilitating levels, that's just on the moon. Yeah, yet alone having to go through the Earth's, leaving the Earth's supposed gravitational pull to go through the first belt that no one ever mentions, left over from the Operation Starfish Prime, and at that time it would have been 250,000 bloody REMs through. Then you've got to go through the two Van Allen radiation belts. Then you've got to go through cosmic rays and the radiation to get to the moon. Please.
Isn't the number one cause of death for an astronaut cancer?
None of them died. Huh? Everyone's still alive. Well, some have passed.
They're all still alive.
No,
Yeah,
not all of them. No. Neil Armstrong's gone. Michael Collins is gone.
Yeah, and so is Scott's uncle.
From old age. They got to 80, 90 odd. They got to a rare old age. They put a good innings in. Buzz Aldrin's still alive. Yeah. A whole heap of them still alive. So, these things, and NASA has got a lot to answer to, because how do you get through all that? The equipment they had, aluminium of the thinnest level grade, doesn't protect you from radiation. They get on like a house on fire.
A thick sheet of paper will protect you from alpha radiation.
Yeah, but we're not talking about alpha up there. We're not talking.
Are you not?
They said debilitating levels.
Yes, if you're outside any form of protection, you're right.
Right, and they didn't have any protection
But they didn't.
from
But
the
that's what
radiation
I'm
at
asking
all.
you about the
They
type
had
of
zero
radiation.
protection. Not to mention cosmic rays moving at the speed of light over.
Let me know when I can get a
They
word.
were naked, remember?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what they said.
You're just totally not letting anyone else talk, Jim. As soon as I start making a point, you start.
I'm just making sure you get the facts. Please carry on.
No, you're not, because I keep saying again that the majority of
don't like.
Okay, I can't talk. I'm going to go back on mute, Jim, because you're just spiraling, mate. This is ridiculous.
All right, hold on a second. There is a bit of a delay.
Bye-bye.
Hold on, Jin.
Don't argue then.
All right. Jin, the goal is not to just bully people away. That's not really the goal. So
no, it's not that. I'm laying down the facts for them.
Right, but you can.
Say, hang on a minute, Joe. Then they'll say, you don't know anything about radiation anyway. But it's not me that's actually saying this stuff. I'm quoting, and I've given them the sources. And then they will continue to say, yeah, but you don't know. I'm not going to take that. because the experts are speaking. The individual with foolish decision, he's not an expert. Okay, the experts are telling him that that's who I'm quoting from. I'm quoting experts.
That's fine. All right, I hear you, but people still deserve to be able to have their chance to speak.
Well, then no one's pushing them away. They can talk. What's the matter? But
Well,
don't say
over
I don't know.
Not when you're
say
talking.
I don't know about radiation because
Right.
I'm going to push you back.
You're even talking over me. I'm gonna have to mute you, Jin. You have to realize that you do this thing where you rant and you keep going and going and going, and nobody else can speak at all. I couldn't even speak to even talk to you. Please, if you could try to be aware of that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, sorry, I apologise if you felt that I talked over you, but that's not my intention. But people got to pay attention to what I say, and then ask for the source, look at the source, and then let's see where your integrity and honesty lie there. But that's what, and I've done that many times with this foolish decisions, in particular in Gem Panda server. No end of times. He knows exactly where we come from. So when he says you don't know about radiation, I'm going to take offence because I've given him the source. He has no right to. If I'm faced with that amount of information, there's no way I'm going to be saying, yeah, they went, because it's just silly. You're lying. You're making yourself look foolish. No wonder you've got a name called Foolish Decision, because you are foolish to go against that kind of information.
All right. Well, the only thing I could recommend is just to try to, take at least a minute of not talking when you're, just so somebody can respond, just so somebody else can. It's sort of like a game of tennis. Somebody hits the ball, the other guy hits the ball. But what sometimes what you do is like you're just hitting ball after ball after ball. It's sort of like
I'm just throwing balls at them. That's all. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, you love.
That's how.
Joe, you love that tennis analogy, man.
Because,
You're always using that tennis analogy.
I'm committed.
Hey, well, you're not committed yet. You haven't been committed yet. But I was looking at these details for astronauts, and it doesn't say that they're more likely to die, like they're healthier on average than most people, but still by the numbers, the number one cause of death is usually something related to their risk involved with the radiation that they've encountered, like cancers.
I would disagree with you there. I would disagree with you there, because if they indeed went, they would be dead. They would never be back on Earth. They wouldn't. So they never went. That's why they're living.
That's not how radiation works, though, man.
They're living like hang on. They're living like they're wealthy, so they've attained money. And when you have money, you can actually have a good health. So they've attained their health through the wealth that they've acquired through lying that they went to the moon. So they're living a long life, a natural life, and life expectancy. Okay, they never went to the moon. So to
but
say
an increased risk.
Hang on a second, because you're not letting me finish yet. To say that they died from radiation is wrong, because they don't die from radiation. The astronauts did not die. The ones that passed on wasn't because of radiation.
Well, my point, though, Jen, is not that they die of radiation from going up there. They die immediately. My point is that when you have an increased risk of something, and you get a risk of cancer or whatever it is, it doesn't have to kill you right away. It doesn't even have to be cancer right away. It just gives you.
They didn't die from cancer, did they?
A lot of them did.
It wasn't through.
You give
it's an increase.
What astronauts? Because there's been a few of them that passed away that died from cancer related to
Scott's
radiation.
dad. Scott's father.
Who?
Scott's father. His name's Lacey Beach.
He died younger than bloody. Hang on, he died younger than Neil Armstrong, and what's the other guy? I keep forgetting. Alan Bean.
Michael Collins.
Are we really at the point where you're trying to use that? They're trying to use the idea that some astronauts have apparently died. You were told died of cancer to prove that they went to space. Is that where we're at right now?
No, they have a more likeliness. So the number one cause of death from the astronauts cancer may not be the number one, but it's a higher chance of dying from cancer than the general population. So it's like they have a more increased risk of dying from cancer.
What about Buzz Aldrin? He's still alive now. He's acting as normal as anyone else who of his age. Okay, they never left this earth. They never left this earth at all. Because if they did and went through all that stuff, they wouldn't have made it back. They would have died out there. They would never have been on this earth ever again once they'd left. I mean, silly. You don't understand. It's you do not understand, or you've never researched into the levels of the radiation and the implications for any human being, living organism to be in that environment. You haven't done that research. It's clearly obvious. Clearly.
I'm looking at this paper from Nature. It says Apollo astronauts, lunar astronauts show higher cardiovascular disease mortality, possible deep space radiation effects on the vascular endothelium. So this is not even cancer. This is just the effects on the heart from the radiation, and that they show a higher rate of that. So that's a paper
Just a bunch
on that.
of words from a load of liars.
And then
That's
here's
what that is. A bunch of words from a load of liars. Look at where we are today. Yeah? Everyone's running from a bug that we can't see. So I mean, I cannot believe any single word there. I would have to see. I would have to see with my own eyes the instruments, the astronaut with him there, and let me look at his heart. Oh yeah, okay. And can I see? Yeah, and I'd like to see all that. It's a bunch of bloody words you're talking about. Here. Don't honestly. Gullible is unbelievable how gullible you are. Honestly. Right? And
okay, so it says here the rate.
Hang on. Okay, I'll let you finish.
Well, I mean, dude, yeah, okay. So about this cardiovascular disease related to the radiation, it says the rate of the astronauts who never flew getting that disease is about 9%, and among the low Earth orbiting astronauts is 11%. It says for the men who travel to the moon, it's 43%.
Okay. Then when you do you remember the documentary by Bart Sibrel? It's called Astronauts Gone Wild. When you look at any of the astronauts that were in that video, every single one of them looked a picture of health. He even got kneed up the arse, didn't he? I mean, he got chinned in the face. He got kneed up the buttocks. These people are not showing any kind of fragility from any space journey. Okay? They're not showing any of that. In fact, it's arrogance. I don't have to swear on the Bible, that kind of thing. The other idiot, Michael Collins, walked straight into the bloody camera, left some shit off his nose on the lens. Do you know what I mean? I mean, come on. Yeah? They look super healthy.
I bought that DVD. Astronauts Gone Wild.
Yeah.
Thinking it was something totally different. And I was disappointed when I found out it was just about another Burt Sibrel movie. Regardless,
Astronauts Gone Wild is a documentary by Bart Sibrel, who made the very famous one called A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, exposing all the shenanigans that they did in the Lunar Command module. Okay, we'll put that aside for a second. And basically, he wanted them to put their hand on the Bible, say they went to the moon, and they would be given $5,000 for a charity of their choice. Not to put it in their pocket, but for a charity of their choice. Now, if I'd gone to the moon, I would, yeah, of course. I swear on the Holy Bible that I went to the moon in 1969 with Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin, and I'd like you to donate that $5,000 to the charity of Jin CBR1 because he could do with the money. Okay,
we got it, Jen. We get it. We get it, Coach. That was funny. Coach, that was funny. I caught it. I don't know if anyone else did.
That's all right. Hey, if they didn't go to the moon, though, imagine that they didn't go to the moon, and some fucker was going around and offering $5,000. All he had to do is say, "I went to the moon," put their hand on the Bible. Why the fuck would they not put their hand on the Bible and swear to it, knowing that they have to keep up with this lie? Like, why would they say, "Oh man,
you know what?
I'd love to keep up with this lie, but I can't."
That brings in a whole different component. Like, there's a, I don't know whether they are Bible believers or whatever, but it's one thing to lie as like a military operation, which is what this is, in my opinion. It's like they thought that it was for national security or whatever they thought the reason they were told as to why they had to lie. But it's another thing to actually like put your hand on the Bible and actually swear, because now you're actually doing that like to God. There might be a connection to the afterlife, in their worldview. So there's something more to it. Like to do that lie, it's another level.
Yeah, I mean, one astronaut ran away from Bart Sibrel. Ran. He goes, "Get out of here before I have you beaten up," or whatever he said. And he ran. He ran away.
That was Scott's
Why would
uncle.
you run away? Why would you run? You've made your money. You're a famous man. You have a reporter asking you just to put your hand on the Bible, and then you get $5,000 to donate. So you can do a good thing. Everything that Bart Sibrel was trying to do was positive. Everything was good. Why would you run away?
I mean, I think it was a pretty confrontational, kind of a toxic way to go about it. He was tricking them and then trying to convince them. Yeah, he was lying to them, trying to say that he was, just a reporter, and then he would whip this Bible out and confront them. So I don't think that was really of high integrity what he did. However, I still think it's interesting the body language and the reactions that those guys had. I think that's very telling.
Yeah, I think they call that hijack journalism, isn't it? Something like
The
that.
body language will tell you everything. I'm from the streets. We can read your body language instantly.
These streets of upstate New York. Where the hardest motherfuckers come from. Upstate New York. The fucking... My God, Jeremy. He
I'm
grew
just
up right
saying,
next
bro,
to
there's
the
a lot
Erie,
to your
Erie
body
Canal.
language. Your facial expressions, your body language will tell it all, man. You don't need to say nothing.
Yeah.
Listen, my friend. Where I'm from, the real streets, we not only got body language fucking expertise, all right, but we got reason, okay? And reason would suggest that if you were paid by the government or some mischievous assholes who wanted you to lie to everybody about one of the biggest things ever, if you were taken to court, you would still lie about it. You wouldn't be like, "Oh, I'm trapped now. I'm in court. I got to tell the truth."
They probably
You would
already
not. You would
listen.
lie about it. And if you
Hold on, Jen.
okay, and if you were there being harassed by Bart Sibrel, and all you had to do was simply put your hand on the Bible and say you did it, you would simply just say that, just like you lied to everybody else. There'd be no reason for you not to lie to him too.
They probably told them that when the government did this, they probably told them, "Listen, you'll never have to go to court and testify." Did they ever have to testify on this in court? No. The government probably promised them, like, "Listen, you'll never have to put your hand on the Bible for this." Now, because we're doing that brings a whole new element into it. Well, did they ever go to court and testify over this or no?
No, they didn't. And I'm not going to accept that. They would carry on lying because they're free agents. Okay, they have an opportunity to give $5,000 to another charity. If you went, you're going to put your hand on. You're just going to put your hand on and say, "Yes." And actually, one astronaut did do that. Actually, if you watch the documentary properly, you would see that one astronaut. He goes, "I don't give a damn." Yeah, I went. Put his hand on the Bible and said he did. So one of them did do it anyway.
Hold on,
so
Jim.
there's no excuse.
I got beans.
There's no excuse for them running off. No excuse. It's
I got beans all over my car, Jen. I got fucking barbecue beans all over my car.
Well, don't eat barbecue beans in your car next time, then. You know what I mean? When you're talking to me.
What the hell am I supposed to do?
Clean up.
I can't talk to you in the restaurant.
Sup it up. Sup it up, son.
Stop it.
Sup it up. Yeah, no,
hey, let me ask you, man. If let me ask you a question though, Jen. If you're with your family and I don't know, what's that mountain? Mount Fuji. You've climbed up Mount Fuji, right?
Yeah. With my kids
Okay.
as well.
Let's say there was a reporter and you invite him to your house because he said he wanted to have a report with you. He wants to report with you or have an article he wants to write about your achievement of climbing Mount Fuji. You're like, oh, wow, okay. He's like, yeah, I just want to talk with you about it, man. That'd be great. I'd just like to talk to you about it. And you invite him to your house, and he's in your house, and immediately you recognize that he's like a reporter, and he wants to claim that you lied about climbing Mount Fuji and claim that you're a flat earther, and he wants to write this article in a totally different perspective than you initially. Than he initially said, and he's just basically trying to call you out as a liar and identify proof that you actually did it or something like that. I mean, you would immediately turn hostile towards this person, right? You wouldn't have the same inviting nature you might have had when you thought he was a regular reporter, right? Like it's pretty.
He said he was a real reporter, and then he said he wanted to talk about Mount Fuji, but then it turns out he wants to talk about the flat Earth, I would say to him, well, sit down. There's a cup of tea. What do you want to know? Do you know what I mean?
Listen,
Then
it's
I'd
not, no,
laugh
not,
at him. I would laugh at him because why did you lie about wanting to report on Mount Fuji then? You're not interested in that.
no,
You
he's
want to talk more about the flat Earth.
he still wants to report on Mount Fuji. He still wants to report on Mount Fuji, but he doesn't want to report on your achievements. He's accusing you of lying about it. He's accusing you of not doing it, and is basically asking you for, you put your hand on the Bible and say you did it because he doesn't believe you.
That's when Jin makes him a cup of tea, puts his hand on the Bible, shows him the photo album.
Yeah, that's it.
To the fuck up, Jeremy. Listen to me, dude. I know you, Jin. You get more hostile about lesser things, dude. Okay, so
No, you don't know me that well. I'm going to give him a cup of tea. So there's the photographs. I mean, come on. It's easy to prove, isn't it? It's easy to prove.
He's gonna break out the photo albums. He's got the cup of tea.
Yeah.
Got a souvenir from the shop at the bottom of the fucking mountain.
I've got one with music burnt onto a CD. I've got one on a CD for him. Take this CD. There you go.
Fucking slideshow, Kosho. A slideshow.
Shut the fuck up. Listen, dude, there's a difference between somebody engaging with you in an inquisitive way, even if they don't believe you, and somebody lying about, what they're having an interview with, taking time out of your day to go and, accommodate this person just to find out that it's just somebody accusing you of something or other. Immediately your blood starts to boil and you get hostile, even if you do plan to jump through his hoops. Most people, though, they stop jumping through people's hoops at that moment. They do not jump through those people's hoops. And
let me tell you something. If I was amongst those astronauts that were claimed they went to the moon, and I actually did go to the moon, if I did go, I'm always gonna be at the beckoning call of the public. Why? Because it was the public's money that got me there. So I'm owing to the public, even if it's an autograph. I have to sign it. That would be my integrity coming through there, because they want me to sign a book for. There you go. Yeah, there you go, son. That's going to be.
You're old enough. You're old enough,
That's
Jen.
going to be forever, because it was.
You're old enough.
Hang on a second.
You're old enough, Jen.
Buddy,
all right.
Let me finish, please. It was the most fantastic trip that I ever went on. Yeah, it changed my life. I'm a famous person. I'm wealthy, financially well off, and all this happened through the taxpayers' money. Of course, my own efforts and my own courage, but I'm owing to the public, to the world forever. So I'm not going to have a problem signing books, putting hands on Bibles, going to this place, going to that place. I have
making them cup of tea.
I'm mad.
Sorry, it's unacceptable when people become famous.
All right, go ahead, Kosho. Kosho, go ahead. Kosho, go.
I'm just saying, like,
hold on, Jen. Jen.
Can you say it in French too?
Hold on, Jen. We got it. You gotta let him respond though. Go ahead, Coach.
But let me just finish my
point.
No, you're done. You're done, Coach.
I'm not done yet. Not done yet, man. Fuck's sake. I was just going to say
made
that
the point. That's what I'm saying.
I'm
Final
absolutely
statement.
fed up with people. You're not letting me get this out, but I'll forget it. I'm fed up with people who are famous and then shun the media or shun people, because, we want to be private all the time. Yeah, you want to be private, that's fine. But there are times when you cannot be private because it's the fans that have made you famous. You need the fans. You need them. So, yeah, you're going to sign their
Good point, Jen.
Tim, I agree with you now, man. That last point made me agree with everything you said, dude.
That's why
I'm glad you were able to make that last point.
I'm glad I got that point out because it's a joke when I'm trying to say something.
Yeah, man.
Jen will fucking sign up.
What I gotta say, man.
Hold on, Jen. Jen, you gotta let other people get in the conversation, bro. You gotta.
I do. Get in there. You're in there. Go ahead.
I'm trying. I'm trying. You're still talking. Holy shit. No.
This is what I try to tell people at gyms. Sorry, what are you saying? I try to tell people at gyms, like what they were talking to you earlier. You gotta let people finish what they're saying, and then you gotta make short enough points so that everybody can get in. Like there's certain people who talk for fucking ever.
Well, bro, you can't get nothing accomplished like that when people don't get to respond or, Druss left because he doesn't get a chance to get in. Like, people just leave and get fed up. It's not,
I decided that the most concise way of doing it without belaboring the point was actually posting multiple sources to support my point that I was making, which very little of the radiation in the Van Allen belt is gamma, about 1%.
Okay, when you guys are finished, I'll join in when you're finished because I've got
And
another little
so I
point to
put up multiple sources. I put up some information from the actual Van Allen probes that were launched in 2012 and links to their site and studies
Say that again, though,
on
Jim.
cosmic radiation. It's all good.
You
That's
said
me
the
done.
war. You said the best. You said the worst part already. You said the radiation. The part that's damaging is the gamma radiation.
You talking to me?
No, I'm trying to see what Dress said. I couldn't understand. That's what he said.
Jim
I heard him
made the
say
claim that the vast majority of radiation in the Van Allen belt was gamma. I said, "Are you sure about that?" He went, "Yes." I asked him again. He went, "Yes." So I've now posted information to show that he was leaping to yet another conclusion.
What kind of
it's definitely
radiation
not
is
gamma.
it?
What kind of radiation is it then? Come on.
I mean, it's
gamma.
there's
That's what.
there's no, there's all sorts of radiation. First of all, there. Go ahead.
I put it all into the chat, Jen, with links to my sources.
Yeah.
For everything that I've just stated to back it up.
Yeah, well, I posted
said,
my
it's charged-
sources as well. I've posted my sources to you, as you well know, yeah? And you know full well the language they use is debilitating levels of radiation that would kill you. There's no way any human being would survive there. Not at 250,000 rems plus 2,500 rems apiece in the Van Allen radiation belts, plus 960 rems, which has been spat out from the sun during the Apollo missions, and according to the experts, there was 27,019 solar flare events during the Apollo missions from 11 to 17. So there was no way they could have avoided this stuff, and it's all killer levels. Where did I get this information from? You think I make it up? So I don't care what your sources are.
What
There
about
is
the
no
shielding
way
they had on
any
the ship?
human being
Jen.
ever left this
It's not gonna
earth.
protect
Ever left
Jen,
this earth. Never.
Jen, what about the shielding they had on the ship for the radiation? They had
never
these
had
like
any
panels
shielding,
filled with water or foam or something.
No, they never had any. That's all crap. You know what? Even Michael Woods, who works for NASA, said NASA was not able to fashion any shielding of what you mentioned because it would have affected the Saturn V
too much
rocket
weight.
Can I finish, please? The weight. It would have made the rocket too heavy to lift off, so they couldn't do that. That's the thing, you see.
So they didn't have
I said
any
in one
shielding.
word when you said 20 minutes.
So they didn't have any shielding on these lunar landers and
Zero
goofy.
shielding.
Yeah, they were.
No, they
That's not
had
what I heard.
shielding. They had shielding, but it wasn't adequate. It wasn't adequate for the tools we have
Please tell me
today.
the
But
shielding, please.
obviously,
Please tell me the shielding.
well, you can take a look at the lunar lander, for instance. The lunar lander's got that foil all over it. That foil is shielding.
That's not shielding from radiation. That's
Aluminum
not,
foil.
That does
Really?
not shield you from radiation.
Well, what's it shielding from? What's it
I feel
shielding
like
from?
that shit'll cook you like a fucking. I feel like that'll cook you like a baked
It's not
potato.
radiation.
You fucking fool.
Bro, you're gonna get cooked like a baked potato. Hold on, Jen. You're gonna get cooked like a baked potato in that bitch.
You're not, dude. It's not that type of heat, dude. It's
No, listen.
It's not that type of
I'm
heat.
telling you right now. You go in an oven. It's supposed to be 2,000 degrees up there. Or some shit. You're in an oven. Yes, you're in an oven. Eventually, you're gonna heat up to the oven.
Right. This is what they said. Yeah. Well said, Jeremy. Because they said.
No, it's not well said. It's not well said at all.
Top 10, baby. Top 10.
No, listen to me. I told you before that there's a difference between convective heat, which is like putting something in a boiling hot of water or an oven, which the actual air is heating you up, and putting something in some sort being radiatively heated. The radiation, depending on what types they were able to, protect from. I don't know specifically what they were protecting from, but that's what that foil is meant to do: is to protect from radiative.
No, it's not protection from
radiation.
radiation. You're lying now, or you're mistaken.
Really?
You're making a mistake.
What was it for? What was the foil for?
It has nothing to do with radiation. Okay.
What was it for?
There was, and you will notice where that foil is. It's nowhere where it's not protecting the astronauts within that.
Yo, the whole thing's not even covered.
It's not doing that at all.
Hold on, Jen. Coach, the whole thing's. Hold on, Jen. Coach, the whole thing's not even covered. If every square inch of the if every square inch of the lunar lander was covered, your story would make sense. But every square inch isn't covered, so it makes your story like kind of pointless.
Why was it there then?
You're lying now.
Why was there foil? Why did they put foil on it in the first place?
It definitely wasn't protecting
well,
the
that's
ship.
right. That's a good question. That's a good question because they're trying to keep the heat down. The problem is this, when you go to the moon, that lunar excursion module is like an oven because the temperatures on the moon, according to the experts, and I've got it written on this board, it's been on this board for like years.
Jen, I got Kosho pegged to the wall with this gold foil thing, and you're
120 degrees
Check this out.
Celsius.
Check this out, dude. Check this out, fool. It says the foil captain, blah blah blah. It's pretty complex. It in the places in the lunar module, it needed to be a barrier to the sunlight because it was highly reflective.
Okay, so if this gold foil, hold on a second, Jen.
That's
If
form
this gold
radiation.
foil, see, you talked and Kosho talked. If the gold foil was protecting the ship from the heat, this immense amount of heat that's out there, then every square inch of the ship would be covered. However, we can see clearly that every square inch is not covered. It looks like a 9-year-old made this fucking lunar lander thing. So your story makes literally no sense.
But that's what
I mean, they protected whatever parts they thought they needed to protect. I don't know why they had it in the places they had it, but it's highly reflective. So it
protecting them
reflected.
from the radiation, though, Kosho, or because that's what you said, and that's
It's protect critical systems.
That is the radiation. Yeah, the heat from the sun. That's
no, that's not the radiation. That's the heat, not radiation.
If it's to protect critical systems, why was it on the? Okay, if it was to protect critical systems, why was some parts of the leg of the lunar lander covered and some parts weren't?
Yeah, look.
Somebody
I'm
wrapped
saying
that
it's there
shit
to
like
protect.
a Christmas tree.
Okay.
I don't think it was there to protect critical systems. It was there. It was there to insulate. It was there. Hold on, sir.
Question.
It was there to hold on one second.
Jen, you're next.
Sir.
You're next, Jen. Hold on.
It was
Jen, it's very
difficult.
difficult.
It was there to insulate.
Hold on, Kosho.
It was there to insulate.
Jen, it's very difficult to have a conversation. You can't always be the next one to talk. Like, you gotta let a couple turns go by sometimes. All right, go ahead, Coach.
Yeah, it was there to help keep it insulated. Listen to this sentence. It says, as there's no air and space to pass heat by convection, if you lower absorption of heat radiation by making surfaces that are highly reflective or emissive, and there are few contact points to pass heat by conduction, insulation can be highly effective. Bada bing, bada boom.
For sure. Look, question. If that's the case, why didn't they have radiation protection for the suits? Because they had to walk on the moon for several hours, riding their buggy and everything else, But the suits offered zero protection. Then they had what was known as the Bliss, the portable life protection system, on the back to keep them cool in the heat, and then to keep, okay, and again, that was like a miniature like air conditioning to keep them cool in the suit from the heat. So why didn't they have protection then? Do you understand what I'm saying? They would have been killed. They would have been killed if they were on the moon.
Their suits were built. Their suits were built to keep temperature.
Did you see how they made the suit? Did you actually?
That's a good point. Why didn't they use the same? Why didn't they use the same shit for the suit that they made for the ship? Like, if it's just this thin gold foil, you could have covered an astronaut easy in that.
I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, but they had protection.
Did you see the women sewing
Hold on,
the
Jen.
suits?
You gotta let him respond.
Damn.
Jen, you gotta let him respond, bro.
What I'm asking him, did he see
the suits?
Go ahead, Coach.
The suits were built already with protections in there. It wasn't protecting from a lot of radiation, but they were heat controlled.
It wasn't protected
so
from radiation at all, Kosho.
Jesus
there was
Christ.
zero protection. Who made the suits? Who made the suits?
Christ,
you don't even know who made the suits.
Yeah, I do.
Made the suits.
Yeah, well, no, it was Playtex. Playtex made the suits, man.
Playtex and Grumman.
It was Playtex.
They fell out. They fell out with each other, Grumman. But the point is that the suit offered zero protection. Quoting from Michael Woods, who works for NASA. Okay, zero protection.
You quote Michael Woods a lot, man.
Yeah, of course I do. And Bill Woods.
Where was
Bill
Coach?
Woods.
Where was the protection? Hold on. Where was the protection in
It
that
says
visor?
right here, Apollo 11. Go ahead. Sir.
The visor, bro. The visor. Sometimes they were walking around without that gold foil piece over their visor, and they just had it clear open. That would have fucking fried them.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, radiation doesn't
The
fry
visor
you
was
like
a dead
that.
giveaway. The visor was a dead giveaway that they didn't have at least radiation protection in that part of the suit.
Yeah, come on, man.
You can say it was everywhere else.
You're right.
You can say
They
it was
had
everywhere
zero
else, but it
protection
clearly
for
wasn't in
radiation.
that part.
Yeah. Look,
You're right. What's
the
your point?
lem
I'm
had
right.
no
That's
I'm always
protection.
right. I'm almost always right on
lem
some
had no
rumpus shit.
protection.
Well, what's your point, though, man? I told you. First of all, astronauts, they have a way higher risk of dying from radiation, diseases. They said heart
my point-
vascular disease
But
that's
they already
related
are,
to
Hold on, Jen.
radiation. But regardless, I got one thing else to say to Jin. It says here, Apollo 11 spacesuits designed by bra and griddle manufacturer
don't-
Playtex. Fool.
Listen, hold on.
I know.
My point is, hold on, Jen.
They worked together.
Hold on, Jen, real quick. My point is, Kosho, that
I know who played
you said the gold foil. Hold on, you said the gold foil was for the protection. The whole thing wasn't covered in gold foil, so they have some parts protected on the ship, some parts not. Second of all, the suits. There was clearly one part of the suit that did not have this protection, which would be the visor.
Yeah, exactly.
So I debunked everything you said in the past 20 minutes.
The suits were already temperature controlled, so they were built to be able to be temperature contred.
Yeah.
So
How
they
did
have
build
they have
it? How
11
did
layers.
temperature control?
They had 11 layers of fabrics and fibers on stuff that were insulating them. So they were insulated.
The visor,
Now,
the visor.
The ship. Hold up. The ship's insulation was using these forms of foil in strategic places. Why they weren't in every single location? Who knows? I don't.
Yeah.
But I know that's what they were used for, was insulation.
Protection from radiation is my claim to you.
No, that is radiation, dude.
There was no radiation protection at all. Zero.
That's radiation, my man.
They weren't those. That gold foil wasn't in critical spots because it was wrapped around all goofy. There was no even method to how it was wrapped around the legs. It was all haphazardly just put on there. You've seen the pictures of it, right?
Claim.
I mean,
that's an interesting claim.
Go look at the picture of it. Go look at the Lunacy Lander by Antonio Subarats. All right, it's comical, and you'll be able to see some very good pictures of the lunar lander.
Yeah.
I'll watch it. I'll watch it. You gotta watch this video by.
Come on, man.
Okay. God damn it, dude. Why is it impossible to have this conversation, dude?
Because you're not letting me.
I'm gonna just
back
back out.
now.
I'll back out, and you and Jin can go. My bad, Kosho. Just
let me have a fucking point.
I want to respond to the guy who just said something to me, Jin. Hold up.
Yeah, now it's my turn. I've been listening to you, Kosho.
No, I want to respond to the dude who just said something to me.
Jin, ask you a question.
Jin, hold on. You're next.
Ask you a question about
hold on, Jin. You're next. There's no question. Go ahead, Kosho. You're muted, Jin. Let him answer me, then you can go. What the fuck is the problem, Jin?
So yes, I'll watch that, man. And I just want you to also watch a video from Antonio Subarats called Daytime, Nighttime. I'm going to post that, okay? And you watch that video, I'll watch your video, okay?
Lunacy Lander. DM it to me, and I'll DM you mine back.
I'll post it and I'll DM.
All right, now go ahead, Jen. Holy shit, man! Make it so difficult to have a conversation, bro. Relax for a minute, Jen.
You guys make it difficult.
No,
man.
you do,
Are
bro.
You ready? Are you ready now? Shut up and listen up. Question. How did they keep themselves cool in the LEM with all that heat going on? And that question was asked to Alan Bean in Astronauts Gone Wild. He was asked, how did you manage to keep yourselves cool in the LEM? Right.
They cracked open a window.
He's run off, has he?
He probably doesn't want to engage with you now because you're being a maniac, Jen. You
No,
gotta relax.
I muted. I forgot that I muted. I was surprised.
I don't give a damn, man.
I was surprised that Jen stopped talking for a second and I was answering him. I said that was the entire topic of our the conversation we're currently in was what the foil was for on the lunar lander, and that's what it was for. That's the answer to your question. It was there to keep it insulated.
No, it's not.
Or to help insulate.
No, the answer to my question was this: they had air conditioning. And then Bart Subro goes, air conditioning, and what powered the air conditioning? Okay, batteries. Now, folks, right? What kind of batteries did they have in the 1960s? Ever ready? Remember your car battery? Do you think they didn't have any lithium back then? Didn't have any high-tech batteries like we have today. So do you believe, and you know how heavy batteries are in your car today? We're going back to 1969. Do you believe that the Saturn V rocket was able to carry the buggy, right? And then batteries to operate that buggy, and then batteries to operate their journey from when they left Earth all the way to the moon, a 3-day journey. Then he has to orbit the moon. They land on the moon in the lunar module. Then you've got the lunar command module orbiting the Earth, the moon, okay? And it's powering the air conditioning, all the computers, everything, batteries. Yeah?
How many watts did that all take?
Yeah?
Because the air conditioning was a sublimation air conditioner, so they effectively just sublimate water and pump it around.
It was battery operated. Battery operated.
Yes, the pumps are battery operated. It's not a compressor, not a what do they call that? A gas compression cycle, like you have in your household air conditioner.
Yeah, you got to work out the batteries to work all the computer equipment and everything that's
Right.
going on in
How many
there
watts did that
all
take?
the way. There's a lot of stuff in there, yeah? Batteries. What kind of
Yeah, well,
batteries did they have then?
Jim, how many watts did all that take? That's what you need to know to decide whether the batteries could do it or not.
Yeah.
You can't just say, how did they have batteries if you don't have any idea what the demand was? I can run a circuit on a carbon battery for weeks long, depending on how many amps it takes.
Yeah, the thing about it is, batteries back in those days were big and bulky and clumsy things. They were not small. Right. So,
Well, they actually did have some high-tech batteries. They had some silver oxide and stuff like that.
It poses that there's a problem with the weight because the payload, 95% of a rocket is fuel. The other 5% is payload. This is coming from Don Pettit from the video, The Tyranny of the Rocket Equation. And he tells us that 95% of a rocket is fuel. So that 5%.
That rocket weighed like 3 million or 7 million pounds. There's a lot of room in that for payload. I mean, not that I'm saying it's a free ride, but the lunar missions, I think the Apollo, the craft that went to the moon carried 196 tons.
Yeah, it's still unbelievable that they would have that many batteries to last that long. But there you go. That's what they said. They had batteries
That long at what demand?
Well, I mean, whatever the demand is, it's got to work for in some cases 12 days.
Well, was the demand more than 5 car batteries?
I reckon.
You don't know.
So.
I don't know.
I reckon so.
You reckon so. You got to know that in order to say it can't be done.
All the computation, communications, radio, air conditioning.
And you have to know that number in order to determine demand, or you need to know demand in order to know how long your battery will have to.
I still don't believe that the batteries they had back in the 1960s was capable of doing it. Like they said, the computer power of the computers you could put on in a Game Boy, whatever. So the thing is, there's just no way they went.
This is what blows my mind. It's like, I don't believe it could happen, but I have no idea how much they used. But I can't believe it could be done. What if they only used 1 watt, Jim? Is that a problem then?
Yeah, but they didn't use 1 watt. That's the thing. It wasn't 1 watt.
Did they use 10 watts?
I don't know how many watts they used. I don't know how many watts.
So how do you make the determination that you can't believe that they did it if you have no idea how much demand they
As far as I'm concerned, they said everything was run off batteries. I want to know what batteries they had that could last an 8-day journey, 12 days, keep powering everything there and back.
Used
What
a
batteries
16.8
non-stop?
volt silver zinc battery.
Yeah, they're not just using the battery.
Yeah.
It says silver
Investing in
zinc.
the dream, man.
Silver zinc.
Keep on dreaming.
It was silver zinc. It was Eagle Pitcher was due to bad silence, but it was a silver zinc
Come on.
battery. But anyhow,
You demand this. I'm just thinking about Jin just demanding to get his information and he making claims without have any clue about it at all.
Oh, you can't do that.
I've
Do
got
what?
a lot of clue, mate.
I don't
I've got a
know,
lot of
but you
clue.
can't do it.
I may not know the wattage, but I do know that batteries don't last that long if they're not being charged up as well. They've got to be kept charged. You know what I mean? They're not going to run flat. Yeah, right.
It's a useless thing to say, Jin. Need to know
Did
what
they
you're
have any
using it for.
hydrogen? Did they have any hydrogen fuel cells on Apollo? I don't remember.
No, I don't remember.
I don't think they used anything that was combustible like that. Wouldn't that have been dangerous?
Well, hydrogen fuel cell isn't necessarily combustion. It's just a catalytic action that creates electricity.
Yes, let's not forget the main problems that for the Apollo starting off with.
I just can't remember. I know they used it on the space shuttle, but I didn't know if they used it on any of the Apollo missions. But basically,
All right, so it says those batteries. Go ahead, sir.
The problem is the environment.
Basically,
go ahead,
before you
sir.
can call,
Moyak.
before you can call incredulity and say that something couldn't happen, you have to know what was involved first. That's as simple as that.
I have an idea.
So I'm looking at these batteries. These batteries, which they had, and they also brought an extra one in case. They were about 100 pounds each. These Eagle Pitcher batteries.
That's a lot of weight, isn't it? That's a lot of weight, isn't it? 100 pounds.
It's not as much as the astronaut themselves, or their suit, which was 5 times more.
Still a
But
lot to carry when your payload is limited.
it's one of those necessary things, though, that they need to bring, right? So they need to bring energy, suits,
and then they have
some
to
gum.
bring the moon rocks back. The so-called petrified.
Yeah, they left the cameras. They left the cameras there in exchange for the moon
I'm
rocks.
sure that's going to make a lot of difference. The camera going to make a lot of
Yeah,
difference.
exactly. It did. They left the cameras and they put the rocks in the case of the cameras.
They didn't leave all the cameras. There's just one camera they left behind, wasn't it? Neil Armstrong's one. And then they found that in Neil Armstrong's cupboard at home when he passed away. It was in the cupboard.
I think they left a bunch of stuff. They left a bunch of stuff.
They
And they put it.
$25 billion worth of equipment.
Yeah. And that's another thing, yeah. If this stuff is left there, and in China indeed did go to the moon, yeah, the first place of call would be to America's leftovers and things artifacts they left on.
No, there's a moon treaty. There's a moon treaty where hold on, Jen.
A museum. The moon would
Jen, there's a moon treaty. Jen, there's a moon treaty where they're not. No one's allowed to go even near those sites.
Yeah, really.
What's the distance on the moon treaty?
I don't know, but it's like the Antarctic Treaty.
Well, it's not exactly like it. If you can go within 150 feet of the nearest footprint, how far away do you have to be? It's kind of critical. It's sort of like stay off the grass at the monument. It doesn't mean that you can't go to the Washington Monument. You just stay off the fucking grass.
Right. So basically, they could have gone.
There's the ropes that block you from going into George Washington's bedroom.
Yeah.
That should be a good tourist attraction. Of course, going to the moon in general would be a good tourist attraction, but you have to have like if they had a good rope, they roped off, because that's why they're protecting it. Of course, is because they want it to be a historical site. You know what I mean? Like one day when your grandkids. When my grandkids are fucking your grandkids, Jeremy, and they're on the moon, let's say at the Moon Hotel, they're gonna want to see that stuff. And it'll be like enclosed, and people will take pictures, by it and stuff like that. So the first dudes to ever go on the moon.
China had a 3-month mission to go to the moon. They went to the dark side, yeah, but they could have very well gone to the side where America went, the Tranquility. I could have gone there.
Technically, all the astronauts went to the dark side.
Sorry?
When
I
they
said
went to the
technically
dark
all the
side when it was
astronauts.
lit.
Yeah, they all went to the far side, I guess you call it, of the moon. You know, even though they didn't land,
during the
you know,
orbit,
during their
during
orbit.
their orbiting.
Yeah, during their orbit,
Yeah,
they were over.
yeah, but they landed. China actually landed on the dark side. That was the thing, and then their rover couldn't operate for 2 weeks because the sun
You do know that
was on the other side.
there's no dark side of the moon. You realize that the claim, the model that we have doesn't claim that there's a side of the moon that's dark.
Well, but that's what's been claimed, that they went to the dark side.
Oh, it's the name of it though, or the far side, whatever you want to call
That's
it.
what was being claimed by China. Yeah, they went.
It's a misnomer. It's a misnomer, but yeah, but I know. But he's just saying that it's not actually dark. Is what Black is saying. It's just as late as any other side, as often. So. But
Well, yeah, but
it's just not seen by us.
We can't see.
Yeah.
We can't see the other side. That's why they call it the dark side, right? But
Yeah, let's ask Moyak. Moyak, what would you call it then, Moyak? Mr. Moyak, what would you name it, sir?
The far side.
Yeah, it's far side.
Yeah. So they went to the far side of the moon, which is called the dark side. But I think they should have gone to the museum side of the moon first to look at all the artifacts to see what condition these artifacts are in, because
that's true.
NASA did assist China in their mission to project together with Russia.
Kind of.
So
I don't think China withheld giving us certain information though, so I don't think we're working together in any capacity, technically. But Jin, I have to ask you, sir. God damn it, you say so much, you may forget. I was gonna. Oh yeah, Jin, have you heard of Asgardia? That space nation. Have you heard of this place? No. It's like a country, Asgardia. You never heard of this? There's a prime minister, and there's Congress and mayors. Yeah, and they have territory in space. United Nations is almost recognized in them. They're here on Earth.
Where are they?
But we have territory in space, but we're located here on Earth. But I'm actually a citizen of Asgardia. You never heard of this? I would have thought you would have.
Where is that? Hang on. Where is Asgardia? Where is it?
The territory that's in space is really just a part of a satellite. They don't have actual land, but that territory is enough to be considered territory in space. Yeah. So I'll post their website. Yeah, but the United Nations is just about to recognize them as a country.
Really?
Yeah. Days away, maybe longer. Let me see. I'll post
Do you have a
theirs.
passport? Do you have a passport?
No, I have a certificate, but it's not a passport. Hold on. What's this live stream too?
Yep.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah. So for those who are listening in the YouTube, their live chat room, I hope you're all doing well. And yeah, you know, we don't have the technology to leave Earth. It's all been one massive hoax at the expense of the taxpayer all over the world. All over the world. That's what that was. And it continues to be so now. There are no rovers on Mars. Mars is not terra firma. It's all been, when you look through the telescope, you do not see valleys, canyons, water, lakes. You don't see any of that. You just see a shimmering blob. And then any images you get to see are artists' renditions, CGI, composite shots of Mars.
Yeah, look, we have about 1 million citizens.
Sorry?
We have about 1 million citizens of Asgardia. We have a constitution even.
Right, and this is all in space, is it?
Yeah, well, there's a space nation, although most of the citizens, if not all of them, do live here on Earth currently. Our country.
Do they live all over the Earth, all from different countries, are they, or what?
Yeah, there's a map. Yeah, there's a map right here. It shows you where everybody's at. And there was an election. I have their Discord. There's an election earlier this year for mayor of your region. But I don't understand how you'd be a mayor in Texas of Asgardia. But regardless, we have a flag and everything.
Interesting.
I'll show you. I'll show you our stupid ass flag. Hold on. And our president, he looks like a fucking Smurf. So fucking weird looking.
Cartoon Society. Right. Very nice.
It's a cartoon. Let's see. Asgardia. Leader.
Asgardia.
I don't even know if he's still our president. Probably is. Yeah, he is. This Igor guy. He's so weird looking. Our capital is Asgardia 1, which is that satellite. Oh, he's called the head of nation. Such a stupid name. When I become
Astronauts to the moon.
Have you seen Flat Earth David's video he made about that? Posted it earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, that was good, that was.
Oh, he was prime minister.
This guy, yeah?
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
Yeah. They love their fantasy, don't they?
Fantasy, it's real stuff, man. It says right here, Asgardia is known as the Space Kingdom, also known as the Space Kingdom of Asgardia, and Asgardia, the Space Nation, is a micronation formed by a group of people who have launched a satellite into Earth's orbit. They refer to themselves as Asgardians, and they've given blah blah blah. They have declared sovereignty over the space occupied and contained within Asgardia 1. I thought, what? The Asgardians have adopted a constitution, and they intend to access outer space free of the control of existing nations and establish a permanent settlement on the moon by 2043.
It's all
Okay, I'll be the
fantasy
man.
because they're not going to go there, are they? That's why I say it's fantasy because, you know.
They might.
You can't leave.
But they're gonna need a military. I'm gonna be the head of the military on the moon. That's what I'll do.
Yeah. Always have to have your military because you always have to have a fight. You can't live in peace and harmony, can you? No, you're gonna have to ship all your bombs and weapons up there. Yeah, right. So not satisfied with having war on Earth. Now you're going to start to have war on your moon, yeah? All fantasy anyway, like I said. Fantasia.
I'm trying to find the United Nations has recognized them in some capacity. I'm trying to find out more details on that. Legal status. Here we go. Current in a jurisdiction that does not recognize Asgardia as a legal entity, Asgardia's interests might be represented by a legal entity that's agreed to act as Asgardia's agent. A corporation organized in Austria named Asgardia AG has acted as Asgardia's agent.
Yeah.
Oh, both the UN Assembly and Outer Space Treaty of 1967 established all outer space as international commons, including moon and other astronomical objects. Article 6 of the treaty vests a responsibility. Blah 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 blah.
So, and this treaty is signed by how many people? How many other countries?
I have to find out. Hold on. Outer Space Treaty. Let's see. Almost all. I can only see a few countries. Here's a map.
I hope you posted it in live stream too because I haven't.
Yeah, live stream too.
Posted yet. Oh, there you go. Yeah.
What?
Oh,
I've been posting everything on live stream too. Yeah. So the parties in green are the parties. Yeah. The green ones are parties, and the yellow ones are signatories. And red is non-parties.
Yeah.
That's
what
right.
about the red ones then? What's the red ones? Then?
The red ones are not non-parties, so I guess they haven't signed it at all.
Wow. All these
That's the Outer
countries
Space
have signed up to it. Yeah.
Well, they're for the Outer Space Treaty. That's a 1967 treaty.
Oh, Bennett, look at that.
I'm trying to see. Fucking hell. I'm trying to see. Legal status. Here we go. Recognition, territorial claims. It says, according to some Arabic guy from London Institute of Space Policy and Law. The Outer Space Treaty, accepted by everyone, says very clearly that no part of outer space can be appropriated by any state. Without self-governing territory in space where citizens are present, this guy suggests that the prospect any country would recognize Asgardia was slim. What? Yeah, but most people don't recognize us.
Yeah. Fantasia, mate. That's why. But I remember that during the 80s, early 80s, 81, 82, 83, you could buy plots of land on the moon and get your title deed.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a guy selling that shit, but that's the thing about territory is I could sell you territory in Texas right now, but you know, you would have to come and claim it, and of course there would be other people living on it, and then there would also be a government already there to protect it. So, you know, it doesn't matter who grants you any land. It just matters who has the capability of enforcing the claim. So you can sell land on the moon, but if we decide to actually go to the moon and militarily deny you that claim, there's nothing. You'd have to beat them in a war, right, in order to claim that.
Yeah.
So none of those claims really.
I just thought, I don't know why people would buy such things, because how would you go out there to develop it back in the 80s anyway? I thought it was silly.
It's just one of those things you buy your girlfriend to make her think that you gave her something special.
Yeah, that you love her, yeah? Yeah, right. Right, let me go and check that my son's getting up for school. Back in a mo. It's morning here, Monday morning. Time for school.
I gotta get ready for Jim's, but you guys should all come and check out Jim's Sunday roast. It's always a good time, always good content. I gotta make sure they're not too brutal on Fokker.
Jem's show fucking sucks. First of all, you guys are like fucking zombies in it. Look alive, will you? Show a little hustle, Coach, on there.
Yeah, I know. I mean, we got to do as good as your show, the show that you always do and put on and produce.
I mean, it's so, but just the thing of it alone, you guys watch clips of nutcase flat earthers doing crazy shit and then comment on it, and you're like not even excited. Jem does have a pretty good radio voice though when he talks on his show.
Yeah,
but other than that, though,
I try to be the fill in the air for when people aren't doing that. Except, but the way he does the show now, I don't think the format he does it now is very useful. He does it in the channel where anybody can jump in. He should go back to doing it where he has a select, small group, because then, the people actually feel obligated to engage, and it's not just random people saying shit stuff. Like, there's people with real shit mics saying like, nothing useful. Job was on there before, just fucking saying nonsense. You were on there talking during the clips.
well, that's because the logistics of his show is a hot mess. Look, dude, I get it fucking popping, bro. I don't want to hear him top 10.
Why don't you why don't you jump in then this week, man? Just jump in, just check it out. Don't be too adversarial. Don't be too adversarial, but just jump in.
Can we watch the clips and hear them live as the audience is?
Yes.
In Discord.
In Discord, no, you got to take it upon yourself to go to YouTube, dude.
No.
But he does play the audio, like you can hear the audio from his account. But regardless, dude, just go to YouTube. It's not that difficult to switch back and forth.
No, I can't be switching back and forth, bro. I don't just sit around fucking not getting blowjobs like you do. All right, I got shit going on here.
Yeah, okay, dude. Why don't you go fuck yourself, dude? I told you that in confidence, even though I said it for everybody. But still, man. Yeah, just check it out, dude. Who cares, dude? I mean, first of all, I've already told you, it's not hard to go from listening to it, and I don't know what kind of cell phone you have, or if you even have a cell phone, if you're using like a Game Boy or something. But all you gotta do is you press the fucking thing that changes the app that you're in. You go to the other app, you watch the clip, and the clip's over, You go back and you fucking talk about it. I don't know what the fucking. Oh, it's complicated, but yeah, I don't know what to tell you, dude. It's simple shit. But yeah, if you think there's a problem with the energy, then just show up and provide some energy. But just remember that he's not trying to have a debate show, so it's not really necessary to argue one side versus the other side. It's just more like comments about whatever's just watched. Do you ever check it out, Left Lane?
Yeah, I go over there some.
Hey, earlier, I think my internet fucked up, but I was asking you, what state do you live in?
Tennessee.
Oh, okay. For some reason, I thought you might be in Texas, but do you have Rudy's barbecue in Tennessee?
No, but I know where you're talking about.
Okay. They had some Rudy's a
Yeah,
little bit ago.
I go through Texas twice a week.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah.
Are you an owner operator or you just driving?
Oh, I own my truck.
Yeah. You make bank doing owning it, right? Like even though you got to pay some shit, pay for the upkeep and all that.
Yeah. It's big expenses, but it's big money. My truck will gross about between 7,000 and 8,000 a week.
That's what's up, man. And what about the wear and tear and expenses on average per week or per trip?
It averages about 55 cents a mile is what that averages out to. So you're looking,
55 cents a mile.
everything, yeah, everything based on mileage. My fuel is like 70 cents a mile less fuel surcharge, which you get on your loads. Operating the truck costs about 55 cents a mile, and that's pretty much it. And then so if you're getting, $3 a mile, then
right,
you take
that's
off
good money.
Yeah, you can just look at it and figure it out. I'll net about $1 a mile. That's what I'll net.
How difficult is it for someone brand new to get into the game of owner operator?
Well, Coach, the hard part is acclimating yourself to the business. You're going to have to work for a company, for about a year. I worked for a company for 7 months, and I had all I could take of that. And then I went to work for a local guy that as a company driver for him for about a year, and then I bought my own truck. But it's a matter of kind of paying your dues. If you can stand that and hang in there, you can kind of call your own shots and be your own driver.
Yeah, okay, but what if you wanted to be an owner operator from scratch, but you weren't going to be the driver? You were in the business of hiring drivers.
Well,
You think it'd be just as easy?
Well, not knowing the ins and outs and how the business operates, if you had knowledge of that, that would be different. But like any business, you gotta learn the business, and how we get loads and.
So for the amount of money it would take to buy a fucking Mack truck, all right, I could fucking be making her $500 a day. Like, what? How much passive income you need to make, bro? That shit is a headache. My shit's on fucking autopilot.
How much you making a day?
My shit. I lowball everything, but even with my lowball numbers, I'm at like $60, $65 a day. But I add dollars a day to it all the time. Like since I last took count, I've added like $8 a day more to my shit.
How long is it going to take you to get to $700 a day for working days?
I don't know, bro. My goal used to be by the end of 2022 to hit $50 a day. I fucking blew past that. My goal now for the end of 2022 is $200 a day.
Yeah. Well, if you could make $700 a day in passive income, yeah, that would be the shit.
I mean, is that what you need to survive? That's a fucking massive. My shit's 7 days a week, bro. 24/7. This shit don't stop. Like, it's not like 5 days a week or anything. Like, I make $60 a day every fucking day.
Yeah. Well, if I drew it out into 7 days, it's still like $500 a day.
You make 500 a day. Yeah, that's you were working though. You're actually doing something.
Yeah.
That's fucking good money though. Holy shit, Left Lane.
Yeah, it's good money. That's what I'm
If
doing.
we do a test or experiment or a measurement or something, we're fucking hitting you up straight away.
But he's got to pay for shit though.
Oh,
Dude,
that's
my
not
dad,
counting
dude.
your running expenses. What happened? Didn't your truck just break and you had to pay like 5 G's for a fucking thing or something?
Yeah, I had a differential went out. That was about $5,000. And last October, I blew an engine up. Was 32,000.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
So that's not that 500 a day or 700 a day or whatever. That shit's got to come out of that, right? Or is that counting that already?
No, that's net. That's my. As long as I don't blow a motor up or something, that's take home money.
Oh, no doubt.
You blew an engine up $32,000. You blew it up.
It's a truck though.
Woo!
It's a giant fucking Mack truck. Yeah.
Yo, dude, Jeremy, the money that you're talking about though, you're part, and it's good money right now. But you're part of what would be considered a fad or a bubble or a time of abnormal,
Kosho, do you know if hold on, Kosho.
Abnormal
you
gains
realize
in cryptocurrency.
Listen, you realize they were talking about this when IBM came out. They're like, "Oh, that's a fad. That's not going to last." If you had bought 6 shares of IBM when it first came out, you'd be a billionaire right now. This is the same thing, bro. New technology.
I'm talking about the gains. I'm talking about the gains right now and all these extra cryptocurrencies and stuff. Most of it is based on not just speculation, but novelty appeal. Okay, meaning that it's so new, nobody knows what to expect from it, and people who are getting into the game because of the people who are making profit, making profit because there's people getting into the game. So it's not that sort of gains, or is not something that can be sustained or expected after, who knows how long, maybe a couple years, it'll settle something less. Like even if if Bitcoin becomes 100,000, whatever, it becomes recognized, that doesn't mean that all these other bullshit coins that get created, that you play these games and you're making this extra income, those are not always going to be there.
Oh,
so that's
they're
why I'm
just
saying you got to
getting started with
diversify
those
your
later.
investments.
I'm diversified, bro. I hear you, and I'm looking to branch out into the stock market as soon as I can get my dollars per day to where I can start reinvesting money. You know what I'm saying? You take a deal, me?
Yeah, you know what we need to do? Chris Lale doesn't listen to me. He
Lale?
doesn't listen to me
Bro,
because he's trying to joke around with me. He didn't make it up.
How do you know?
He didn't make it up, dude.
How do you know?
Because I know him. He doesn't lie about that kind of stuff. Okay?
I don't believe
He doesn't
you.
listen to me,
I think
though,
you're
about
lying
things
about
that I
him
want.
lying.
If he knows I want something, he will purposely not give it to me. Okay?
I think you're lying about him lying.
No, dude, he doesn't lie about stuff like that, man. But him saying that his brother forgot his password and his login, that is the kind of problem that is trivial to solve, or at least worth the money to solve. And we're talking about three quarters of $1 million.
What's the platform?
I don't know. I don't even have a clue because he doesn't give me any information. I think I
that's
hooked up with
easy
his
if
brother.
it's a website.
Dude, even if you only ask for 2-3% of what he gets from that, that's still $15,000. But I plan to ask for
Did
more.
you get Vich's coins back? Is he going to break you off or no?
He is, yeah, absolutely he is.
If he hits you off, bro, I'll show you how to get this passive income, bro. I'm telling you, man, it's fucking easy.
I got money to invest. I
It may
have
not
to
last.
talk with.
Listen, if some coins are going to go under, some are going to stay the same. That's why you make more than you need, so that you can reinvest some of it. If you have $50 a day, if you can reinvest $50 a day in you stack it up. Oh, look, something good came along. You invest some money in it. You stack it up. Oh, look, something else new came along. You invest in it. You know what I mean? As long as you save enough money to reinvest into the good shit, you'd be all right no matter what happens.
Well, me and you gotta have a meeting with Scott Veach because I want to talk to him about what he claimed, because he's got the information from you, but then he also said that he went on his own and saw that you can get $1 transactions on.
He can get into the Binance chain for $1 and out of the Binance chain for $1. He cannot buy this coin. Getting into and out of the I know exactly what you're talking about because he got all fucking excited because he was using Ethereum. I don't know why he said I told him to use it. I would never tell anyone to use Ethereum. The point is, he was using Ethereum. The rates were real high to transfer into and out of the Binance smart chain. So I was like, well, I figured it out. I'm like, oh, you're using Ethereum, dude. That's probably why it's so high. I'm like, try it with like Bitcoin or Cardano or some shit. And he did it with that, and he got in for $1. My AirPod died. I don't know if you can hear me, but there's a difference between doing that and buying into the coin. There's a 10% tax on buys and sells for that coin. You're not getting into and out of that coin for $1, I promise.
10%? You said 10%?
Depends on the coin, Kosho. Each coin's got its own tokenomics. So some are 8%, some are 6%, some are 10%. Just depends on the individual coin or token.
Why would you invest in a coin then if you weren't expecting it? I mean, if it doesn't increase by 10%, then you don't even make a profit at all. You lose money.
Bro, it's even more than that because it's 10% in and 10% out. So you've got to get a 20% swing to make a profit.
You know what, Scott, I gotta talk. That's what I'm saying. We gotta have a meeting with Scott, Jeremy, because
all right, I'm back. My AirPod died. I didn't hear anything that got said.
How many AirPods do you have, dude? Well, you said it died 2 minutes ago.
Because you charge one.
Jeremy, sell some crypto and buy some new AirPods, man.
No, I got the AirPods. My case was on the other side of the house.
I'm messing with you, man.
If you do get
Dude,
AirPods,
my
don't get the pros. Don't get the pros. They don't sound good. You got to get the thing out the end of them.
What brand is that though? Because they have like
Apple,
boys and they have yeah, those
Apple.
those ones aren't good though. Yeah, those
Yes,
ones
they
aren't
are.
good.
These
They
are
have
literally the best ones.
They have Dre Beats.
Dude, no one sounds better than me. Like no ego, but I have.
No one sounds better than you.
Yes, not only for what I'm saying.
You know what sounds better? You know what sounds better than you? Chris Lale.
Oh, that's a fucking low blow, bro.
Can.
That's a low blow right there.
How's my mic sound on my? Because I'm on my car right now.
You're lagging.
Usually,
it sounds okay.
Yeah,
I mean, I pretty much guarantee I sound better than you do.
People say we sound alike.
But I'm like the better version.
You're the better.
I'm like
version.
the yeah. I'm on like the A team. You're on the B team.
Okay. Well, all I know is this, sir. I'm not even gonna say that. Anyway, what were we saying? Oh yeah, the crypto thing. We gotta have a meeting with Scott. Because I want to hear from the horse's mouth. He's the horse. What he was talking about, and I want to hear your issues with it. And I also want him to walk through exactly this process. I want to see if it actually works.
Bro, there's no
If
issues with it. What he's saying is impossible. That's the issue. You're not understanding.
He was saying that he found a way to do it.
He's either wrong or you're not understanding what he's saying. Kosho.
He might be wrong. I do understand what he's saying. He could be wrong, but he also probably isn't.
He's definitely wrong. Okay, who are you going to trust? This guy that went to some little rinky-dink Stanford college, or me, the crypto master?
He went to several colleges, dude. Okay, several colleges.
Which ones? I've never heard of him. He went to like SUNYs and shit. It's not important. The point is, I know what I'm doing in the crypto space, and he's a fucking noob. Okay?
You can't get in and out for a dollar, Kosho. You can't.
It's a reflection token. There's 10%. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know how it works.
R.I.P.
10% in and out, Kosho. You can't. It's not $1. I promise. Unless you're buying $10 worth, it's not $1.
Here's the thing. Veach got excited one night because he was able to buy in the Binance. You know, he was able to switch money from whatever he was on into Binance, MetaMask, the Binance Smart Chain for $1. So he got all excited, like, oh, I can buy in for $1. Not the coin, Spaceport, not the Spaceport token. He can buy into the Binance coin for $1. Which is not even, I think whatever. It's,
and if you're talking about the gas or the tokenomics, Jeremy, that's the other thing. You might be talking about the gas.
He's talking about Veach. Oh, it was like ChangeNow.io, where you can change from like the Ethereum network to the Binance Smart Chain or something to Phantom or back and forth. It's a bridge. So he was using Ethereum. It was mad expensive, and I'm like, "Yo, you're using Ethereum. That's probably why it's so expensive. Try using like Bitcoin or something or Cardano."
Yeah.
So he did it, and he was like, "Oh, I can get in for $1. That's way cheaper because he was paying, the Ethereum. He was paying a shit ton." So he got all excited. He's like, "Oh, I could buy in for $1." I was like, "Yeah, that's like a fair price right there." So something got mixed up between these two goofballs, Kosho and Veach, and now Kosho thinks you can buy in and out of this coin for $1 each time, which it's a 10% tokenomics fee. So.
Yeah, Coach, just honestly, from us to you, it sounds like you're getting excited about something that's not real. All right, so don't pin your hopes on it, man.
Were we talking about the globe or this transaction fee in the crypto?
Yeah, you picked it up. You picked it up, Jeremy. Yeah.
That was good. I got it. Seriously, Coach, I'm telling you right now, you're wrong. Like some communication thing happened, or Veach remembered it wrong, or it's the Mandela effect. It's just not possible.
The difference is, sir, whenever I'm unsure about something, I set up a way to understand it better and verify it, right? I said set up a meeting with me, you, and Scott. We'll get to the bottom of it, right?
Bro, we don't
That's
need
me.
a meeting.
Here's
I'm
you.
at the bottom. I
Here's
am the
you
bottom.
already assuming it's wrong, right?
At the bottom.
That's the
So
difference.
get him in here now. Get him in here now. Just get him on the line.
We're about to do Jim's show, so I think he's gonna be at Jim's show probably in 2 minutes. I gotta go do it too. So.
You know how tokenomics works for a Binance Smart Chain coin?
Tokenomics? Is this your fucking smoking weed and fucking?
Okay, see,
Oh
I
my
know what's
God.
going on. I'm at the bottom and the top of this thing, and you guys are in the middle, and I got a Veach Kosho sandwich going. All right.
If you don't know what tokenomics are, Coach, then you just illustrated how little you know about crypto.
I don't have any crypto. What are you talking about? I never said I was a crypto expert. I'm just saying what Veach told me.
I have said it.
I am gonna say. I know you said that. Now I'm just saying that Veach told me something, and we're gonna learn more about it by having this meeting.
Hey, are we going to be celebrating Hanukkah in this Discord?
I'm going
So
to
what?
change. What's up? What did you say?
I didn't hear what he said about Discord.
If we're going to celebrate Hanukkah.